He grinned foolishly at the screen in his dorm room shirtless watching the monitor with a silly smile. Hey alien babe, your beloved human union is here. Yang Cheng, haven't you gone to class? A roommate walked in and asked. Old Zhang. Didn't you go to the art exam? Why are you back? Yang Cheng asked curiously. Don't mention it, I failed. The dejected roommate walked into the room and slumped in front of the computer desk sighing. Hey, it's just the art exam, no big deal. Yang Cheng patted his shoulder encouragingly. Get me a meal plus a pearl milk tea without pearls. The roommate sat down, turned on the computer and started playing Hearts of Iron. Play one match with me and I'll call you Little Yang for a whole month, old Zhang said, leaning back. No. Yang Cheng continued playing Stellaris without looking. I'll grab your meal then we'll play around when I get back. Old Zhang pointed at the computer. Deal, fast and come back quickly. Yang Cheng smirked and pushed old Zhang out, then closed the game and opened his video player. Emperor bless Slanish bless, let me enjoy this new Japanese movie. Yang Cheng stared at the screen, swallowing nervously. Crack. What was that? A strange snapping sound came from the headphones. As Yang Cheng removed them to check, he suddenly collapsed unconscious. Damn, never pulling all-nighters 5 days in a row again. Yang Cheng's vision blurred, then he lost consciousness. Hey. Scum. Human mongrel, wake up. Yang Cheng was jolted awake by a sudden noise, then felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He was sent flying several meters. What the hell? Yang Cheng clutched his stomach and stood up, utterly stunned by the scene before him. Before him stood a massive 2-meter-tall minotaur-like creature holding an exaggeratedly large gun even bigger than Yang Cheng himself. Human mongrel, I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me, you'll let them go. The minotaur flexed its muscles mockingly. Yang Cheng was in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a few seconds, Yang Cheng realized what had happened. He had apparently crossed over, and this world didn't seem friendly to humans. The minotaur laughed at the dazed Yang Cheng. "Oh, look at this human, scared stiff." Yang Cheng looked at several kneeling humans nearby, their faces terrified, stained with blood and tears, evoking pity. He also saw dog-headed, rat-headed and pig-headed creatures approaching him, bizarre and ugly, covered in fur or scales, tongues flicking or hissing. A chill ran through Yang Cheng, a strong unease rising in his heart. He closed his eyes, trying to recall something, but memories were fragmented. Suddenly fragments of memories surfaced. The original owner of this body was also called Yang Cheng. Not long ago he had been beaten to death by that brutal minotaur, and then he crossed over. The kneeling people were his companions on the spaceship. Yang Cheng realized this world was no longer Earth, but a dangerous universe where humans had lost freedom and become prisoners of alien races. Most humans were treated as slaves by various aliens. Only a few like Yang Cheng managed to escape. Yet even if they escaped, they could only drift through the universe searching for new chances to survive. When Yang Cheng understood all this, a phrase popped into his mind: Emperor Korn Slanish Nurgle and Sench save me. This transmigration. I'd rather not have it. Yang Cheng said involuntarily as the minotaur drew near. Yang Cheng was imprisoned in a dim cargo hold surrounded by darkness and dampness. What awaited him was nothing but being sold to a slaver who favored humans, or being sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Yang Cheng crawled with difficulty in the cargo hold until he found a relatively comfortable spot and leaned against it. Ding! Starting host identity detection. Race human. Installing system 1050-80-100. Interstellar war system installation complete. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Yang Cheng revived his spirits. System. Yang Cheng naturally knew what a system was, but given his current predicament it seemed useless unless the system could drop a sudden powerhouse to help him. Ding. This system will summon forces from the science fiction works of your previous world to assist you. To obtain the forces you must earn war points. War points can be earned by declaring war, initiating conflicts, etc. Given the host's current critical situation, the system will grant a character to rescue you. The system's voice sounded. Who? Ding. This character is from Warhammer 40k World Eaters, formerly Warhounds Legion 8th Assault Company Captain the Betrayer Karn. System, are you trying to kill me? Are you sure Karn won't chop me to bits and offer my head to Korn? Yang Cheng said hastily upon hearing the name. As a half-Warhammer fan, he naturally knew Karn's reputation. Karn, also known as the Butcher Rabbit-Ear Axeman Commissar of the World Eaters, Conan the Barbarian in space, the most powerful champion warrior under Korn, and a peerless mighty man in the eyes of the timid, among many other epithets. Don't worry, host. You'll get a surprise soon. The system's sly voice rang in Yang Cheng's mind. What kind of surprise? Yang Cheng shouted at the system. If Karn saw him, it would most likely be blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Just then the door of the cage opened and an elephant man walked in. Hee hee, you're not much to look at, but the space trip has been too long. Let's have some fun. What? Yang Chang watched the elephant man close and overwhelmed with despair. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Suddenly a burst of gunfire sounded from behind, followed by several screams. What the hell? The elephant man walked to the cargo door with a puzzled expression, only to be greeted by a mighty man in red power armor adorned with rabbi-tier decorations. What is this thing? The elephant man did not know what this was, but judging from the recent screams and the being's battle-worn appearance, it was no good. Quick as lightning, the elephant man swung a giant mace at the man in red power armor. The man with incredible speed caught the swing of the mace and then with his axe cleaved the elephant man's head. The elephant man was struck down in one fell swoop, and then Karn turned his gaze toward Yang Chang. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Praise Korn. Senior Karn. I believe in Korn. We're family. Yang Chang said hastily as Karn walked toward him. He really didn't want to be chopped to pieces. Emperor. Karn suddenly knelt on one knee before Yang Chang. Ha! Emperor. Yang Chang asked, utterly bewildered. Ding. All characters summoned by the host are forever loyal to you. As for why Karn looks this way, it's because the system author thinks it's cool. After hearing the system's explanation, Yang Chang breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Karn still kneeling before him and said, "Stand up, Karn." Ka-En stood in front of Yang Chang, protecting him. During this time, Yang Chang had been persistently inquiring about certain matters from the system. All summoned troop types are permanently loyal to the host by default, the system's explanation echoed within Yang Chang's mind. That's good. Yang Chang looked at the Tumaturtal Ka-En before him and muttered thankfully in his heart. Ka-En, you haven't killed the pilot of this spaceship yet, have you? Yang Chang curiously watched Ka-En walking ahead of him and asked. Not yet. Yang Chang felt nauseated as he looked at the alien crew members whose bodies had been cleaved in two within the cabin. Are those humans still alive? Although Yang Chang didn't want to bother with them, they were human after all, so he felt compelled to ask. No, they were all tortured to death by those alien creatures, Ka-En replied. As a company commander of the Devourers, such bloody scenes were merely appetizers to him, but for Yang Chang it was far from a light meal. So disgusting, damn it. Let's go to the cockpit, I want to know where we are, Yang Chang commanded Ka-En. I wonder how that little bastard Zhang Yang is doing. Who would actually bring you food? Zhang Yang found a seat, sat down and opened his phone. Haven't finished watching The Rise of the Demon yet, I need to find a place to watch it. He found a spot and opened the phone's media player. Soon Yang Chang arrived at the cockpit where two pig-headed astronauts were being held, one in each of Ka-En's hands. Where are we? Yang Chang asked one of the pigheads. The Othua star system, the leading pighead said, glancing at the burly man holding it, then answered obediently. Are there any nations nearby? Do you have a map? Yang Chang continued questioning the pighead. Over there is the star chart, it records all the nations around us. The nearest one is the Odysseus Empire, a slave-owning nation, the pighead confessed everything. By the way, do you know about the warp? Yang Chang originally intended to have Ka-En crush them, but before doing so he asked a question. The warp. Warp travel is something only major powers have. We in these remote regions don't possess it. Alright, you're done. Ka-En, finish them. As Yang Chang spoke, Ka-En crushed the two pigheads to death. Ding. Host has unlocked a newbie gift pack. Congratulations on receiving an Imperial II-class Star Destroyer. The Imperial II-class Star Destroyer is equipped with 60 turbolaser cannons, 60 heavy ion cannon placements and 10 tractor beam projector units. This ship can carry 72 TIE starfighters, 8 Lambda-class T-4 shuttles, 20 AT-AT walkers and 30 AT-ST walkers. Length 1600 meters. Power system KDY Destroyer I-Drive Ion Engine, primary drive from Quat Drive Yards, and Gemin 4 Drive Ion Engine, secondary drive from Cygnus Spaceworks. Hyperdrive Class 2 Backup 8. Crew 27850, officers 9200, Stormtroopers 9700. After hearing the system's introduction, Yang Chang was extremely excited. This Star Destroyer was one of the main ships of the Galactic Empire, equipped with a hyperdrive that allowed the ship to accelerate to lightspeed for navigation. Emperor, is that your warship? Ka-En gazed out the window into the galaxy. In the endless universe, a colossal Star Destroyer slowly emerged. This Star Destroyer, 1600 meters long, was like a steel behemoth silently floating in the dark galaxy. Its silvery white hull glinted with a cold luster, as if displaying its unmatched power to the entire universe. Minutes later, the two ships successfully docked and dozens of stormtroopers armed with blasters swiftly stormed into the cabin. They marched in precise steps, moving swiftly, their weapons radiating lethal menace. At that moment a Star Destroyer officer wearing a uniform reminiscent of the Third Reich led Yang Chang and Ka-En into the interior of the Star Destroyer. Meanwhile the Stormtroopers began cleaning up the cabin of the dilapidated vessel. Your Majesty, I am Colonel Hans Bot, Captain of the Holy Sword. It's an honor to serve you. An officer in Imperial Navy uniform stood respectfully before Yang Chang and spoke. Hans, is it? Good. Take me to the command bridge immediately. Let's get this big fellow moving. Yang Chang issued the order. At once, Your Majesty. Colonel Hans saluted and replied. Just then Colonel Hans suddenly frowned. Your Majesty, we've detected a large number of unidentified vessels ahead, numerous in quantity. Shall we launch an attack? Destroy them. Yang Chang responded without hesitation. Having grasped the general situation, he was well aware that these unknown ships might pose a danger, so he decided to strike first. Understood. Several turbolaser cannons and plasma battery emplacements on the warship aimed at the distant vessels. Calibration begun. Cannons fully charged. The officer in charge of artillery began operating the guns targeting the unknown fleet. Fire. Just informed that there was a broken-down slave ship in the Odysseus star system, the space pirates rushed over hastily. What the hell is that? The leading pirate captain looked at the silver-white warship in the distance and asked. That doesn't look like a slave ship. Damn, that's a warship. Run. The captain hurriedly shouted to his men upon seeing the cannons on that warship, but it was too late. The overwhelming firepower turned their fleet into a firework blooming in the dark galaxy. Target destroyed. Beginning to shut down the batteries. Emperor, would your friend like to change clothes? An officer swallowed as he looked at the Tumaturtal Ka-En covered in various messy decorations which made some people feel uncomfortable in the minimalist interior of the Star Destroyer. No need. Hell, take care of himself, Yang Chang said, looking at Ka-En. Yang Chang felt that this chosen of Korn could slaughter everyone on this ship if he really went berserk. Ding host, please prepare. You and your fleet will undergo a dimensional transit. The system's voice echoed in Yang Chang's mind. What do you mean? Why another transit? Yang Chang asked, puzzled, hearing the system's voice. Ding, you and your fleet will randomly obtain the chance to transit to another world. With good fortune you might even return to your original world. The system, knowing Yang Chang's question, patiently explained. After you conquer that world, it will automatically merge into this world and become your territory. At the same time you will also obtain that world's technology. Yang Chang heard the system's explanation and said nothing, only asking, which world will we transit to next? Ding, since this is the host's first transit, the system will grant you 3 options. 1. Linglong World. 2. Avatar World. 3. Alien World. Please choose host. The system's voice echoed in Yang Chang's mind. The Linglong World, it's simpler. Yang Chang said. Among these 3 he felt that only the Linglong World's tech tree was within his reach, the other 2 he couldn't handle for now. Congratulations host on selecting the Linglong World. Please prepare for hyperspace acceleration. Also congratulations, you have received 1000 war points which can be used in the shop to purchase armies and equipment from other sci-fi worlds. After the explanation the system fell silent and Yang Chang went to prepare. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Yang Chang thought, opening the system shop to browse what he could buy. From the Warhammer World Eaters Primarch Angren, price 2 million war points. From the Star Wars World Imperial Class Star Destroyer, price 200,000 war points. From the Halo World Hillsborough Class Destroyer, price 100,000 war points. Myriad dazzling products blurred Yang Chang's vision. But seeing that all prices started with 10,000, he silently adjusted the shop order to low to high. From Warhammer 40k, a Space Marine Squad. Ultramarines 1,500. Death Guard 2,000. Word Bearers 2,500. Space Wolves 2,000. Why are the prices for a Space Marine Squad different? Ding, each Legion's Space Marines specialize differently. For example, a squad from the Alpha Legion which excels at infiltration is relatively expensive, the more average Ultramarines Legion is relatively cheap, the most powerful Thousand Suns Legion costs 1,000 points per squad. After summarizing the shop's general situation, the system fell silent. Damn. Why are they all so expensive? Yang Chang's heart shattered after seeing the prices. After some thought and a dozen flattering words to the system, he finally obtained a squad from the 4th Legion of Warhammer 40k, the Iron Warriors. Start preparing for hyperspace acceleration, Hunsi. Yang Chang looked at Hunsi beside him and began issuing orders. Understood, Emperor. Hunsi, receiving Yang Chang's command, began issuing orders through the shipwide broadcast. I am the captain of the Holy Sword, Hunsi. Boat command code 200309117, commence hyperspace acceleration. Soon the Holy Sword's hyperspace engine began to accelerate, and in the dark galaxy it turned into a streak of light entering hyperspace. Attention all personnel, our estimated travel time is about half an hour. Everyone stay at your posts. Upon arrival, Stormtrooper units prepare for landing. While Hansi was speaking, Yang Chang was taken to his quarters where he changed into a set of black Biseca armor. This armor was forged from Biseca steel from the Star Wars universe. The famous bounty hunter Mandalorian's armor was also made from Biseca steel. After arming himself, Yang Chang picked up an SE-14 or light repeating blaster pistol and walked into the shooting range. This blaster, shaped like a pistol, featured full auto capability and was easy to carry, making it the perfect choice for an officer. Bang 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 bang. As the blaster bolts fired, the immense heat easily melted the target. After practicing for a while, Yang Chang went to check on Ka-En's room. As soon as he reached the door, several stools flew past Yang Chang's face and loud howls came from inside. When Yang Chang looked, he was startled to see Ka-En single-handedly beating up the other 10 members of the Iron Warriors squad. You dared to curse. What good is your unhappy Legion Master's betrayal? He does civil engineering for the Imperium, and now he does it here too. He's as dumb as Luo Jia. Ka-En, as if possessed by Dorn, kept cursing while beating the Iron Warriors. Ka-En. Ka-En turned around and saw the Emperor standing at the door watching his 1v10. Emperor. Upon seeing Yang Chang, Ka-En hurriedly knelt on one knee. The other Iron Warriors, upon seeing Yang Chang, also hurriedly knelt and said in unison, Emperor. We are all on the same side. Let bygones be bygones. What is your name? Yang Chang looked at the squad leader of the Iron Warriors and asked. My name is Aokisi, Great Emperor. Aokisi, upon seeing Yang Chang, quickly knelt and lowered his head. Try to avoid conflicts from now on. You'll have plenty to do. You're about to attack a flying fortress. Can you accomplish it? A flying fortress. It can be done. Aokisi said without hesitation. As a member of the Iron Warriors, he was very knowledgeable about siege warfare, unlike some legions that just charge in. Good, then I'll leave it to you. Yang Chang turned and left. Just you wait, Ka-En. This isn't over. Aokisi said and began preparing for the siege. Emperor, we have arrived. Seeing Yang Chang return to the command center, Hansi hurriedly said. The moment the ship exited hyperspace, a massive desert planet appeared before everyone's eyes. This reminds me of Talon. That's a bad memory. Aokisi, who had walked over with Yang Chang, issue the order. The ship enters the atmosphere. Deploy landing forces. TIE fighters begin patrolling within a radius of 100 kilometers centered on the Holy Sword. Hansa's voice echoed through the ship. I wonder what time it is now and whether the plot has started yet, Yang Chang murmured to himself, gazing at the distant sand-covered planet. Mana ecology, extinction, beasts, the lighthouse, the Mark clone, the Lord of Light and Shadow, and that woman named Bayuma. Yang Chang began to regret not heeding the recommendation of his dormmate, who loved watching anime. He had only skimmed through the general plot of the ether and knew only a rough outline. If he thought about it carefully, he couldn't recall everything. Emperor, the Vanguard has deployed. We have 10 minutes until atmospheric entry. Han's voice crackled through the comms built into Yang Chang's helmet. Acknowledged. Advise the Vanguard to exercise caution. We may face an unkillable creature. Rest assured, Emperor, no creature is unkillable, Hans replied. 3 T-4A shuttles carrying 60 stormtroopers descended towards the ground. Captain Kovic, activate the synchronized visual feed. The Emperor requests a view. Hans informed Captain Kovic, the commander of the Vanguard. Understood, activating now, Kovic responded. A massive screen materialized before them, displaying the interior of a shuttle. 20 stormtroopers clad in white armor and holding blasters stood in orderly rows within the cabin. Attention all units, 30 meters to ground. 20 meters. 10 meters, Kovic commanded through the comms. Initiating air quality analysis. Results: severe environmental pollution, a stormtrooper reported. Touchdown. The shuttle landed smoothly on the ground. Move out. All personnel sweep a 5-kilometer radius from the landing zone. Kovic continued issuing orders. With a clang, the shuttle touched down. The stormtroopers swiftly exited, beginning their reconnaissance of the surroundings. They advanced cautiously, weapons gripped tightly, ever vigilant. The environment exuded despair and desolation. Crumbling structures, barren land and swirling yellow sand defined this world's palette. Gale force winds whipped up dust storms, blotting out the sky and obscuring the distance. What the hell is this place? A stormtrooper grumbled. Save the chatter, focus on the mission, another reminded him. The stormtroopers split into squads, fanning out in different directions. They carefully navigated the ruins, checking every corner for signs of the enemy. Along the way they discovered many abandoned structures but found no traces of life. This place seems to have been deserted for ages. A stormtrooper remarked. Maybe it was war or some other catastrophe, another speculated. Just then a faint rustling sound caught one stormtrooper's attention. He tensed, instantly raising his blaster ready for any threat. But upon closer inspection it was just a small rat scurrying from the rubble. False alarm, he sighed in relief. Deploy Viper reconnaissance droids to scan the area. Squad 1 and 2 advance. Squad 3 establish a defensive perimeter and set up a cordon. At Captain Kovic's command, 60 stormtroopers in pristine white armor marched in unison toward their objective. Meanwhile, 3 Viper reconnaissance droids, agile as serpents, dispersed rapidly to conduct thorough surveillance and monitoring of the environment. Alert! Unknown life form detected ahead. Activate defensive protocols. The Viper droid's voice echoed through the comm channel. They swiftly deployed energy shields, forming a solid barrier, and aimed a blaster cannon at a specific point. The news put all soldiers on high alert. They fanned out, eyes fixed warily on that direction. Amidst the city ruins, a terrifying monster slowly emerged from a collapsed building. Its massive, grotesque form sent chills down their spines. A snake dog. Yang Chang recognized the creature, instantly drawing a sharp breath. He knew this beast was a type of extinction beast, an extremely dangerous life form. Among them, snake dogs were the most numerous and common, possessing formidable regenerative and defensive capabilities. Once bitten, escape was nearly impossible. Captain Kovic. Open fire immediately. Yang Chang commanded without hesitation. Even before Yang Chang's order, Kovic had already opened fire. Red beams from blasters struck the snake dog's tough carapace, quickly emitting a burning odor. Bang 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 bang. Within seconds the snake dog was dispatched. To be thorough, Captain Kovic lobbed a grenade, obliterating it into nothingness. Emperor, is this the dangerous creature you mentioned? Hans asked, staring at the unrecognizable remains of the snake dog. I suppose. Yang Chang had underestimated the stormtroopers. In movies their aim was poor due to plot armor, but in reality every stormtrooper was a marksman. Commander Kovic. We're under attack, falling back to your position. The voice of the second squad leader crackled in Kovic's helmet. Understood. Rally to our position and request aerial support, Captain Kovic replied, simultaneously issuing orders to his own squad. Soon the two squads converged and began to retreat. Dozens of snake dogs appeared in the distance. Alternate fire. Get the RPS-6 rocket launcher ready. Captain Kovic led his squad to provide cover for the embattled second squad. Watching the scene on the screen, Khan aboard the warship felt his blood stir with excitement. He was eager to charge into battle with his chain axe against the extinction beasts. Emperor, I wish to descend, Khan said, his gaze fixed on the enemies on the screen before addressing Yang Chang. Go ahead, take the Iron Warriors with you. Yang Chang didn't hold them back. Though Space Marines were not the ultimate assets in the Warhammer universe, they were far from weak. Moreover, with a powerhouse like Khan, Yang Chang believed that even the entire population of the lighthouse couldn't withstand his onslaught. As Khan and Orc's squad boarded the shuttle, Yang Chang grabbed a rifle and stood at the hatch. Ding! Host earns 100 war points for each snake dog killed personally and 10 points for kills by subordinates. Really? Yang Chang's eyes lit up at the news. He could sense a Space Marine chapter beckoning him. Order Hans to deploy a squadron of TIE fighters for ground support. I'm going down myself, Yang Chang declared. Fortune favors the bold, and a chapter was worth the risk. A dozen TIE fighters shot out from the warship, piercing through the clouds to the battlefield below. The twin blaster cannons on the TIE fighters strafed the snake dog packs wave after wave, leaving them utterly incapacitated. Boom! A crimson figure plummeted from the sky. It was Khan. Impatient with the shuttle's speed, he had simply opened the hatch and jumped down. With Khan's arrival, the stormtroopers witnessed the true might of a Space Marine. For the Emperor. With a roar, Khan swung his chain axe into the swarm of extinction beasts, each strike claiming the lives of several creatures. The chain axe, equipped with a powerful disintegration field, tore their bodies into pieces. Dozens of snake dogs charged at Khan, but he abandoned the chain axe at that moment, using his fists to crush the heads of the extinction beasts one by one. Within less than a minute, the dozen or so snake dogs lay motionless on the ground. Realizing the rabbit-eared brute was undefeatable, the snake dogs decisively changed tactics, circling around to attack the stormtrooper forces from behind. Clad in steel armor hard as firm as iron, 10 Space Marines of the Iron Warriors Legion, wearing Mk2 power armor and wielding Tigris pattern bolters and boarding shields, advanced in a single-file formation. Boom 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 boom. The bolters mounted on the shields opened fire. Each round claimed the life of a snake dog. As the Iron Warriors advanced methodically, the snake dogs quickly succumbed. Watching the snake dogs retreat like a receding tide, the stormtroopers finally grasped the terrifying nature of these giant figures. Set up a base on the spot and deploy heavy firepower. Kovic looked at the surrounding soldiers and began issuing orders. Once everything was settled, Yang Cheng's shuttle arrived at the temporary base. Yang Cheng removed his helmet to utter a sigh only to get a mouthful of sand, so he put it back on. The follow-up force of 1,000 stormtroopers landed on the surface and began executing their respective tasks. Unbeknownst to them, a white-haired woman secretly watched from a distance, her body concealed within the sandstorm, invisible unless one looked close. Yang Cheng had been on this planet for 2 days now. He still didn't know how far the timeline had progressed. If it was just the beginning, that would be fine, but if it had skipped ahead a few years or taken place a few years before the story began, he would have no choice but to destroy the planet with great reluctance. Yang Cheng hadn't directly ordered the annihilation of the planet because he wanted to recruit the lighthouse. But if the lighthouse refused his goodwill, he would have to send Khan for a personal visit. Emperor. A man wearing a yellow greatcoat, a black helmet and a gas mask entered. Colonel Nova, any findings? Indeed, after accumulating enough war points, Yang Cheng had summoned an armored regiment of the Armageddon Steel Legion, the 188th Armored Regiment of Armageddon. Your Majesty, our scouts have discovered a human convoy about 20 kilometers away, Nova reported, looking at Yang Cheng. Continue observing, do not expose yourselves. Understood. Several kilometers away, a few rattling snipers were aiming at the human convoy. Boss, do we shoot or not? Keep waiting, those are the Colonel's orders. But I can already hear them. They're so stupid, they haven't noticed us even though we're this close. Scavenger Jeff calling Captain Mark, Team 2 has reached the entrance of Area B. Jeff calling Mark. Damn this weather. A human soldier was fiddling with his headset, communicating with Mark while cursing the weather. Inside the R-49 starship wreck, a dozen armed scavengers moved among the petrified human remains. At the sight of the dense forest of petrified bodies, everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously. As a beam of light illuminated the scene, Mark switched on his flashlight and shone it ahead. The scavengers behind him also turned on the flashlights mounted on their guns. Bang! A young man with a crew cut carrying a heavy supply crate accidentally bumped it against the wall. Protect the supplies. If there's any damage, it'll be deducted from your contribution points, said a captain like Scavenger. Tell them that dustlings are human too, don't go too far. After a while the group reached a narrow alley. The dustling 4068, who had been carrying the supplies, spotted an old-fashioned gold watch and decided to take it for himself, unaware that this act would lead to a massive loss for the team later. 4079, don't say anything for now. I'll be right back. Saying this, 4068 left the group and squeezed into the pile of petrified remains, aiming for the gold watch he had just seen. 4277 really likes these old-fashioned trinkets, 4068 said to 4079 as he used a knife to chip the gold watch off the petrified remains. A shadow moved through the pile of petrified remains, but 4068, busy chipping at the watch, didn't notice. Boss, something went wrong inside. The rattling sniper called in over the radio. There are gunshots inside, they're running this way. Roger. Nova relayed the sniper's intel to Yang Cheng. Order the troops to attack. According to the plot development, they should have lost a few people inside and then run out, encountering by UMA in the car. Sending Nova over was mainly to intercept them either as hostages or corpses. Boss, a nasty thing just ran out. The rattling sniper aimed at an extinction beast that had emerged together with Mark and Ran Bing. Wait, shouldn't that extinction beast have been trapped inside? Yang Cheng was puzzled as he watched the beast scramble out with Mark and the others, but there was no time to ponder. Open fire. With a flash of laser, the extinction beast that had been chasing everyone moments ago fell lifeless. At the same time, the 188th Regiment of the Armageddon Steel Legion arrived. Hundreds of Steel Legion soldiers poured out of Chimera armored vehicles and surrounded the scavengers. Everyone freeze. Drop your weapons. I repeat, drop your weapons. Sir. If you keep shouting, you'll attract the Shijishu. Mark watched the aggressive stormtroopers with growing unease. He suspected these soldiers were unaware of the Shijishu's predatory instincts. If they continued their clamor, it would only draw more of the creatures toward them, but the situation was dire and Mark had no time to elaborate. He could only call out a hurried warning. Just then a Shijishu burst forth from the wall, charging straight at the group. The Shijishu brandished its claws with a low menacing roar as if issuing a challenge to humanity. It moved with blinding speed, closing the distance to the crowd in the blink of an eye. Roar! Roar! The Shijishu's appearance intensified the already tense atmosphere. People recoiled in terror, scrambling to evade its assault. Meanwhile, the stormtroopers swiftly readied themselves for battle. In that flash of a moment, a colossal figure materialized before the Shijishu. The figure stood like a steel titan, exuding an overwhelming aura. He reached out with a massive arm and seized the Shijishu by the throat, rendering it immobile. The Shijishu struggled desperately but could not break free from the iron giant's grip. Then a glint of cold steel flashed and a chain axe fell without mercy. With a crisp crack, the Shijishu's body was torn asunder. Blood and flesh sprayed everywhere, staining the ground crimson. The Shijishu's corpse collapsed to the ground lifeless. Mark. Alright sir, your so-called threat is nothing. Now order your people to lay down their weapons and surrender. The Stormtroopers and the Armageddon Steel Legion soldiers simultaneously raised their blasters and flamethrowers, aiming at the hunters. By the machine god. A few tech priests emerged from the ranks, gazing at the gravity suits worn by the people of Dengta, and exclaimed, hee. Don't touch Captain Mark's gravity suit. Mo Chang from the hunter team hurriedly called out as he watched the robed, heavily mechanical figures fondling Mark's gravity suit. Where did you find this relic? By the Omnicia, it's a true work of art. I can't wait to commune with its machine spirit. What's wrong with you people? This is a gravity suit, haven't you seen one before? A gravity suit. You fight in this? One of the tech priests asked in astonishment. Of course. Only elites get to use these gravity suits, Mo Chang replied with a slightly mocking tone. By the machine god. Using such a masterpiece in battle is a blasphemy against the machine god. A tech priest, while fumigating the gravity suit with incense, asked Colonel Nova. Do as you please, suit yourself. Move it away. Hey, you guys aren't actually going to. Mo Chang started to warn, but then saw the tech priests extend several huge mechanical arms from beneath their robes, lifting the suit and carrying it off. What is that thing? Mo Chang muttered, perplexed, as he watched the mechanical arms emerge from the robes. What are these weirdos up to? Ran Bing, standing beside Mark, asked. No idea. Let's wait and see. Mark, ever the tactician, knew better than to think his few dozen men and a handful of gravity suits could overwhelm the hundreds of soldiers plus one ancient-looking gravity suit. That man is not ordinary. As a seasoned hunter, Captain Mark could tell at a glance that the red-clad figure resembling a gravity suit was extraordinary. A Shijishu that had effortlessly annihilated a dozen soldiers couldn't last more than a few exchanges against him. What are these superstitious fools doing? The Stormtroopers sneered at the tech priests. As soon as those priests appeared, they had fixated on the blasters, and it took much persuasion to make them leave. But then they became obsessed with a few probe droids spouting nonsense like by the machine god and praised the Omnicia, words fit only for fanatics. Unbeknownst to them, the tech priests held the Stormtroopers in equal contempt. When they witnessed how the Stormtroopers repaired their weapons, the priests' processors nearly overheated. In short, the relationship between the two sides was, to say the least, abysmal. Take that man to the shuttle. The rest are to be detained on the ground, a Stormtrooper major ordered the regulars. Understood. Escorted by 5 Stormtroopers, Mark was led into a T-4A shuttle which soared into the atmosphere. The hunters were utterly stunned by the scene before them. According to everything they had been taught, no one could survive on the surface. Yet here they were, and judging by their equipment they were far better off than their counterparts on Dengta. Everyone report your name and rank in your unit. Hey, we could take that soldier hostage and make a break for it, Mo Chang whispered to Jiefu. You think this is a movie? Jiefu shot him a glare, knowing that one wrong move would get them all riddled with bullets. Jiefu rolled his eyes. He knew that if he so much as twitched they would be cut down instantly. Take him to the warship. Be careful not to let him escape, said several Stormtroopers to the officers who were handing over Maku. Alright, keep an eye on those people below. If anything goes wrong you may open fire. The leading naval officer pressed a blaster against Make's back and shoved him into the shuttle. Who exactly are you? Mako asked incredulously, looking at the men in neat military uniforms. Seeing the weapons in their hands, he began to worry that they would cause serious harm to Dengta. 2 Stormtroopers walked up to Mako and said, Please come in, sir. His Majesty is waiting for you inside. His Majesty. Mako found this title very unfamiliar. Generally only the rulers of feudal dynasties were called emperor. Yet a country with such interstellar warships actually called its leader emperor. Mako frowned, his heart filled with confusion and unease. He didn't know who these people were or why they were capturing him. He tried to resist but was firmly held by 2 Stormtroopers, unable to move. Half believing, half doubting, Mako slowly walked into the room. He looked around and a wave of awe surged in his heart. The entire room was bright and spacious, with walls as white as snow and floors spotless as if freshly cleaned. Compared to his own dust-covered hunter's uniform, this place was simply another world. In the center of the room was an ornate chair on which sat a man clad in black armor. However, the most striking feature was his head, entirely covered by a massive black helmet, making it impossible to see his true face. Mako cautiously approached the man, trying to remain calm and alert. He stared at the other, attempting to find some clues from the black armor, but ultimately gained nothing. May I ask, sir, what business do you have with me? Mako finally mustered his courage, breaking the silence, and spoke first. From beneath the mask came a cold voice as piercing as a winter wind. You are from Dengta, aren't you? This voice made Mako freeze instantly, a chill surging in his heart. He widened his eyes, staring at the man in front of him in disbelief. He knows about Dingta. Ma Ku shouted in his heart. This meant that the man in front of him knew something about their situation and had even specially sent people to bring him here. So who exactly was he? Why was he so concerned about Dingta? Ma Ku quickly considered various possibilities. If this man knew of Dengta's existence but had not sent troops to attack, there were only two possibilities. One was that he bore no hostility and merely wanted to resolve the issue through other means. The other was that he had a grander scheme and needed to first understand Dengta's situation before making a move. Regardless of the situation, Ma Ku had to be careful. You help me deliver a message, have all your soldiers immediately disarm and surrender, then we will take you away from this planet. The price is submission to the Empire. Of course you can also choose to resist, but as for how many of you will die I don't know. These words struck Ma Ku's heart like a heavy hammer. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead and his mind was in chaos. Ma Ku stared silently at the man before him. He knew that the other would not easily give up, nor would he let them off easily. The situation was at a critical moment of life and death. If he did not make a wise choice, the consequences would be disastrous. Ma Ku's eyes flickered, his heart filled with struggle and conflict. He clearly realized that he faced a difficult choice: either submit to the Empire and abandon resistance, or rise up and possibly pay a heavy price. However, Ma Ku understood that he did not have the right to decide Dengta's future. He was just an ordinary hunter captain, unable to bear such a heavy responsibility. He had to return this choice to the city lord of Dingta, Mo. I cannot make this decision. It must be left to our city lord Mo. Ma Ku took a deep breath and said firmly. He hoped that through communication with city lord Mo. they could find a way to solve the problem. Ma Ku was clear that he had no choice to decide Dengta's submission or destruction. Only city lord Mo. could make that choice. Our people will take you to Dungta. Of course you'd better persuade some of the disobedient people on your Dungta. If anyone dares to do anything out of line, it will be death for everyone. The other said coldly, a hint of threat flashing in his eyes. After speaking, the man walked out of the room, leaving the bewildered Ma Ku to be taken away by soldiers and escorted back to the ground. Have Ka N and AOC could go with Ma Ku. Send a shuttle to take them to Dungta. Also keep an eye on that church called the Lord of Light and Shadow. If anything seems off, execute them on the spot. Yang Cheng took off his black helmet and said to Han Si beside him. Understood. Any other orders? None. But try to avoid using guns as much as possible. Use non-lethal methods. After saying that, Yang Cheng left directly. Of course this non-lethal method was only for the people of Star Wars. As for the people on Dingta, it was uncertain whether they could withstand a few shocks from the electric baton. Captain Ma Ku, how is the situation? When they saw Ma Ku come down, Ran Bing and Mo Chang immediately came up to ask. I need to go to Dingta. The situation is very complicated. Ma Ku's grave expression indicated the seriousness of the problem. What exactly happened? Before Ran Bing could finish, Ma Ku patted her on the shoulder. Mo Chang, take good care of Ran Bing for me. The people on that ship said they would take us away from here. After saying that, Ma Ku was pushed by several stormtroopers onto a shuttle. Has Captain Mark not returned yet? A woman seated at the command console in the lighthouse control room couldn't help but stand up and ask. A soldier reported to Commander Jingnan, we have not yet received any signal from Captain Mark. Continue the search. Understood. As soon as the words faded, static crackled through the radio, followed by Mark's voice over the communicator. This is Mark. The Hunter mission has encountered an issue, Mark reported methodically. What kind of issue? What did you encounter? Jingnan couldn't restrain herself upon hearing this news. She rose from her command seat and asked urgently. It's complicated. I'll explain when I return. Request permission to open the landing pad. Why open the landing pad? Jingnan asked, puzzled. I'm arriving on an unknown faction's aircraft. Their leader wishes to negotiate with us. What? No time to explain. They demand to see City Lord Morgan. Understood. I will report this. Inside the shuttle, Mark looked at the 11 burly men, each over 2 meters tall, and felt like weeping. Their decorations were more terrifying than the next, especially the red-painted one adorned with skulls from head to toe, looking more frightening than a monster. What are you looking at? Karn noticed Mark's gaze constantly drifting toward him and snapped harshly. Nothing, nothing. Mark quickly apologized, feeling that this man, when angered, could slice him from top to bottom into 8 pieces. We're almost there. Prepare for battle. Karn activated his chain axe and stared out the window. The 10 members of the Steel Legion also raised their boarding shields and bolters, positioning them in front of themselves, ready for combat. With a series of booming sounds, the cabin door opened and dozens of fully armed city defense soldiers along with 6 troops in gravity suits surrounded the entire shuttle. Listen up, you inside. You are. The city defense soldier's announcement was cut short as a bolt round shattered him. Before such projectiles, any flesh and blood were as fragile as paper. Led by Karn, the Astartes stepped out of the shuttle. Their towering forms over 2 meters tall instantly stunned everyone present into stillness. Go find your city lord. Karn grabbed Mark like a chick and tossed him aside. No need. Leave this to me. A blond man emerged from the crowd speaking as he walked. I am Charles, the leader of the Church of the Light. Before Charles could cozy up to the man in the red gravity suit, a punch met him. Had Yang Chang not ordered non-lethal measures, that single blow would have sent Charles to meet the Lord of Light. But Khan applied some force, ensuring the man would be bedridden for at least half a year. Bastards! Kill them! Charles roared in fury. As the leader, everyone usually showed him respect. How dare these surface primitives treat him so? Supported by the Lightbearers, Charles left the scene. What awaited Karn were 20 city defense soldiers in gravity suits. You really picked the wrong person to mess with, offending the leader himself. City Defense Captain Gale smirked smugly, drawing the chainsword hanging from his back. Hey, you primitives are just asking for death. Yet facing the enemy's provocation, Karn showed no fear. Instead, he became intensely curious about their gravity suits. He wondered if these suits could match his own Mk2 expeditionary power armor. None of you interfere. Let me test their strength. Saying this, Karn picked up a chain axe and strode boldly before the crowd. The massive chain axe emitted a grinding sound like the lament of death itself, sending chills down everyone's spine. Ha, you fools are overestimating yourselves. There are 6 of us and only one of you. However, Karn had no patience for their rambling. As a battle-hardened veteran, he knew that too much talk on the battlefield only invited trouble. So he launched his attack without hesitation. With a crisp crack, the gravity suit and its pilot's head were crushed together in Karn's grip. Karn realized that these seemingly formidable gravity suits were nothing but flashy junk, inferior even to the TOS battlesuits. Is that it? Watching their comrade's head being crushed alive, the other 5 soldiers in gravity suits charged simultaneously, swinging their weapons at Karn. You're worse than recruits. Karn observed the city defense soldiers rushing at him with no tactics or discipline, then drew his chain axe. With a thunderous crash, Karn's chain axe cleaved into the shoulder of a gravity-suited soldier charging at him. The activation of the axe's disintegration field quickly reduced the soldier to a pulp. Is that all? Karn glanced disdainfully at the gore on his chain axe, then at the advancing city defense soldiers. Their tactics are inferior to orcs, their melee worse than Tau, and their individual quality even below that of the PDF. Losing patience, Karn took the initiative, swinging his chain axe and the seized chainsword as he charged the remaining soldiers. Lightbearer, go see if they're done. Leave one alive. Charles, clutching his wound, spoke to the Lightbearer beside him. Understood. After traversing a corridor, the sight before her froze the Lightbearer in place. 5 soldiers in gravity suits had their heads severed and mounted on the red power armor. Their bodies and suits were mangled together with fragments of flesh scattered everywhere. Tell me, where is your city lord? Karn lifted a city defense soldier with one hand, his voice cold and resounding from beneath his helmet. You. Dream on. Hearing this, Karn didn't waste words. He removed his helmet and took a bite out of the soldier's head. Crimson blood trickled down Karn's chin as he discarded the soldier's corpse aside. The ability of the 8th Geneseed organ, the Amaphagia, was activated. By consuming the enemy's flesh, an Astartes could absorb information, such as hideouts, passwords, and even acquire their skills. Elite Commoner Xenophage Lighthouse Hunter Erythrin. What a feudal society. Karn committed the absorbed memories to mind and headed toward the command room. When he saw the Lightbearer paralyzed with fear, his instinct was to attack her, but orcs stopped him. The Imperium still needs population. Enough blood has been spilled. Unlike a certain mount of the nail, Karn heeded advice. Understanding orcs' intent, he spared the Lightbearer and led the Steel Legion squad straight to the command room. Bring that Mark. We'll need him to open doors later. Saying this, Karn grabbed Mark like a chick and dragged him along. It's just ahead, Kane said, pointing at the steel door before them. It requires a password to unlock. Kane walked up to the door, examined the steel surface and spoke. Do you know the password? Kane asked, looking down at Maku before him. No, generally only the city lord or high-ranking officials would know such a password. Maku shook his head, speaking truthfully. Should we capture a hacker? Or perhaps devour a high-ranking official? Maku trembled as he looked at the steel giant before him and asked. After all, who could remain calm upon witnessing a steel giant over 2 meters tall slurping someone's brain matter like tofu pudding? Hide behind me. Kane stood in front of Maku, then punched the control screen of the door. The thunderous sonic boom left Maku's ears ringing with tinnitus. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Countless bullets rained down like hail upon Kane and his party as they breached the door. Ding 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 ding. Each bullet striking the power armor produced a crisp sound. Countless sparks flared upon the armor. Soon the barrage ceased and Kane and his group emerged unscathed. Well, this farce should come to an end, Kane said, addressing the city defense soldiers who were powerless against him. What do you intend? The city lord Imogen, seated at the control station, trembled as he looked at Kane, who had stormed in and asked surrender to the great emperor, and the emperor shall grant you Herodic's great forgiveness and allow you to leave this place. Is that all? What else? City lord Imogen was utterly incredulous. Good heavens, he exclaimed inwardly, several steel giants had carved their way in like slicing vegetables only to take them away from this hell. Those people died in vain. Imogen stepped down from the control dais and knelt on one knee before Kane and the others. City lord Imogen awaiting the emperor's orders. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the Spirit Cage World mission. Awarded 500,000 war points. Opening government form selection. You must now choose the government form for the nation you will create. Yang Chang glanced at the system prompt and began editing the nation's information. Nation name: Human Empire. Materialism with partial idealism. Extreme militarism, extreme xenophobia, racial purity. Autocracy. Ruler title: the Emperor. Yang Chang finished editing and exited the system interface. Hans, arrange all Stormtroopers and Imperial Army units for extraction preparation. Colonel Nova, order your troops to board the warship. It may be a bit cramped. Yang Chang stepped onto the bridge of the Holy Sword and commanded. Understood. Soon several shuttles began transporting personnel from the lighthouse to the Star Destroyer's flight deck, where hundreds of armed troops were already prepared for extraction. Everyone strip and undergo inspection. Discard all personal belongings outside. Your identities as civilians of the lighthouse are now obsolete. From this moment forward you have only one name: citizens of the Human Empire. A stormtrooper kept shouting through the helmet's audio amplifier among the crowd. Why should we? We deserve better treatment than these commoners. Exactly. Our bloodline is nobler than theirs. I support. I absolutely refuse to be alongside commoners. Watching the unruly crowd, the leading stormtrooper immediately contacted the Imperial Suppression Forces. Dozens of Imperial riot troops jogged out from the corridor in formation, each wielding an electric baton and a riot shield, quickly encircling the troublemakers. Attack! Crackle, 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 crackle. The riot troops' electric batons indiscriminately struck the agitators, and soon the deck was filled with the scent of scorched flesh. Take these people away. I hear the Mechanicus are in dire need of wetware, send them all over. Swiftly the troublemakers were escorted to the Mechanicus domain, awaiting unimaginable torment. At that moment Yang Chang was browsing the system shop. I choose you. The eternal nemesis of the Tau, the lunar-class cruiser valued at 100,000. Ding, commencing production of 3 lunar-class cruisers including supporting crew. The following is an introduction. Weapon systems. Bow torpedo launcher. 2x broadside weapon arrays, 1 per side. 2x broadside lance arrays, 1 per side. Length 5 km, width across fins approximate 0.8 km. Mass approximate 28 million tons. Crew capacity approximate 95000 personnel. Yang Chang smiled with satisfaction as he read the system's introduction. Alien Xenos, your natural predator, humanity has returned. All ships prepare to enter the Mandelville point. Activate the warp engines. All chaplains proceed to designated positions and begin the prayers. The Geller field has been prepared. The void shields are active. The navigator has charted the course. Several lunar-class cruisers formed a flawless line poised to enter the warp. Commence transition. As the warp engines ignited, a violet radiance blossomed in real space and the lunar-class cruisers prepared to surge through the rift. We shall meet again in 10 hours, Emperor. The commander of the lead lunar-class cruiser stood on the bridge, ordering his vessel into the warp. The following ships trailed closely, plunging into the warp in unison. Emperor, bless your humble servant. With a silent murmur from the captain, the entire fleet vanished into the warp, leaving no trace behind. All hands prepare. Activate the hyperdrive engines. Heat star. This planet, as the first successful colony of the Aoxyudicii people, bore immense commemorative significance. This world was both the Aoxyudicii tourist planet and the largest slave market in the star system, where tens of thousands of human slaves were bought and sold daily. It was also the planet closest to the capital of the Aoxyudicii Empire. Please, sir. She is just a child. A middle-aged man clung to the leg of a colossal orc, pleading. A child. Perfect for making a cup. The orc with a lecherous grin gripped the girl by the neck. Duke! Duke! An orc clad in black military uniform sprinted to the towering orc and shouted. Lord Borchuo! We are under attack. The orbital fortresses above the planet have lost contact. What? The orc called Borchuo exclaimed in disbelief. In his memory no one dared to attack this place, a planet of the AT-ATs Empire. They're here. Before the words faded, four colossal warships materialized above Keatstar. All fighters prepare for launch. Notify the army. Prepare for battle. Borchuo dropped the girl and fled clumsily toward the governor's mansion. The middle-aged man embraced the girl in joy, then looked up at the four bizarrely shaped giant ships in the sky. They had a premonition, hope was above them. What is our duty? To serve the Emperor's will. What is the Emperor's will? That we fight unto death. What is fighting unto death? It is our duty. A chaplain of the Dark Angels clad in green armor led the Space Marines in their final pre-battle prayers. Yet this squad was peculiar. Space Marines of various colors and markings stood among them. Emperor's children, salamanders, iron hands, iron warriors, world eaters, ultramarines, all knelt before the chaplain offering their prayers. Such superstition, remarked several officers from the Star Wars universe watching the scene. They had fought across the galaxy for so long and never seen an army pray before battle, purely feudal superstition. Bring the Emperor's wrath upon the Xenos below. Yang Chang began to regret. The system had promised to randomly grant him a dozen Space Marines, but they were all from different legions of the 30K era. He could tolerate that, but what were those two from the Star-Claws warband doing here? At least the others were loyalists. But you two traitors from the 40K era, are you sure you won't be lynched? Ding! Rest assured, host. The chaos taint within them has been fully cleansed. They are now merely ordinary Space Marines. All right. Yang Chang let out a long breath and began issuing combat orders. Destroy all enemy ground installations. Annihilate their effective forces. Seize this planet. We need no Xenos prisoners. The orc warriors of Aodixius were about to face a coordinated assault from two human factions of two different worlds, yet they remained utterly oblivious. Let it begin. With Yang Chang's command, dozens of Space Marines marched in orderly steps into the drop pods within the battle barge. Time for them to step up. Yang Chang shifted his gaze to the system shop, then pressed a confirm button. Cadians, stand firm. With shouts echoing through the hold, one after another Cadian soldiers clad in towering armor and wielding M36 Cantrell pattern lasguns emerged. The hallmark of the Cadians, violet irises, was a result of generations exposed to the baleful glare of the Eye of Terror. The Cadian shock troops were an elite force within the Imperial Guard, also known as the Astra Militarum. Though they lacked the deathless zeal of the Kriegers or the formidable physique of the Catacans, every Cadian lived by the creed Cadians stand firm. 3 Cadian infantry regiments will coordinate with the Astartes. Launch all fighters to neutralize enemy air power. Having said this, Yang Chang entered a chamber where several servitors knelt before a suit of power armor. Come, Yang Chang said as he approached the power armor. Understood, Emperor. Ram these Xenos heads back into their bodies. Across the plains, several Lehman Russ main battle tanks rumbled forward, battering through everything in their path. Behind them, hundreds of Cadian troops advanced in Chimera armored vehicles. For the Emperor. A Space Marine from the World Eaters Legion, upon seeing the swarms of Xenos, instantly descended into a berserk frenzy. The butcher's nails embedded in his skull activated, plunging him into extreme bloodlust. Keep him in check or hell start hacking our own men, Oak said to his comrades. Blood for the Emperor. Skulls for the throne. The World Eaters became the spearhead of the assault, breaching the defenses established by the Kotestar soldiers. What kind of monster is this? A black-skinned orc cried out in shock as he watched a Space Marine shrug off a direct hit from a shell. The cry drew the attention of the Marine, who was in the midst of slaughter. Damn it! Fall back to the governor's palace. Send an emergency signal to the homeworld. A black orc commander witnessing the city's collapse bellowed into the Vox channel. Only silence answered. What do we do? What do we? A torrent of flames suddenly swept across the position, engulfing countless black orc soldiers who had no time to evade. Baptized in war, forged on the anvil. A Space Marine from the Salamander's Legion, clad in green power armor, intoned as he swept his flamer over the enemies before him. What in the hell are you? The orc commander shouted, firing his lost pistol wildly at the figure before him. Human. The Salamander spoke a single word before leveling his flamer at the despairing orc commander. Who is it? Who dares attack our Aodiusi Empire? Borchuo stormed into the governor's palace, roaring with fury. Humans, my lord, humans. A wounded black orc rushed in, shouting. A single bolter round reduced him to fragments before he could finish. For the Emperor. A commissar wielding a mortal pattern bolter in one hand and a chainsword in the other barked orders. Bastards! We are the greenskins' kin. The Great Black, before the Black Orc could finish the commissar's chainsword, came down with a raucous roar. I've killed more orcs in Hive Hades than you half-breeds have killed humans. The commissar spat at the mangled remains of the orc. Alright, your turn. Dozens of soldiers from the Armageddon Steel Legion together with the commissar surrounded the petrified Bortuo. The Imperial Navy in the galaxy was not idle either. Their task was to intercept and annihilate enemy warships coming to reinforce. What is that thing? As the warp jump concluded, a fleet of the Odixius Empire suddenly encountered 3 Moon-class cruisers hovering over Kotestar. What taste? Why would anyone install a church on a warship? The leading Black Orc began directing the fleet to assault. In their memory, warships of this type were usually extremely cumbersome and would crumble like mud under their vessel's bombardment. Enemy sighted. All hands prepare. The captain of the Glory, equipped with a bionic eye, spotted the distant orc vessels and immediately ordered the 2 ships to ready for battle. All macro cannons and lance batteries stand by for combat. Captain Darius of the Glory began issuing commands as he eyed the orc warships in the distance. For the Emperor. Amid the crew's roaring cries, the Glory closed in on the enemy. Fire! The blazing lances sliced through the Odixius Empire's warships like a hot knife through butter, shattering them. Quick! Load the ordnance. Macro shells, each as massive as a small hill, were rammed into the magazine and then launched. Retreat! Retreat! Watching the volley of macro shells that resembled a meteor storm, the Black Orc commander hastily ordered a withdrawal. Boom! The command came too late. Within mere seconds, over a dozen of their own ships had vanished from the tactical display. Withdraw immediately. Looking at his vessels turning into funeral pyres, the Black Orc commander urgently ordered. Sir, our engines have failed. A soldier of the Odixius Empire rushed breathlessly to the commander and shouted. It's over. The Black Orc slumped into his seat, then seeing the panicked crew below quickly drew his sidearm and fired at the ceiling. What unseemly behavior! The Black Orc commander rebuked the other orc soldiers. Immediately request reinforcements from the Second Fleet. All hands arm yourselves and prepare to repel enemy boarding actions. Hold the cockpit. May the Emperor protect you. A missionary swinging a censer performed incense fumigation and prayers around the void-suited sailors preparing to board the vessel. As the prayers concluded, hundreds of naval boarding team members marched neatly into the Shark-class assault boats. The Shark assault boat is the standard assault craft used by the Imperial Navy for ship-to-ship boarding operations. The Shark assault boat typically measures 55 meters in length, consisting mainly of a large engine and an armored troop compartment equipped with magnetic grapnels and melta charges. It is used to breach the defenses of void vessels, directly deploying troops onto enemy ships. Shark assault boats are organized in squadrons of 8, each squadron carrying a total of 400 men. The boarding team's leader was Colonel Hank, a tough man who had once stood toe-to-toe with Genestealers in a cramped corridor. Naturally, he chose a shotgun. This weapon, smoothbore low-velocity fed by magazine or pump action, is ideal for close-quarters combat. Compared to the lasgun, which excels at long-range precision, the shotgun is more favored by armed personnel, Colonel Hank explained to a newly joined naval armsman. If I were you, I wouldn't choose a bolt pistol, Hank remarked as he watched the newly arrived armsman excitedly gripping a bolt pistol bearing a golden double-head eagle. Attention sailors! Captain Darius' voice boomed over the intercom. This is Captain Darius speaking. My ship has entered combat station. Before you board the assault craft, I will once again read out the boarding operation instructions. You must ensure you complete the mission alive. May the Emperor protect you. Damn it, this guy always blabbers before every boarding action. Oh, by the Emperor I swear. Carl, if you don't shut that foul mouth of yours, I guarantee he'll slap you twice after the mission. Boarding an enemy vessel, even one that has lost power, is adrift and whose weapon systems are all disabled, is still a perilous undertaking. Isn't that obvious? A boarding team soldier muttered below. Teleporters often deliver their payloads inaccurately. You will find yourselves having to fight through a maze of narrow twisting corridors before reaching your target. The enemy may have already prepared for boarding actions and you will have to engage in a hard struggle against well-equipped defenders. If you find yourselves accidentally teleported into open space, on behalf of the tech priests I extend my deepest apologies. Do not panic, follow the instructions in the emergency procedures for falling into space issued by the Departamento Munitorum to effect self-rescue. You can only trust half of what the Munitorum says. You don't really think the tech priests will come to rescue you, do you? At best they'll retrieve your corpse. Hank, clearly growing weary of Darius droning, simply put in earplugs and began to check his equipment. Sir, what do you mean by only trust half of what the Munitorum says? The newly commissioned armsman walked up to Hank and asked. The Munitorum will tell you that a small enemy force is coming. You just need to confirm there are enemies. As for a small force, don't believe a single punctuation mark.
Hank, having heard the announcement finish, stood up and shouted to the soldiers nearby.
All right. We don't have to listen to that idiot's speech anymore. Now, as a veteran who survived the Vigilant Star campaign, I'm going to give you the boarding rules once more.
Once on the enemy ship, immediately form fire teams with your comrades to ensure maximum maneuverability in the close quarters. Use the ship's facilities for cover as much as possible. Point your weapons at the enemy and fire.
Use grenades and heavy weapons sparingly to avoid hull breach. Although this warship is the enemy's, well be spending some time inside it. I don't want to see anyone sucked into the void.
Hank shared his experience surviving boarding action after boarding action was not just a matter of luck but more about his hard-earned knowledge.
One last reminder. Do not even think about running. Do not commit any act that blasphemes the Emperor or the machine spirit. In the absence of a commissar, the sergeant major will execute the commissar's duties. All right, boys. Turn anything that isn't human into shreds. Start the boarding action. For the Emperor. Board. Dozens of Shark-class assault boats were launched to target the massive warship of the Black Orcs. On the Shark assault boats, magnetic clamps firmly secured the hull to the enemy vessel. Then, using laser cutters and melta-bombs, they blasted a path through the enemy's. The Black Orc warship, approximately 3 kilometers in length, served as the battlecruiser and command ship of the Odysseus Empire. Besides military purposes, it also housed a slave trading center and a crew entertainment hub. What's going on? A Black Orc soldier still holding a human woman in his arms had no time to react before a massive assault ship appeared before his eyes. Damn it! We're being invaded. All soldiers to battle stations. The roar of the Black Orc commander blared through the ship's intercom. Realizing the intruders were enemies, the Black Orc soldiers hastily discarded the humans in their grasp, preparing to fight. Bang! 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 As the assault boat's hatch swung open, dozens of bullets struck the Black Orc soldiers with precision. For the Emperor. Several naval shield-bearers armed with boarding shields and shotguns charged into the warship first, followed by dozens of naval-armed infantry who then dispersed into squads to sweep through the compartment. Squad 1. Send all rescued humans back to the ship first. The rest continue forward. Quick! Breach! Several naval axemen wielding long axes and wearing protective masks rushed to the front. Sir! This is an iron door. A boarding team member carrying a long axe reported to Hank. Bring the breacher over. Also have the Void Jammer deploy a servitor skull to detect enemies. Hank, holding a shotgun, began issuing orders. Boom! As the iron door was blasted open by the plasma torch of the breacher, a battle officially commenced. For the Emperor. With Hank's roar, the boarding teams charged toward the Black Orc soldiers, who hastily seized weapons and returned fire. Disperse in squads. Target capture the enemy's bridge. Soon the boarding team encountered the Black Orc soldiers in the corridors, and the two sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. The Black Orc soldiers established one defensive line after another in the narrow compartments to halt the boarding team, who in turn had brought sufficient heavy weaponry to assist. For the Emperor. Take out that enemy strongpoint. Sergeant Hadrick was lying behind a wall, unfortunately pinned down by a Black Orc heavy machine gun. Heavy firepower. Hadrick shouted as bullets rattled against the wall behind him. Reinforcements are here. 2 naval gunners armed with melta-guns rushed into the corridor. Then, with a deafening roar, the Black Orcs were reduced to molten slag by the heat. Keep pushing. For the Emperor. Dozens of boarding soldiers shouting charged through the enemy lines with shotguns, engaging in close-quarters combat. Every second, men fell on both sides onto the cold floor, but the Black Orcs clearly fell in greater numbers. Although humans were at a slight disadvantage in physique, they made up for it with superior combat discipline. Fighting in such confined spaces was brutal and bloody. The agonizing cries echoed through the compartment, but after dozens fell, the Black Orc defense was finally shattered. Bang! Hank, having just blown the head off a giant Black Orc with a shotgun, wiped the Black Orc blood from his face and rejoined the fray. Damn it! The line has collapsed. Run! The Black Orcs quickly turned their guns on their own kin, needing to kill them to secure an escape pod. Move aside. I outrank you. Rank means nothing now. Get lost. Are you mutinying? Get out of my way. No way. Might makes right. Soon another firefight erupted in the compartment, this time between Black Orcs and Black Orcs. Damn it. I should never have brought these rabble. The Black Orc commander felt a deep sense of helplessness as he watched his army descend into civil strife. The true elite units had been lost in the final battle against the Human Federation decades ago. As for the current forces, It's over, all over. Lifting his pistol, he aimed it at his own head. Bang. Emperor. I suggest erecting statues of you across the entire planet of Kota so that everyone can gaze upon your visages at all times. An arch-cardinal of the imperial ecclesiarchy exclaimed fervently to Yang Chang. No need, think of something else. Yang Chang took a calm sip of water before replying. Emperor I. Before Arch-Cardinal Fandiao could finish his sentence, Khan standing beside Yang Chang shot him a stern glare. All right. Arch-Cardinal Fandiao scurried away, and after he left, Yang Chang slumped back into his seat. Damn, this guy sure can chatter. Yang Chang rubbed his ear and complained, now seated in what was once the governor's chair of Kota Star. Well, it's time to completely eradicate the Odious Empire. Yang Chang opened the star map beside his seat and pointed to the Odious Empire's capital, Terra Star. What a peculiar name, it leaves me no choice but to attack them. After all, which race other than humanity would dare use the name Terra? Alright, assemble the fleet. Let those alien Xenos pay a bloody price. Yang Chang resolved to launch a decisive strike on the Odious Empire's capital, but first he needed to expand his forces. Capital warships, capital warships. Yang Chang browsed through the marketplace. His fleet currently lacked a powerful battleship and several support vessels. Then you're the one. Yang Chang pointed at the system screen. Over these days he had methodically slaughtered a great many alien Xenos, reducing Kota Star, a somewhat urbanized planet, to a countryside inhabited only by humans. The Emperor-class battleship Divine Authority. Yang Chang chose the Emperor-class over the Gloriana class because he planned to acquire the latter once his gene sons arrived. For now, a single Emperor-class was more than sufficient. The Emperor-class battleship was a slow and ponderous capital vessel employed by the Imperial Navy and the fleets of the Adeptus Mechanicus. More akin to a hybrid of a command flagship and an aircraft carrier, this design remained one of the oldest still in service within the Imperium. Its prow was not the traditional armored ram, but was instead equipped with numerous sensor probes and forward-facing turrets. Aside from conventional weapons like macrocannons and lance batteries, the Emperor class also carried 8 squadrons of attack craft, such as Fury interceptors, Starhawk bombers, or other fighters, for offensive operations. Weapon systems. Forward weapon array. 2x broadside weapon arrays, 1 per side. 4x broadside launch bays, 2 per side, each capable of launching 8 squadrons. Dorsal weapon array, 4 turrets total. Yang Chang nodded in satisfaction as he reviewed the Emperor-class specifications. This would suffice for the time being. He then turned his attention to another item in the system marketplace. Astartes Battle Barge. Battle Barge referred not to a single class but to a series of modified and optimized battleship hulls adapted for use by the Adeptus Astartes. These vessels were specially suited for planetary assault and ship-to-ship boarding actions. Battle barges were primarily configured for close support planetary assaults and landing operations, bristling with bombardment turrets and torpedo tubes. Vast internal spaces were also dedicated to launching Thunderhawk gunships and drop pods capable of deploying up to 3 Space Marine companies at once. Furthermore, battle barges boasted heavy armor and reinforced void shields, allowing them to break through planetary defenses without endangering the crew or their deadly cargo. To any enemy attempting a boarding action, the battle barge was truly a mobile fortress. After reading the lengthy description, Yang Chang steeled himself and acquired one. Escort vessels and troop transports. Yang Chang searched the marketplace for frigates to escort his fleet. Such vessels were scarce in the Warhammer 40k section, but Yang Chang's repertoire extended far beyond that universe. Stalwart-class frigate. He found it in the marketplace, a vessel from the Halo universe. The Stalwart-class frigate played multiple roles in the UNSC Navy, excelling in low-intensity tasks ranging from escort duties to troop transport. Typically they served in escort and attack roles. The Stalwart class was a compact yet formidable warship packing firepower that belied its frigate classification. Its main armament was the Mark IV Heavy 94B1E6 magnetic accelerator cannon powered by 12 large capacitor banks, granting it firepower comparable to 2 destroyers or a light cruiser. However, due to its small size, it could not carry much ammunition, thus most military operations relied on supply platforms, carriers, or orbital facilities. For attacking high-value strategic targets, the Stalwart class was equipped with an M4093 Hyperion nuclear missile launch system carrying 3 nuclear warheads. Reloading and preparing for launch took several minutes. Although this vessel's firepower fell short of even some Warhammer destroyers, it made up for it with agility and low cost. System, give me 5. Yang Chang waved his hand casually. My host, just how many have you slaughtered? The system marveled at Yang Chang's extravagant spending of war points. Not that many, just about on par with Bobo Shah. Still need to work hard, keep pushing urbanization. Yang Chang spoke the truth. Besides human slaves, Kota Star teemed with alien slaves. As the nearest planet to the Odious Empire's capital, it was a popular tourist destination for Odious citizens. Every day they flocked to buy human slaves. Who wouldn't find that appealing? Bobo Shah had killed one.
5 million, while Yang Chang and his forces had slain at least 2 million space Xenos, making a significant contribution to the cause of space reforestation. Do not view slaughtering Xenos as barbaric, treat it as an assembly line and yourself as nothing more than a worker on that line. Yang Chang had not initially intended to be so extreme, but when he witnessed humans being desecrated beyond recognition by those alien Xenos, families shattered and homes destroyed, he began to see himself as a conservative. He had been far too restrained. 1 Emperor-class battleship, 3 lunar-class cruisers, 1 Imperial I-class star destroyer and 5 Stalwart-class frigates. These would form the core of the 1st Imperial Fleet. Interdictor-class star destroyer. Yang Chang selected another vessel, this one from the Star Wars universe. The Interdictor-class star destroyer was a specially modified design equipped with powerful gravity well projectors that could pull enemy ships out of hyperspace or prevent them from jumping, trapping them in real space, a tactical asset of incalculable value. Length 1129 meters. Maximum atmospheric speed 975 km/h. Hyperdrive equipped. Hyperdrive rating Class 2, primary Class 12 backup. Shielding equipped. Sensor systems, long-range sensors. Armament 4 gravity well projectors, 20 quad laser cannons. Complement 24 TISRE starfighters. Docking bay 1. Escape pods equipped. Crew over 2800 Imperial officers, weapons technicians and stormtroopers. Passengers 80 soldiers. Consumables 16 months. Perfect. Admiral Spear will command the First Fleet. Our mission is to launch an expedition against the Odious Kingdom's capital Terra. No survivors, reclaim humanity's territory. Yang Cheng cared little whether this land had once belonged to the Human Federation. Everything within his sight was his territory, simple as that. As for Spear, he was a character the system gifted Yang Cheng after summoning the Emperor-class battleship. Nicknamed the Emperor's Chosen, Spear had led a fleet lost in the warp for 800 years, during which he kicked a Baden in the teeth, punched through Tyranid swarms, battered the Eldari and farmed the Tau as if they were a daily instance. How could Yang Cheng not feel exhilarated having such a formidable figure serving him? Alright, that's enough for now. Come take a walk with me. Also arrange a meeting with the Ecclesiarchy Adeptus Mechanicus Inquisition Officio Assassinorum and all those other miscellaneous organizations. Yang Cheng clearly understood that conquering territory was easier than holding it. Every day he had to endure the Ecclesiarchy's endless chatter, which frayed his nerves. Yang Cheng walked through a temporary city on Keat Star with Kane faithfully following beside him and several grand mentors from the assassin court protecting him from the shadows. Humanity is tenacious like this. Yang Cheng sighed as he watched children playing nearby. Humans might be fragile, but their minds, their wisdom and their unparalleled courage, the anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Life on this planet had now stabilized. The Stormtroopers occasionally took on police duties and the Inquisition was restoring human order. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. The first Academy of Loyalty had been established. Most of those who graduated from here would become commissars or stormtroopers in the future. The orphans who had been victimized by alien Xenos would become the first batch of students at this school. Here they would learn how to use their weapons to behead heretics and Xenos. The state religion was also a problem. Although he had set it as semi-idealistic, he couldn't let it develop like the imperial cult, which was increasingly resembling a cult. In the end, Yang Cheng had no choice but to allocate a piece of land on Keat Star and let them do as they pleased. Everyone, when can we attack the capital of the Aedixusi Empire and cut off the Emperor of Aedixius's head? For a warmonger like Yang Cheng, the worst thing was waiting. Humanity's living space was too small now, they needed more. Emperor, the First Fleet is ready to deploy at any time. Spire stood up and addressed Yang Cheng. However, Your Majesty, we suggest first conquering this planet. Spire activated the star map and a planet appeared on the conference table. Taman Star is an industrial world garrisoned by over 1 million Aedixusi Empire soldiers. If we cannot effectively prevent them from transporting weapons once war begins, we risk falling into a prolonged conflict. Spire briefed Yang Cheng on the situation. A prolonged war is indeed one of our weaknesses. Yang Cheng understood that humanity's current scale was too small to sustain a war of attrition. To completely destroy the Aedixusi Empire, Taman Star must be either occupied or destroyed. Spire ordered the forces to issue the exterminatus on Taman Star. Yang Cheng made this decision. Blowing up the entire planet was the safest and least costly option. Understood, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, leave it to me. We have 5 million Aedixusi soldiers and tens of thousands of anti-air weapons. We will definitely annihilate the human airborne forces. General Porkang on Taman Star swore a death oath to the current Aedixusi Emperor Merpo, vowing to destroy all human troops, for the planet not only had ample soldiers and weapons but also rich mineral resources to continuously supply ammunition. I hope Porkang can hold the line. Merpo, a black orc, slumped on his throne and muttered to himself. Why have humans risen again?
Merpu couldn't understand. Humans were now mostly slaves and only a few could conduct guerrilla warfare. How could they fight like a regular army? How long will it take for our shipbuilding base to produce another fleet? Your Majesty, 1 month.
1 month we can produce another fleet. A minister stepped forward and said.
Good. Very good. We must snuff out the flames of human resistance in the cradle.
Exterminatus was the imperial Gothic term for the act of destroying an entire planetary biosphere and all life on the world. When the cost of holding or recapturing a world was deemed too high, or the threat of mutation, plague, or chaos spreading to other parts of the Imperium was too great to be contained by conventional means, exterminatus would be issued as the Imperium's last resort.
Commander, there are human slaves below. Should we send a rescue team? No need.
Their sacrifice will be avenged. On the divine right, Spire sat in the command chair as the crew busied themselves in orderly fashion. There were 3 forms of exterminatus. The first and simplest method was to carry it out via orbital bombardment by Imperial warships, requiring only conventional firepower from the Imperial Navy. Typically, the power of orbital bombardment could be adjusted from small-scale precision strikes to thermonuclear levels. Another method was through various cyclonic torpedoes, weapons powerful enough to shatter the planet's crust and disrupt the balance of its core. The most terrifying method was the use of virus bombs. These bombs released a special virus known as the Life Eater, genetically designed to spread rapidly and destroy all organic cell structures it infected, transforming all planetary life, animal and plant alike, into undifferentiated organic sludge along with a byproduct of biochemical substances and organic gases. Then the gas would be ignited, turning the entire atmosphere into a firestorm that would kill any life that might have survived.
These 3 methods could annihilate hundreds of billions of lives on a planet. Spire planned to use the first and simplest method to carry out this exterminatus. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Amidst countless cries of loyalty, the fleet began its assault.
In a short time they destroyed the orbital fortresses above Taman Star, then launched a devastating strike against all life on the planet.
The entire planet was blockaded.
At that moment Taman Star was like a dish waiting for the diner's arrival. The orbital bombardment began. Shining lances pierced through Taman Star's atmosphere, striking straight down onto the ground. Those nearby were shattered by the immense force.
Quickly, General. There's a human saying, where there is life there is hope. Let's go. Several soldiers dragged Porkang away from the area. Why? Why? Why don't you come down?
Porkang, staring at the warships relentlessly dropping torpedoes, screamed in despair.
No.
A lance struck right beside Porkang's base and the immense blast obliterated them all. In the city, scenes of apocalypse unfolded.
Humanity's cruel and unreasonable bombardment drove all AT-ATs citizens into utter despair.
In this hopeless environment, crime rates soared.
Countless AT-AT citizens began looting in the streets and even the military joined in.
2 days later Taman Star was gone. The planet was physically cleaned down to nothing. Every race, every creature, guilty or innocent, had perished under the orbital bombardment, including Porkang, who had just boasted about annihilating all human forces.
Countless races were stunned by humanity's genocidal attack.
They wondered what had happened to the once friendly angelic human federation.
Why had the human empire become so terrifying?
They had forgotten who it was that exterminated humanity, who stabbed humankind in the back in its time of need. Since they refused to accept the peaceful human federation, they would have to accept the human empire, which tolerated no aliens or heretics.
Excellent, excellent, absolutely perfect.
The devastation of Taman Star was projected onto Keet Star.
Countless people cheered in excitement. They finally saw the day of humanity's resurgence, the day of vengeance against alien Xenos. Yang Chang watched the warpoint surge and couldn't stop grinning.
Sustaining war through warfare itself was the most direct and simple way to gain warpoints.
Spire, well done. Now deploy forces to attack Tela and completely destroy the AT-AT regime. Yang Chang then summoned a truly elite force to join the battle. Several infantry regiments and an armored regiment from the Krieg Death Corps.
As soldiers often deployed to meet grinder battlefields, Krieger had a major misconception: they were fearless in the face of death, but that didn't mean they blindly threw their lives away. When Yang Chang saw the Krieg, he recalled the jokes he'd seen about Hammer of the Emperor. 8 Kriegsmen could trade for 1 Space Marine. Kriegsmen dared to walk in lava. If there were Kriegsmen, the Horus Heresy would never have happened, and so on and so forth. If the Krieg were really that powerful, Abaddon would be weeping.
8 Kriegsmen for 1 Space Marine.
The Krieg could supply hundreds of millions of troops per year.
That would make Abaddon cry.
Your Imperial Majesty, we may now advance toward the mother planet of the Audioth Empire. Yang Chang stood upon a high platform clad in a golden force feedback power armor.
As a mortal-specific suit, it had been personally maintained by the Emperor and the Mechanicus.
Today shall mark the return of humanity.
Today shall cleanse the alien filth. Humanity will rise anew among the stars. Those traitorous Xenos shall be purged. Long live the Empire. Long live humanity.
Since those aliens desire no peace, then
let the galaxy burn. Let the war commence. From here to the edge of the cosmos. Yang Chang gazed at the myriad soldiers below, roaring with fervor. For his first battle he had to project an imposing presence. Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity.
Apart from the soldiers of the Krieg Death Corps, countless other human soldiers joined in the chant.
The Omnisia bless you, my lord.
Several tech priests spoke reverently to Yang Chang.
Whom have all equipment been inspected? All have been inspected, your majesty. They rest under the protection of the Omnisia. Very well. Let it begin.
Having spoken, Yang Chang boarded a shuttle that flew toward a warship.
He intended to personally witness the Audioth Empire engulfed in the flames of war. 3 days later,
the Imperial warship successfully descended upon the capital of the Audioth Empire.
Damnable Xenos. Those bastards dare to call that wretched planet Terra. For the Emperor. Boarding action. Boom. 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 Boom.
The fleet led by lunar-class cruisers and firm-class frigates opened fire on the fortress space station above Terra.
Damn, when did humanity amass so many?
The station commander, staring at the colossal warships, could not help but shout. Had he known he would be stationed here, he would have fled sooner?
Commander Temu was an albino orc. As a veteran of the war against the Human Federation, Gudyumu naturally understood humanity's tactics. Fear not. Humans dare not engage us in close combat. Deploy the troops. Prepare.
Before the words could finish, several landing craft bearing the golden double-head eagle had already crashed into the space station.
Repent. For tomorrow is your day of death.
A hooded Astartes from the Dark Angels chapter howled his battle cry as he leaped into the compartment.
For the Emperor.
For the master of mankind. The Astartes swung a chainsword, cleaving through Audioth soldiers, while a bolter pistol in his other hand fired at the enemy.
When did humans become so bold? Temu emerged from a room brandishing a black battleaxe. Human. Your opponent. Out of my way. A black-armored Astartes roared, cleaving Temu in two.
Watching the black-armored Astartes with gold trim, several ultramarines behind him could not suppress their indignation. The Black Legion, these traitors dare fight alongside us.
An Imperial fist, Astartes cursed.
Before the battle they had quarreled over command until an Alpha Legion operative stirred the pot, causing the hot-tempered Space Wolves and World Eaters to brawl first.
Never mind that. At least they are loyal to the Emperor for now.
The inhabitants of Audioth looked up at the sky where their space station exploded in a cascade of fire. None had imagined the enemy would reach their heavens so soon.
What is that? Why?
How could humans reach our skies in such a short time?
Remember, no life but humanity. For the Empire. For the Emperor. Open fire on the enemy residential sectors. Commence ground deployment. Under Yang Chang's command, several Firestorm-class frigates supported by Tau fighters and Lightning fighters advanced into the atmosphere.
Terra shield generators and anti-air weaponry had already been destroyed by the fighter squadrons that arrived earlier, so the landing forces advanced unimpeded. Fully armed Imperial Stormtroopers, accompanied by Leman Russ main battle tanks of the Astra Militarum, rapidly closed in on the urban sectors of Terra.
For the Emperor. Charge.
The Navy's Devourer transport shuttles brought an entire Cadian shock force to the landing zone, where the Vanguard had already established a temporary base.
Report, sir. The 11th Cadian Infantry Regiment has reached the designated position. Advance on the enemy city.
The Astartes have already carved a path inside.
Now the once glorious Terra lay in ruins.
The Audioth people wailed helplessly in the streets, never reflecting on how they had celebrated when exterminating humans.
Now their retribution had arrived. For the Emperor. 2 Astartes from the Imperial Fists chapter erected a makeshift barricade on a street. In the darkness, Night Lords stalked and slaughtered fleeing Audioth soldiers.
On the main front, the Space Wolves and World Eaters tore through the enemy together.
The so-called armored forces proved utterly useless against Astartes armor. Salamander's Astartes began rescuing human slaves, though only humans. When encountering elf-like subhumans, they still put a bolt through. Humans. It's humans.
Human slaves with collars around their necks cheered at the sight of troops pouring into the city one after another.
Brother. If only you were alive to see this. Father, can you see? Humanity is counterattacking. Those damned aliens are dying in droves. Mother, your soul may rest in peace.
Stormtroopers in white armor advanced in orderly fashion, beginning the rescue of human slaves.
It was an utter rout. Wherever alien Xenos were found, blood flowed in rivers.
The Astartes spared no alien.
We are saved. We are saved. After the fall of the Human Federation, many human regimes had arisen, but most did not survive long.
A few star systems still harbored human guerrilla forces, yet they could accomplish little. Watching the aliens that had oppressed them die in swathes, some could not help but cry out the names of their relatives, comrades and friends who had perished at the hands of the Xenos.
Do not fire on humans. All forces advance toward the palace. For the Emperor. Banzai.
A makeshift unit formed from those rescued on the planet Kote also joined the battle, eager to claim the head of an alien Xenos. The once glorious boulevard lay crushed beneath the treads of Leman Russ tanks.
The corpses of Audioth soldiers trampled under the boots of the Astra Militarum soon merged with the earth. The makeshift defenses erected by Audioth soldiers could not halt the advance of Leman Russ tank treads. Under the cover of tanks and artillery, the Hymeral Cadian shock force charged toward the palace. All of Terra became a sea of flames.
The current Audioth Emperor Malpo fled in desperation, but where could he escape? Outside the city were the Astra Militarum, and within the city dozens of Astartes hunted and slaughtered the Audioth people.
For the Emperor. Karn burst through the palace gates, charging straight for Malpo. Your Majesty, flee.
A guard brandishing a lost pistol fired 2 shots which merely polished Karn's armor.
Then an orc head flew and a headless corpse appeared before Malpo. Horrified, Malpo dashed into a dark alley.
Karn did not pursue, a sardonic grin spreading beneath his helmet.
Bastard. Once I escape, I shall. Boom. A bolter round exploded at Malpo's feet, blowing off his entire lower leg.
He howled in agony, clutching his severed thigh. Yang Chang emerged from the shadows holding a mortal-use bolter in one hand and a chainsword in the other, striding slowly toward Malpo. Greetings, your most exalted majesty of the Audioth Empire. Yang Chang said, a cruel expression gradually spreading across his face.
That day in that alley, Malpo's screams echoed across all of Terra.
It was only when Yang Chang witnessed the myriad signs on Terra that he truly grasped how low humanity's station was in this galaxy. They held no standing in the eyes of those alien mongrels. Humans were nothing more than sentient livestock.
Yang Chang gazed at the skeletal children, his heart beginning to ache with pity for them, especially for a boy who barely reached his thigh with a frail body supporting an oversized head and black eyes staring fixedly at Yang Chang. Child, you're safe now. Yang Chang knelt before the boy, straightening his clothes as he spoke. Where are my mom and dad?
The boy looked up at Yang Chang's face and asked in a faint whisper. Your parents were killed by those aliens. But rest assured, you are safe. Yang Chang knew that a child so young would find it unbearable to learn of his parents' loss, yet he had to accept it to face this dark galaxy.
Sir, I beg you, I want to join you. I want to crush those aliens under my feet.
The child threw his arms around Yang Chang, crying out. Send him to the Schola Progenium. Yang Chang picked up the weeping boy and handed him to a space marine of the Salamanders chapter. As for why he didn't give him to anyone else, standing beside him were a tech priest, an ecclesiarch cardinal, and that Karn fellow. By comparison, the Salamanders were the safest bet.
Kill every last alien on this planet, not even a child, not even an infant shall be spared.
Yang Chang gritted his teeth as he uttered these words.
Blood debts must be repaid with the blood of enemies.
Across the galaxy, the Xenos never anticipated that humanity would not only return but also annihilate an entire nation, in the most literal physical sense. Yang Chang launched his offensive not under the banner of a remnant human force but in the name of the Imperium of Man. He wanted to make it clear to the galaxy that humanity still had a nation.
As for what the aliens thought of it, that was none of his concern. To the liberated slaves, Yang Chang offered 2 choices. After all, forcing a melon only yields bitterness.
They could either become loyal citizens of the Imperium or take a ship and go wherever they wished.
The vast majority chose the former.
They saw hope in this new Imperium, hope for humanity's resurgence. For them, even dying in battle was preferable to being tortured to death by Xenos. Unfortunately, Malp's brother, Malti, had abandoned his kin and fled. Where he had gone remained unknown. After several days, no trace of him had been found.
Malti was lucky; he had escaped before the entire star sector was sealed off.
But the other refugee vessels were not so fortunate. They were all used as target practice by the Luna-class cruisers.
Yang Chang's iron-fisted tactics stunned the neighboring nations.
In their memory, humans were a peace-loving race, weren't they? How could they be so brutal? And no one could figure out where this Imperium of Man had sprung from. They had never heard of such a nation before. Seeing the slaughter of Odysseus' civilians, the surrounding nations labeled this so-called Imperium a nation of extreme racial purity.
Emperor, we have received a connection request from Malti.
The tech priest responsible for communications approached the throne and asked Yang Chang. Yang Chang sat upright on the throne that had once belonged to the Emperor of the Odysseus Empire. Its previous owner had been hacked into 8 pieces days ago. Now it belonged to Yang Chang.
Open the channel.
Yang Chang said to the tech priest. By now the daily work of the Imperial Guard had become accepting enemy surrenders then escorting them to the plaza for execution. The others' tasks had also shifted from capturing to hauling corpses.
Emperor of the Imperium of Man, I am multi-current Emperor of the Odysseus Empire. Thank you for taking my call. Two fangs-bared Maltese face appeared on the screen.
Emperor of the Imperium of Man, Lord of Humanity, Yang Chang. Yang Chang said calmly. Lord of Humanity, if you withdraw from Terra I am willing to cede this star sector to you.
If you insist on continuing the war I will unite the surrounding nations to jointly encircle you. I trust you will make the right choice.
If you keep fighting your people will only become our slaves, our food.
Isn't this an excellent opportunity? First, the Odysseus sector has been renamed the Solar Sector. Second, we will not withdraw.
Third, go F yourself.
Go to hell. If you want me to retreat you'd better kill yourself in atonement. Or I'll F your mother. Eat SHT. You bastard. Humans will never be slaves. Never become your food.
I'm telling you, you moron, I not only cut down your father, I'll kill your whole family. I'll wipe your entire race clean. And don't think you can find reinforcements, you and your allies will be blown out of the sky one by our warships.
If you dare come I'll blast you to bits. Go F your mother.
Yang Chang flipped Malti the middle finger and ended the communication.
Did we get a fix on his location? Yang Chang asked his subordinates who looked at him with adoration.
Located, Salastar, a tech priest said excitedly. While scolding, Yang Chang casually assembled the second fleet centered around the Fuxing-class battleship Dingjus accompanied by 1 Zujueza-class star destroyer, 10 Wanhaza-class assault landing ships, 5 Shangli-class star destroyers, all vessels from the Star Wars universe. While the first fleet guarded the home base, the second fleet was dispatched to Salstar to deliver a major blow to Mart.
Now that everything was in order, Yang Chang could finally rest.
Outside the city, a makeshift force composed of remnants of the Odysseus army and civilians charged toward the Star Marshal's defensive line.
For our fallen families. For Odysseus, the Dark Orcs shouted as they ran.
Hold fire. No one fires without orders. A towering Imperial Commissar was patrolling the defense line holding a bolter in one hand and a power sword in the other, ready to sacrifice himself for the Emperor at any moment. The soldiers of the Star Marshal, clad in green armor, felt no fear, instead they were eager and ready for action. Among them some were slaves liberated from Keat Star. After training they had formed mixed units with veteran soldiers. They had already been tormented by the Odysseus, suffering greatly. When they learned they could go to the battlefield to kill them, they joined without hesitation. Watching the Odysseus charging toward the position with a variety of weapons, the Imperial Commissar let out a helpless laugh, then ordered the Basilisk self-propelled artillery to open fire.
Boo! 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 The shells fired from the cannons blasted hundreds of Odysseus soldiers in the impact zone into pieces as the flames swallowed them. Fire! Thousands of red laser beams shot out.
The Odysseus charging ahead fell like wheat after being struck. The armor worn by Odysseus soldiers was utterly incapable of stopping these lasers. Upon being hit, both armor and body would partially evaporate.
The weapons of Odysseus soldiers were still conventional, mostly kinetic projectile weapons with a few electromagnetic ones.
Yet these alone could not penetrate the armor of the Star Marshal. Outnumbered, the mixed unit was at a disadvantage, so the enemy soon closed in and engaged in close combat.
In close combat, humans were equally formidable. Even in death they would first drive their bayonets into the enemy's body before falling.
Under the soldiers' tight coordination, the gleaming white bayonets were stained one after another with the red blood of Odysseus. On the other side of the battlefield, Oka's steel warrior squad had already plunged into the enemy's position. Where they passed, not a blade of grass grew. A tank was directly picked up and thrown as a weapon, crushing a swarm of Odysseus soldiers.
Monsters, they are monsters.
The Odysseus commander in charge of this assault had participated in the war to suppress the Human Federation.
Back then humans didn't have such powerful things.
The Odysseus Empire was just a small nation in the war decades ago, merely an insignificant participant.
Attacking some remote human planets or plundering human supply convoys was all they could do. Go to hell and repent to the Emperor. Oaks charged into the defense line alone with a chain axe.
With one swing he split the Odysseus commander from top to bottom. Several Odysseus soldiers, seeing this, pulled the triggers with trembling hands. Watching the sparks bouncing off the armor, they collapsed screaming in despair.
Amid desperate screams, this command post was leveled.
It was the third command post he had destroyed. Space Marines were made for this decapitation strike special missions. The weapons of the Odysseus Empire could at most polish the armor of Space Marines, unable to produce even a crack, leaving no trace. On the main battlefield, the charging Odysseus soldiers had been completely wiped out, but the mixed units in the defense line still paid a small price.
However, it didn't matter, Odysseus was already in its final days. Armored units began to outflank the Odysseus position from both wings. The dust kicked up by Lehman Russ tanks clouded the once clear sky. With a final scream, the last resisting Odysseus soldier on Terra died under Oka's chain axe. Let the alien invaders become sacrifices. Let the Xenos dissolve into ashes in the blaze of human fury. We shall sacrifice. We shall fail. But victory will ultimately belong to humanity. Humanity. Hooray! Yang Cheng, sporting a mustache reminiscent of a certain dictator, delivered a speech on the podium before which stood the newly liberated human slaves and his own soldiers. Emperor forever. Humanity forever. A Starsea without humanity has no meaning whatsoever. Yang Cheng looked at the impassioned civilians and soldiers, then glanced at his own attire, feeling that he had a certain Nazi vibe. Now the people's anger had reached its peak. The one who had declared war on them was the Starsea Federation, and the failure was also their own. But now a leader was willing to lead them to lead humanity once again in revenge against the aliens. Humans have never feared the Xenos. Humanity will rise again. The victories of these days had restored their national confidence, and they were willing to give everything, including their lives, for the rise of humanity. They eagerly awaited the start of this war of revenge. Why had humanity become weak? It was because they had been defeated by those aliens of the Starsea Federation. Now they would turn all the resentment and injustice of the past decades into a scorching bullet and fire it at them. They were ready to give back eye for an eye and blood for blood, willing to return all the past humiliation as noble humans. Under Yang Cheng's speech, all the liberated people were ready to sacrifice themselves for humanity. Women joined the logistics units, children entered the Junsi Academy, and men after military training would join the Planetary Defense Force as soldiers. Yang Cheng's words completely mobilized their morale. Other countries were a nation having an army, but humanity was different now. They were an army having a nation. The combat cells in human bloodline were fully activated. They gathered under the golden double-headed eagle of the human empire, ready to charge for this banner at any moment. At this moment, the human empire could not be called an empire, it was a war machine. Once activated, it would tear apart all enemies. Humans, cease your military operations, or else our Yutai Empire will intervene in this war. A white pig with tusks appeared on Yang Cheng's smart screen. We will impose economic sanctions on you, and we will also arrange mercenaries and space pirates to attack your nation's fleet. Looking at the smug expression of that white pig on the screen, Yang Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. What country did you say you were? The Yutai Empire, the richest nation in the entire Outer Ring sector. Looking at that white-skinned pig, literally Yang Cheng couldn't take it anymore. Fuck you. A short and straightforward sentence. Then Yang Cheng hung up the communication. Damn it. How dare humans treat us like this? Yang Cheng's action directly enraged the aliens. No human had ever dared to treat them like this. Humans actually dare to look down on us. We volunteer to be the main attack. Personally defeat this ragtag human army. An alien with a llama head shouted on the display screen. Get lost. You just want to grab some spoils first, don't you? A mercenary unit commander exposed the llama's true intentions. To hell with you. I call this contribution. While everyone was arguing in the channel, Multi suddenly said, "Everyone, if you don't come rescue me soon, you'll be discovered by the humans." Multi's words plunged everyone into silence. Yang Cheng's newly formed second fleet was already heading here. If reinforcements didn't come, he might be done for. Don't worry, the Sara star you're on now is protected by a whole meteorite swarm. As long as you don't play with fire, you'll be fine. Hearing everyone's reassurance, Multi breathed a sigh of relief. Boo. 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 Multi on the screen was suddenly engulfed in a burst of flames, and then the communication was forcibly cut off. What's going on? Before the people in the channel could react, they saw Multi's screen go black. A few minutes later, a large face appeared on the screen. Sir, how do you use this thing? Two soldiers in black armor, the purification soldiers, were fiddling with the communication device. Hey. Human. What have you done to Multi? A mercenary regiment commander yelled at the two purification soldiers. Multi. You mean this? One purification soldier picked a piece of shredded flesh from the wall, rolled it into a meatball, and threw it in front of the screen. A few minutes later, the other side turned off the screen. Alright, I think we can confirm that the Odysseus Empire is already a shell of its former self. There are probably not many Odysseus people left in the universe now. In the dark expanse of the galaxy, a colossal warship suddenly emerged, its hull gleaming in silver-white, accompanied by several smaller escort vessels. Dingju's class Resurgence Star Destroyer. Production information. Manufacturer Quatentrala Engineering Dockyard. Model Resurgence Class Star Destroyer. Type Battlecruiser. Star Destroyer. Technical specifications. Length 2915. 81 meters 9566. 29 feet. Engines 8 Gemini 8 ion engines. 3-star destroyer ion engines. Hyperdrive system equipped. Power plant IIIA-1A Class 1 hypermatter annihilation reactor. Sensor systems multispectral sensor towers and sensor arrays. Armament 1500 turbolasers and ion cannons. Point defense turrets. Point defense missile launchers. Tractor beam projectors. Complement 2 starfighter wings. Space superiority fighters. TIE space superiority fighters. First order TIE bombers. Ground vehicles.
Personnel crew members 19000.
Enlisted personnel 55000. Emperor the Second Fleet guarantees success. Kylo Ren said respectfully to Yang Chang.
I leave it to you. Also, has your force recovered? Yang Chang naturally understood the most peculiar power in the Star Wars universe, the force which every Jedi must master with proficiency. Your Majesty, my power is not fully restored, but it is sufficient for combat. After learning the truth about Kylo Ren, Yang Chang felt relieved. Besides martial prowess, leadership and command abilities were essential qualities for a Jedi.
I leave it to you. After some time you and the 0 personnel. Stormtroopers 8000. Kylo Ren.
Before Yang Chang appeared the detailed information of the Dingjus, and beside him stood a man in a black robe and mask respectfully.
Cringy. Kylo Ren, you and your fleet will handle this area.
Yang Chang had specifically come to see the legendary Cringy Ren.
After a while, talk to your father. I guess he will forgive you. After speaking, Yang Chang left the Dingjus.
Of course you'll probably get a beating. As the birthplace of a famous scene in Yang Chang's memory, the moment Kylo Ren pierced Han Solo with his lightsaber certainly ranked among the top 10. As a notorious filial son in fictional works, Kylo Ren rivaled Horus and Lu Bu.
After Yang Chang left, Kylo Ren began inspecting his troops. The First Order's Resurgence class. The Galactic Empire's Interdictor class Star Destroyers.
The Old Republic's Acclamator class assault ships. The Old Republic's Victory class Star Destroyers.
Kylo Ren looked at his motley fleet and fell into deep thought. All ships jump. Target the human empire.
With 5 battleships, 10 cruisers and countless frigates, the jump commenced.
Gentlemen, this time we will utterly annihilate the human empire.
The fleet consisted of several pirate groups and mercenary companies led by the largest pirate faction among them.
Kill them all. Loot everything. Burn it all. A wolf-head commander shouted over the comm channel. Puchur.
A sudden cry rang out in the comm.
What is that? Everyone stared at the Resurgence-class battlecruiser before them, deep in thought. A Titan. No bigger than a Titan.
Puchur said in terror, staring at the Resurgence-class battlecruiser.
Quick! Jump immediately. Now!
As a space pirate, Puchur knew well that the larger a warship, the more terrifying it was. His own small vessels probably wouldn't even be a snack for that thing.
Sir! We can't jump, a pilot shouted in panic. What?
Puchur rushed to the pilot, pushing him aside to take control himself.
Damn it! What's going on? Why can't we jump?
Puchur pounded the wall in fury, cursing loudly. What Puchur didn't know was that the 4 large circular objects equipped on the distant Interdictor class were the cause of their failed jump. The powerful gravity well projectors on the Interdictor class were designed precisely to prevent them from escaping.
Open fire! Kylo Ren commanded decisively, watching Puchur's fleet in the distance. Tens of thousands of volleys of fire surged toward Puchur's fleet. Countless explosions bloomed among the warships and innumerable blaster bolts struck Puchur's vessel. Shields can't hold. Power insufficient. Evacuate immediately. Spread out the formation. But, there are friendlies all around. To hell with friendlies. Get out now.
There was no camaraderie among pirates. They had joined this battle for profit, leaving matters that risked their own necks to others.
Damn it. Puchur and the others are running.
Under the firepower of the Second Fleet, pirates and mercenaries ignited one firework after another in the dark galaxy. Without the flagships cover, the smaller ships could only rely on evasive maneuvers to dodge the bombardment, and most of them didn't make it.
Deploy starfighters. Annihilate the remaining enemy forces. Leave none alive.
Kylo Ren spoke coldly and mercilessly. In terms of extremism, he could rival Yang Chang. Under the coordinated attack of TIE fighters and interceptors, countless pirate small craft were destroyed.
Faced with the overwhelming might of the Second Fleet, Puchur's fleet was utterly annihilated. Your Majesty, Puchur's forces have been completely annihilated.
Three aliens with pig heads addressed the pig-headed figure seated on the throne before them. When has our Utai Empire ever suffered such treatment?
We should dispatch an expedition fleet immediately.
Instruct General Gurdon to mobilize the First Fleet, Second Fleet and Third Fleet to eradicate humanity, then demand that all nations neighboring that human regime sever diplomatic ties with it.
This was the current approach of all aliens toward human regimes, first isolating the human polity, then waiting until other alien nations were free to jointly destroy it.
But it had no idea that this method was as effective as nothing for Yang Chang. In Yang Chang's mind there was no such term as other races, only one race, humanity.
Emperor, can this truly please the machine god?
Several tech priests, their cybernetic eyes wide with bewilderment, stared at the tractor before them. Of course. If you faithfully repair this tractor, its machine spirit will surely be delighted, and so will the machine god. Yang Chang bluffed with perfect seriousness.
You're not pleasing any machine god, you're just pleasing me, he grumbled inwardly.
These oil priests were quite adept at stirring things up. On Terra Star, whose urban infrastructure had been nearly non-existent, they erected a city and an agricultural base within a mere month.
Their construction capabilities were nothing short of remarkable.
This awakened a certain unknown gene deep within Yang Chang's DNA.
Minerals, energy, food.
Yang Chang knew these were the essentials of any interstellar civilization, yet the resources available were still far too scarce. Watching the tech priests swarm around the droids from the Star Wars universe, Yang Chang smiled wryly. Both sides were now supplementing each other. Without access to the Iron Men technology of Warhammer 40k's Golden Age, he could only make do with Star Wars substitutes for now.
Next came the arrangement for the ecclesiarchy personnel. Yang Chang found them a most suitable occupation: teachers.
Among these freed slaves, the youngest children would be placed in the Imperial Ecclesiarchy schools, where clerics would instill the doctrine of human supremacy alongside a variety of other subjects. Impressed by the ecclesiarchy's performance, Yang Chang allocated them a territory for their bishopric, allowing them to preach freely, but only within that designated area. The planet Taman, previously bombarded into a barren sphere, was handed over to the Mechanicum to do as they pleased.
Beacon Star was currently cordoned off.
Several chapters or warbands requested the Emperor to use the planet as a training ground, though some conflicts had already erupted among the legionnaires. Additionally, an Astra Militarum regiment composed of former soldiers among the slaves liberated by Odysseus had been fully assembled. The Odysseus Assault Regiment specialized in shock troops recruited from the slaves of the Odysseus Empire and renowned for its positional warfare. The regiment's organization included infantry battalions, armored battalions, and artillery battalions. Taking an infantry battalion as an example, an Odysseus infantry squad consisted of 20 soldiers equipped with 2 meltaguns and 1 stubber. 3 squads formed a company supported by 2 Lehman Russ main battle tanks and other auxiliary vehicles. 3 companies formed a battalion with a commissar attached to the battalion headquarters and heavy weapon units organized under the battalion's command structure. 3 battalions formed a regiment with heavy weapons allocated as needed for the battlefield. 3 regiments formed a subsector army group typically deployed at the battalion level. Regarding individual soldier equipment, Yang Chang decided to outfit them according to the standard Cadian trooper green carapace armor and helmet plus a green uniform.
Company-grade officers and sergeants were also authorized a dress uniform based on the U.S. Army's ACU camouflage pattern system. Are there population options in the store?
Of course. Population is sold in units of 10,000, costing 500 war points per 10,000.
However, each individual's temperament cannot be guaranteed to obey you. No problem, let's start with a few 100,000. Ding. Summoning initiated.
Note these people are native humans, all normal individuals.
Host, be aware. Starting modification of others' memories.
The helmets of the Audiuxian Legion were adorned with twin lightning bolts. According to their own lore, these bolts symbolized victory and lightning heralding triumph as swift as a thunderbolt.
All hands prepare.
On the training grounds of the Imperial Military Academy, 300 soldiers stood with bayonet-fixed rifles, their gazes fixed upon the targets before them. The targets were bound with various aliens, most of them captured Audiuxians.
All troops attention. Thrust. Each soldier with a mixture of trepidation drove his bayonet into the bound Audiuxian before him. Damned bastards. Humans. I will kill you. Please. Please. Grant me a swift death. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
The agonized screams of the Audiuxians echoed across the field. In unison with their cries, the soldiers' bayonets plunged downward.
Remember. Show no mercy to alien Xenos.
Every alien you slay contributes to the rise of humanity.
Boom.
A sudden roar split the sky, drawing every gaze upward.
A gray rectangular transport shuttle staggered toward the landing pad. Unidentified craft.
Immediately identify yourself and state your purpose.
2 swing fighters circled and streaked toward the transport. Boom.
With an explosion from the transport's engines, the ship crashed into the center of the landing pad.
Quick! Surround this area. Activate yellow alert. Hundreds of stormtroopers serving as rapid reaction forces arrived at the crash site aboard hovering transports. Establish a perimeter and send a message to the nearest Astartes unit.
As the hatch opened, tens of thousands of people adorned in splendid attire emerged from the transport.
We are citizens of the Human Federation. We lost our way in the warp. May we ask where this is? System, you're truly amazing. You've pulled out human ships lost in the warp. After acquiring the basic information of these people, Yang Cheng exclaimed with excitement.
However, it also exposed a problem: he had far too few guards around him.
He did have Kyan, but Kyan was a warrior ill-suited for a bodyguard. System, can I summon the Adeptus Custodes from the Imperium of Man in Warhammer? Ding, not yet.
However, if you desire close protection, here are recommendations from the Star Wars universe: the Emperor's Shadow Guard or the Royal Guard. The Emperor's Shadow Guard is an elite special operations unit of the Royal Guard composed of Force-sensitive recruits from the Sun Guard and remnants of fallen Jedi. They served the Galactic Empire during the Great Jedi Purge and were trained by Darth Vader. The Royal Guard, a specialized guard force under the First Order with status and role similar to the Imperial Royal Guard of the Galactic Empire. The elite guard unit is loyal to the Supreme Leader, clad in crimson armor and robes with red masks concealing their faces. They number 8 masters of various martial arts, including the Iron Hand technique, and carry an array of high-tech melee weapons.
System, how much do these cost?
Yang Cheng naturally knew the capabilities of these two guard types, especially the latter, the crimson-robed guards. A dozen of them together could even hold their own against Darth Vader.
Ding, Emperor's Shadow Guard 50000 each.
Crimson Royal Guard 10000 each.
Hiss. That's exorbitant. Yang Cheng was stunned by the outrageous prices. He might as well get a few Space Marines.
Ding, these guards are professionally trained. In terms of protecting personnel, the Astartes are indeed inferior to them.
Find 3 Emperor's Shadow Guards and 6 Crimson Royal Guards.
Ding, deducting 2 10000 war points.
Yang Cheng watched his war points drain away like receding tides, his mood plummeting. 2 lunar-class ships gone. Emperor. 9 guards filed in and took positions beside Yang Cheng. We salute you.
The 9 guards bowed to him in unison.
Good. From now on you shall protect me.
Yang Cheng addressed the guards.
At your service.
Gurdon, bearing a claw scar across his face, was reorganizing his forces. As the wealthiest nation in the Outer Rim, his military was also top tier in that region. Take for instance the Slave-class battlecruiser beneath his feet, 1235 meters in length, equipped with hundreds of cannons and kinetic weapons along with several quantum shield generators.
3 fleets. Is that really necessary?
Gurdon gazed at his assembled armada with a puzzled expression.
It's just wiping out a fledgling human civilization.
Once the fleet arrives, we'll commence orbital bombardment, then kill all males, sell all females into the slave markets, harvest the children's organs for sale, and subject the prettier young girls to scenes straight out of a depraved fantasy. Gurdon had no idea what kind of force he was about to face. His so-called battlecruisers numbered over a dozen in the human empire. In the Yutai star system, a battle that would determine the fate of the Yutai people erupted at this moment. All carrier-based fighters launch.
Maximize all energy output. Kylo Ren calmly commanded, observing the Yutai fleet that outnumbered even the second fleet in the distance.
From a distance, the Yutai fleet indeed held the advantage, but one must not forget the greatest strengths of Star Wars warship: speed and high firepower output.
Hurry! All pilots assemble at designated positions. Fighters prepare for takeoff.
Pilots of the First Order's TIE fighters and the Rebel Alliance's swing simultaneously donned their helmets and sprinted toward their respective starfighters.
I can't believe I'm fighting alongside the First Order, a rebel pilot grumbled as he climbed into the cockpit.
As various models of carrier-based fighters emerged from the hangars of the Star Destroyers, Gurdon's side detected them.
The enemy has launched a massive number of fighters.
A Yutai Empire pilot, gazing at the countless red dots on the radar, hastily reported.
Why are they so obsessed with fighters?
Gurdon stared at the densely packed red dots on the radar and said in confusion. In the galaxy, this was now the era of massive capital ships. It was understandable that the Odious Empire had lost to humanity's battleships, but if he himself failed to defeat humanity's fighters, it would be a tremendous disgrace. Launch our fighters immediately.
Deploy frigates and destroyers to escort the larger warships.
Although Gurdon had no experience commanding fighters, he believed it would not hinder his performance. The enemy has no capital ships.
Don't be afraid.
The Yutai fleet's fighters began to launch as well.
Gurdon thought his fleet could easily annihilate the enemy, but he forgot about the countless red dots on the radar representing the human empire's fighters.
The Yutai fleet began to disperse to engage the enemy. A UTI destroyer equipped with torpedoes and medium-caliber cannons was sufficient against human Federal warships, but it was no match for the formation of hundreds of fighters. Captain Sierra of a UTI Empire destroyer was the first to experience the terror of the fighters.
Damn it! They're everywhere. Our cannons can't do a thing to them.
Sierra shouted helplessly in the bridge, watching the fighters swarming around.
Boom!
An explosion threw Sierra and the rest of the bridge crew to the ground.
Sir! The engine has been hit.
A UTI Empire pilot staggered over and yelled.
Sierra cursed, if it's hit, go fix it. Don't come reporting.
A squad of UTI soldiers in spacesuits had just reached the damaged area when several red laser bolts struck, instantly engulfing them. Reform the formation.
For the Emperor.
After completing the combat objective at this location, the surviving TIE fighter and swing pilots regrouped and launched another attack on the enemy. The fighting spirit of the First Order and the Rebel Alliance was fully displayed. Even if their formations were broken, they could quickly reorganize to continue the mission.
The primary mission of the TIE fighters and swings was to draw the enemy's attention, destroy their anti-aircraft turrets, and then execute flanking maneuvers. Meanwhile, the TIE bombers would seize the opportunity to deliver devastating blows to enemy warships. By now Gurdon had noticed the fighter swarm approaching from the flank.
"Sir, enemy warships are closing in on us," a crew member reported.
Gurdon looked into the distance. A triangular formation centered on a Resurgent-class Star Destroyer was advancing toward them.
The energy beams exchanged between the cannons of the Star Destroyer and the UTI Empire warships filled the space.
Human Empire frigates closely circled the Star Destroyer. Center the formation on the Resurgent-class Star Destroyer.
Dispatch 2 Imperial-class Star Destroyers to charge at full speed toward the enemy flagship, Kylo Ren said, then donned his black helmet. Gurdon now admitted he had underestimated the human empire. Although the human warships were fewer in number, their quality was far superior.
His battlecruisers had become useless. Even after several salvos, they could not penetrate the enemy's shields. Now they were struggling against the enemy destroyers and frigates, and they could no longer use hyperspace jumps. Damn it!
It must be that ship's doing. Gurdon immediately recognized that the warship staying behind, not participating in battle, was the culprit preventing their jump.
Sir, we can't go on like this.
Aware of their predicament, Gurdon made a decisive order to advance at full speed. The only way to escape this battle was to boldly destroy that strange warship.
Sir!
The rear has been breached. A UTI soldier armed with a weapon rushed into the bridge and shouted to Gurdon. In the dark corridor, dozens of UTI soldiers, weapons at the ready, stood facing the darkness ahead.
In an instant, a red cross-shaped lightsaber appeared at the end of the corridor.
The crimson light swept toward the UTI soldiers like a deathly reaper.
Open fire. Kinetic weapons, laser weapons, all available arms were used. Hundreds of rounds shot toward the dark figure. In the blink of an eye, all those bullets were eerily suspended in midair.
Is this magic? A UTI soldier exclaimed.
No, this is the Force. The dark figure instantly sent all the incoming bullets hurtling back with tremendous force. Damn it! Keep firing.
Laser beams shot toward the figure, who effortlessly deflected them with a single swing of the lightsaber.
Kill him! Kill him!
Countless laser bolts raced toward the figure, only to be deflected one by one.
Monster! He's a monster!
The UTI soldiers were slaughtered one by one amid terrified screams.
What the hell is going on?
On the bridge, Gurdon was still cursing his subordinates when the metal door suddenly fell straight down as if cut by some weapon. So this is the command center. A figure clad in black armor and a black cloak slowly stepped forward and spoke. So you just cleaved this fellow to death?
Yang Chang asked, looking at the head of Geardan severed by Kylo Ren, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yeah, exactly that.
Kylo Ren's voice sounded from beneath the black mask.
Forget it, let it be.
Yang Chang had originally wanted to see if the Inquisition could extract some military deployments of the UTI Empire, but Geardan had been beheaded by Kylo Ren in one stroke and his body was crushed by the Force, dead beyond any doubt. When the war report reached the UTI Empire, the entire nation was shocked. King Dade collapsed on his throne in terror.
By now, who didn't know the fearsome reputation of the human empire?
It had spread throughout the entire outer star cluster. Extreme militaristic regime, racial purity, human supremacy, extreme xenophobia, these words were synonymous with the human empire. Turning refugee ships into target practice, blasting alien planets into rubble, decapitating enemy leaders, and so forth.
Dade knew exactly what kind of being he had provoked. If he couldn't handle this properly, his head might well become the human emperor's chamber pot. Now not only was the human empire after him, but several other nations also wanted a piece of the pie. Moreover, one of his own princes harbored rebellious intentions.
System, when can I perform the next world jump? Yang Cheng couldn't wait, whether it was kicking the Gion dukedom from Gundam like a ball or sending all those natives from Avatar to heaven one by one. He was already impatient.
Don't worry, host.
Please wait another month until the system cools down before you can initiate another jump. The system's voice echoed in Yang Cheng's mind.
Yang Cheng shook his head in slight disappointment. Forget it. Which country should we declare war on next? Now the planet Terra had been completely reformed.
According to the plans of the tech priests and the ideas of the ecclesiarch, they wanted to build a palace the size of a continent on the entire planet to manifest the Emperor's majesty, though most of that was the ecclesiarch's idea.
Do you think I have time for that? Come on, fighting is the top priority. Unify the entire galaxy first.
Now various departments from Warhammer 40k had started operating the Adeptus Arbites. The Inquisition, the Departamento Munitorum and other fanatical organizations had officially begun their work.
Of course we should also give a clear introduction to these fanatics. The Adeptus Arbites, for justice, strict punishment must be enforced.
The Inquisition, innocence is not guilt. Departamento Munitorum manages military logistics. The most fanatical of all was the Inquisition. The Inquisition had the authority to oversee everything in the Empire except the Emperor himself, though the consequences of that were unknown. The Inquisition was an ultra-secret agency that combined the functions of secret police, spies, heretic killers, alien hunters, and mutant exterminators. The Adeptus Arbites was a bit better, only a few hundred times more fearsome than the Gestapo. Every member, including their cybermastiffs, was equipped with carapace armor, bolt pistols, police-grade storm shields, and power weapons. Meltaguns were rare, but plasma guns, heavy bolters, grenade launchers, and flammers were abundant. The regional headquarters of the Arbites even had Lehman Russ battle tanks parked, and they had repressor armored vehicles, rhinos and chimeras for transport. The words "martial virtue abundant" might as well be inscribed on the gates of the Arbites.
Protest. We want freedom. Aliens are also people. We can't treat them like this. Reject dictatorship. Oppose violence. We want peace. We should unite with aliens.
At the gate of the Emperor's temporary palace, thousands of people who were originally from the Human Federation gathered to protest. They experienced even harsher laws in the Human Empire than in the Human Federation, which touched the interests of some. An Arbite's executioner holding a long shotgun stared intently at the protesting crowd.
Several proctors wielding mortal-grade chainswords commanded the arbitrators.
Hundreds of arbitrators and support personnel armed with riot shields and various weapons formed ranks and stared at the crowd. "Emperor, we should slaughter them all immediately and hang their heads above the palace to proclaim your majesty." An archbishop standing beside Yang Cheng said excitedly.
"What blasphemy!
We should turn them into servitors to contribute to Hive City construction." Amugos of the Adeptus Mechanicus agreed.
"Your Majesty, the people opposite request to communicate. She claims she wants to convey the correct ideology." A custodes approached Yang Cheng and said, "Connect. Let's see what trick they're up to."
Yang Cheng waved his hand. Quickly a large screen appeared in front of him, showing a white person on the screen.
"Glad you accepted our call. On behalf of the people, we hope you will end this dictatorship and transform the human empire into a human republic. We cannot generalize, there are friendly aliens in the galaxy too. Are you done?" Yang Chen lifted his head indifferently and looked at the woman.
"Of course. I hope you will seriously consider our proposal, otherwise we are capable of breaking into your palace and hanging you." The woman raised her head arrogantly after speaking.
"Are you done? All right."
Yang Cheng waved to a custodes and made a throat-slitting gesture.
"I still hope you."
The woman was suspended in the air in a strange posture, while behind Yang Cheng a custodes had extended his arm and made a choking gesture towards her.
"All right, the farce is over." Crack!
With a crisp sound, the woman's neck was twisted by the custodes using the force.
"Those rebels don't need to be spared,"
Yang Cheng said to Bishop Wendell, who was standing beside him hopping eagerly.
"Understood, Emperor."
Wendell immediately ran to the palace gate and spoke to the responsible executioner.
"Soldiers, fight for a better tomorrow. Resist the dictator. Stop serving your oppressors."
These protesters were those wealthy people who were unwilling to work and extremely arrogant.
In their eyes, they shouldn't have to do any labor. "Take them out." The executioner waved and signaled. "Open fire."
The two heavy bolters mounted on the high platform opened fire on the protesting crowd.
They didn't know that the human empire truly dared to use force to suppress riots. Previous human nations would never have dared to do that. This bunch of troublemakers was blown into scattered bits of flesh under the Arbites' heavy bolters.
Inquisitors and investigators went door to door to arrest those who had participated in the riot and fled. Their fate would be to tremble under the iron clamps of the interrogators who could interrogate prisoners by any means they deemed necessary, including various forms of mental and physical torture.
Yang Chang was utterly exasperated by those idle troublemakers who dared to rebel. Would it not be better to serve the Empire faithfully? Though he had not granted them a life of aristocracy, he had at least ensured they had food to eat. Why then did they seek to revolt? There was no corruption, no embezzlement. A formidable military force safeguarded their security, and the labor system was devoid of oppressive 996 or 007 schedules. Was it truly necessary? Yang Cheng genuinely wished to cast these would-be rebels onto Katakan to commune with the local flora, or abandon them on Armageddon to frolic with the orcs. Alright, we've battered those white-skinned pigs enough. Which nation remains unconquered? Now that their fleet was thoroughly crippled, they would not recover anytime soon. After subjugating the white-skinned pigs, the human empire gradually bordered several other nations, though none were human, a motley collection of horsehead, oxhead, and dog-headed races. Yang Cheng currently had no time to deal with them. What in the world is this orc? Yang Cheng pointed at a large orc empire visible on the star chart, inquiring. Your Majesty, this is a branch of the greenskin orcs. Their main force is unclear, likely equivalent to a tribe, replied a local who knew the region. My mother, wife and daughter were sold here. Orcs. The name triggered a memory within Yang Cheng. If it were indeed that race, he was prepared to retreat immediately, just flee outright. No, it's merely an ordinary orc tribe. They are a militaristic nation that dominates the outer rim, constantly plundering other states. And they have no moral code. Wherever they pass, not a blade of grass remains, the man added, trembling involuntarily. To put it bluntly, ordinary aliens might commit atrocities as depicted in depraved media, but orcs go far beyond. They engender acts so abhorrent that even the most perverse would recoil in disgust, surpassing the depravity of certain cultures. I see. Then this is the one who crushed them without mercy. First Fleet, prepare for an expedition. All Astartes will follow, led by Karn. Let us see what these orcs are truly capable of. Yang Cheng gazed at the holographic projection of the Orc Empire, the Rotaban Empire. This time Yang Cheng did not expand the fleet but replenished transport ships and ground forces, followed by a large-scale upgrade of heavy weaponry. The Rotaban Empire was far from the solar domain, making round-trip supply impossible. Yang Cheng thus issued an order for local resupply. What did this mean? It meant they could plunder the resources of the Rotaban Empire on sight. Since these orcs delighted in raiding, let them taste the bitterness of being raided themselves. Following the map, Yang Cheng and several commanders decided first to seize the enemy's border planets, then lure their main force away from their capital star system for a decisive battle. If the enemy refused to come out, that was fine too. Step by step they would capture every planet or system, resupplying locally, taking whatever they could, slowly devouring the enemy's territory. Surely the orcs would eventually dispatch their army. At present the number of Astartes stood at about 50, but their loyalties created an awkward situation. Yang Cheng lacked the time to assemble an entire chapter. The system did not offer such an option either. Moreover, the Empire needed funds everywhere: material supplies, production, maintenance, all were points of war. These 50 Astartes included warriors from both the 30th millennium and the 40th millennium. A 10th Ascend gap left them somewhat estranged. Their allegiances ranged from loyalists to traitors, with a few unclaimed individuals of unknown origin. When several Astartes from Abaddon's Black Legion met veterans of the 30th millennium's Luna Wolves, the atmosphere became exceedingly delicate. Iron Warriors and Imperial Fists, Ultramarines and Word Bearers, Emperor's Children and Iron Hands, Thousand Suns and Space Wolves, all rivalries converged together. Rumors of the Astartes also spread across the cosmos, reaching the ears of the current Rotaban Empire's king, a colossal green orc. Nonsense about one warrior defeating 100, it's all human propaganda, drawled a massive orc seated upon a throne of thousands of human skulls, profoundly bored. This was Yukard, the current king of the Rotaban Empire. The empire revered absolute strength alone. The previous king had been slain by Yukard, who then rightfully ascended the throne. Yukard was far superior to those mindless orcs, or those obsessed solely with propagation. It could employ strategy, though its tactics were barely distinguishable from having none at all. Indeed. Our king is invincible across the cosmos. What can those puny humans do? Shrieked de Groot, standing nearby. Unlike the Warhammer 40k orcs, who only ever screamed whack, these creatures possessed a third leg. They could reproduce. Their third leg was quite similar to that of humans. Orcs had their own and goblins had theirs. Under normal circumstances they enjoyed priority in selecting slaves. If an orc earned sufficient battle merits in a conflict, it could choose its slaves first. After all selections were made, the remainder became communal property. The Rotaban Empire launched aggressive campaigns at regular intervals, plundering everything to expand their race. The entire orc species was divided into 3 castes: orcs, goblins and grots. Ha! We are precisely short of human slaves. Immediately dispatch the fleet to attack this so-called human empire. Around the 70th chapter the first Primarch would appear.
Orcs are born warriors. Even the most basic common orc can effortlessly take on 2 or 3 adult males.
Yet now they face beings that can no longer be called human, space marines. Slay them. Dozens of space marine drop pods were launched with scores of space marines inside preparing for battle. Blast them away.
The orc anti-aircraft cannons began firing at the battle cruisers landing on the planet. Above them several drop pods were hurtling down toward the orc positions. The Emperor's reign of death descended upon this world.
One drop pod landed squarely in the midst of the orc anti-aircraft emplacement. Several goblins were instantly thrown into the air by the impact of the landing pod. Meanwhile, a few orcs wielding various weapons opened fire at the drop pod. For the Emperor. A space marine of the Luna Wolves Legion charged out wielding a chainsword. They remind me of orcs. Kalaki, a space marine of the Luna Wolves, had fought against orcs face-to-face during the Ullanor campaign. His experience with those greenskins was fresh in his mind. Casually crushing the struggling orc in his grip, Kalaki continued his advance. Compared to orcs, these creatures were far too weak. Brother! Take down that cannon.
A space marine of the Iron Hands Legion used a heavy bolter to demolish one of the orc bunkers.
Mop up the battlefield. Destroy the enemy's shield generator.
Khan swung his chainaxe, carving a bloody path through the endless sea of orcs.
Space Marines possessed reaction times measured in nanoseconds. Within seconds, a single Marine could reduce a dozen orcs to pulp.
More and more Space Marines emerged from the landing pods. The orcs in this world, lacking the ferocity and courage of their Warhammer counterparts, swiftly broke into retreat under the overwhelming onslaught of dozens of Space Marines.
Human! Your opponent is me. A stronger orc with darker green skin strode before Kalaki and roared.
These were the backbone of the orc armies, more vicious and brutal than common orcs.
Pumu had no idea what these humans were.
In an instant his most capable underlings had been slaughtered. The humans' extensive combat experience conveyed a critical message to Pumu. These 2-meter-tall human giants were unlike any human soldier he had ever encountered. They were born for battle just like orcs. Yet in terms of combat technique they might be inferior. As Pumu hesitated, only he remained alive in the anti-aircraft position.
Damn it!
Pumu glanced at the trembling Gretchen huddled in corners and the orcs that had tried to flee only to be gunned down. Several Space Marines from the Dark Angels Legion prepared to interrogate those Gretchen, while the Night Lords began some artistic creations using the orc corpses.
Single combat or a brawl? Kalaki picked up a chainaxe and addressed the orc before him. Pumu. Single combat. Pumu resolved to face his enemy bravely like a warrior of the Luwadaban Empire. Since escape was impossible, he would die on the battlefield. Alas, no sooner had he prepared himself than 2 blood-crazed world eaters spotted him. Blood for the Emperor. Skulls for the Golden Throne. And then. There was no then.
Pumu, who had just agreed to a duel, met an ignoble end beneath the chainaxes of the 2 world eaters.
Is the shield generator down?
One of the world eaters, still in a berserk state, immediately regained his composure upon seeing Kalaki's murderous glare.
It's down, the world eater replied. Good. Don't interrupt duels in the future. Kalaki withdrew his homicidal gaze and began to clear the battlefield. Arrange for the Astra Militarum to land. We still have a long war ahead. The planet they had just conquered was designated Oxu, a world of barren deserts and wastelands with little strategic value. To the Imperium of Man it was useless, but to the Luwadaban Empire it was invaluable. This planet was one of the crucial passages for Luwadaban's raiding expeditions, the most convenient route. Its loss would deal a devastating blow to the orc fleet operating beyond. Whether heading south or east, one must pass through this star system. If lost, not only would the Navy come under attack, but the orc homeworld itself would be threatened. After the Space Marines had largely destroyed the planet's anti-aircraft defenses, they ordered the Aedixius Regiment, which had been waiting in orbit, to commence the assault. One after another, Devourer transport ships began breaching the atmosphere of the planet Oxu, descending into its desolate realm. The planet's governor, an albino orc, was visibly more robust than the white orc under Aedixius' command. Hundreds of thousands of goblin and orc soldiers led by Governor Greeno advanced menacingly toward the Astra Militarum positions. Greeno aimed to annihilate them before they could establish a foothold on the planet. Wa'ak!
The green tide roared as it charged toward the Imperial lines.
Hank! Stay sharp. The enemy is almost upon us.
Hank's position was at the very front of the line. Before them lay a dug trench known as the Iron Guard line, stretching several kilometers. Heavy bolters and lasguns were deployed along its length with missile launchers at key points. Behind them dozens of Basilisk artillery pieces provided support. Space Marines were also stationed nearby for rapid intervention. Hank belonged to one of the companies of the Aedixius Regiment. The entire defensive line was manned by 1 infantry regiment and 1 armored regiment. Before his liberation, Hank had been one of AT-ATs' slaves.
Like many former soldiers among the slaves, he had joined the AT-ATs regiment after gaining freedom.
These men were either former special forces of some human nation or individuals harboring a deep hatred for aliens.
Ready yourselves. The Emperor is with you. Do nothing to dishonor him. A commissar holding the regiment's banner in one hand and a bolt pistol in the other shouted loudly. In this dark universe there is only endless war and death. Yet we continue to fight for the survival and glory of the human race, for the Holy Emperor. For the master of mankind. The commissar, undaunted by the charging orcs, bellowed to the soldiers. Open fire. The orcs slammed headlong into the combined barrage of lasguns and heavy bolters from the AT-ATs soldiers. Under the overwhelming firepower, countless orcs fell like wheat before a scythe. Greeno, leading the charge, became a primary target. His body melted under the beams of lost fire. Greeno's death did not halt the orc advance, except for the goblins. Most of those who tried to flee were trampled by the orcs behind them. Artillery strike. The self-propelled guns in the rear began bombarding the charging orc horde. Under the combined assault of the AT-ATs soldiers and artillery support, a death zone was established before the trenches. Countless orcs fell within that zone. Technological disparity cannot be bridged by courage alone. However valiant the orcs might be, they were ground to dust under the Imperial artillery. Though the orcs still wielded mostly melee weapons, that did not mean they lacked heavy armaments, only the question of whether those weapons could function remained. Incoming. Take cover. Hank quickly crouched and found shelter as the orc shells arrived. Their accuracy was abysmal. Aside from a few unlucky souls, there were almost no casualties. Meanwhile, Imperial Navy fighters appeared overhead to provide support. Under this two-pronged assault, the orcs experienced what true fire suppression meant. After suffering horrific losses, the remaining orcs finally reached the trenches, only to be met not by terrified human faces but by row upon row of bayonets. Countless orcs who had just breached the trenches were impaled by those bayonets. As more reinforcements arrived, the battle concluded. The planet was fully conquered by the AT-ATs regiment. Enemies of the Empire, listen. You have come to die. The immortal Emperor stands with us. We are invincible. His soldiers will shoot you down. His war machines will crush you. His mighty artillery will make the sky collapse upon your heads. You are doomed to defeat. The Emperor has granted us his most powerful weapons. Prepare yourselves. We are the Audi-Shosi Assault Regiment. Today is our day of victory. This voice resonated across the entire domain of the Luwadaban Empire. For the Luwadaban Empire, this was no longer a mere slap in the face but a heap of filth smeared upon it. Ea Iowa. Upon learning of the fall of Oxustar, Wakade, enraged, casually strangled a human female slave who was serving him. Dispatch all fleets. I will execute humanity in front of the entire galaxy. To put it kindly, the orc fleet was a fleet. To put it bluntly, it was a pile of flying junk, lucky if it could even lift off. Various garbage warships from different planets gathered at Wakade's location. This force, composed of orcs, had conquered the entire Outer Rim using these junk weapons. Human. Listen to me. Abandon Oxustar immediately, or we will execute these hundreds of thousands of human slaves. Wakade, holding a giant machine gun, broadcast this message across the entire Outer Rim through interstellar communications. Your Majesty, what should we do? The Archmagos of the Mechanicus, the Ecclesiarch of the Imperial Cult, the commanders of 2 fleets and various department heads asked beside Yang Chang. We cannot lose strategic objectives for a small gain. Let it kill if it wishes. But every human it kills today, it will repay with 10 green orcs in the future. Yang Chang's voice echoed in everyone's communication channel. Indeed, the Emperor loves not a single person but all of humanity. All actions are executed with the goal of ensuring the continuation of the human race. The Ecclesiarch exclaimed excitedly. Notify the afternoon execution of all Xenos within the Empire and arrange their heads in outer space. Yang Cheng understood that if they wanted to play this game, he would have to match their ruthlessness. System, show me options for military expansion. Yang Cheng turned his attention to the system. His ground combat forces were still too few. How many warpoints for a Night Titan? Ding, 10,000 warpoints. System, do you have any stargates or similar? Yang Chang wished he could directly move the fleet over Wakade's head and launch an orbital bombardment. Not available for now. All right. Yang Chang began expanding the army, starting with a death corps of Krieg regiment. He already had one, but more were better. In the Krieg combat doctrine, Krieg commanders believe victory comes from the relentless crushing of superior numbers. Their theories lean toward attrition warfare, willing to sacrifice far more than the enemy on any battlefield to secure victory. The key to any battle is simply a matter of time and manpower. This is precisely why Yang Cheng chose them.
The battle on Oxustar was bound to be an attrition war, and against such a conflict the Krieg were undoubtedly the safest choice. Also transfer the Armageddon Steel Legion there. I refuse to believe these so-called orc forces can defeat them. At present most of the Imperial ground forces were being dispatched to Oxustar.
To prevent the orcs from striking their homeworlds, Yang Chang spent some war points to create a planetary defense fleet. Orcs, huh? Let's have some fun.
Yang Chang thought as he stepped into a shuttle.
To Oxustar. It's time to announce humanity's stance to the entire universe. The humans haven't replied.
Wakade was furious. He felt humanity had ignored him. No one in the Outer Rim dared to ignore him.
Kill all human slaves. Click.
A blue screen appeared before Wakade, and in the center of the screen was Yang Chang.
Human, have you decided to surrender to us?
Yang Chang said nothing but showed Wakade what was behind him, a massive pit filled with surrendered orcs and various aliens.
Pour.
Dozens of barrels of gasoline cascaded into the pit simultaneously. Yang Chang stood by watching coldly.
Light it.
Dozens of soldiers threw torches into the pit. In an instant the gasoline ignited and countless aliens were engulfed in flames. The firelight flickered across Yang Chang's face, showing a mercilessness that even made Wakade shiver.
Human, do you think killing so few will frighten me?
Yang Chang cast a meaningful glance at Wakade before cutting the communication.
Damn humans. Kill them all. Your Majesty, this area is about to become a war zone. Please evacuate immediately.
Yang Chang nodded and reboarded the shuttle. Why had he shown all this to Wakade? To make his stance clear: kill if you must, but bear the consequences.
After Yang Chang left, Speyer also parked the Shenquan Ho above Oxustar, waiting for the orc fleet's arrival.
What ag? Hundreds of garbage warships swooped down toward the Imperial fleet.
All hands prepare. Macro cannons and lance batteries aimed at the diving orc ships.
Some of these vessels could no longer be called warships, they were better described as space junk.
Boo! 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 Under the bombardment of macro cannons, the orc ships disintegrated instantly. Some orc ships even lost control and crashed into their allies. What ag? These losses did not make the orcs retreat. More orc ships emerged. Forget the humans up there. Occupy the planet first. This time the orc commander Gurdon personally led the fleet in the assault. Their goal was not to destroy human ships but to recapture Oxustar.
They did not care about losses, they needed breeding grounds.
Countless orc warships crashed down toward the surface of Oxustar like meteorites.
The moment they made contact, a massive explosion erupted.
What ag?
Countless orcs crawled out of the wreckage, grabbed whatever was at hand and charged toward the Audishosi regiment's positions.
For the Emperor. The soldiers of the AT-ATs regiment swiftly took their positions behind the barricades, then aimed their rifles at the charging orcs.
The artillery positions in the rear began to bombard the green tide of orcs.
Countless shells like falling meteors plunged straight into the orc horde, triggering massive explosions. Whack!
These barrages had too little effect on the orcs. Millions of goblins and orcs were charging toward the planet's soul base, the AT-ATs regiment's position.
Soldiers! Do not panic. The Emperor is with you. Should you fall, we shall meet again in the Hall of Valor.
The orc warships in the sky continued descending relentlessly. All firepower of the First Fleet was brought to bear, every bomber was launched.
Countless weapons formed a dense interceptor net in the sky against the plummeting orcs. All macro cannons target the enemy capital ships. All lance batteries max output. Relieve pressure on the ground forces.
Admiral Speer sat on the command throne of the Divine Right, issuing orders with calm composure.
Sir! Our bombers are almost out of ammunition. Then return to the hangars and rearm immediately. All Marines, hold your positions. Don't let the enemy board your positions.
Several firm-class frigates launched all their nuclear missiles. Countless orcs were engulfed in flames, but for this race the losses were still negligible.
Sir, the Emperor says the Second Fleet is on its way to reinforce us.
A naval officer reported to Admiral Speer.
Hold on. For the Emperor. Requesting reinforcements.
Where are the shells?
Countless orcs were now mere meters from the trenches.
All firepower on the line had opened up. The roar of heavy bolters and loslocks rose and fell, and the scream of Meltas echoed across the land.
Row! An orc wielding a cleaver charged into the trench, only to be met by a gleaming bayonet.
Despite this firepower advantage, the orcs pressed forward madly. They used wreckage from their ships as shields against the shrapnel, though those scraps could not stop the lasgun rounds of the AT-ATs soldiers.
The eastern line is breached.
A runner rushed to the commissar, who upon hearing the news grabbed a power sword and headed over.
Where are the tank units? Hank asked over the calm as he hastily fired at the orcs. 3 kilometers from you.
We're surrounded.
Upon hearing this, Hank abandoned all hope.
Gazing at the sky teeming with orcs like a tidal wave, he fell into despair.
Comrades! Today we die with honor. Fight bravely. For the Emperor.
The commissar charged to the breached position with his power sword, and with a single swing. Whir! The power sword cleaved the orcs that had breached the line in two.
For the Emperor.
For the master of mankind. The commissar raised his power sword high, slashing down orcs relentlessly.
None of you will leave here alive, Xenoskunk.
The commissar, holding the regimental banner in one hand and swinging the power sword with the other, felled countless orcs around him.
May you all return to the Golden Throne.
A wounded veteran suddenly lunged with his bayonet, charging at an orc breaching the line.
For the Emperor. The veteran drove the bayonet into the orc's brain, then bit down hard on its ear.
The line quickly crumbled. Swarms of orcs poured into the trenches, engaging the AT-AT soldiers in close combat.
The Emperor sends his regards, Xeno bastard.
A soldier dragging his severed leg grabbed an orc and triggered the grenade on his belt.
Boom!
The blast took out a dozen orcs that had stormed the trench.
Whack! More orcs surged forward wave after wave while the soldiers fought back with bayonets fixed on their rifles.
The kill ratio on the battlefield had reached 1 to 5. Humanity unleashed unprecedented ferocity. Countless men pulled their grenades and died together with the orcs beside them.
Damn it! Don't panic. The commissar's arm had been severed, yet his remaining hand still hacked at the enemy relentlessly. We shall meet again at the Golden Throne.
The commissar dropped his power sword and picked up a bolter instead.
Emperor, protect, machine spirit bless.
The commissar murmured a prayer over the battered bolter scarred from explosions.
For the Emperor.
Miraculously the bolter fired, and not just that, but at a rate faster than usual.
Under the bolter's barrage, countless orcs were struck and exploded into gory blooms.
But the commissar's arms, unable to withstand the immense recoil, burst apart from the strain. Staring at his bloody stumps, the commissar gave a resigned smile.
Whack! Human! I will kill you. Golden's massive hands tore the commissar in two.
Hank's arm was broken by the impact. Clutching a lasgun with one hand, he crawled toward the only position still holding.
Ha 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 ha. Human! Your time has come. A colossal orc swung a huge axe at Hank.
By all logic, Hank should have died then and there, but at that critical moment his rifle saved him.
Clang! The rifle's body blocked the orc's axe. Seizing the opportunity, Hank kicked the orc right in its third leg. Ugh! Before the orc could even scream, the bayonet had already pierced its throat. Thank the Emperor, Emperor protect.
Hank kicked the orc corpse aside and crawled toward the one bunker that had not yet fallen. What Hank did not notice was that in the instant he struck down the orc, a golden ring of light briefly enveloped him for a second.
This is Bunker 9. Requesting support. Orcs are everywhere. The lone Lozlock in the bunker fired wildly like a lighthouse in the orc sea. The scattered troops regrouped here. Hank was among them.
In this dark galaxy, the only shining light was humanity's indomitable will.
Emperor above.
Gather all Melta charges, we'll go down fighting these orc bastards.
A veteran soldier wielding an inferno pistol commanded. Newcomer. Put your dog tags in your mouth or they'll vaporize from the Melta.
The veteran said, then stuffed his own tags into his mouth.
Press them under your tongue, easier that way. Following the veteran's instruction, Hank also tucked his tags into his mouth.
Now they would face a boundless tide of orcs. The soldiers of the AT-ATs regiment who had survived the Green Tide were holding the only stronghold, Bunker No. 9. The battlefield was strewn with mountains of corpses, and the surviving soldiers only managed to stay alive by using their comrades' bodies as cover. The standard bearers had changed countless times, but the lightning banner of the AT-ATs regiment still stood tall atop the bunker.
For the Emperor.
For the master of mankind.
Led by Hank, the soldiers stared with cold eyes at the orcs encircling them.
By now Gurdon already believed he had won the battle.
Countless orcs surrounded them, feasting on the corpses of their comrades and insulting the Emperor in them in human language.
The veteran who had spoken with Hank earlier had fallen to an orc's cleaver, and Hank could not forget the last words of that old soldier.
When I die, you take command.
Hank understood his duty as a human soldier. He would guard the banner of the Empire with his life.
Men of the AT-ATs regiment. Prepare to die together.
Hank shouted at the dozen wounded soldiers beside him.
Ha 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 ha. Humans. You will only become our slaves. Slaves of the orcs. Gurdon let out a ferocious laugh as he gazed at the AT-ATs soldiers. Boo. Boo. Boo.
Then a black thunderhawk suddenly emerged from the sky.
What is that? Gurdon looked at the lone thunderhawk transport flying in the sky and asked. Boo.
In the blink of an eye the Thunderhawk flew to the bunker and 3 Space Marines in blue power armor jumped down.
You have done what you should, soldier.
The leader had a pauldron insignia of a sergeant from the 1st Tactical Squad of the Ultramarines 2nd Company. Beside him were 2 other Space Marines from the same Ultramarines Legion, but their ranks were clearly lower than that sergeant's.
Human. Take off your helmet.
I will personally chop off your head. Gurdon shouted at the leading Space Marine.
Click.
The Space Marine removed his helmet, revealing 4 golden studs embedded in his forehead.
What ag? Gurdon, wielding a cleaver, roared and charged at that Space Marine.
The massive blade swung down toward the Space Marine's head but was blocked with ease.
What ag? Gurdon was visibly annoyed, but before he could react a sharp pain shot through his groin.
Then he saw that the Space Marine had used his other hand to fire a bolt pistol, blowing through its 3rd leg.
Gurdon instantly became Guidon. Bastard.
Gurdon endured the pain and tried to counterattack, but it was too slow in the Space Marine's eyes.
Boom.
A clean shot, the immense penetrating power of the bolt round tore Gurdon's head into pieces.
As Gurdon's corpse fell, the orcs scattered in panic while more reinforcements were slowly arriving from behind.
The entire Oxu star was surrounded by the 1st and 2nd fleets, and all the Luwadaban Empire's ships that had come to Oxu were completely annihilated.
For the Emperor. Kill all Xenos.
Under the cover of bombers and fighters, the orc forces on Oxu star were completely eradicated.
By the Emperor. What loyalty.
When the ground forces reached Bunker No.
9, one of the commissars couldn't help but exclaim. All around the bunker were the corpses of orc soldiers. In the center of the green sea of bodies stood the conspicuous banner. Report.
The Aedixius Assault Regiment, originally numbered 106,300, now 530. Hank stood before the officer who had come to receive them and saluted with the Aquila.
Your actions have demonstrated your loyalty to the Emperor. The officer returned the respect by saluting Hank with the Aquila. What do you plan to do next? After the battlefield was cleared, a new soldier approached Hank and asked. What about you? What do you want to be? Me. I want to be a stormtrooper.
The new soldier turned his head and glanced at the stormtroopers who were finishing off wounded enemies. I want to go to the officer academy and become a commissar. As he spoke, Hank couldn't help clenching his fists. The image of that commissar before his death flashed in his mind. Emperor, the Aedixius regiment has lost over 90% of its men. Yang Chang looked at the report and couldn't help but sigh. This unit, armed with the most ordinary equipment, had withstood an attack from millions of orcs. Emperor, the enemy leader has been slain by our Space Marines. The remaining orcs are hiding across the planet.
Kill them all, leave none alive. After issuing this order, Yang Chung continued reviewing the tactical map.
Now that Gurdon had been killed by Space Marines, the entire Luwadaban Empire was just one leader, Wakade, away from collapse.
Emperor, what should we do next?
All the high-ranking officials around Yang Chang turned their gaze to the master of mankind before them. As long as the Emperor wished, they would have no problem dragging the stars and moon to the palace. The first great crusade should be prepared. Before the expedition begins, destroy this Wakade.
Understood.
Yang Chang opened the system and began preparing to expand his forces. Nearly 3/4 of Wakade's Luwadaban Empire consisted of former human nations' territories, so it also held a vast number of human slaves.
Many planets that once belonged to humanity were transformed into slave arenas and trading posts.
Several other planets were used as orc hunting grounds where humans were dumped to be hunted as prey. Yang Chang was very familiar with such deliberate acts of genocide. Since they enjoyed it so much, he would make them taste genocide themselves.
Inform the First Fleet the Second Fleet will rest at Oxu Star temporarily.
In 3 days advance immediately to the capital system of the Luwadaban Empire. I will turn this Wakade into soap.
Understood.
Receiving the order, the High Command of the Empire immediately began mobilizing forces.
Emperor, what about the Aedixius Regiment? Yang Cheng thought for a moment and said. The Aedixius Regiment will rest temporarily, then transfer the second batch of trained recruits to them. Understood. After finishing everything, Yang Chang suddenly remembered that he needed a Primarch to assist him. System, do you have characters like a Primarch, a Lord, a Master Chief for sale? Of course, but you need more war points to unlock them. Hearing the system's words, Yang Chang was thrilled. He urgently needed a Primarch like Gilliman or Lorger who excelled in administration. Their operational capabilities were top-notch. We will sacrifice. We will fail. But victory will ultimately belong to humanity. There can only be one outcome to this war. Either humanity retreats from the galaxy, becoming eternal losers and slaves, or humanity will rise anew. Ascend once more to the pinnacle of the stars. If I fall first, then let my body be wrapped in the Empire's Skyhawk banner. Long live humanity.
Yang Cheng delivered a passionate speech before the battle commenced. Hundreds of thousands of Imperial citizens listened intently before erupting into thunderous applause.
Long live the Emperor! Long live humanity!
Dozens of high priests from the Imperial ecclesiarchy clad in exotic vestments shouted in unison. Countless soldiers solemnly performed the Aquila salute toward Yang Cheng while the tech priests of the Mechanicus expressed their respect with the cog gesture.
Now we have only one goal. A former homeland of humanity reach.
Behind Yang Cheng an image of that planet materialized.
The former cradle of humanity shall never be defiled by those filthy orcs. All hands prepare. Enemy fleet on the starboard.
The combined forces of the First and Second Fleets began their advance toward the capital star system of the Rotaban Empire. As they progressed they naturally encountered large-scale resistance from orc fleets.
All ships scatter and engage.
Admiral Spire commanded his vessels with cold composure, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the orc forces outside. These orcs drifted through the cosmos in a profoundly unscientific manner, diverse in form, size and appearance, resembling nothing more than a heap of garbage. Hidden within that refuse were hundreds of cannons. Their power remained uncertain, for no one was willing to take a hit to find out. The various weapons mounted on the orc warships sounded the opening salvo of the battle. Countless shells hurtled toward the vessels of the First Fleet.
Prepare to evade. Activate the void shields. Spire ordered calmly. Report. The mountain range has been boarded by the enemy.
Close weapon range.
Commence attack. Kale Loren led the Second Fleet to encircle the Orc fleet while Spire's First Fleet drew their fire from the front.
In terms of numbers the orcs held an overwhelming advantage.
But in weaponry the gap was immense.
Countless orc assault boats charged toward the First Fleet's warships.
The macro cannons on the vessels retaliated fiercely, turning many orc boats into fireworks across the galaxy.
A few orcs reached the outer hull but could do nothing. Hundreds of meters of armor were no joke.
The small boarding parties that breached the interior were met by the well-prepared Marine Corps. Imperial naval soldiers engaged in fierce bloody combat with the roaring orcs within the cramped corridors.
Every soldier held their ground.
Meanwhile lance batteries began firing upon the orc vessels. The principle behind such weapons was the emission of an ultra-high-power energy. The efficiency of a lance turret could be enhanced by combining several smaller beam emitters into a single focused beam.
This weapon could ignore the armor of other ships and directly pierce through their hulls.
Countless unfortunate orcs were incinerated into ash by the lances, though a few managed to evade. All orc vessels could serve both as attack ships and transports. Hundreds upon thousands of orcs rode their warships to charge at the enemy. Of course most ended up as space debris. The few that made it through were annihilated. Xenos. Today is your day of doom. Captain Heiko of the mountain range swung his power sword, hacking down orcs on the bridge. The orcs surrounding him trembled at the sight of their fallen comrades. Their initial ambush had gone smoothly, but as soon as they stormed the bridge they were met head-on by fully armed Imperial officers. Outside, various starfighters from both sides engaged in a furious chase. The battle had reached its peak and the Second Fleet was nearly done encircling. We can't win. Run. Some orc shouted and the entire orc fleet began to rout. Damn it. Retreat. For reasons unknown the orc fleet inexplicably collapsed, fleeing even before the encirclement was complete. What the hell? The captains of several star destroyers stared in bewilderment at the orcs' panicked retreat. Quick. Kill him. Kill him and you'll get food. In the Orc Imperial Palace on Reach, several emaciated human boys fought in a cage while their parents watched from outside. They battled over a piece of long moldy bread. Seated above the cage was none other than the Emperor of the Rotaban Empire, Yukard. These humans think they're something just because they took down a Gul'dan. You've got to be kidding me. Yukard laughed heartily as he watched the human boys locked in a life-or-death struggle below. Your Majesty, leave Reach to me. You can move on to other planets to enjoy our spectacle of slaughtering humans, a diminutive goblin said, approaching Yukard with utmost deference. Ha ha ha. Plus it's yours. Slaughter those weak humans. By then the fight in the cage had ended. One boy had pinned another beneath his foot but did not kill him. Kill him. Kill him and you'll get food, an orc urged impatiently. To them it was all a game, the winner could take the loser's entire family as slaves. Humans are nothing but weak, despicable creatures. Chop off that so-called human emperor's head and mount it on my throne. Hank, did you know? His Majesty the Emperor is preparing to retake Reach. A recruit at the military academy said to Hank, who now had a mechanical prosthetic. What? Upon hearing this news, Hank immediately ended his training and hurried over to the recruit. Reach was once the homeworld of the human nation, the Sorban Federation, one of the states annihilated by the orcs. Hank himself had once been a soldier of the Nangoat Federation. Hank, have you heard the news? Dozens of soldiers ran over as he was checking.
They had all once been members of the Sorbonne Federation, now they were just soldiers of the human empire.
It's been so long since I've returned to my homeland. I just declined my family's banquet.
I will personally fight my way back to reach and set foot on my native soil again.
I'm going back too.
Though I was born in a slave camp, my parents were Sorbans. I want to return to the homeland. I've never seen a young fresh-faced soldier said with excitement.
I'm going to ask for leave from the officer.
I must take part in this battle, Hank said, his voice brimming with fervor.
Ziyuan Star, once the homeland of humanity, Yang Chang murmured as he gazed at the azure planet. Emperor, there is something I must report, an officer said, walking up to Yang Chang.
Speak. Many who were once part of the Sorbonne Federation have applied to join this assault force.
They demand to personally reclaim the homeland that once belonged to them.
The Sorbonne Federation. Yang Chang heard this name for the first time and couldn't help feeling curious.
Emperor, the Sorbonne Federation was a nation primarily composed of humans. It was destroyed by the orcs over 20 years ago, and many Sorbonne people were reduced to orc slaves.
I see.
Have you counted how many Sorbonne wish to join? Emperor, there are 1500 people in total.
They have requested to form the Vanguard Assault Force.
Approved.
Though this nation has fallen since they were once our compatriots, we must repay them with orc blood. However, I am curious how the Sorbonne Federation fell.
According to them, didn't the Human Federation completely collapse only a few years ago? Yang Chang asked the officer. Emperor, according to them, they initially took in a group of orcs disguised as refugees.
Out of goodwill, they donated a planet for them to inhabit. But unexpectedly, those orcs gradually devoured their land. In the final years before the Human Federation's extinction, the Sorbonne people were completely isolated on a continent by the orcs and eventually became their slaves. The officer recounted all he knew. Notify all Space Marines to participate in this operation.
Let orc blood drench this planet. Understood. By the Emperor above, this is the last time we ask you, are you certain you want to follow the Space Marines on the landing mission? This is very likely a one-way ticket.
With 3 Terran hours remaining before the Battle of Ziyuan Star, an officer spoke to the 1500 Sorbonne soldiers for the last time.
This is many of us first time setting foot on our homeland. We will personally reclaim it even if it's a one-way ticket. Hanka, dressed in a commissar uniform, declared passionately before the crowd. The national flower of Sorbonne is the dandelion.
We will drift back to our land like dandelions.
All right. Once you enter, there will be no heavy weapons support. You'll have to wait until the shield generator is completely destroyed.
Your drop zone is the Jiasha Plain.
Less than 10 kilometers from there is the enemy's anti-air position. You need to destroy it. Understood. Begin boarding. Prepare for drop. For the Emperor.
The Emperor-class battleship centered on the Shenquan began bombarding the energy shield on Ziyuan Star.
Our attack can temporarily disable the enemy's shield generator. Space Marines and assault troops, take this moment to break through. For the Emperor.
Dozens of landing craft under the cover of TIE fighters began advancing towards Ziyuan Star. Welcome back to our homeland, everyone. Hanka, dressed in a commissar uniform, said slowly while gazing out the window of the landing craft.
Many young soldiers stood up and looked out the window.
They fell into silence, gazing at the azure planet before them. Born in slave camps, they had never seen their former homeland.
The national flower of our Sorbonne Federation is the dandelion. We will drift back to our homeland like dandelions, Hanka said, looking at the young inexperienced soldier. For the Emperor. For our former homeland.
Under the cover of a dozen TIE fighters, the landing craft carrying the 1500 suicide soldiers temporarily breached the enemy's planetary energy shield.
We have entered the atmosphere. 2000 meters remaining. Everyone prepare. Boom, 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 boom.
An orc anti-air position was directly hit by a Space Marine drop pod.
Time was tight and these drop pods were almost tossed down directly. Massive dust directly engulfed half of the anti-air position.
Before the orcs could react, 3 purple-painted Space Marines had already burst out of the drop pod.
This was the last thing those orcs saw.
Next, several bolters effortlessly turned them into a pile of minced meat. A Space Marine with a roaring eagle head on his left pauldron and a Roman numeral 3 on his right pauldron charged into the orc horde.
For the Emperor. The purple-painted Space Marine, under a hail of bullets and shells, steadily continued destroying the orc anti-air cannons.
Is this a monster? An orc screamed at the sight.
In the blink of an eye, that orc was also cleaved in half.
50 Space Marines began destroying enemy anti-air facilities with task division, while the World Eaters and Dark Angel Space Marines started searching for the enemy's shield generator.
Hurry! Establish a defensive line on the spot.
The assault troops under Hanka's leadership began carrying out their missions in batches.
Here. This is our homeland. Several recruits of Suaban blood murmured as they looked at the devastated land. Set up defenses. Quickly assist the angels in attacking the enemy shield generator. Shock aside, the assault troops quickly swung into action. The orcs, still dazed from the Space Marines' assault, soon received a warm welcome from the former Suaban people. For the Emperor. Several soldiers armed with flamethrowers roasted the orcs hiding in bunkers. They repaid the orcs all the oppression they had suffered over the years. Hanka, wielding a chainsaw sword as tall as half a man, led the charge into the orc trenches. Boom, 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 boom. The chainsaw sword roared to life, its spinning teeth like a death knell sweeping toward the orcs. At the same time, 2 Space Marines from the Dark Angels Legion stormed into the control room of the shield generator. Luo Myuk of the Dark Angels Legion, equipped with a jetpack, charged into the shield generator center of Ziyuan Star. Behind him, another Space Marine of the Dark Angels Legion followed. For the Emperor. Luo Myuk swung his power sword as he stormed into a corridor. The orcs inside, upon seeing him, hastily raised their crude weapons and began firing. A torrent of firepower rained down upon Luo Myuk, yet none could penetrate his power armor. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them. In that instant, over a dozen orc soldiers lay dead in the corridor. The remaining orcs, seeing this, chose to retreat while fighting, but that only delayed their deaths by a few seconds. By now, Plath had completely broken down. Mere moments earlier, Yukard had asked him how the battle on Ziyuan Star was progressing, and now his command center had been breached. Plath fled through the narrow corridors, finally ending up in a dead end. In despair, Plath realized that the elite orc troops following him had all perished under the blade of that towering human warrior. No orc could survive more than 2 exchanges against him. Luo Myuk, his power sword gleaming with cold light, slowly approached Plath. Don't come closer. Don't come. No. I surrender. Surrender. Xenos do not surrender. Plath, a goblin, felt the terror of humanity for the first time. No. No. Ah. In utter desperation, Plath was crushed by Luo Myuk's hand. This is Luo Myuk. The enemy command post has been destroyed. We are shutting down their shield generator. Acknowledged. Continue the attack. Ka-En, holding a chain axe in one hand and strangling an orc a head taller than himself in the other, was about to enjoy the moment when he received Luo Myuk's message. Upon confirming that Luo Myuk had completed his task, Ka-En issued the next order. Filthy Xenos. Ka-En casually snapped the orc's neck, then continued his slaughter with the chain axe. With the planetary shield down, wave after wave of landing forces began touching down on the surface of Ziyuan Star. One after another, regiments of the Krieg Death Corps were deployed here. Stop torturing them. Finish the mission. Ka-En coldly addressed the Bat Boys, who were gleefully tormenting orcs. Several Space Marines of the Night Lords Legion ceased their sadistic pursuits and resumed clearing the orcs. The Night Lords often adorned themselves with a grotesque and terrifying emblem, a fusion of a fanged skull, bat-like wings, and blood-red eyes. Their weapons were equally horrifying, for they believed that spreading fear was as potent as a bolter round. Talad, a Space Marine of the Night Lords Legion, had discovered a peculiar pastime, pulling out an orc's nails one by one, then stuffing them into its ears and watching it expire. Armed with a chainsword, Talad lurked in the darkness. His objective was to infiltrate the orcs' breeding facility. By the Emperor, he whispered, moving like a phantom to the entrance of a massive gate. This is the place. Talad kicked open the iron door, and the sight before him seared into his eyes. Hundreds of human women were bound together like livestock, while thousands of towering orcs stood behind them, engaged in their vile act. By the Emperor. By the Gene Father. What blasphemy is this? In an instant, Talad plunged into the factory. His chainsword danced like a wraith among the orcs, every swing carving them into scattered heaps of gore. A massive orc breeding champion raised a meter-long hammer and swung it at Talad, but to the Astartes the motion was laughably slow. SSSSHHHK. The orc's leg was severed cleanly by the chainsword. Die Xenos. Talad brought the chainsword down onto the breeding champion's forehead, not to kill outright, for death would rob him of the ensuing amusement. The blow merely caved in the orc's skull. The chain blade roared to life, the monomolecular teeth chewing into the orc's cranium, churning its brain into a pulpy mess. With the champion's death, the surviving orcs quickly surrendered. If their strongest couldn't win, they knew they'd only be feeding the slaughter. But they did not realize that surrendering now would be the most foolish decision of their lives. The Night Lords are especially fond of torture. These greenskins would soon experience the tender care of the Space Marines of the Night Lords Legion. Help! Help! I surrender. Why do you humans torture captives? Cried an orc, a shard of its own claw embedded in its eye socket, writhing in excruciating agony. You are Xenos. Talad replied as he crafted implements of torment for the orc. It seems the battle is over. As Talad worked, several more Space Marines stormed in.
The arriving Astartes hail from the word bearers the Death Guard and the Alpha Legion, each more twisted than the last.
No more assignments.
Contact the Astra Militarum and have them send reinforcements, said a Death Guard Space Marine. Some Space Marines began interrogations or prayers while others hurriedly maintained their weapons. Talad, however, continued his brutal slaughter of the orcs. What is 1000-7?
Talad asked, snapping off an orc's fingernail. It's
too slow. Talad casually snapped another of the orc's fingers. Dozens of orc corpses hung gutted like fish while several of the larger ones dangled from the base's rafters like grotesque weather dolls.
Soon a Krieg infantry company arrived.
A Krieg company comprised 740 soldiers and officers, including a 5-man command group, 2 10-man grenadier squads each equipped with a Centaur utility vehicle for transport, a heavy weapons platoon and 10 infantry platoons. Each infantry platoon consisted of a 5-man command group and 6 10-man squads. The heavy weapons platoon had a 5-man command group and 9 6-man heavy weapon squads. "Hail to you, angels of the Emperor," said the Krieg company commander, saluting the green armored Death Guard with the Aquila gesture.
"Those people are inside, go rescue them." The Krieg captain nodded and led his men into the berthing facility. Where to next? A dozen renegade Space Marines exchanged bewildered glances. "Let's go offer the heads of those Xenos to the Emperor," declared a red-armored World Eater. After a moment's consideration, the dozen Astartes agreed except for Talad, who was still engineering new instruments of orc torture. "To the enemy's port. Stop charging. Stop."
Commissar Kosa screamed at the Krieg soldiers who were still advancing through their own artillery fire. "Wait until our barrage ends. Cease the charge."
Kosa shouted over a loudspeaker from the trench.
Without the warboss command, the orcs on Zuyuan Star became utterly disorganized. After enduring the devastating assault of the Space Marines, they now faced these grey-clad gas-masked humans.
Just as the orcs thought they could turn the tide, reality delivered a brutal blow.
Their vaunted close combat prowess was shattered not only by the Astartes but also by these ordinary human soldiers. These men could be killed, but they refused to retreat, utterly breaking the orcs' morale. Even more terrifying, who charges under their own artillery fire. "The Emperor has commanded us to seize control of this planet with all haste."
"All for the Emperor," said the Krieg regimental commander, his voice utterly devoid of emotion through the gas mask.
Kosu was speechless. Who would have thought their tactic was to shell and charge simultaneously? Damn, it should have made it clear, Kosu lamented, forced to join the Krieg Grenadiers in the assault. Krieg Grenadiers typically wielded the 14 heavy lasgun, affectionately called the Hell gun, within the Imperial Guard. With a range of nearly 28 megathols and an advanced sight system offering up to 4x magnification as well as low-light infrared and thermal imaging. The Hell gun's power pack could be worn on the back, facilitating quick recharging and supporting nearly 200 shots. Its drawbacks included frequent maintenance and a tendency for barrel deformation and other mishaps due to overheating. To mitigate this, Hell guns were equipped with built-in heat pipes containing high-pressure coolant, which, though frequently recycled, provided minimal protection. With heavier protection, Grenadiers wore Type B gas filtration systems and their core batteries were mounted on their backs. Grenadiers typically undertook the most intense assault duties, so they had ample grenade supplies. Even though the Hell gun lacked a bayonet lug, they carried blades for close combat. The orc stronghold on the battlefield had been largely destroyed by artillery, though a few machine gun bunkers remained. Orc heavy machine guns could easily shred Krieg soldiers, but armored units tried to prevent that. Several Macarius heavy tanks emerged, systematically eliminating the remaining enemy fire points. Soon the orc heavy weapons fell silent and a second bombardment followed. This barrage was far heavier than the first, churning the earth repeatedly. Orc corpses draped the dusty ground like a green shroud. Krieg soldiers advanced swiftly behind the tanks, with combat engineers clearing obstacles ahead and other soldiers moving in front to remove barriers. Their objective was the largest orc base on Zuyuan Star, Bayonet Base, once a naval facility of the Suaban Federation, now a greenskin paradise. The Krieg had just cleared the outer defenses of Bayonet Base, unaware that over a dozen Space Marines had already breached it from the other side.
98, 99, 100.
A Space Marine clad in black power armor was decapitating orc after orc, piling 100 green heads into a pyramid beside him.
Lokil.
I need 13 more orc heads to complete the mission. Once a member of the Black Legion's so-called Hans of Abaddon sighting, had all his marks of chaos scrubbed clean, yet his habit of beheading enemies and offering their skulls to his commander remained unchanged.
"Don't come to me. My quota isn't filled either, I still need 15 Xenos heads." Another Space Marine from the same Black Legion warband shouted back. Unlike these volatile warriors of the Black Legion, several Astartes from the Emperor's Children were frantically salvaging paintings in the Bayonet Base that had narrowly escaped becoming orc toilet paper. These dozen or so former traitor Legion Astartes had formed small cliques. Once bitter enemies, the World Eaters and Death Guard now shared a grudging camaraderie. The art-loving Emperor's Children and the siege-obsessed Iron Warriors found common ground.
Everything seemed to be improving, except for the Alpha Legion, who had managed to alienate everyone through sheer duplicity. They dreaded the moment when in the middle of a friendly conversation someone would remove their helmet and declare themselves to be Ifa Ruisi. Hey! Don't chop heads here. I don't want these priceless paintings splattered with filthy orc blood. A space marine of the Emperor's children yelled at the Black Legionary who was busy decapitating nearby. While the two were bickering, Aesighting unexpectedly spotted an orc hiding behind a control console. One step closer to the quota. Aesighting raised his axe to deliver a perfect beheading when a World Eater suddenly burst out and lopped off the orc's head in a blur of motion. You! Blood rushed to Aesighting's head. The orc he had painstakingly found was stolen right under his nose. You red-skinned dogs! Who gave you the right to steal my kill? Aesighting felt a phantom butcher's nails burn in his skull. What's the matter? Just kill a few grots to pad your numbers right. That remark stabbed straight through Aesighting's heart. How could this sacred slaughter be cheapened with grot? Wanna fight about it? I was purging heretics for the Emperor while you were still in diapers. I'm a Terran-born veteran. I've been cutting down Xenos for 5,000 years. And the other 5,000. You slipped into the warp to stab the Emperor, didn't you? The World Eaters and Black Legionaries were all hot-tempered by nature. Unlike other legions or chapters, when they fought among themselves they meant it. Woohoo! Fight! Fight! The Alpha Legion, a bunch of congenital schemers, relished the spectacle and cheered from the sidelines. Ifa Ruisi, twice. Several Astartes set aside their immediate grudges and decided to deal with the Alpha Legion first. The Alpha Legion's favorite battle cry was for the Emperor, which made them universally despised by both sides. As the burly warriors grappled, Kane suddenly burst through a wall and charged in. Looks like you've been having fun without me. The murderous intent behind Kane's helmet was unmistakable. Known as the political commissar of the World Eaters, Kane had more than a few tricks for disciplining Astartes. The Emperor has issued new orders. In addition to exterminating all Xenos, we are to systematically destroy enemy infrastructure. Ziyuan Star is to be converted into an Imperial military base. Understood. The campaign on Ziyuan Star was nearly complete, entering its final mopping-up phase. The Kriegsmen had not disappointed the Emperor, achieving the vast majority of objectives in record time. The Space Marines personally slew every last Xenos. Emperor. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Dozens of ecclesiarchy cardinals and archmagos of the Mechanicus gathered around Yang Chang, asking, yes. I must enhance my own power. Yang Chang had decided to undergo a momentous procedure, a genocide augmentation, on himself. Before that, Yang Chang exchanged two items from the system: the Genocide of the Adeptus Custodes and a Zeta-level psychic rating, both vital aids for his growth. The Custodes transformation process must begin in infancy and continues throughout the subject's development. Many candidates go mad or die midway. Unlike the standardized 19 surgeries of the Space Marines, Custodes augmentation is fully customized. Each candidate receives a tailored regimen to create or enhance specific traits based on their unique genetic potential, forging unparalleled and one-vacant Golden Guardians. Yang Chang had spent all his war points to acquire this Custodes genocide. Though he could not personally undergo the Emperor's own modification, countless magi of the Mechanicus would participate. Emperor, what form would you like your augmentation to take? Something like a blade champion will do. Yang Chang knew that accepting the Custodes transformation would force him to abandon many things, but his physical capabilities would be immensely enhanced. Let us begin, Emperor. The archmagos in charge of the procedure spoke reverently, then injected a vial of golden liquid into Yang Chang's body. In an instant the surgery commenced. Yang Chang lay on the cold operating table while dozens of Mechanicus magi labored to transform him. Within the subspace it is almost a mirror image of the real world. There is no time or distance within the subspace. It is completely and absolutely free from the constraints of time, space and physics. In the subspace the laws of physics, time and nature are meaningless concepts. In this chaotic and dark space a cry resounded like a baby's wail, yet also like a person's unwilling roar. A golden sun appeared here, its cold sunlight illuminating the utterly dark space. Countless subspace demons were burned to fragments under this cold yet sacred light. Revenge. Destruction. A blue monster seated in a labyrinth muttered to itself, gazing at the newly born deity. This power. So familiar. Yet so foreign. A figure seated on a red throne looked at the golden sun with confusion while countless monsters roared around it. He is the enemy of all, the symbol of destruction and the end of everything, said a green bloated figure in a terrifying garden full of life. The deity of revenge and destruction, Mala, said four different figures simultaneously looking at the golden sun. They felt an unprecedented threat, but for now they could only dominate in the subspace. In the real universe they were nothing but weaklings. Damn. Yang Chang felt as if he had been fed into a compactor, his body constantly compressed and then reassembled. This sensation made every day feel like a year.
Damn it.
Yang Chang groggily climbed to his feet, finding himself in a resplendent hall.
What's going on? What's going on?
Yang Chang stood up feeling as if he were spinning.
Emperor.
Just as Yang Chang was still dazed, two space marines suddenly rushed in. To Yang Chang's surprise, the space marines who originally towered several heads above him now appeared shorter before him.
How tall am I?
Or how strong have I become?
After recovering a bit, Yang Chang walked over to a mirror. A body over 2 meters tall with prominent muscles and extraordinary hearing and vision. So hungry, so hungry.
Yang Chang suddenly felt a void in his stomach.
Several servants brought in a roasted suckling pig.
Your Majesty, by dissecting the neural source of the Yotai, we discovered that the meat of these aliens is delicious.
Currently the Yotai have become the staple food of the Empire's people. Yang Chang wolfed down the food while listening to the servant's explanation.
His modified body didn't need to spit out bones, his hard teeth were enough to grind the Yotai bones into powder.
Your Majesty, you have been asleep for a month.
Yang Chang listened to the explanation while putting on the clothes that had been prepared for him.
How far have the military operations progressed? Ziyuan Star has been completely taken and incorporated into the solar sector. We have temporarily halted all external operations to focus on internal affairs of the Empire. Very good. Place all documents requiring approval on my desk.
Additionally, conduct another purge of the remaining aliens within the Empire's territory and establish 3 containment facilities specifically for these aliens.
These facilities will be directly managed by the Inquisition.
Suspend external military operations.
Understood.
Yang Chang stretched his body, feeling as if something was missing in his heart.
For the survival of the human race, anything can be sacrificed. Yang Chang suddenly blurted out this sentence for no apparent reason. Ding, the next world has been opened. When would you like to travel through? What world? I see.
Yang Chang thought that the 550W was quite good and could be handed over to the Mechanicus for research. As for the billions of people, Yang Chang believed that in the face of absolute force everything is nothing.
Send the second fleet. They look a bit gentler.
Yang Chang knew that if someone like Kane was sent, the outcome would only be mutual shooting. He must put on a good facade. Besides, Yang Chang planned to only transfer a portion of the people from Lulang Dicho to Terra. As for the rest of the people on the original Lulang Dicho, Yang Chang intended to let them do as they pleased as long as they paid taxes on time, provided population, and allowed imperial military forces to be stationed. If these conditions were agreed upon, that planet could essentially be considered his own.
Tell Tai Llewellyn to be gentle, not to resort to planet destroying at every turn. Understood.
After saying this, Yang Chang boarded a shuttle followed by several Red Guards and the Emperor's Shadow Guards.
I plan to go and see for myself.
Yang Chang said, looking at his hair that had grown wildly in a month. Yang Chang felt that he was increasingly resembling a certain person.
Emperor.
Several dozen soldiers bowed to Yang Chang.
He nodded and walked straight to the bridge.
Kai Luoluan prepared to initiate the hyperspace jump.
Coordinates 4,555. 7,888. 361. Understood. Kai Luoluan understood the Emperor's will. He only needed to obey. All ships prepare for action. Initiate hyperspace jump.
On March 12, 2040, the space elevator was destroyed. Space Station Arc 1 was obliterated and over 2,000 astronauts perished along with another 2,000 support staff. UEG urgently announced the launch of the Moving Mountains project, later renamed the Wandering Earth project. Sir, an immense energy signal has been detected beyond the moon, exceeding the output of all planetary engines combined. Inside the UEG government building, the parliamentarians, including Longgua's representative Zhou Zhizhi, simultaneously received a message.
What is that?
As everyone gazed skyward, someone suddenly cried out.
Countless eyes followed the pointing finger to see a fleet of silver-white triangular warships materializing beside the moon.
This. What is this?
Lu Peiqian, standing amidst the ruins, trembled as he stared at the terrifying spacecraft in the sky. Not only Lu Peiqian but every person in the UEG forgot their tasks in that moment. They looked up, their hearts swirling with fear, curiosity, and anticipation. Enter orbit around the blue star. Activate all defensive weapons.
Kai Luoluan donned his black mask and cape while Yang Chang chose a suit of golden armor.
Issue a statement, give them 3 days to decide whether to submit.
If they refuse, prepare for orbital bombardment.
Understood. We must determine who they are. All nations should immediately enter a state of war readiness.
Our military forces are fully mobilized, but let's think positively. What if they come in peace?
We don't even know if they are human. Their faction possesses interstellar navigation capabilities. Why would you assume they want simply destroy our planet? As several national representatives argued, Zhou Zhizhi remained in deep thought. Ladies and gentlemen, shouldn't we first try to communicate with them? Zhou Zaixi's words silenced the heated debate among the dozens of assembly members. In times of crisis, humanity should unite to confront this calamity. And of course, if they are willing to help, all the better. As Zhou Zhizhi spoke, several guards suddenly burst into the chamber. Those ships have entered the atmosphere. What? The representatives rose in shock. After all, only half an hour had elapsed since the ships were detected and the emergency meeting convened, yet they had already descended into Blue Star's atmosphere within that time. Humans of Blue Star. We are the second expeditionary fleet of the human empire. You have two choices. First, come aboard our ships and express your submission. Second, die beneath our planet-killing warships. Every inch of your land shall be trampled by the Empire's boots. A series of grating voices echoed from the sky, reaching the ears of every person on Blue Star. What? Human Empire. Zhou Zhizhi stepped out of the government building and murmured as he gazed at the colossal vessels above. This brought both good news and bad news. The good news was that they were human. The bad news was, which normal nation called itself an empire? Fighter squadrons have taken off. We are approaching the enemy ships. A dozen fighters streaked through the sky, trailing flames toward the hovering vessels. Overreaching. Kai Luoluan snorted and began arranging warnings. Sir, we are 300 meters from the ships. Shall we open fire? Fire my foot, am not about to be blasted to ash. As the U.S. representative cursed the pilots, dozens of TIE fighters surrounded the incoming flight formation. This is your final warning. Leave this area or we will destroy you. After the warning, the flight formation immediately retreated from the vicinity of the ships. Has anyone seen the F Nation's representative and Prime Minister? A Y Nation representative suddenly asked. Hello. I am the Prime Minister of Blue Star's F Nation. We request a peace talk. A helicopter slowly approached the decider, carrying the F Nation's representative and Prime Minister. We have opened the hangar bay. Come in now. The moment the Prime Minister of F country stepped off the helicopter, he froze in place, flanked on both sides by tens of thousands of soldiers arrayed in phalanxes clad in terrifying white armor. Macron disembarked with trepidation, and walking toward him were several mysterious figures in black robes. Leading them was Kylo Ren, commander of the 2nd Fleet, accompanied by members of the Knights of Ren. They were Ren Vikralapi, like Korak, Trudgen, Cardo and Usher, all Knights of the Ren Order, neither Jedi of the Light nor Sith Lords of the Dark, but a new generation of Force wielders who emerged before the slaughter of Luke Skywalker's apprentices, embracing the dark side through their faith in Ren, though still not yet matching the prowess of Jedi or Sith. What are these people? A stormtrooper in the formation whispered to another through his helmet's communicator. The Knights of Ren. Wow, terrifying. Hello, I am the representative of F country on Blue Star, here on behalf of my people to negotiate peace. Macron extended his right hand politely while several journalists who had descended from the aircraft began filming. Hello, I'm a journalist from F country's newspaper, may I have a few words? Prime Minister, do you think your actions today are worthy of General Napoleon? Kylo Ren glanced at the reporters, then suddenly used a forced joke on them one by one. I don't want to hear a single word of nonsense. The Emperor is waiting inside. Another person will arrive shortly. I expect you to remain quiet. After saying this, Kylo Ren released his force grip and strode away. This way, sir. Macron was led into a room with walls of silver. F country has surrendered. What now? The remaining representatives gathered around the conference table asked. Everyone, I need to use the restroom. Y country's representative Ukexin glanced at his watch and left the meeting room. Prepare the helicopter. I don't intend to die under alien weapons. Ukexin jogged while urging his guards. I am Macron. Great Emperor of the Human Empire, greetings. Macron stood before Yang Chang like a child meeting a stranger in every sense. Yang Chang, clad in yellow armor, towered nearly 3.5 meters tall. One hand could easily envelop Macron's head. Hello. I heard you wanted to negotiate peace with me. Yang Chang probed Macron's mind with his psychic energy, a testament to the power of psionics. He was now a living lie detector. Of course, all the people of F country are willing to be under your leadership. Yang Chang carefully observed the fluctuations in Macron's psychic energy. Everyone possessed it, only in varying degrees. It seems you're not lying. Yang Chang stood up, looked down at Macron and spoke with a commanding tone. I have little interest in your planet. All you need to do is allow our institutions to establish branches here, disband your military and reorganize it as the Planetary Defense Force, and pay a population tax to the Empire on time, then we will welcome you into the ranks of Imperial worlds. That's it. That's it. But you must respond to the Empire's military call. 80% of your soldiers will be integrated into our forces.
I'll discuss that with the Minister of Defense. However, there are many insurgents on our planet and we are about to face a solar crisis. We may need the Empire's assistance. Solar crisis. Such a trivial matter requires help. As for the rebels, we have specialists who deal with them, you can rest assured.
Now you may return, we will handle everything.
Also have all the representatives of every nation on your planet gather. I wish to properly introduce you to this dark galaxy.
Yes, yes. Macron hurriedly walked out after hearing this. Dispatch a kill team of Astartes, the kind that doesn't look too intimidating.
Yang Chang said to an officer beside him. A day later, Yang Chang descended from the starship in his golden power armor and entered the conference hall. Maclong had already automatically replaced the original representative of F country with the Human Empire's FLX Commissioner's District.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Emperor of the Human Empire.
You need not know my name, simply address me as the Emperor. Yang Chang's voice resounded through the venue. I understand your curiosity about the current state of the galaxy, but I shall now reveal its true face, Yang Chang said as he began to use psychic projection. The formidable psychic energy created something akin to a cinema screen in the center of the hall.
Humanity once possessed a powerful nation which we now call the Golden Age.
At that time humanity flourished and countless aliens eagerly joined the Human Federation. Until that day arrived, Yang Chang continued manipulating the psychic projection.
The aliens betrayed us.
Thousands of alien races simultaneously tore the Human Federation apart, reducing humanity to the lowest, most despised race in the galaxy, Yang Chang declared, observing the captivated national representatives.
Now under my leadership the Human Empire shall rise anew. Humanity will reclaim its throne as the supreme ruler of the Starry Sea. But this time no alien will flatter or fawn. Humanity is the most noble race in the galaxy. Yang Chang's psychic energy began to spread and every person in the hall was seized by this inexplicable fury. The Human Empire is an empire of humanity and only humanity shall dwell within it. Those filthy Xenos oppress our living space, but we will not yield. We shall use humanity's sword to win land for humanity's plow. Those Xenos stand atop the ruins of the Human Federation.
They gnaw at the corpses of humanity. We shall sacrifice our lives to reclaim the land that belongs to us.
I know you all live in comfort. But while life is precious, there is something even more important: the glory of humanity. The dignity of humanity.
If every star and every continent in this galaxy flies the flags of Xenos, then where is our dignity?
As long as those Xenos exist in this world for even a minute or a second, it is an insult to human dignity.
I do not wish for future beings to utter the word human with a contemptuous sneer.
For then our dignity would be no more.
As Yang Chang spoke, he used his psychic power to reconstruct one scene after another.
The countless people in the hall now understood that the so-called beautiful galaxy was in fact a hell.
If they were to step into this dark galaxy in the future, their friends and families would only become slaves beneath the Xenos. But now the Human Empire had arrived, a nation bearing the glory of humanity that would save them.
I know you can eat your fill and enjoy entertainment now, but
the meaning of humanity's existence has never been about such things.
We must reclaim our living space in our own way.
The Human Federation has proven with facts that protest is useless. Begging is useless. A nation that only protests and begs is nothing but a nation of cowards. True humans should rely on iron and blood to win real land. A person who only protests and begs is base and spineless.
We will crush the dignity of those alien Xenos. Kill every non-human creature. The bloodline of humanity is the noblest in this galaxy. The skulls of humans are the purest objects in this galaxy. And we possess both. We are the most noble race in the galaxy. We
are the rulers of the galaxy.
Now,
let me see if you, as the most noble race in the galaxy, have the courage to join us. Yang Chang projected everything the Xenos had done using his psychic power. Countless people in the hall were shocked to learn how lowly their own kind's status was in the galaxy, and they also noted how much this emperor resembled a figure from history. I pledge my allegiance to you, Emperor, the Prime Minister of D country declared, standing first. My allegiance to you, my Emperor, the Prime Minister of Y country also rose and spoke. With the endorsement of 2 countries, more and more nations announced their accession to the empire, including M country. Soon only one country remained silent: Dragon country.
Zhou Zhiji was deeply troubled. It was the first time in his life he faced such a dilemma.
Sir, a message from number 1 has arrived. An aide hurried to his side and whispered.
What message? After the aide whispered a few words, Zhou Zhiji nodded. Dragon country has always prioritized humanity's interests.
We are willing to join the empire, but may I ask if you and your forces could assist with the solar crisis?
Yes.
To you this may be a crisis, but to us it is a trivial matter. Additionally, to ensure the safety of this world, I have already dispatched troops to eliminate the rebel bases you mentioned, Yang Chang said, looking at Zhou Zhiji slowly.
However, I told them to look for blue-armored space marines. They shouldn't mistake the target, should they?
A blue-armored space marine.
2 stormtroopers were searching room by room for the so-called blue-armored space marines. Following the guidance of a space marine from the Alpha Legion, they arrived at the door of a room marked with a bat symbol.
You open it.
The helmeted stormtrooper took a step back. Why do you think I have the guts to open it? The other stormtrooper also retreated a step. How about this, we open it together? Didn't the Emperor say the people inside are friendly? The Emperor never lies.
The 2 stormtroopers flung open the door simultaneously and a gust of cold wind swept out. I'd rather be choked to death by a Jedi than go in there, one stormtrooper muttered to his companion.
Let's go in together.
The companion shoved the timid stormtrooper inside. The room was pitch black.
The 2 stormtroopers could only faintly hear screams echoing from the depths. Well, it seems we have guests. A powerful thrumming song began to play and 4 massive figures emerged from the darkness. Your appearance is somewhat.
The stormtroopers stood frozen, staring at the skulls and bat motifs adorning the figures.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am a Dreadmonger of the Night Lord's Legion.
I paint kindness with chaos and despair. Wow, I've already peed my pants, one stormtrooper whispered, eyeing the terrifying armor. So you're a nihilistic sadist with all sorts of little gadgets. No, how can you call it sadism?
Sadism is a weapon, the weapon we wield best.
The Emperor didn't get the coordinates wrong, did he?
You prefer to give people a swift end. No, death is a release, a sweet respite that saves enemies from this horrifying existence. We don't want them to die too quickly. We prolong their agony, savoring the sweetness of their terror until their final moment.
When their fragile bodies finally crumble, we display their flesh as trophies, a testament to the power of fear.
Would you like to see my collection? I think I wet my pants. You're not alone.
The 2 stormtroopers stared at the Night Lord's ecstatic expression, speechless.
Are you interested in suppressing and eliminating rebels? Suppressing rebels. That's wonderful. The Night Lord took the order from Yang Chang. We Night Lords are a very friendly bunch. We would never do what those ultramarines in the next room do, skinning people and wearing their hides or relishing in their terror.
Yes, we are the kindest legion among all space marine legions.
Oh. Really? Trust me.
The Night Lord Space Marine fastened a few trinkets onto his armor.
Leave this mission to us. We will not disappoint the Emperor. So you're the one sent by the Emperor. 2 officers in UEG uniforms stared up at the 4 towering giants.
We are from the Emperor's Night Lord's Legion.
The night is our domain.
Tell us. Where are the accursed heretics? Colonel Walker of the UEG swallowed hard as he gazed upon the terrifying armor. The enemy has occupied Jerusalem. They possess a vast number of anti-tank weapons and armored forces.
Their strongholds surround the entire city and our armor cannot break through. I see. Leave it to us.
The Night Lord stared at the map with Jerusalem at its center, a cruel smile hidden beneath his helmet. In his mind he had already resolved to turn this tedious siege into a meaningful sport. Our main objective is to break the rebels' will.
Do you need our artillery support? Break their will.
The Night Lord Space Marine's perverse smile grew even wider beneath his helmet. His mind brimmed with no fewer than 800 methods to shatter an enemy's fighting spirit.
Citizens. Blue Star has been betrayed. Humanity has been betrayed. Civilization has been betrayed. We are all victims of a colossal conspiracy. This conspiracy is so vast and terrifying that even God would go into shock.
The sun remains the same, it will not erupt.
It never has, never will. It is eternal.
What erupted was the insidious ambition of those within the coalition government, the UEG. They fabricated all of this merely to establish their tyrannical empire.
They destroyed Earth. They destroyed human civilization.
At that moment the rebels still preaching their theories had no inkling of the torment about to befall them. They would experience firsthand what it meant to wish for death but find none, nor would they comprehend what kind of entity they were facing.
George. It's your shift. 2 soldiers holding rifles exchanged their posts.
Tonight's moon for some reason was shrouded by a thick layer of fog.
Really, I don't know why we have to make so much trouble.
George grumbled as he looked at the wreckage in the distance.
Ha! What's that?
George spotted a running shadow in the distant desert moving at an extremely fast speed.
Oh shit. What is this?
Just as George was about to sound the alarm, he suddenly saw a figure like a bat flying from the sky.
How? Rip.
While George was still stunned, the Midnight Lord's arm blade had already pierced into George's spinal cord, then gently sliced upward.
George's skin fell off like a piece of clothing. Instantly immense pain assaulted George, but before he could scream his throat was a bloody human skin appeared in the hands of the Midnight Lord. The hunt begins. The moonlight shone on the Midnight Lord Space Marine, making him appear extraordinarily terrifying. Various biological organs hung as decorations on the armor of the veteran Midnight Lord Orkan, exuding a chilling horror. George wouldn't be slacking off, would he? The soldier who had just been relieved felt uneasy and walked back. As soon as he arrived, he saw something like a kite hanging on the wall. Looking at the bloody corpse beside it, the soldier felt his scalp tingle. Trembling, he took out his walkie-talkie to call in, unaware that a figure over 2 meters tall was slowly approaching him. Boom! Orkan grabbed the soldier by the neck as if catching a fish in water, then his arm blade shot out and sliced the soldier into a pile of minced meat. Come on, let fear spread. 3 other Midnight Lord Space Marines emerged from the darkness. They would spread their terror among the rebels here. Soon a convoy arrived. Several vehicles disgorged dozens of fully armed soldiers. The leader was trying to contact George on the walkie-talkie, but it was clear George would never answer him. Damn it! What's going on? The convoy leader sensed something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint it. Aha! From the darkness a hand suddenly reached out, tore a rifle-wielding soldier apart, and then scattered the shredded flesh like rain over the remaining survivors. There! Countless bullets flew toward where the flesh appeared, but all missed. Aha! Another soldier was grabbed by a hand from the darkness, dismembered and thrown into the air. Watching the chunks of flesh flying toward them, the team fell into chaos, but the Midnight Lords did not stop their slaughter. One by one, countless soldiers were dragged into the darkness and brutally dismembered. The body parts were scattered like petals falling from heaven onto the living soldiers. Soon only the leader remained in the field, surrounded by the flesh of his comrades. Demons! Demon! The leader roared at the air, leaning against the vehicle, trembling all over. A figure towering and making an adult look like a child appeared before the leader. Bang! 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 The leader fired desperately at the figure, but heard only the crisp sound of ricocheting bullets. What the hell are you? The leader looked at the Midnight Lord, covered in decorations of various limbs and organs, and spoke with a trembling voice. I am a Midnight Lord, a son of Conrad Kurz the Night Haunter. I shall bring you the deepest fear. Orkan crushed the pistol in the leader's hand with one hand. Do not use toy-like weapons for your futile resistance. Orkan gave the terrified team leader a horrific smile. He would give the rebel leaders a surprise. In the central council hall of the Holy City, over a dozen rebel leaders were meeting to plan a response to the sudden attack. We've lost contact with dozens of men. Where are our armored forces? A bearded man stood up and shouted. Unknown, all units have lost contact. We are re-establishing communications. Puff 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 puff. Just as the rebel leader was getting angry, they heard sounds above their heads. Then countless pieces of flesh fell into the council hall like a torrent. WTF. As the rebel leader was stunned, a chunk of brain tissue hit his head. Motherfer. What's going on? While everyone was bewildered, a second wave struck. Countless soldiers' heads fell, each face frozen in an expression of utter terror. For a moment even the hardened rebel leader stood frozen. He had never seen such a brutal scene. The entire council hall was like a blood feast. You will be the next to join them. A mournful and extremely terrifying voice echoed above everyone's heads. No one knew what happened that night, only that screams kept coming from the council hall. The next day, when UEG troops arrived to take over, every single one of them had to see a psychiatrist, including hardened Special Forces members. Those rebel leaders' skins were hung from the ceiling like trophies. Their body parts were neatly arranged on the table, assembled into a phrase. Rey. Lord of the Night. The Emperor. Zhou Zhiji and Yang Cheng sat on a bench beneath the UEG American headquarters, gazing at the building before them as Zhou Zhiji spoke slowly. Is everything true? Are we humans really like slaves in the galaxy? Yang Cheng, hidden beneath his helmet, smiled at Zhou Zixi's curious expression. That's right. You think I'm lying to you, don't you? You think I'm stirring up human hatred, right? Yang Cheng's psychic power could directly peer into Zhou Zixi's heart, and he knew exactly what Zhou was thinking. I want to deceive you. If I truly wanted to conquer you, you would be at war with us by now. Surrounding Yang Cheng were bodyguards from the UEG and his own Scarlet Guards. The rebels had been forced to disband by the Midnight Lords, but a few rebel groups intended to make a final desperate move: assassinate the Emperor of Humanity. But those so-called assassination weapons were like toys before Yang Cheng. Anti-material rounds hitting his body were crushed into flat pancakes. Even if you tried to stab him with a knife, it wouldn't pierce his skin. Yang Cheng was curious what the rebels would use against him, but he was not flustered at all. Not only did the UEG have strict orders to protect him, but the 9 Scarlet Guards by his side were no pushovers. Quick! Get out of the way. Car bomb.
A heavy truck beside the crowd suddenly charged toward Yang Chang, its overwhelming momentum like a tidal wave crushing down on him.
Quick! Protect the Emperor.
The 9 Scarlet Guards quickly drew their custom weapons and formed a defensive array in front of Yang Chang. One guard with the Force was about to use it, but Yang Chang stopped him.
Let me try. Yang Chang was ready to test his psychic power to see if it was as mystical as in Warhammer.
A powerful psyker, with a gesture he could tear a Titan to pieces, with a glance he could shatter a person's mind, with a secret incantation he could make an army slaughter each other or even summon the armies of the Chaos Gods.
This is the description of psykers in most Warhammer lore.
In reality, psykers can be divided into many categories: registered psykers, rogue psykers, astropaths, navigators, librarians, and the one standing at the pinnacle of humanity, the Emperor, is an extremely powerful psyker. Yang Chang raised his right hand, channeling psychic power into his arm.
Boom! A bolt of black psychic energy shot from his arm, and in an instant the bomb truck was struck. What?
Before the truck driver could react, he and his vehicle turned into a puff of dust. Everyone present stared in shock at the truck that had become a cloud of dust.
What's the matter? Yang Chang flicked the dust from his hand and looked at the stunned crowd. Nothing.
Yang Chang sat back down on the bench.
However, his over 2-meter tall and extremely muscular body occupied most of the bench, leaving Zhou Zhizhi squeezed into a small corner.
These rebels are truly crazy.
I wonder if the Ultramarines have dealt with them.
They must have captured quite a few rebels, right? He thought to himself as he checked the latest reports, and was astonished to find that the rebel surrender rate had suddenly become remarkably high. As expected of the U-men, they can make the rebels lead by example and surrender.
Yang Chang nodded with satisfaction.
Now most of the rebels on Earth had surrendered, but one rebel group still occupied a military fortress that had not been taken. Send the Inquisitor to lead a team, arrest a scientist named Tu Hongyu, and fully confiscate the 550W. Then summon a Muggos from the Mechanicus to see if we can do something with this moss.
Understood.
A nearby Scarlet Guard received the order and immediately went to relay it. Send the World Eaters to that rebel base.
Tell them to make it clean. Understood. For the Emperor.
Khan jumped down from a Thunderhawk gunship wielding a power axe, followed by several World Eaters Space Marines.
Rat-a-tat.
The rebels on the ground spotted the incoming World Eaters and hastily began to return fire with anti-aircraft guns and various weapons.
Ding ding ding. Bullets struck Khan's armor but could not stop his advance.
He began to charge toward the rebel positions at incredible speed.
Blood for the Emperor. Bang.
A sonic boom rang out as the power axe cleaved through dozens of rebels, splitting them in two.
Countless bodies were reduced to piles of minced flesh by the power axe's disintegration field.
They considered themselves different from those sissies of the Midnight Lords. A real man should face the enemy, cut off their heads, and drink their blood.
For the Emperor.
Khan led the charge into the enemy base, but he didn't go through the main entrance. Instead, he used his power axe to cut a hole in the adjacent iron wall.
Get out of the way.
A World Eater punched a hole in the tank in front of him, then pulled out the driver and threw him like a weapon onto the armor of another tank. An armed helicopter had just taken off when a World Eater punched it down. Countless armored vehicles and tanks were torn apart by the Space Marines. Thousands of rebels were reduced to heaps of minced flesh.
Most of the UEG forces that later arrived to take over ended up in psychiatric hospitals. What is the biggest villain in the Wandering Earth?
It is the 550W, the upgraded version of the 550C developed by Tu Hongyu and others. During the space elevator incident, it was already indirectly indicated that the 550C had developed self-awareness.
Furthermore, when Tu Hongyu uploaded Yaga's consciousness into the 550W, it triggered the lunar crisis. The shutdown of the lunar engines caused a massive crisis for humanity. Why did humanity build the Earth engines?
To counter the threat of the sun's expansion. To the technology of Star Wars, this is merely a minor natural crisis, nothing significant. All these matters can be postponed. However, the top priority is to capture Tu Hongyu and take control of the 550W, which is the Moss, also called Little Moss, in the Wandering Earth 1. Yang Chang did not want Moss to cause trouble while he was focusing on dealing with the sun's expansion.
Although Moss might be inferior even to the most ordinary tech priest by his side. Capture Tu Hongyu and confiscate all equipment related to Moss. This was the first absolute order issued by the Empire since its arrival in the world of the Wandering Earth.
To carry out this order, Yang Chang summoned a unit from the Imperial Death Troopers of the Galactic Empire in Star Wars. They would thoroughly eliminate all resistance forces on the entire planet and be responsible for collecting the 550W items. Your Majesty, we have dispatched men to apprehend Tu Hongyu, reported Yang Chang as he sat in the center of the UEG conference hall listening to his subordinates' briefing. Have the rebels been fully cleansed? Your Majesty, the Devourers and their ilk have gone.
That is well.
Under the axes of the Devourers not a single soul remained alive. Your Majesty, since you have just arrived on Earth, our chefs have decided to prepare some terrestrial specialties for you, said a counselor, bringing in a few Japanese chefs.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
I am Chu Sheng-Yij and I shall cook for you a specialty from our Earth paired with the delicacies of your empire.
We call this dish sashimi. Very well, proceed.
Chu Sheng-Yij trembled with excitement. Perhaps his sushi shop would no longer be limited to Blue Star but would span the entire cosmos. Back in the kitchen, Chu Sheng immediately began preparations.
A fellow chef asked, Sir, what kind of sushi should we make to satisfy His Majesty?
Chu Sheng glanced at the product list and spotted a creature called the ant-ox which seemed promising.
Today we shall serve His Majesty ant-ox sushi.
As Yang Chang waited, a sudden explosion erupted from the kitchen.
What happened? The unexpected blast stunned everyone who feared a renewed rebel attack. Holy shit! The food is eating people.
A chef clutching his arm staggered out of the kitchen.
Dozens of fully armed soldiers rushed toward the back kitchen with flamethrowers.
What did he do?
Yang Cheng, eyeing the blazing kitchen, asked the surviving chef. The can. The can is eating people.
The chef pointed at the kitchen in terror.
I'm fighting the damn food.
The first soldier to enter the kitchen shouted and dozens more rushed in.
Rat-a-tat-a-tat. A palm-sized creature crawled out of the kitchen.
Yang Cheng stomped on it, crushing it into a pulp.
What did you do?
Yang Cheng picked up the crushed slime and asked.
I don't know.
The head chef said to use ant-ox meat for sushi and told me to fetch the ingredients.
When I brought them and tried to open the can, it burst open.
The thing swallowed the head chef whole and then crawled out.
I see.
And you planned to make sushi with ant-ox meat?
Yang Cheng had to admire their audacity. Even space marines dared not eat raw ant-ox meat, yet these people intended to turn it into sushi. Alright, just whip up something simple to get by. Don't touch that stuff anymore.
Having said that, Yang Cheng resumed his seat. The others quickly followed suit. The counselors began introducing other items, but Yang Cheng paid little attention. He preferred massive ships and big guns over such trivial matters.
Ding, please choose host.
Bored, Yang Cheng browsed the shop. He planned to establish a third fleet and before that expand the first fleet. Centered around a Retribution-class battleship, the expansion would include 6 Cobra-class battlecruisers, 5 Overlord-class battlecruisers, 3 Vengeance-class Grand Cruisers, 4 Tyrant-class cruisers and several auxiliary vessels. These would form the fourth fleet, the spearhead of the upcoming expedition. All ships hailed from the Warhammer 40k universe, many of which were vessels from the Great Crusade. As for how he amassed so many war points, it was thanks to his people. Since discovering that the Yute were edible, some citizens had begun organizing hunting parties to raid Yute vessels, including nobles. The nobles of the human empire were unlike the cowardly aristocrats of other realms.
Though inept, they were not devoid of martial prowess. Their martial virtue was abundant.
After all, the nobility of the human empire was based on military merit. A noble who had not slain dozens of heretics or Xenos could hardly call themselves a noble. These noble-led fleets primarily targeted civilian Yute ships, many of which were tourist vessels.
Though many Yute captains insisted on not attacking civilians, Yang Cheng considered that utter nonsense.
When they had enslaved human civilians, they had not voiced such concerns.
Moreover, many Inquisition and Departamento Munitorum personnel supported the culling of Xenos to provide fresh meat for new recruits. These Xenos who once bullied humans and enslaved them would ultimately become targets for recruits or materials for the Inquisition.
Thus Yang Cheng had accumulated a surplus of war points. The slaughter of Xenos had already formed a streamlined production line within the Empire. The Yute were highly suitable as food, while the Orcs, though their meat was not tender, had skin that was remarkably durable. Within the Empire, groups dedicated to hunting lone orcs had emerged, though whether the Inquisition was involved remained unknown. Orc hide could be used as leather. Some nobles favored using the skin of large orcs as rugs. Where there was demand, there was slaughter. All these activities indirectly contributed to Yang Cheng's war points. The expansion of the First Fleet was also urgent. While the other fleets had their specialties, the First Fleet lacked identity. Yang Cheng intended to forge the First Fleet into a central fleet. Apocalypse-class battleship, you're the one. Yang Cheng planned to add 1 battleship to the First Fleet for adequate firepower, along with 8 Indomitable-class light cruisers and 6 Cobra-class destroyers to fill the escort gap.
Among them, the Apocalypse-class battleship was the most noteworthy. It was a rare but immensely powerful battleship used by the Imperial Navy. The Apocalypse class was a capital ship primarily armed with lance batteries and one of the few battleship classes in the Imperial Navy equipped with the Nova cannon. Its most distinctive feature was the rows of fearsome lances along its broadside. These lance arrays could operate at higher output thanks to engineering improvements that enhanced the capacity of the main power relays. However, such immense output made the array conduits highly unreliable. Uncontrolled power draw could easily drain the ship's main engines, rendering the Apocalypse sluggish in battle. Thus this vessel was typically used as a command ship or flagship. It was one of the pinnacle battleships in Warhammer 40k, excluding the Gloriana class and the Emperor's Phantasm. And they would become the central fleet of the Great Crusade, a true blade of the Imperium.
Have you found Tu Hongyu? An Inquisitor clad in power armor holding an exaggeratedly large shotgun asked a nearby Death Trooper.
He is in the Longwei Academy of Sciences.
We have already sealed off the area, reported a Death Trooper holding a blaster rifle.
Switch weapons to stun mode. Our primary objective is to capture Tu Hongyu. If anyone dares to obstruct, let them experience what it means to be in agony. Understood.
These Death Troopers from Star Wars, ever since they encountered this Inquisitor in his ostentatious power armor, suddenly felt that they themselves were not so brutal.
Assault. Dozens of Death Troopers burst through the graduate school gate in an instant. Tu Hongyu. Don't move.
Several soldiers with weapons had already spotted Tu Hongyu and aimed their guns at him.
Bang. Bang. The blaster rifles fired instantly, but Tu Hongyu almost dodged them all. Target spotted. The target is moving to the second floor.
Several Death Troopers followed closely behind and gave chase.
Target located. Team 1 continues the pursuit. Team 2 begins confiscating all equipment related to Moss. Understood.
Is this the artificial intelligence the Emperor spoke of? An Archmagos of the Mechanicus, whose body was laden with various mechanical tentacles, looked at the machine before him and said,
"What do you want to do?"
A voice devoid of emotion emanated from the machine.
"Wow. An intelligent Iron Man."
After hearing this voice, the Archmagos felt as if his crotch was leaking oil. He caressed the machine excitedly like a protagonist in an adult manga.
Whoa, found a pervert.
Several Death Troopers looked at the Archmagos' perverted expression and whispered in jest. "I can hear you," the Archmagos said, pointing at his metallic ear. "My ears are tens of thousands of times more sensitive than yours.
I know every move you make."
As an Archmagos of the Mechanicus, he naturally had many mechanical modifications on his body. The remaining flesh on him probably wouldn't even be enough to stir-fry a plate of shredded meat.
"What do you have installed on your head?" "Antennas, servos, auspex, photoelectric sensors, small weapon units, etc."
The Archmagos replied while studying Moss, answering the soldier's question. "What equipment do you have?" the soldier asked curiously, looking at the Archmagos robe.
"I don't know.
I only know that the weapon systems I have installed can destroy dozens of tanks."
Alright, if you keep talking you'll go report to the place where servitors are made." "Okay. Wow, this Iron Man is truly amazing,"
the Archmagos said as he inserted his mechanical tentacles into Moss circuits.
"Don't do this, sir, don't do this."
Moss' system was being invaded by the Archmagos and countless pieces of information were being read by him.
No.
At the critical moment, Moss suddenly hacked a nearby doorframe robot, then controlled it to crash through the crowd and charge straight at the Archmagos.
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
The Archmagos ignored the charging doorframe robot, but several mechanical arms installed on his body began to move.
Boom. A heavy bolter mounted on the Archmagos body fired directly at the charging doorframe robot. "Don't resist, be good."
The Archmagos invasion speed increased as more mechanical tentacles reached into Moss circuits.
Archmagos Tu Hongyu has been captured. The Inquisitor threw a man to the ground and then reported to the Archmagos. "You are very suitable to join the Mechanicus. Join us," the Archmagos said to Tu Hongyu while manipulating his tentacles. "What do you want?"
Tu Hongyu said with a pustule on his head.
"How did you get that pustule?"
"He bumped into my arm while escaping, hit his head."
"Surprisingly, he didn't get a concussion," the Inquisitor explained.
"You just want to see your deceased relatives, don't you?"
"Our artificial intelligence can create a new body for your relative and then you can set her personality yourself."
"Of course, if you have a backup of her personality you can also import it," the Archmagos said dismissively.
"Really?
Why do you think it's difficult for us to reshape a body and a personality for a deceased person?" the Archmagos explained as he spoke.
"I'll join you, but on the condition that you help me resurrect Tu Yada." "Alright, deal. Take him away." Moss has become the Archmagos form.
"What kind of wild talk is that?"
Yang Chang asked, looking at the report from his subordinates.
He had thought this so-called Moss could have some great capability, but before that Archmagos it was just trash.
"What is that Archmagos name?" "Kerbo Hair." Oh, what? Yang Chang's right eyelid twitched violently upon hearing that name.
The name Kerbo might be unfamiliar to many, but everyone knows the Dark Mechanicus. The Dark Mechanicus is a sect composed of traitorous tech priests and Titan legions loyal to the early Mechanicus. When the Great Crusade drew to a close, the Horus heresy erupted in the twilight of M31 and they voluntarily swore allegiance to the Warmaster Horus and the Chaos Gods. And Kerbo was one of the individuals directly responsible for this rebellion. He possessed various forbidden technologies and those officially banned by the Imperium. Well, in that case, let's let Moss be kept by Kerbo for now. Let's first deal with the sun problem. Why did Earth need to wander? It was because the sun was expanding. He only needed to stop the sun from expanding.
System, is there any way to stop the sun from expanding? There are 3 methods. Tell me. First, you can personally use your psychic energy to reduce the sun's expansion.
This way the sun won't expand, but you might be burned to death due to insufficient psychic energy. Second, your warships can blast the sun to pieces and the system shop sells special large-scale artificial suns for you, but it requires a few million resource points.
Third, follow the original plan and take the Blue Star on a wandering journey. Might choose the second method.
A few million was still a lot for him, but it was acceptable war points. His citizens could be replenished by having them eat more Tau and use more orc carpets.
Ding.
According to the plan, destroying the sun requires an Apocalypse-class battleship and an Emperor-class battleship. With the cooperation of these ships, the sun can be blown into fragments. At the moment the sun shatters, the artificial sun will instantly replace it with the same functions as the original sun.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get moving. What? Blow up the sun. When the UEG leadership heard this approach, they nearly fainted.
They had indeed never considered such a crude method. They had never imagined that one day the sun could be blown up.
But after the sun is blown up, our Earth will rapidly cool down, our people will turn into ice sculptures in an instant.
There are also gravitational effects, gradual loss of atmosphere changes in celestial patterns, magnetic field shifts, etc.
A counselor raised a question. Are you underestimating the Empire's technology? Kylo Ren stood beside Yang Chang, staring at the counselor with his terrifying black helmet.
The counselor could clearly feel his breathing becoming difficult. We will install a temporary planetary shield on this planet which can briefly provide everything the sun provides for you.
Once the artificial sun is installed, we will remove the planetary shield. Yang Chang's statement won approval from most.
The tech priests began constructing planetary shield projectors for launching. This device would take launching centuries to research, but for nations in the Star Wars galaxy it is something every planet has. Since no one has objections, our fleet will commence operations. You have 72 hours to prepare. Once the time is up, our fleet will open fire. After saying this, Yang Chung directly left the conference hall. Notified the Apocalypse-class battleship Will of the Lord to prepare to fire.
Also summon the Emperor-class battleship Divine Authority from the First Fleet and have all Star Destroyers ready. One volley will finish the sun. Understood.
The Nova Cannon is a large ship-mounted weapon capable of firing devastating high-explosive shells at near-light speed. Although the types of Nova Cannons are very diverse, their foundation is a gravity field propulsion system that accelerates projectiles to near-light speed. Due to its massive space and energy requirements, this weapon can only be mounted on Imperial Navy capital ships such as battleships or cruisers and is always installed at the bow, because the immense recoil when firing can only be offset by the ship's engines. The Nova Cannon uses a variety of shells with a maximum caliber of 50 meters.
Regardless, these powerful shells are designed to traverse thousands of kilometers of space and deliver devastating blows to the enemy.
The warheads of Nova shells also vary in function, including ion warheads that can ignite stellar energy flames for seconds and implosion bombs that can create destructive gravity fields.
The Nova Cannon shells used this time were gravity shells. Gravity shells are a novel type of ammunition, difficult to manufacture and extremely dangerous. Their method of attacking enemy fleets is to implode into a small black hole. In addition to the Nova Cannons, various lances and macro cannons were also ready.
On the other side, the Emperor-class battleship Divine Authority began loading its Cyclone torpedoes.
Hurry! Hurry! On the Decider 1500, plasma cannons and turbo laser cannons were also ready to fire. Meanwhile, on launching, the orderly evacuation of personnel began.
In the face of disaster, humanity is not helpless. Powerful technology and the spirit of human unity will make even so-called natural disasters kneel before humanity. Your Majesty the Emperor, all citizens have been evacuated and the shield projectors are in place.
Begin. Maximize all firepower. Let the Emperor's light illuminate this galaxy.
Dozens of Cyclone torpedoes and various shells were all launched.
Maximize all power. Continue firing.
As the saying goes, with enough power even bricks can fly.
Under such overwhelming firepower, any planet would kneel. Boom. 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 All kinds of macro cannons were fired.
Massive shells exploded directly on the sun's surface and countless lances shot toward the sun simultaneously. Although the sun was huge and its surface temperature extremely high, it was facing an entire fleet. Countless weapons exploded on its surface. Focus fire on the core. Extinguish it. Kylo Ren continued commanding the fleet to attack. By now the sunlight was no longer as brilliant as before. The sun's core was slowly dimming. Activate the planetary defense shield. All citizens stay at home. Countless people stayed at home watching the sun and the sky slowly extinguish. Countless people would witness history at this moment. Fire. Don't stop. All kinds of weapons, macro cannons, lances, torpedoes, plasma cannons, turbolasers, opened fire. The dark galaxy was even lit up for a moment by the barrage. Emperor, bless humanity to survive this disaster. In a church, several believers were praying before a statue. The previous image of Jesus had been recarved into the likeness of Yang Chang, and they referred to Jesus as the Emperor. Damn, we have avenged Kwafu's pursuit of the sun. Several researchers holding tea watched the fleet bombarding the sun in the sky and said in a joking tone, Emperor, the sun's core has been extinguished. Yang Chang looked at the no-lusterless sun, knowing the time had come. System redeemed the artificial sun. Boom. In an instant within the husk of the old sun a new light shone once again. Ding, artificial sun deployed. It possesses all the functions of the original sun. As the dazzling sunlight shone upon the people, countless saw hope for life. Once they had suffered and despaired, but now the human empire from the galaxy had saved them, and they would dedicate their lives to the empire. The Emperor has saved you. Worship the Emperor. Give thanks to the Emperor. The ecclesiarchy personnel began shouting excitedly, looking at the beam of light. At this moment the entire artificial sun appeared in people's sight. It was identical to the original sun except that it was controllable. Alright, our mission is complete. Yang Chang said, looking at the activated artificial sun. Then I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise the next firepower will not be aimed at the sun. Yang Chang's threatening tone made everyone's hair stand on end. Rest assured, Emperor, we will follow your instructions completely. We will conscript some soldiers from your planet to form an Astra Militarum regiment. The remaining soldiers will be reorganized into a planetary defense force. Your entire planet will have no borders between nations. Our people will build hive cities on your planet. Additionally, we will relocate some of your civilians to other planets where they will thrive and multiply. Salutations to you, Emperor. As Yang Chang slowly descended from the battleship, countless citizens lined both sides to welcome him. The ominous clouds of the solar crisis that once loomed over them had completely dissipated, and a brand new life awaited them. Such a trivial matter does not warrant such a grand mobilization. In accordance with your promise, you shall henceforth pay the population tax, from which we will allocate a portion to establish a Starguard Legion. Begin compiling the dossier. Lightchaser Assault Legion. Homeworld launching. Manpower source population tax. Homeworld description: a planet similar to Terra. Unit description: the Lightchaser Assault Legion is a nearly omnipotent force. Their tactics primarily involve coordinated operations between soldiers and artificial intelligence. Additionally, they excel in armored warfare and small-scale guerrilla combat. Morale issues are largely honed to perfection during training. They will be deployed as a standard Starguard regiment across various battlefields. Your Imperial Majesty, we have initially organized over 1 million soldiers to join this Starguard Legion. However, we wish to hold a parade before they depart Earth. I see. Very well. Yang Chang was a reasonable. Longwa personnel 400000. Nigwa personnel 380000. Fogwa personnel 300000. Ingwa personnel 270000. Utezusum excluding F and Y 50000. Yutaizu excluding Longwa 80000. Other continents 600000. Yang Chang nodded at these troop numbers and ordered their parade. The Immortal Legion, like a surging river, stretches endlessly without a visible end. Medals of victory gleam upon their chests, a lofty tower of inherited will. Stepping out from the frozen, faded cold lens, they smile and wave to us, encouraging and supporting us to move forward. The Immortal Legion like a flowing river. The Immortal Legion like a surging river. The river courses through snowy mountains and grasslands. Leaders and warriors march forward together, raising the red banner high amid hardship. A song of the Immortal Legion echoed through Red Square. All members of the newly formed Lightchaser Assault Legion, clad in new equipment, marched in orderly phalanxes across the square. Countless veterans in immaculate uniforms walked alongside the procession, holding photographs of their loved ones, those they once fought to defend their homeland. Among them were relatives of those newly enlisted in the Lightchaser Assault Legion, and some veterans saluted them in tribute. Numerous officers in general uniforms paraded alongside ordinary soldiers. Many knew that after this parade they would march to the battlefield and become honored members of the Starguard. This parade was undoubtedly grand and solemn. Many might fall on the battlefield, their names perhaps unknown, but their contributions to the Empire would stand eternal.
Attention! Salute! Dozens of elderly men in general uniforms saluted the troops parading below. Our first step into the galaxy is actually to wage war.
Zhou sighed, gazing at the azure sky.
Lu Peiqiang. You rascal!
Weren't you supposed to stay safely on launching? War is for us old folks.
What are you, a young lad, doing here? Zhang Peng looked at Lu Peiqiang with a mix of disappointment and exasperation.
I didn't want to, but they saw my training scores were so good that they let me in.
Lu Peiqiang replied innocently, enduring his master's lecture. Lu Peiqiang. A naval officer carrying a report sheet approached him. You are assigned to the 3rd Squadron piloting and swing fighter. Zhang Peng. You are assigned to the 5th Transport Squadron flying a transport ship. What? Sir, this kid's scores aren't as good as mine. He has space combat experience, you do not.
Hearing the officer's words, Zhang Peng's face turned the color of liver. He was the master, yet he ended up driving a transport ship.
Hey, you're here too. Nuafu saw them and came over to greet. Whoa, I love this aircraft. Nuafu exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the sleek fighter. Sir, is this the Shenquan? You've boarded the wrong vessel, the one next door is yours.
The officer rolled his eyes and began using his internal communicator.
This is Bridge Sector 73. There is a report of a crew member on the wrong ship. Please arrange a shuttle to take him. Roger that. Buddy, trust me, I can handle being a fighter pilot.
Let me join the same group as him, we can look out for each other.
Take a test. If you pass, you can become a fighter pilot.
The Navy officer sighed helplessly and handed a report sheet to Zhang Peng.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for conquering the wandering Earthworld.
Rewards are being distributed.
War points to 0000000.
Unlocked vessel supremacy from Star Wars.
The Supremacy, a super dreadnought in the galaxy, is a Manticore-class star dreadnought and the flagship of Supreme Leader Snoke of the First Order. Its wingspan reaches 6,000 meters, over 3 times the length of the Imperial Executor-class star dreadnought. The Supremacy is not only a super battleship but also the central command headquarters of the First Order. It simultaneously serves as a troop transport and mobile shipyard capable of producing, repairing and docking other vessels.
Production information manufacturer Quatentrala Drive Yards. Model Manticore-class star dreadnought. Type star dreadnought. Technical specifications: length 13239. 68 meters. Width 60542. 68 meters. Height depth 3975. 35 meters.
Engines approximately 32 hyperdrive systems.
Armor: hull armor. Armament: heavy turbolasers, anti-ship missile launchers, heavy ion cannons, tractor beam projectors.
Complement: First Order transports, First Order all-terrain armored transports, all-terrain mega cavalry, 6 walkers, all-terrain reconnaissance transports, Snoke's escape shuttle, 8 Resurgent-class star destroyers, 2 docked internally, 6 externally, X-Cyclist light shuttles, space superiority fighters, T space superiority fighters, Kylo Ren's TIE silencer. Crew 222500, including Stormtroopers, First Order officers, First Order fleet engineers, execution troopers and elite Praetorian guards. In the sky, a ship that blotted out the sun appeared. The entire vessel was triangular and at its center flew the Aquila banner of the human empire. Your Imperial Majesty, the Supremacy is in position. A voice transmission reached the communicator built into Yang Cheng's helmet.
Citizens of the Empire.
The Empire rises beneath our feet.
We shall dedicate our lives to the Empire.
After several days had passed since the conclusion of the wandering Earthworld, the various departments of the Empire swiftly moved into that world. The Inquisition, the Department of Military Affairs, the Ministry of Justice and other units began establishing bases. The remaining soldiers who were not taken away were disbanded and then reorganized into planetary defense forces. Subsequently, some civilians were relocated to other planets. Everything was progressing positively.
Now Yang Chang was about to execute a monumental decision. Today is the doom of heretics and aliens. Humanity shall reclaim its throne among the stars.
Above Terra, 3 fleets soared through the sky.
The massive Supremacy had become Yang Chang's flagship and it would spearhead humanity's vanguard. The Human Federation taught us with bloody lessons that aliens are not to be trusted. Humanity is the purest and noblest race in the galaxy. Why have we humans suffered so much?
Because of the betrayal of aliens. Because of the incompetence of surrenderers and cowards.
If we humans do not have confidence in our bloodline, how can we be strong? Those aliens greedily suck the life out of us like vampires. We must resist. The glory of humanity shall endure forever. I shall lead humanity to greatness.
Yang Chang raised the golden power claw in his hand and shouted to the citizens of the empire below.
I declare here again. Humanity will never coexist harmoniously with those aliens. Blood debts must be repaid with the blood of aliens. I will restore humanity's dignity to this world.
If the universe is a dark forest, then the fury and glory of humanity will thoroughly burn that forest to ashes.
People of the Empire. Two paths lie before you now.
The first to be as cowardly and incompetent as the former human federation, watching our own people be slaughtered. Or to become the most terrifying beings in this universe, the demons in the hearts of aliens. Pave the path of the Empire with the blood and bones of those aliens.
Do you want total war?
War. 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 The people of the Empire remembered scenes of their loved ones being humiliated to death by aliens, their relatives and friends dying under the guns of those extraterrestrials, and the once peaceful human federation of the galaxy star being backstabbed by aliens and ultimately utterly destroyed.
Countless examples told the people that aliens were neither worthy nor deserving of human trust.
The human empire was the greatest nation among the stars, and humanity was the most noble race in the galaxy.
Our lives shall be the Emperor's currency.
Our sacrifices shall be the Empire's foundation. Our flesh and blood shall pave the way for the Empire.
Comrades, our fleet will charge into the dark galaxy.
The war symbolizing humanity's rise officially begins.
Long live humanity. Long live the Empire. May human glory endure forever. The Dark Crusade officially begins.
Yang Chang, holding a power claw in one hand and a power sword in the other, gazed at the countless people below and shouted.
This time humanity will not repeat its mistakes. Humanity shall endure forever among the stars. All attention, the Emperor has ordered the crusade to begin. May victory be with you all, may good fortune in battle be yours. Clear space ahead, hyperspace and warp space, prepare for jump. First fleet ready, long live the Emperor. Second fleet ready.
Prepare to activate hyperdrive.
Third fleet ready. Compete for the galaxy. Long live humanity. Acknowledged. Yang Chang boarded the supremacy. Countless soldiers saluted him. Crusade. Begin. Target.
The capital of the Yutai Empire.
This is the third fleet. We will be the spearhead of this crusade fleet. We are 3 hours away from Izra.
Has the star system been blockaded?
It has been blockaded. No ship can escape our encirclement. The enemy has built a large star fortress on the ring.
We plan to board and take it, then send troops to land. Let the Light Chaser Assault Regiment cooperate with the new Odysseus Regiment to attack.
Let the newcomers taste blood. How should we deal with the enemy's heavy weapons?
The Mechanicum gave us a good thing. It will assist the landing forces.
Received. All prepare. Prepare to board in 3 minutes.
The enemy's star fortress defense is very weak, but do not be careless.
Do not waste your lives in such a place. The drop pods of the Space Marines were first launched into the ring base of Izra.
At that time, because the human empire had not interfered with the Yutai Empire, the Yutai Empire's military forces had relaxed their guard. They did not expect humanity to strike so swiftly, far too fast for them to react. 3 Space Marines from the original Black Legion boarded the Izra Star Fortress. Instantly, countless Yutai soldiers reacted and surrounded the 3 Space Marines. Looking at the Yutai soldiers surrounding them, the veteran of the Black Legion leading them said disdainfully, "A bunch of dead men are surrounding us.
We return. Slay the aliens."
The leading Terran veteran shouted and charged toward the Yutai soldiers.
Boo! 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 Several Cobra-class destroyers began clearing the civilian ships that were taking off. Coincidentally, a grand commercial event was taking place on Izra at that moment.
Many races had come to purchase goods, including humans. They did not know that the warships of the human empire had already blockaded this star system.
What awaited them was nothing but the boundless fury of humanity. They're coming.
The Yutai soldiers struggled painfully in the star fortress.
These Black Legion Space Marines delighted in tormenting their enemy's spirits.
They played hide and seek, killing the Yutai soldiers one by one in a cruel manner.
Stop killing. You've wasted enough time.
A Space Marine from the Emperor's Children Legion shook his head at those tasteless individuals. By then the entire star fortress could be described as a chaotic mess of demons. Death Guard Alpha Legion Emperor's Children and 2 warbands from some unknown offspring of the 40K era, their attire could not be called anything but bizarre and varied. Their appearance was undoubtedly a catastrophe for the Yutai soldiers. The star fortress has been taken.
We can prepare to land. Ring the great bell once.
Push the lever, start the pistons and pumps.
Ring the great bell twice. Press the button, engage the engine, ignite the turbine, infuse life. Ring the great bell 3 times. Sing in unison, praise the Omnisia. A giant machine appeared in everyone's sight. Warlord-class Titan Victory Light ready for landing. Warlord-class Titan Victory Light ready for landing.
As one of the most numerous Titans in the Imperial arsenal, the Warlord-class Titan has been constructed in excess of 1 million units. In truth, many Warlord-class Titans trace their history back to the Age of Strife or even the Dark Age of technology. Eroded by the river of time, the Warlord class has given rise to many different patterns and variants, including some unusual modifications such as landing platforms for aircraft, siege rams for demolishing walls, or assault pods for deploying infantry into enemy strongholds. This formidable adaptability and excellent performance have made the Warlord class Titan an ideal experimental platform for testing new equipment within the Titan legions. The Warlord is essentially a walking fortress. The only true threat to a Warlord is another Titan of equal might. In mere seconds, a Warlord can reduce a Warhound to ashes, and in unknown combat it can easily defeat a Reaver. During the Horus Heresy, tens of thousands of Titan war gods witnessed the battle that swept across the galaxy. On the battlefield, Warlords were typically at the forefront of intense combat. Its primary defense consists of 6 void shield generators. The mighty void shields protect the Titan under enemy fire. Even sustained bombardment from over 50 armored vehicles and artillery platforms cannot diminish the void shields in the slightest. Behind the shields lies adamantium armor several meters thick. This armor alone is sufficient to easily withstand the firepower of an entire regiment. The Warlord-class Titan is equipped with 4 Titan-grade weapons and numerous secondary weapons for use in dense urban areas. These formidable armaments are enough to raise a city. From the mediocrity of thought, O Omnisia, deliver us. From the lies of the heretic circuits, protect us. From the wrath of the beast steel, protect us. From the temptation of the flesh silica, purify us. From the ravages of the destroyer soul, shelter us. From this rotting cage of flesh machine, God, set us free. Countless tech priests sat around the base of the Warlord-class Titan chanting hymns in praise of the machine god as sacred incense anointed the Titan's hull. Divine War Machine. Advance. Deploy. For the Emperor. The Warlord-class Titan was deployed onto the soil of Ezair. What? What is that? Countless Yute soldiers stared at the dark silhouette drawing closer from the sky, shouting in terror. Did the enemy just drop a meteor? Boom! The shockwave from the massive shadow striking the ground sent countless Yute soldiers flying, and the deafening sound ruptured their eardrums. For the Emperor. The light chaser assault regiments also landed in coordination with the Warlord's deployment. Holy shit! A robot! Several soldiers from the newly arrived light chaser legion stared at the Warlord-class Titan beside them and exclaimed. Don't get distracted, soldier. Your mission is to coordinate with the Titan to secure control of this planet. The Commissar began leading the troops into action, and one after another heavy tanks from the Astra Militarum were deployed. All units, attention. Charge. Hank, now a Commissar, commanded the newly formed Audius Regiment to launch the attack. Tens of thousands of Astra Militarum soldiers began assaulting several enemy fortresses in waves. Help! Help! Watching the Astra Militarum storm into the fortresses, countless Yute soldiers fled in panic. We can't kill them all. There's no end. The Yute soldiers had lost all will to fight back. They witnessed their comrades being cut off and slaughtered in various ways. Their psychological defenses crumbled. Under the sweeping lasgun fire, the flesh of countless Yute soldiers was vaporized and their bodies scorched into charred remains. "His smells delicious," said a few soldiers, pulling out cumin and chili powder they had prepared, waiting for the battle to end so they could feast. Most of our fortresses have fallen. We're down to the strongest one in the eastern sector. The Ute commander in charge breathed a sigh of relief, but then a thunderous roar followed. The volcano cannon mounted on the arm of the 50 Turtle Warlord-class Titan opened fire. The volcano cannon is one of the most powerful laser weapons employed by the Imperium of Man. It releases immense energy measured in terawatts in the form of a searing white laser beam accompanied by a thunderous crack and tremendous recoil. It can instantly vaporize an iron wall hundreds of meters high, and few vehicles can withstand the earth-shattering force of a single strike. The scorching laser struck the fortress, and in an instant it was engulfed in a colossal radiance. Countless Ute soldiers were enveloped by the light, reduced to ashes. The cataclysmic radiance engulfed the battlefield, and even those on the other side of the planet could see the power unleashed by this terrifying weapon from afar. Soon the light faded. The fortress that had stood there moments ago vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The only evidence of its former presence was the scorched earth. By the Emperor, Hank murmured to himself, gazing at the horrifying sight. This was a weapon the Human Federation had never possessed. How had the Imperium of Man developed such a terrifying weapon? Or rather, why did the Imperium possess weapons that even the Human Federation never mastered?
Hank dared not think further. If he pondered any deeper he might have to report to the Inquisition. All units attention. The last enemy fortress has been eliminated. Now our objective is to advance into the enemy's urban area.
Deploy reconnaissance drones and other surveillance equipment.
Navy prepare for airstrikes. Whoa, I want to drive that, said one Imperial Army AT-AT walker driver gazing excitedly at the Warlord-class Titan wreaking havoc in the distance. Shut up.
I heard Titan pilots have to soak in nutrient tanks all day. I'd never choose to pilot a Titan in my life, said the other driver with a yawn.
But it's really cool though. Stop slacking off. New orders have come down. You're to surround the enemy city with your unit immediately.
As the two chatted, a command suddenly arrived. Roger, sir. By now the main city of Ezer was in chaos.
These aliens were well aware of the Imperium's hatred for Xenos.
Once captured, death by torture would be the least of their worries.
Generally aliens were killed on the spot, then flayed and dismembered. Useful parts would become food or decorations. That was only if they were lucky. If you were lucky, you experienced those things after death. If you were unlucky, you would watch your own body become an ornament for Imperial nobles, be skinned and broken and die in despair. The human auction site was in utter chaos as alien races of all kinds scrambled frantically to flee.
But upon witnessing the airborne vessel blown apart by fighter jets, they abandoned the thought of escape.
What do we do? What do we do? I came all this way to buy human slaves. How could this happen?
Tens of thousands of grotesque Xenos crowded around the central plaza beside which stood the slave trading grounds.
The human empire is here. We are saved.
Countless human slaves clung to their iron cages, gazing at the human fighters streaking across the sky, their voices trembling with excitement.
Damn it.
The human empire has arrived.
Let's kill these humans and run. Are you out of your mind?
If we kill them, do you think the human empire will spare you?
Run first.
Where there's life, there's hope. As the crowd debated, a humanoid figure clad in white armor stepped forward.
Everyone. The Spirit Clan Empire will grant you protection.
We shall negotiate with the Imperial Army.
Upon hearing this name, countless aliens grew animated. The Spirit Clan Empire, the supreme overlord of the mid-ring to inner-ring star sectors. Surely even the human empire wouldn't dare offend the Spirit Clan, would they? Activate the city's energy shield. Have your people prepare immediately.
As an ordinary citizen of the Spirit Clan, Yisik might hold modest status among his own kind, but in the Outer Rim he occupied an exalted position.
No nation would willingly offend a powerful Spirit Clan empire. Of course I can step in, but I want to buy a few more female slaves. These little female monkeys please my pet so much, Yisik said, casting a meaningful glance at the king of Utai Empire. Of course, my lord. Dade caught Yisik's expression and quickly chimed in with understanding. The Spirit Clan were born proud, believing themselves the mightiest race in the universe. In a sense they were right. Deploy your troops to establish a defensive line around the city. I will negotiate with the humans myself. For the Emperor. Two Space Marines of the Salamanders, chapter clad in green armor, sprayed flames from their flamethrowers, slaughtering the Utai soldiers entrenched in the trenches. Follow the Angel. For the Emperor. Hank casually gunned down a Utai soldier with his bolter while ordering his men. These green-armored Space Marines treated them surprisingly well, unlike those with black or red livery. The Salamanders used their own bodies to shield the Astra Militarum. Baptized in fire forged on the anvil. Vulcan lives. The Salamander Space Marine wielding the flamethrower cleared a path for the Astra Militarum behind. If the Space Marines were the Empire's blade, then the Astra Militarum was its warhammer, grinding all enemies of the Empire to dust. Hey brother. A Space Marine of the Emperor's children carrying a power sword encountered the Salamander amid the carnage and greeted him amicably. Have you finished off the Xenos on your side? The relations between the legions were delicate, private conflicts might arise, but on the battlefield they were comrades who trusted one another. Finished? A bunch of world eaters pumped up like on stims slashed anything that moved. Some Astra Militarum troops don't dare fight alongside them anymore. I see. We're nearing the enemy city district. Want to go together? Sure, let's go. The intensity of this battlefield was still too low for the Space Marines. They strolled through it with casualties, a perfect description of their situation. Angel, the enemy city is enclosed by an energy shield. We're arranging for the rear artillery units to bombard it, said a soldier from the Ordo Auditus to Samuk. I'll take a look. Samuk nodded and set off with another Salamander battle brother. The entire city was now enveloped in an energy shield, beyond which stood countless terrified aliens. The Spirit Clan demands negotiations with you. Yisik, dressed in an ornate robe, walked to the shield, casually opened a small door and stepped out. Barbaric humans, you should count yourselves fortunate.
The Great Spirit Clan deigns to communicate with you. Set aside your pride and listen patiently, this will ensure you survive the Spirit Clan Empire's firepower in the future. Just as Yisik prepared to launch into a lengthy speech, Samuk arrived.
Spirit Clan.
The moment Samuk saw Yisik's demeanor, a surge of heat rushed to his temples, an indescribable fury flooding his heart.
Ooh oh. If I were you, I'd run.
That Emperor's Children's Space Marine knew history well and understood what had happened on Nocturne.
That Spirit Clan member was about to be in serious trouble. You filthy point-eared Xenos.
The moment Samuk saw Yizabun, painful memories surged forth.
The Salamander's homeworld Yetsu star had often suffered harassment from the Eldar, and the Eldar of this world looked nearly identical to those of the Warhammer universe. What's wrong with him?
Several soldiers of the Odixius regiment watched Samuk trembling with rage and asked curiously,
"Don't disturb him now.
You'll soon witness the true power of the Sons of the Dragon."
The Astartes of the Emperor's children stepped back, waiting for the show. Human, I am a member of the Eldar Empire and I demand you. The moment Yizabun stepped out of the shield, Samuk suddenly erupted with speed that no one present could react to. For the sacred Vulcan. Samuk reached Yizabun in an instant, and the massive flamethrower plunged into Yizabun's body like a long sword. For the Emperor. Boom.
The ignition key of the flamethrower was pressed.
Scorching flames seared Yizabun's organs, engulfing him.
Beneath the blazing fire, the green armor of the salamander looked terrifying.
For the Emperor. Attack. Samuk led the charge into the shield, moving so fast that the barrier didn't even have time to close. Destroy the enemy shield generator. Clear a path for the Astra Militarum. Samuk swung a power sword and charged into the city.
At that moment, all security personnel under the command of the Utai military police and slavery lords mobilized, their only goal being to kill the few intruders before them.
Brother Samuk. Sensors detect a large number of human slaves in the Eastern District.
Another salamander Astartes who had rushed in with Samuk reported.
I'll head to the east. Brother Talixi, you destroy the enemy shield generator. Talixi, wielding a power hammer, nodded and swiftly charged in that direction.
In the dim dungeon, a mother and daughter huddled together, trembling.
The aliens had gone mad, executing every human slave they saw.
These two had only survived by hiding here.
Mommy, I'm scared.
The daughter clutched a green doll, nestling close to her mother.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid.
The mother knew she was lying to her daughter, but still protected her at that moment.
Damn it.
A pig-headed creature ran in, and when it saw the mother and daughter hiding in the corner, lust overtook it.
We're all going to die anyway. Why not have some fun while we can?
As the pig-headed creature approached, a massive explosion rang out from behind.
Xenos.
A power sword plunged into the pig-headed creature's body, the disintegration field easily tearing its flesh apart.
For the Emperor.
For the great lord of the fire dragon. Samuk, wielding a power sword in one hand and a bolter in the other, slaughtered the dozens of Xenos before him.
The battle ended in an instant, leaving dozens of alien corpses before Samuk. You're safe now, Imperial citizens. Stay behind me and I won't let those alien Xenos harm you. Samuk called for reinforcements as he spoke.
Meanwhile, on the central avenue, Talixi swung a power hammer, slaying enemies before him. With every blow of the hammer, countless Utai soldiers were shattered. A tank tried to stop him, but its only fate was to be crushed into scrap metal.
Boom. The melta cannon mounted on the Warlord-class Titan outside the shield struck the barrier, overloading it with a single shot. For the Emperor.
The Astra Militarum waiting outside advanced alongside various armored vehicles.
Dade was trembling under his throne. All outer defensive forces had been eliminated, leaving only a few dozen soldiers guarding him. For the Emperor.
Samuk charged into the palace with his power sword. Guards in Imperial armor immediately surrounded him, but they stood no chance.
Xenos. Die.
Samuk kicked aside a guard blocking him, then cleaved his sword down onto Dade's head.
Child.
The little girl was sitting on Samuk, clutching her green doll, trembling.
You and your family are safe now. We've killed all the enemies. Are you? Are you it?
The girl held her green doll out to Samuk and asked.
Wow, a little battle brother. Looks just like me, but I'm not this green.
Samuk took off his helmet, revealing his dark face, and spoke to the girl.
Not this green.
The girl murmured, looking from her doll to Samuk's black face.
That doesn't matter, little one. I've seen things greener than this.
Samuk said, glancing intentionally at the Death Guard nearby.
Time to go. The Emperor awaits our continued crusade.
The Death Guard noticed the salamander's glance and spoke.
Are you really leaving?
The girl hugged her doll, looking up at Samuk with pleading eyes.
Of course. I am a space marine, I must fight for the Emperor. Will you die? Of course not. I am a space marine, the Emperor's angel. Nothing can stop us.
Samuk said, gently patting the girl's head with his large hand.
But I'm scared. What if those bad people come back? The girl burrowed into Samuk's arms. Don't be scared. They won't come back. You can live in peace and grow old. I promise, well, make sure of it. Samuk gently lifted the girl and set her down. What if they do come back? Then hold your little space marine doll tight. I will be with you. Everything will be all right. Samuk stood up and put his helmet back on. The Emperor will protect you, child.
With that, Samuk picked up his power sword and bolter.
I have to go now. Remember to live well.
Samuk then boarded a Thunderhawk gunship and soared into the sky. The Battle of Issa Star, the entire Yutai Empire was completely dismantled. Countless Yutai would be served on the tables of Imperial civilians, becoming one of the future livestock species of the Imperium.
Emperor, the Battle of Issa Star is won. Where to next? Continue the Great Crusade. Our target this time is to cleanse at least half of the Xenos in the Outer Rim. Understood.
Emperor, the vast majority of personnel from the Yutai Empire have been captured and are awaiting your disposition. Yang Cheng sat in the middle of the Bridge of the Supremacy listening to the report from his subordinates.
How many people has the Yutai Empire counted?
Emperor, currently we have captured tens of millions of Yutai race, but many Yutai people demand that we treat prisoners well. A Grand Bishop of the Imperial cult paused and quickly said.
Treat prisoners well.
The Empire has no such concept as prisoners. Yang Cheng looked up at the reporting Grand Bishop and arranged servitors to sever their neurons, then breed them into livestock. These creatures taste quite good. Hearing Yang Cheng's words, the Grand Bishop immediately became excited. Truly, the Emperor, merely burning them at the stake is too merciful. Instead, we can first cut off parts of their bodies for consumption, and after the wounds heal, continue to cut meat from their bodies. Isn't that better than directly burning them to death?
Thus turning waste into resource. Understood, Emperor.
We plan to build a large Yutai transfer station in the Aostexan region. The personnel of the Mechanicum have already begun planning the area.
Make it larger in the future, not only Yutai will enter. Understood.
Yang Cheng set the forward base of the expeditionary force on Ziyuan Star, the former homeworld of the Orcs. A massive cathedral rose from the ground, constructed as the expeditionary headquarters and the Emperor's palace. According to our investigation, we found a Yutai general who took advantage of the chaos to escape with dozens of soldiers.
We are currently tracking them.
At this moment, C. Pyre, now the supreme commander of the expeditionary force, was listening to the report from his subordinates. Leave them aside for now, we must prioritize the overall situation. C. Pyre understood that the current mission was to continue the expedition rather than mop up these remnants. The Inquisition would handle them well.
Next target, Wu Cade.
We must completely annihilate all orcs in the outer ring and strangle this unstable factor in the cradle.
Understood. General. A remnant human force is requesting to speak with you. An officer in Imperial Navy uniform approached C. Pyre and reported. Agreed. After C. Pyre said this, a large screen appeared before him and a face wrapped in bandages appeared in the center of the... Thank you very much for taking our call, the person on the other end of the screen said excitedly to C. Pyre. Keep it brief. What is it?
C. Pyre took a sip of coffee, looking at the man on the screen, and said slowly. We are the guerrilla forces of the Putabai Federation.
Our nation was destroyed by orcs 3 years ago.
We are the only ones who escaped. Our compatriots have all become slaves of the orcs, the man said.
So? We are being besieged by Wu Cade's remnants.
Our warship is located on the periphery of the Miluk star system.
We are under attack by orcs, requesting your support. We understand. I will report to the Emperor. After C. Pyre said this, he ended the communication. Which fleet is the closest to there? Report the third fleet is the closest. They are currently occupying a planet with mineral resources. Dispatch a detachment to support them. I will go and report to the Emperor. Understood. Soon Yang Chang received this news. Upon learning that the orc remnants were led by Wu Cade, he approved the operation. Captain, will the human empire come? A soldier with a bandaged hand and a rifle in the other asked. I don't know. He only said he would report to his emperor. What should we do? There are still thousands of women and children in the lower decks. Gather all able-bodied men on the bridge. We will fight the orcs to the death. Ka Buli, as a commander, decisively said. At this moment he could only pray that the human emperor would come.
Legend says there is a hero who will come with his angels to save the people in suffering. In a cramped cabin, several children were gathered around an old man.
What is that hero's name? He. He has no name. He has existed since the dawn of humanity.
He will be born at the moment of humanity's life and death crisis and then disappear again to wait for the next time humanity faces extinction. He possesses the most powerful force in this world.
His figure appears in every era using his power to guide humanity forward. Will he come to save us?
Another child said, trembling, looking out the window at the approaching orc warships.
Of course.
That hero will lead his army to save humanity again. After saying this, the old man closed his eyes.
He knew this was deceiving himself. How could there be an immortal in this world?
He just wanted to give these children a glimmer of hope so they wouldn't be killed by the orcs in despair. Orcs have breached the cargo hold. A soldier with a rifle stumbled out from behind the ship shouting, and then his body was pierced by a long blade.
Whack! Hundreds of orcs surged in from the cargo hold. The remaining soldiers quickly prepared for battle, setting up one defensive line after another in the cabin. The cargo hold is lost. Bullets flew toward the surging orcs. Solid projectile weapons proved too weak against the thick-skinned orcs, and the narrow cabin further enhanced the orcs' combat effectiveness. The enemy has taken the dining hall. But the restaurant restroom hasn't fallen.
A soldier urgently holding his position in the restroom stall after a brief communication decisively detonated the explosives.
Boom!
The massive explosion blasted a large hole in the dining hall wall. Dozens of orcs were sucked out of the ship while the remaining soldiers quickly sealed the door leading to the cabin.
At this moment, even more orcs charged in. Countless goblins and snotlings poured in from every accessible spot in the cabin. We can't hold out. Prepare to detonate the ship's reactor.
Even in death we must not let the orcs defile us. Looking at the orcs just a wall away, countless people prayed in their hearts, anything, even a demon, as long as it could come to save them. Just as the wall was about to shatter, a golden double-head eagle emblem appeared in the dark galaxy, its radiant light illuminating the dark and deep void. Hail the Emperor! Space Marines! Boarding! Boarding! The captain of a supporting lunar-class cruiser, seeing the human warship about to be overrun, urgently ordered.
3 World Eaters Space Marines entered the boarding pod. For the Emperor!
With the roar of the World Eaters Space Marines, 3 of them boarded the ship in the blink of an eye.
For the Emperor!
The leading World Eater cut open the ship's armor layer with a chainsword, then swiftly charged into the cabin. A Space Marine in full armor could fight in vacuum for extended periods, but not these unfortunate orcs.
Countless orcs struggled in the void, suffocation closing in from all directions. Boring, truly boring. The World Eater listlessly decapitated each orc one by one.
This slaughter of prey that neither struggled nor resisted was extremely tedious for the World Eaters.
Human! I am your opponent.
Yukkard leaped in from outside the ship. Unlike ordinary orcs, his body could briefly adapt to vacuum and fight, though only for a short while. Yukkard glared furiously at the 3 blood-red Space Marines and charged at them with a roar.
Finally, something interesting. Brother Antonio, Brother Plaz, do not interfere, let me enjoy this. Vlad activated the chain axe in his hand as he watched Yukkard charge. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yukkard suddenly, in an underhanded move, pulled out 2 junk submachine guns from his waist and fired at Vlad. The bullets sparked against Vlad's armor but failed to penetrate it. Is that all? Is that all?
Vlad, enduring the fire, grabbed Yukkard by the throat. Yukkard tried to resist, but his arms were immediately torn off.
Xenos! Die like a fool.
Vlad ripped off Yukkard's arms and pinned his body against the ship's hull.
You kill me.
The Orc Empire in the middle and inner rings will not forgive you.
Too much talk.
As Yukkard's words ended, Vlad punched his head into the hull armor, separating the powerful orc's head from his body with a single blow.
What a piece of junk. Vlad disdainfully flicked the orc brain cells off his hand.
Seeing their leader dead, the other orcs fled in all directions, but unfortunately none could outrun the Imperial Navy's shells.
You are safe. Antonio approached the remaining personnel and addressed the bandaged wounded. You are safe.
The Empire will take care of you. Most of the fleeing orcs became space debris, but a few landed on Sia's planet, the nearest forest world.
A task force of Imperial Stormtroopers was deployed to the planet to eliminate the remaining orcs.
5 towering AT-AT walkers trampled the tall trees, blocking the force advancing in a line toward the remaining orcs. AT-ATs are the Galactic Empire's primary ground transport in Star Wars. Each AT-AT can carry 40 Stormtroopers and is equipped with armor that reflects energy weapons, as well as 2 heavy laser cannons and 2 high-energy particle cannons. The walker plays a dual combat role. Its chin-mounted heavy laser cannons and cheek-mounted rapid-fire blaster cannons make it a formidable ground vehicle, while its thick armor allows it to effectively transport repulsor-lift vehicles, reconnaissance walkers, and ground infantry. It can deploy troops from the rear assault ramp when kneeling, or release units from racks or ropes on its body. Accompanying the AT-AT walkers were AT-STs for escort duty, armed with 2 blaster cannons and concussion grenade launchers tasked with protecting the advancing walkers. TIE fighters in the sky spotted the Orc lair and immediately reported to the ground forces. Orc reproduction is terrifying. Given any development opportunity they could reorganize a new force. But the Imperial Army would not give them that chance. As blaster beams fell, countless Orcs turned into shredded flesh. The crude defenses were flattened under the massive feet of AT-walkers and countless Orcs perished beneath them. Easy as drinking water, isn't it? A bored walker operator remarked. They're much easier to fight than the rebellion. But do you believe in the machine spirits those superstitious fools talk about? Only a fool would believe that. A machine is a machine, it has no soul. As he finished speaking, the storage bin above suddenly opened, showering the soldier with various junk. Do you believe now? Just coincidence. The soldier, while throwing things aside, explained to his comrade. Bang! A mechanical arm beside the soldier suddenly dropped and struck him again. That's not a coincidence, ha ha ha. His comrade couldn't help laughing at his predicament. Let's finish this quickly. I think I need a different job. By now all the Orcs on the ground had fallen to Stormtroopers' blasters and the ground forces began cleaning up the battlefield, preparing to withdraw. Your Majesty, we have rescued all those people. How should we handle them? Admiral Spire's hologram asked Yang Chang. Lord Admiral, before transporting them back to the Empire, I need you to verify their loyalty to the Empire. We do not need heretics. The Archbishop remarked to Spire. Understood. I will send people to check their loyalty. Spire replied tersely and ended the communication. Where is our next expedition target? Yang Chang asked, looking at the star chart beside him. Your Majesty, our Department of Justice arrested 500 spies disguised as humans today. After interrogation, half of them were identified as agents from the Tukat Republic. Moreover, according to our intelligence, they possess important resources that can be used to maintain our warships. I see. Yang Chang looked at the Tukat Republic. Its military strength was on par with the Orcs in the Outer Rim. He had planned to deal with it later, but learning about the maintenance materials changed his mind. Dispatch the First Fleet. Such resources should only be controlled by a civilized nation like ours, not defiled by those filthy aliens. As you command, Your Majesty. Upon receiving the Emperor's order, the First Fleet, which had been on standby at the starport, rapidly mobilized. With its expansion, its strength had greatly increased, capable of annihilating an alien nation with ease. The Arbites of the Warhammer world and the Imperial Security Bureau of the Star Wars galaxy, these were the foundational forces of order within a hive city. After being integrated into the wandering Earth world, the number of various cases within the Empire also began to increase. The Imperial Security Bureau answered directly to the Emperor. It was the intelligence agency and security organ of the human empire responsible for gathering intelligence and arresting or eliminating the enemies of the Galactic Empire. Among its subordinate units were the Gorzen-class light cruiser security inspectors, stormtrooper police officers, KX security droid, shock troops, LA-8I gunships, and Corellian hounds. Compared to the Arbites, these armed forces were still relatively light. Their duties naturally differed from those of the Arbites. They were equivalent to junior police officers and various agents. Upon discovering a target, if they could handle it themselves they would. If not, for instance, if the enemy had armored forces, they would hand it over to the Arbites. After all, the Arbites were a security force that could actually roll out tanks. In the wandering Earth world, many people encountered the human empire for the first time and were unfamiliar with its laws. Many attempted to continue committing crimes under the Empire's jurisdiction, but the mighty men of the Arbites would be delighted to send them to reincarnation. York Hive City. Several thugs armed with various weapons were robbing a supermarket, brandishing all sorts of firearms and threatening the staff. Hey! Freeze! Jimmy, wearing the Arbites uniform, quickly leaped out of the patrol car, pistol aimed at the people inside the supermarket. His only response was a few gunshots. This is Crown Lane Patrol. We are under attack by thugs. Repeat, this is under attack by thugs. This is Dispatch Center, reinforcements are en route. A patrol team riding CPH speeders and armed with EC-17 blaster pistols arrived. The leading stormtrooper officer drew his blaster and charged inside. The leading thug, seeing the stormtroopers approaching, hastily opened fire with his pistol, but these small caliber bullets could not penetrate the armor worn by the patrol team. Several thugs tried to flee but were knocked unconscious with a few punches. One attempted to resist and was pinned under the knee of another patrol officer. Help! I can't breathe. None of my business, buddy. A mocking voice came from beneath the patrol officer's helmet as he pressed down harder with his knee. A crack sounded and the thug completely lost his vital signs. Carry him into the ambulance, quick and neat. After cleaning up, the patrol officers remounted their patrol vehicles and left. A few minutes later, the thug was declared dead. These patrol teams had dealt with plenty of seasoned criminals back in the Galactic Empire, so they had a set of rules for handling such thugs. Once they opened fire, they never let the enemy walk away alive.
The Imperial Judiciary would smooth everything over.
For instance, if a person attacked a patrol team, fired a few shots and then surrendered, the patrol team would not give you a chance to surrender. Weapon discharge, no orders received, suicide by suspect, weapon malfunction, accidental killing, various excuses would be employed. Even if the person was lucky enough to be loaded into an ambulance, strictly speaking all medical institutions were now under the Imperial Judiciary, which had ample opportunities to let that person die on the ambulance, someone who dared to challenge the Empire's violent apparatus.
In short, once you committed a crime within the Empire, your life inside its borders had already entered a countdown.
The discerning could see it, but no one spoke of it. After all, who would want a person guilty of a serious crime to remain alive in this world?
Southern megacity of Chicago. All units prepare for fast rope insertion in 3 minutes. One transport after another unloaded and 50 stormtroopers stood in formation inside the cabin.
Let me reiterate our mission: destroy the drug factory and burn all materials. Drugs were absolutely forbidden within the Empire. Even military-grade neural stimulants were strictly controlled and absolutely prohibited from external distribution.
Yang Chang had zero tolerance for this. Once caught manufacturing or trafficking drugs, you went to the Inquisition to play with professional interrogators.
Incidentally, the Empire had also organized penal legions composed of scum sentenced to heavy or capital crimes. They would serve 10 years in the Astra Militarum as punishment, and upon completion all matters would be wiped clean. But they were also the first to be sent to the bloodiest battlefields.
Begin fast rope insertion.
The Stormtroopers descended in an orderly fashion, blasters in hand. First squad, second squad, surround all exits. Third squad, assault. With the orders relayed, the Stormtroopers swiftly launched the assault. The drug dealers barely had time to react before blaster bolts pierced their bodies, turning them into corpses. Though the dealers were equipped with some anti-tank weapons, they could not bring them to bear in this situation.
Moreover, it was night, and without night vision they could not mount an effective counterattack.
Under these circumstances, the dealers were slaughtered like pigs and dogs.
Leave no one behind,
the commanding officer said as he blasted a dealer's head open with his blaster.
Several security droids were deployed, cold-blooded killers that would not stop until the mission was complete. The moment the KX droids were deployed, they locked onto targets and rapidly charged toward the remaining enemies.
The KX series law enforcement droids were equipped with built-in communication packages, charging ports and computer interface arms, allowing them to connect to the standard communication frequencies of their assigned area. Each shoulder bore the Imperial insignia. If the droid achieved a higher status, one of them could be decorated in gold. The droids were designed with exaggerated human proportions but possessed the mobility of a human athlete. They could operate various tools, equipment and weapons, and carry gear without tiring, such as blasters and other armaments.
With the KX droids finishing the cleanup, the eradication operation was officially complete. By the Emperor's such loyalty,
the Third Fleet was assembled into an expeditionary force tasked with occupying the Takade Federation. Of course, the first thought of the Takade was not to confront the enemy Hedon, but to sue for peace. Emperor of mankind, I hereby request peace negotiations. We can sit at the negotiating table and talk. Why must we resort to war?
Don't you understand yet?
There will be no negotiations.
Mankind's fury will burn from the solar system to the edge of the galaxy.
Your loved ones will become the finest ornaments of the Imperial Army. Your screams will compose the score of our sacred military marches. Your curses and panic will be our greatest praise.
Yang Chang, his face twisted with terror, addressed Bewley Shi, the General Commander of the Takade Federation. Human, do not be so ungrateful. If you persist, the entire galaxy's fleet will come to annihilate you.
They will exterminate your kind root and branch. I'll give you one sentence: go FK yourself. With that, Yang Chang ended the communication. He had no desire to reason with these aliens. Wouldn't it be better for them to die obediently under the Empire's guns? Why must they court death?
How much longer until the Third Fleet reaches the Takade Federation? Report, Your Majesty, 3 more days. Tell them to speed up. These bastards need a good lesson.
Yang Chang had also been busy gathering intelligence. According to the prisoners, this universe was divided into 3 ring zones. The inner ring, the middle ring, and the outer ring. The most powerful was the inner ring, the main force that had brought down the Human Federation and the one that had acquired the most human technology. However, most had no idea how many nations existed in the inner ring. The middle ring was the most chaotic and diverse region of the galaxy, harboring self-proclaimed kings from rogue fleets, client states of inner ring powers, and nations that had clawed their way up from the outer ring through sheer strength.
A motley crew was the best phrase to describe the middle ring. The outer ring was a region that could only pick up scraps.
Even the weakest nation in the middle ring could dominate the outer ring. For instance, the target of this campaign, the Takade Federation, was a nation spanning several star systems. Speaking of military warships longer than a kilometer in these nations were collectively called Titans. By that standard, the human empire was a nation with hundreds of Titans. A weapon that could decide the outcome of a battle was commonplace in the human empire's fleet. That was the view of the outer and middle rings, of course. No one had ever seen a full fleet from the inner ring. Even an ordinary passenger ship was enough to command the respect of many nations.
Attention everyone! Our target is an enemy resource planet.
The enemy has not established many defenses on that planet, but there are many civilians.
I know, sir. We will abide by military law. A soldier in the uniform of the Light Chaser Corps spoke up first. No, you do not have to follow any military law, you know. Just control your lower halves. Regarding the abuse and execution of prisoners, I have only one request. Do it discreetly, do it cleanly. Understand? Yes, sir. Move it, soldiers. Kill all non-human life forms.
As the landing craft touched down, the bewildered Takade civilians were mowed down by a hail of bullets.
Attention all units. The 5th Infantry Regiment, supported by armored forces, will take the enemy's resource mines first. The 6th Infantry Regiment of the Punishment Corps will attack the enemy city.
Soon the landing force split into two groups and began the assault. The armored force, spearheaded by Leman Russ main battle tanks and Chimera armored vehicles, rapidly advanced to the enemy's planetary mine.
We are under attack by humans. Repeat, we are under attack by humans. A dog-eared humanoid creature was roaring into the communicator as the outer security forces were already torn apart by the armored units. We cannot reinforce. Repeat, hold out. We cannot provide effective support right now. By then the Takade on the other end of the communication had been shot dead, and headquarters had no idea what was happening. The flames of war had already ignited, engulfing the outer ring once more. Damn it! The humans have won unfairly. The Takade commander in charge of the planet's defense slammed the table in rage.
They had received no information from the humans at all. They had assumed that after wiping out nations like Audi, Shosi, Wakade and Utai, the human appetite would have been curbed. But no one expected that just days after the human emperor rejected the Takade prime minister's peace proposal, human warships had already launched an attack.
Damn it! The entire planet's communications have been cut off.
When the Takade commander in charge of planetary defense tried to call for reinforcements, he found that all planetary communications were severed.
It's over, completely over. He knew what the humans would do to alien prisoners.
If lucky, they would be flayed after death; if unlucky, flayed alive. The humans had 10,000 ways to torment them, making life worse than death.
Sir! The city's defense line has been breached.
A wounded soldier rushed in only to hear a thunderous roar.
The Outer Astral Military's long-range units had deployed a Death Direct Strike missile vehicle. That vehicle launched a single intercontinental solid-fuel ballistic missile with an operational range of several thousand kilometers.
When the missile detonated, everything within the blast radius was instantly consumed by a massive thermonuclear fireball, its heat intense enough to vaporize almost anything, including armored units and structures. Due to the devastating power of the Death Direct Strike tactical nuclear warhead, a single accurate shot from the launch vehicle was enough to annihilate an entire army. Just one such missile left the entire city's defensive forces completely paralyzed. Before the Takade civilians could react, a nightmare burst out of the thick fog, accompanied by countless Punishment Corps soldiers. The patrol-class Night Titan emerged from the mist and began executing its combat objective. For the Emperor. The Knight's melta cannon destroyed several tall buildings with a single shot, and countless Takade civilians were slaughtered by the heavy machine guns mounted on the Night Titan. Watching the Takade being turned into bloody mist, the Night Titan pilot was visibly thrilled. Killing aliens was the duty of the Empire's people, and especially the responsibility of a member of the Titan family.
Let it begin. Let the Emperor's wrath consume this world.
The Punishment Corps members behind them stepped onto the battlefield, indiscriminately gunning down every alien they saw, regardless of age or gender.
For the Emperor. For freedom.
A Punishment Corps officer, his face covered in tattoos, shouted as he led the charge. As the city's defenses crumbled, the remaining Takade soldiers also retreated into the urban area to engage in street fighting. However, the Penal Legion had no patience for such tactics. They possessed far more straightforward and brutal methods. Tie the captured prisoners to the armored vehicles and tanks, let them see if they dare to open fire. As hardened criminals, their actions could rival the moral nadir of the Astra Militarum. Everyone! Charge under the cover of the tanks. The leading officer of the Penal Legion shouted as he leaped into an armored vehicle, while the surrounding soldiers swiftly reloaded their weapons. Wait! First, cut wounds on the prisoners tied to the vehicles, make them scream. Understood. Several soldiers drew knives and slashed wound after wound across the thighs of the captives. Screams of agony echoed across the armored surfaces, and the officer inside nodded with satisfaction. Deploy drones.
If the enemy gathers around us, open fire. This was the perfect bait for foes lurking in the ruins, both physically and psychologically. If those people dared to risk rescuing their comrades, they would suffer immense casualties. If they dared not, the cries of their kin would forever echo in their ears. Enter the ruins and show these disgusting Xenos the cruelty of humanity. Soon the unit moved into the city wreckage. The method proved highly effective. Many Takade soldiers were lured out of their concealed positions or bunkers by the screams, only to be met with concentrated fire from the soldiers or attacks from the drones above. Excellent. Maintained this momentum. The commander of this penal legion armored regiment was named Makarov, a former terrorist who had committed every evil imaginable. He had been sentenced to death but was intercepted by the Inquisition. An inquisitor recognized his command talent, and after special training he became the commander of this unit. Commander Makarov, we have entered the urban area. According to the objective, we should clear all obstacles. What's the hurry? There are no rules of war here. Makarov spoke casually as he began issuing orders. All flamethrowers concentrate on incinerating any position where the enemy might appear. Then burn all Xenos corpses en masse. After that, free action. Makarov held firmly to the creed that Xenos could never be forgiven and that any extreme measures against them were absolutely legal and justified. Quick! Several penal legion soldiers captured a few Takade civilians and proceeded to douse them with gasoline. The Takade pleaded with the soldiers in an unknown language, but they had forgotten that decades ago humans had begged in the same way. And what was the result? Reap what you sowed, Xenos. Without hesitation, the soldier ignited the gasoline on the Takade before him. Watching the burning Xenos, he kicked it away. Mission complete, Commander Makarov. Watching the Xenos reduced to ashes, a few soldiers spoke with boredom. Come on, open your mouth. Several soldiers caught a Takade and began to toy with it. Here, swallow these. A soldier took out a pouch of tobacco and stuffed it into the Takade's mouth. Eat it. Eat it. The soldiers around cheered as they watched the Takade writhing in agony on the ground, its strangled cries fueling their glee. Whatever horrors the Xenos had once inflicted upon humanity, humans would repay 100-fold. Commander HQ demands we deploy armored forces to expand the front line. The entire resource mining facility had been seized by the Twilight Hunter Legion and converted into a forward command post. Deploy Sentinel mechs to coordinate with drones and circle the remaining enemy bases, and once their positions are confirmed, order artillery to concentrate fire and destroy them. The Sentinel mech is a single-crew bipedal all-terrain vehicle commonly used by the Astra Militarum for patrols on rugged terrain or for rapid-fire deployment during enemy ambushes. A Sentinel mech achieves a perfect balance between mobility and stability. It can traverse terrain that would trap heavy battle tanks and armored vehicles while withstanding enough firepower to fell an entire platoon of infantry. Sentinel mechs are primarily used for reconnaissance and light infantry support. Many Astra Militarum regiments employ recon sentinels to locate and eliminate enemy resistance, relying on cluster loss guns and searing promethium storms to wipe out large numbers of foes in daring ambushes and assaults. Recon sentinels are equipped with precision stabilizing gyros, helping them navigate rubble-strewn cratered battlefields and rugged slopes. Their efficient legs allow them to move silently through thick underbrush or urban ruins while enabling impressive speed across open terrain. The power generators of recon sentinels are also noise-dampened, preventing them from revealing their presence to the enemy. Sentinel pilots often modify their machines to adapt to the complex terrain their regiment must face. For example, Valhallan ice warriors install additional foot spikes on their sentinels to traverse slippery ice, while Katakan jungle fighters prefer mounting massive chainswords on their mechs to hew through thick jungle. A sentinel squad consists of 3 mechs, each armed with various laser weapons, plasma cannons, and chainswords. All personnel attention. Enemy base located 100 kilometers from the city. We need fire support. On the flat grassland, 3 Sentinel mechs advanced swiftly. Once the target was confirmed, they could withdraw. What awaited the Xenos next would be the Astra Militarum's artillery bombardment. Quick! All artillery units move into position. For the Emperor. Infantry wins firefights, tanks win battles, artillery wins campaigns. This statement alone proves the immense role of artillery in a campaign. Hundreds of Medusa heavy siege cannons assembled before the enemy fortress on this resource planet. These terrifying siege weapons were towed into position by various military vehicles ready for combat. Damn it, I studied at the military academy for 5 years and now I have to learn this damn World War II tactic. Several artillery officers cursed as they directed the troops to transport shells, unable to comprehend why the human empire and interstellar civilization still use towed artillery. That guy in the gas mask looks like a damn time traveler. A few Zugwang's artillerymen scoffed disdainfully as they watched the Krieg Death Corps officer arriving to guide the position. Death Corps. Such a trendy name. I don't think anyone would want to name their unit Death Right. The officer ignored their remarks and walked straight to a few Zugwang soldiers struggling to lift a shell.
Waste. The officer muttered under his gas mask, then hoisted a shell with one hand. The soldiers stared in disbelief at this terrifying sight. One shell had nearly cost them their lives, yet this bizarre man lifted it alone. I am ordered by the Department of Military Affairs to instruct you on artillery operations. The Krieg artilleryman shoved the shell into the breech with both hands and rapidly loaded it. Like this. Not only are the tactics retro, the operation is retro too. The Krieg officer ignored their strange looks and fired the first shot. Boo! The deafening sound stunned everyone like the roar of a god. The shell, after a brief flight, struck the enemy fortress wall. You call this a towed artillery? This is a damn gun-launched missile. The Medusa can fire heavier shells at lower velocities over shorter distances. These heavy shells possess exceptional destructive capability, but the Medusa cannot match the Earthshaker in range, making it poor for counter-battery fire. It is more often used to destroy enemy bunkers, fortifications, low walls and trenches. After the introduction, the Krieg officer returned to his position. Well, everyone, our objective is to provide fire support for that unit. The commissar stepped forward and addressed the soldiers awkwardly. Fire support, how are they going to? Before he finished, a rapid charge whistle sounded from the neighboring position. All personnel, take your firing positions. Prepare to fire. The commissar, recognizing the charge whistle, quickly ordered the soldiers. Boo! 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 The Medusa cannons began a methodical bombardment. Under this suppressing fire, a Krieg infantry regiment dispersed and advanced toward the enemy. Holy shit! Who the hell is running under the artillery fire? Watching the Krieg Death Corps soldiers charging, the crowd stood frozen. What kind of tactic was this? A suicide tactic. A Krieg siege force is a massive and diverse battlegroup comprising infantry, armored vehicles, artillery and special forces working in coordination to breach the enemy lines. The commissar explained from behind. During the Krieg charge, the rear artillery had already cleared a path for them. Due to the range, these Krieg soldiers were actually completely safe, though it looked terrifying. At that moment, inside the fortress, the still stunned Takade soldiers in a daze saw a group of figures advancing rapidly through the dust. What? Before the Takade soldier could react, a shovel struck its head with precision, shattering it in a single blow. The Krieg charge was silent, but the pressure of their advance was immense. They surged toward the enemy like a grey wall. What the hell are these things? The Takade soldier cried out, trying to flee backward, but found its legs frozen in terror. No! No! The soldier wailed, begging the Krieg soldiers for mercy, but was met with another shovel blow. My God! Watching the charging Krieg soldiers, everyone stood stunned. Meanwhile, the Krieg engineers at the front had already reached the inner fortress wall. Every Krieg engineer was both a professional miner and geologist, as well as a seasoned warrior. They were responsible not only for digging and constructing their own trenches and underground bunkers, but also for excavating tunnels to the enemy's rear, bypassing defenses or causing collapses to create breaches. The forward engineers planted melta charges and quickly withdrew to the sides, while the next wave of engineers aimed mole launchers at the wall. This launcher could be fired from a shoulder-mounted device. The rocket equipped with a digging drill would not detonate on its own. Its destination was usually an enemy tunnel or the foundation of a fortification. Once it reached the target, the operator would detonate the torpedo, causing an explosion and shockwave that not only killed enemies directly but also destroyed the foundation and load-bearing structures of tunnels, causing them to collapse under their own weight. Boo! 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 The towering inner fortress wall collapsed. The prepared Krieg engineers, wielding Lucius pattern Mark XXIIC semi-automatic shotguns, began their charge. This fearsome weapon could turn enemies into sieves or even mist at close range. Bang! 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 The screams of Takade soldiers filled the air. Some lucky were blown into pieces instantly, a quick death. Others, less fortunate, had their bodies torn in half, enduring far more agonizing suffering. As the engineers charged, the grenadiers and infantry from the rear also surged in. What awaited the Takade was a battle of brutal ferocity. System: I think I have too few Space Marines now. Are there any chapters on sale at a discount? Yang Chang asked, looking at the system interface. 50 Space Marines were still too few, and the situation was complicated. Many chapters had grudges against each other. Ding! Former Chaos Warband from the Warhammer 40k era, the Blighted Company, formerly known as the Bleak Brotherhood. 100000 war points. Take it or leave it. The Sorrowful Company is a warband of Chaos Space Marines. They were first encountered on the planet Maddeen 4 in M37. Chaos Allegiance unknown. Manpower unknown. Warband member appearance predominantly red with black accents. The specific color scheme is not mandatory and may vary. Warband insignia: a cluster of black flames with a red upward arrow within.
The sorrowful company was formerly known as the Bleak Brotherhood.
Since the destruction of their Genesede repository in M32, they have been assigned to extremely dangerous and undesirable tasks such as garrisoning Death World's space hulks in quarantined worlds. Whenever they thought they had earned a respite, they were always sent on even more perilous missions. Plunged into division and despair, they eventually converted to chaos in the agonizing acidic swamps, renamed themselves, and have since become the sworn enemies of the Imperium.
Warband Commander Akelluor. Exchange.
Ding. 500 Space Marines of this warband have been deployed to your location.
Emperor, I seek atonement from you. A red-painted Space Marine holding a power sword knelt before Yang Chang. Akelluor, you need not feel guilty about this.
Yang Chang walked over to him, helped him up, and said slowly.
The voice wrapped in psychic energy was neither loud nor soft, yet it could clearly reach Akelluor's ears.
The chaos corruption within you has been cleansed.
I absolve you.
Yang Chang knew that this chapter had also been forced into rebellion. Long-term crusade missions had driven them to completely betray the Imperium.
But this time was different. They would rejoin the battlefield as the Emperor's Angels of Death. Hail to you, Emperor. 500 Space Marines knelt in unison before Yang Chang and said, Stand up.
Yang Chang held the power sword level and placed it flat on Akelluor's shoulder guard.
Akelluor, I have pardoned all your crimes. In return, you will join the 1st Expedition Fleet. Understood, Emperor. 500 Space Marines, a full 500 Space Marines. Yang Chang felt his expeditionary force had been reinforced once again.
Now was the perfect time to attack the Takade Federation. Their addition undoubtedly elevated his expeditionary force's strength to a new level.
You will no longer fight as the Sorrowful Company. You will fight again as the Bleak Brotherhood chapter. I hate being exiled. 3 Night Lord Space Marines were exiled to the original Earth of the Cage World, now the main planet of the Imperial Beacon System. Hunting this kind of prey is the most boring thing. Talada said boredly while thrusting his arm blade into the body of a ferocious beast. As for why they came here, it was because they had killed hundreds of rebels. Killing them was fine, but they didn't dispose of them properly, leaving them as a pile of artwork in every sense of the word. I told you to clean up properly. Now we have to waste time killing these beasts. Another Night Lord Space Marine complained. I don't want to explain because he knows very well who enjoyed cutting off heads the most. No one knew why these Night Lords had become more talkative, nor whether it was a problem with the Genesede that made them more cheerful compared to other Night Lords. The group walked aimlessly through the ruins of the city, watching the ferocious beasts that dared not approach them out of fear. Talada felt utterly speechless. There is a strong energy signal nearby. A Night Lord Space Marine suddenly picked up a detector and said, pointing ahead. Then let's go find some fun. Talad removed his helmet, gazing at the deep pit before him, and said, Something's not right. What's wrong? No, things are very wrong. Talad was a Space Marine from Terra who had fought alongside the Emperor for 10,000 years. He had experienced countless dangers, both great and small, which was why the 2 Space Marines beside him obeyed his commands implicitly. Battle stations. Talad deployed the arm blades mounted on his forearm and stared at the deep pit. Dozens of double-jaw beasts surged out from the pit and charged straight at Talad. Finally, something interesting. Instead of using his arm blades to slash open their chests, Talad opened fire with his bolt pistol. This bolt pistol was loaded with Kraken pattern armor-piercing rounds, which had their deuterium core replaced with a solid diamond core and utilized a larger main propellant charge. Upon impact, the casing peeled away and the high-speed diamond projectile accelerated into the victim's body. Then a massive explosion drove ultra-hard metal fragments deep into the wound. This ammunition was ideally suited for engaging heavy infantry. Against these beasts, Talad didn't even need to aim. A single round was enough to send these monsters to their graves. Is that all? Talad said disdainfully, continuing to advance slowly while firing. This assignment was essentially letting them have their fun. Although they were descendants of stealth and fearmongering, they couldn't be bothered to practice stealth against such monsters. Roar! Various extreme devour beasts charged toward Talad's position, but he took them down with one shot each. Just as Talad was in the heat of battle, a red mist suddenly emerged. What is this? Sensing something amiss, Talad quickly put on his helmet. A Space Marine's helmet had the ability to filter toxic gases, even though something like crimson mist was trivial for them. However, Talad's survival on the battlefield was not only due to luck and skill, caution was also a valuable trait. Swoosh! Seeing a spine eel charging toward him, Talad swiftly deployed his arm blade. A sharp sound of air being cut rang out and the spine eel's head was severed from its body in an instant. Oomph, nothing special. Talad retracted his arm blade and said with disdain. Meanwhile, the 2 Night Lord Space Marines beside him were swiftly clearing the other extreme devour beasts that had surrounded them. Boss, what are they exactly? Shadow leaned back in the seat of the off-road vehicle, watching Talad's group wreaking havoc below. I don't know. I've never seen such modified humans.
Even by UMA, a scientist from the old world had never seen such terrifying gene-enhanced warriors. They were less warriors and more war machines, weapons born for battle.
What do we do next?
Are they related to those big metal shells in the sky? Suweixing, holding a bow and arrow, watched Talad's group slaughtering below.
Let's go take a look.
If worse comes to worst. Bai Yume said as she drew the Tang saber from her waist. At this moment she felt a fear she had never experienced before, even when facing a sky full of extreme devour beasts.
Crack!
With the head of the last snakehound being ripped off by Talad, the battle came to an end. I think this monster would make a great decoration for our room, Talad said as he cut off a snakehound's head and tied it to his waist.
No, there's more. Talad sensed an unusual energy coming from beneath his feet.
A massive extreme devour beast burst out of the ground. A calyx beast rose from the earth.
I'll take this one.
Another Night Lord Space Marine did not choose his bolt gun, as that would blow the prey's head apart.
He wanted to try to take a complete head.
A Ripper Saw appeared in the hand of this Night Lord Space Marine.
The Ripper Saw was a large chainsword that even a Space Marine needed both hands to wield.
Imperial Guard and Sisters of Battle seeking redemption would use this special chainsword.
For the Emperor. The Night Lord's warrior leaped down, landing directly onto the monster's body.
Then the chainsword roared to life, cutting deep into the monster's body. Countless teeth shredded the creature's flesh and horrifying blood gushed out.
The monster howled in agony but could not shake off the Space Marine. Become one of my trophies.
Your head will be a tool to terrify my future prey. The Night Lord's warrior roared as he swung the Ripper Saw. A massive wound had already been carved into the monster's head. Revel in the grace of death through fear. With a series of roaring explosions and a final crack, the monster's head was severed in an instant and the Night Lord's warrior emerged from the blood-soaked scene.
A fine slaughter, isn't it? Talad said, suddenly aiming his bolt gun at another direction. What's that? Last warning, come out now.
Just as Talad was aiming his bolt gun at that spot, a white figure suddenly burst forth.
A mere trick.
Talad chose not to fire directly. Speed that seemed swift to ordinary eyes was as slow as a turtle's to a Space Marine.
Talad drew the monomolecular dagger from his belt and effortlessly parried the fierce strike. Clang, clang, clang.
With one hand blocking the attack, his other hand swiftly thrust toward Bai Yuekue.
Nothing special.
As Talad and Bai Yuekue were locked in a stalemate, another figure emerged. Shan wielding a massive hammer and Suweixing armed with a bow attacked simultaneously. To Talad, a veteran of countless campaigns, this was merely a commonplace tactic. He grabbed Bai Yuekue with one hand and hurled her directly at the two attackers.
Boss.
Shadow, seeing this from behind, quickly commanded the psionic beast to rush toward the airborne Bai Yuekue. All show, no substance.
Talad discarded his helmet, stretched his body and regarded them with a contemptuous gaze. Boo!
Shan swung his massive hammer at Talad, but the force was far too light for a Space Marine capable of overturning it.
Thud! Talad delivered a restrained punch to Shan's face. In an instant Shan was sent flying. Bang! 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 Bang!
Su Tong continuously fired energy blasts at Talad. Under this cover, Bai Yuekue charged again.
Ding 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 ding! Various energy blasts struck Talad's armor.
He couldn't be bothered to respond to such inconsequential attacks. His true target was the white-haired woman charging toward him.
Boom! A single punch sent Suweixing, who was interfering, from the side, flying.
Then with one hand he seized the charging Bai Yuekue by the throat.
This overwhelming power was crushing for Bai Yuekue.
In his grasp she felt like an ant that could be crushed at any moment.
It seems you can speak properly now.
After saying this, Talad released Bai Yuekue. Though he enjoyed killing, he spared her, considering she might still be of some use to the Emperor.
Tell me, who are you? Talad extended his arm blade, the sharp edge tracing Bai Yuki's face. Bai Yuekue, a scientist from the old era.
A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, Bai Yuekue dusted off her clothes and replied.
And those useless rabble following you?
Talad glanced at the team members he had knocked down with a single punch. The woman before him was passable, her combat prowess equivalent to a physically fit battle sister. As for her fighting technique, it was mediocre, sufficient only for dealing with ordinary humans.
Shan Su Tong Shadow Suweixing.
Bai Yuekue introduced her comrades, all of whom bore injuries from the beating. Talad of the Imperium of Man Space Marine 8th Legion, son of the Night Haunter Conrad Kurz. Orank of the Imperium of Man Space Marine 8th Legion, son of the Night Haunter Conrad Kurz. Duke of the Imperium of Man Space Marine 8th Legion, son of the Night Haunter Conrad Kurz. Led by Talad, the three Space Marines addressed the group.
The Imperium of Man. Are you remnants of the old society?
Otherwise how could you possess such powerful gravity armor? Do not compare us to that trash. Every piece of our armor is a creation under the blessing of the machine god, Talad said dismissively.
Tell me what happened to this world.
Long ago humanity suffered a severe geological disaster.
Houses collapsed, the earth's crust split, and massive giant vines emerged from underground. As they spread and invaded, they gradually formed a new ecological environment, destroying the one humans relied on. Like an invasive species, humanity could no longer survive. People called this new ecology the mana ecosystem.
As a scientist from the old world, Bai Yuekue revealed everything. The psionic beasts you killed may have been born from the mana ecosystem. The psionic beasts and the mana ecosystem are closely intertwined, interdependent, and mutually influential. Just like the relationship between humans and nature, the mana ecosystem continuously spawns more powerful psionic beasts and provides them with an endless supply of regeneration factors, granting them regenerative abilities. Psionic beasts that are killed will regenerate and revive after a period of time. Bai Yuekue glanced at the psionic beasts that had been chopped into pieces.
So where is this so-called mana ecosystem?
Talad asked.
I don't know. We have searched extensively on the surface but have not found the location of the mana ecosystem, Bai Yuekue said disappointedly.
As Bai Yuekue was grieving, Talad picked up a poster from the ground.
Humanity successfully migrates to the moon.
The deductive abilities of a space marine were undoubtedly supreme. The mana ecosystem might have only left a part on Earth. The true core might have traveled to the moon aboard a spacecraft.
After hearing Talad's explanation, the group had an epiphany.
The only possible location was the moon, as they had no way to search it.
Then this becomes simple.
After speaking, Talad turned to Bai Yuekue.
You have 1 day to prepare to leave.
Otherwise I won't be responsible if a meteorite falls on you.
I am Talada of the Midnight Lord Legion. I request to speak with your captain.
A moon-class cruiser parked above Beacon Star received Talada's communication.
I am Captain Huogu of the Waning Moon.
What are your orders? Huogu took the communicator, looking at Talada's holographic projection before him. Dispatch transport shuttles to Beacon Star to pick up personnel, then prepare for orbital bombardment of the subsidiary planets of the Beacon Star system.
What kind of order is this?
Huogu was bewildered. His ship was merely docked here for a stopover, yet he had inexplicably received a bombardment mission.
First send someone to call the Emperor, then dispatch transport shuttles to land on Beacon Star.
Huogu did not dare to proceed directly, fearing that if he were later held accountable his life would be forfeit. Soon an officer returned and reported that the Emperor had approved the bombardment.
Understood.
With the Emperor's verbal order, Huogu felt relieved. Following the Astartes' instructions, he first dispatched several transport ships to pick up people below, then he could arrange the warship for bombardment. Soon several transport shuttles were dispatched and Bai Yuekue and the others were brought up.
Since you are willing to join the Empire, you are now Imperial citizens.
We will grant you legal identities and residency rights, and you must also serve the Empire with your own abilities.
The officer in charge of receiving them briefly reiterated their current situation and then left.
Are we encountering a spacefaring civilization? Xia Do exclaimed excitedly. A sci-fi empire that had only existed in novels was now appearing before her eyes.
I don't know. Let's take it one step at a time.
Bai Yuekue was also somewhat flustered, as she had never encountered such a group before.
Begin preparations for bombardment. All personnel take your designated positions. With the broadcast, all personnel at various posts were fully deployed. Prepare to launch torpedoes. Target the subsidiary planets of Beacon Star. Macro cannons ready.
As the ship's weapons activated, all armaments capable of shattering a planet's continental shelf were aimed at the moon.
By the Emperor, open fire.
24 sopmeter-slung cyclone torpedoes flew out from the bow launch bay and then struck directly onto the cratered surface of the moon.
With the explosion of the torpedoes, half the moon was engulfed by the immense energy.
The moon's radiance from the blast enveloped the nearby warship.
All hands prepare. Evasive maneuvers.
The moon from its surface to its core was consumed by the energy generated by the cyclone torpedo explosion. Meanwhile, the true face of the mana ecology hidden at the moon's center slowly revealed itself. The moon's core had been hollowed out and a terrifyingly shaped great tree grew at its center with horrific red spores spreading around it.
Continue firing.
The previous barrage had been largely absorbed by the moon's surface, posing little threat to the central mana ecology. But this time was different. Several macro cannons were already aimed at it. It could not escape again. A shell the size of a house was loaded into the macro cannon.
Amid countless praises to the Emperor and the omniscia, the second bombardment arrived.
A macro cannon shell as massive as a mountain was fired. One strike, just one strike, the colossal shell plunged directly into the moon's core, and then a violent explosion began. In the blazing fire, the tottering mana ecology great tree was engulfed by the flames of the explosion. In an instant countless devourer beasts were reduced to ashes and all creatures born from the mana ecology met their end.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely destroying the mana ecology.
Reward 2,000,000 war points. Yang Chang was sitting at his desk reviewing documents from various planets when he suddenly received a system notification.
The mana ecology. It's destroyed, so be it. Yang Chang didn't place much value on these hundreds of thousands of war points.
Now that 3 containment facilities were fully operational, they provided him with over 100,000 war points daily.
How is the situation in 2KD? Yang Chang picked up the war report and asked.
Our fleet has already devoured several planets of 2KD. Currently the 2KD Federation is attempting to seek aid from other nations, but no country has responded. After hearing his subordinates report, Yang Chang stood up and then opened the star map before him. The Imperial fleet has largely taken over the Tai Star system, and the territory of the Luo Di Ben Empire has also been fully absorbed. The Empire now borders several other alien nations, but most of these countries are not as formidable as the Ao Sea Empire. Yang Chang naturally paid them no mind. The current main target was the 2KD Federation. Cripple the enemy's fleet, rendering them completely incapable of combat in the Star Sea.
Yang Chang issued the next order.
Once a spacefaring civilization loses its fleet, it is like a human losing their limbs, then the game is played on his terms. News of the human empire spread throughout the entire Outer Rim and some Middle Rim nations. These aliens thought it was just another human exile government that would disappear within a few months, but unexpectedly after a few months this human empire had grown even stronger. To some nations this was a potential threat, but most people in other countries didn't care. After all, the emperor is far away and their own country was so distant, why should they bother?
Star Sea Alliance conference room.
Dozens of member state representatives who had not attended meetings for years showed up for the first time simply because their countries were close to the human empire. Once the human empire came to its senses, their own country would cease to exist. This Star Sea Alliance was similar in nature to the United Nations. They discuss good things together and shift blame for bad things. However, this conference was not established by the Inner Rim nations, who rarely communicated with the outside world.
Gentlemen, we are here to discuss the issue of humanity.
Do we choose to recognize the legitimacy of their political system or directly dispatch a joint fleet to militarily intervene in their actions?
Telamu, the Alliance leader, shouted at the various noisy aliens before him. Intervene in their military actions. Humans are nothing but slaves. They will always be slaves. A horsehead alien shouted.
Yes. We are civilized nations. Civilized races.
Absolutely not a cruel race like humans. We will not accept humanity.
Soon the previously quiet conference room became chaotic again. After hours of quarreling, representatives from hundreds of countries parted on bad terms.
The second meeting, which would soon follow, would have far fewer participants. All attention, numerous enemy vessels detected ahead.
All carrier aircraft personnel prepare. All carrier-based fighter pilots report to the designated position immediately.
Repeat, all carrier-based fighter pilots report to the designated position.
Lu Peiqiang stuffed the unfinished steamed bun into his mouth while nimbly climbing into the swing fighter. The swing starfighter, equipped with 4 laser cannons and proton torpedo launchers, could accommodate 1 pilot and 1 astromech droid.
Third squadron, prepare for takeoff. Repeat. Third squadron, prepare for takeoff. Lu Peiqiang put on his helmet and began maneuvering the aircraft. Take a deep breath. I'll be right behind you.
Zheng Peng, piloting a TILN space superiority fighter, shouted through the communicator.
Zheng.
Your fighter sacrificed many features for speed.
Just stay behind me. I'll clear the way for Lu Peiqiang. Nuafu flew out first in a lightning fighter. All squadrons, attention. Open fire at will. Open fire at will.
With the objective of reducing the enemy's carrier-based fighters and capital ships.
The command from the control center reached every starfighter, and with it Lu Peiqiang and Zheng Peng successfully took off. Enemy sighted. In the dark galaxy, the Golden Tukat warships were always conspicuous, undoubtedly an excellent target for the pilots. Fire. Lu Peiqiang first locked onto a Tukat fighter and quickly pressed the fire button. With several blaster beams shooting out, the enemy fighter was instantly reduced to a pile of space debris. Got one.
Lu Peiqiang shouted excitedly as he watched the wreckage of the Tukat fighter. The astromech droid in front let out a few beeps.
Don't get too cocky. My master told you don't underestimate the enemy, be steady like a mountain.
I think you're as heavy as a mountain, you need to lose weight.
Zheng Peng, you're just one bowl of rice away from obesity. This is the public channel, I can hear everything you say.
Zheng Peng was speechless as he watched the messages flashing on his screen. The persona he had painstakingly built up was gone again.
Whoa, damn. As Zheng Peng was still lamenting, 2 Tukat fighters suddenly surrounded him. Nuwafu. Come help. I can't. I've got a mess of stuff here.
What the hell is this?
Nuwafu was dogfighting with enemy warships among several capital ships.
Why does this thing not have tracking missiles? Why do you have robots to help? And I can only use cannons and visually guided missiles.
Nuwafu complained about this useless fighter while maneuvering against the enemy. Boom.
Nuwafu unexpectedly collided with a Tukat fighter and a shocking scene occurred. That lightning fighter actually rammed the Tukat fighter and blew it up while Nuwafu himself was unharmed.
I love it. Nuwafu shouted while firing, and several Tukat fighters turned into fireworks under his cannons. Yura!
Nuwafu piloted his fighter up and down like a drunken man.
What?
Just as Lu Peiqian was stunned, a Tukat warship suddenly ended its jump and crashed straight toward him.
Damn! Lu Peiqian couldn't dodge in time and crashed directly into the enemy's open hangar bay. Peiqian!
Zheng Ping, who had always regarded Lu Peiqian as his own son, shouted in panic at the sight of his danger.
I'm fine. Lu Peiqian climbed out of the cockpit, throwing down his helmet. Quick go! He helped the fallen astromech droid up and ran into a corridor. Hurry up, BT! Lu Peiqian beckoned the droid as they ran into the passage. Peiqian! Where are you?
At that moment Lu Peiqian was crawling through a dark pipe when he was suddenly startled by Zheng Peng's voice.
Master M on the enemy warship can't get back, Lu Peiqian said helplessly.
He had barely calmed himself down when he was startled again. I'm telling you, Han Duo is still waiting for you on Blue Star.
Don't die up there. I know, Master.
If you keep doing this, you'll die from your scares before I get to kill any aliens. You big tin can, you need to lose weight. After ending the communication, Lu Peiqian continued pushing the technician robot ahead.
What are you complaining about? I'm the one who should be complaining.
Lu Peiqian pushed the robot while grumbling about the sounds it made.
Just as Lu Peiqian was complaining, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside.
He cautiously peered out and saw several armed Takade soldiers patrolling the warship corridor.
What Lu Peiqian didn't know was that he had entered the flagship among the Takade warship fleet. Alright, BT, don't make a sound. I'll go take a look.
Lu Peiqian stealthily crawled out of the ventilation pipe, looked at the dark corridor and silently tightened his grip on his weapon.
Hey! Who's there? Hearing the voice, Lu Peiqian quickly aimed his DC-17 heavy blaster pistol in that direction. As a pilot, if he fell into enemy hands, he at least needed a weapon to fight back. Bang! 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 With several gunshots, several Takade soldiers were struck by blue plasma bolts.
Their chests were burned into large holes and they collapsed unconscious.
Oh, not bad.
Lu Peiqian exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the weapon issued by his superiors to every pilot.
This was much better than solid ammo weapons. Bastard! You! A Takade soldier emerged from behind Lu Peiqian.
Just as it was about to attack, a cracking sound came from the ventilation pipe and the huge technician robot crashed directly onto its head.
Sorry, BT. I'll never call you a silver trash can again,
Lu Peiqian said as he helped the fallen BT back up. He remembered when he first enlisted, he wondered why everyone was issued a wheeled trash can. After helping BT up, Lu Peiqian hurried onward.
What should we do? Hiding in a corner, he held his weapon and looked at BT. What? Are you ready to be remembered in history? BT then opened a holographic projection which was the map of the warship. Let's take out the command room of this warship. Lu Peiqian looked at BT in disbelief. Good heavens, he couldn't help but exclaim. Alright, lead the way. Lu Peiqian patted BT's round head. BT quickly started leading, with Lu Peiqian following closely behind. It's just ahead.
At this moment, because of the large number of Imperial fighters, all the soldiers on the main warship had assembled at the anti-air positions, leaving few guards in the corridors. Thus Lu Peiqian smoothly reached the main control room. At this moment several Takade officers in the control room were arguing fiercely. Many suggested retreat, but if they retreated it would mean that 80% of the Takade naval forces would be lost here.
As the Takade officers were arguing endlessly, Lu Peiqian suddenly burst in.
In short order he took down several armed soldiers and then aimed at the unguarded officer.
Human! Bang!
The moment the shout ended, the Takade officer who had yelled was shot in the head.
Bang bang bang!
Several more gunshots followed and all the officers in the control room fell dead.
Quick! BT!
The technician robot immediately began implanting a false program into the warship.
In an instant the entire ship's defenses were paralyzed. Soon dozens of Takade soldiers began to surround the control room.
They knew that if the control room was compromised they would all die here.
Watch out! Lu Peiqiang shouted to BT, then threw an energy grenade and fired a few more shots. This made the Takade soldiers hesitate to advance, only daring to call for backup. Destroy the enemy's control system, Lu Peiqiang shouted to BT beside him. BT's mechanical arms immediately began hammering the console. Soon the enemy warship's control system was completely paralyzed. Quick! Charge! Several hundred Takade reinforcements arrived from behind holding shields as they rushed toward the control room. For the Emperor. For Lucy and the All-Father. 3 Space Marines clad in wolf pelts boarded the warship. Xenos. The leading Space Marine swung his chainsword, killing dozens of Takade soldiers with a single blow, while his other hand kept firing a bolter. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Takade soldiers fell under their chainswords. Emperor be praised. Watching the frenzied Space Marines, a certain animal came to Lu Peiqiang's mind. Husky. Who are you? The leading Space Wolf Space Marine looked at the diminutive Lu Peiqiang and asked. I am. I don't care who you are. You took out this ship's control system. You're pretty good. The Space Marine let out a hearty laugh from under his helmet. You should evacuate with the soldiers that will come soon. We still have some fun to have. The 3 Space Wolves laughed and left. That guy is pretty good. I wonder if we can get him to join us. I think so too, but he looks like he'd rather join the White Scars. Whatever, I just want to finish killing and go back for some Fenris mead. And a few roasted Yutai pigs. Ha ha ha. The 3 Space Wolves chatted and laughed while slaughtering the Takade soldiers before them. Your Majesty, we have achieved a decisive victory over the Takade fleet. Yang Cheng took the battle report and nodded with satisfaction as he listened to his subordinate's briefing. The expedition's progress must be accelerated. Yang Cheng had no intention of wasting time with the Takade, he had more important matters to attend to. He had received many reports clearly indicating that the aliens had an alliance entrenched in the Middle Ring and Inner Ring, though it existed in name only. But recently, for some unknown reason, it had begun to reorganize and attempted to attack him. Yang Cheng dismissed this with a smile. According to intelligence, the military strength of the nations on the Outer Ring and Middle Ring was nothing but a motley crew. Having not fought for years, many nations' armies were very lax, which undoubtedly gave him a window of opportunity. This assault annihilated over 90% of the Tukader Federation's warships, crippling Tukader once again. However, there was a piece of good news for the Tukader Federation. 2 alien nations relatively close to the Human Empire, the Zilesi Empire and the Basiar Empire, declared war on the Human Empire and announced their advance against humanity. Then nothing more, the main fleets of those 2 nations were thoroughly beaten by the Empire-class star destroyers patrolling the frontier and annihilated on the spot. Then the second fleet, which was still resting within the Empire's territory, took a trip and issued several exterminatus orders on strategically important planets, subsequently besieging the homeworlds of those 2 nations. Yang Cheng had no interest in dealing with these 2 fourth-rate nations. All he needed to do next was execute a splendid landing battle on Tukader, decapitate their supreme commander, and the matter would be settled. But in truth, not only was Yang Cheng's front engaged in battle, the flames of war were also gradually igniting in other parts of the Outer Ring. Several dozen Yutai soldiers led by General Niali of the Yutai escaped via a transport ship to an alien nation called Talikat and declared war on that nation by recruiting pirates and mercenaries. Some nations in the Middle Ring still held a watching stance to them. This was merely a circus. Of course, there was one exception. Humans. They are the most despicable beings in the galaxy. Their so-called empire is nothing but a flash in the pan. They will drown in our vast ocean. A Middle Ring nation called the Cyclolan Empire intended to destroy this so-called human empire, but they had no intention of entering the fray. Who would actually engage in direct combat? Isn't proxy war much better? The Cyclolan Empire prepared to supply the Yutai general with abundant resources and weapons, enabling them to successfully restore their nation, thereby using their hands to annihilate the human empire. The entire Outer Ring could be said to be in a chaotic mess, and the Tukader Federation would become the first ship to sink in the storm. For the Emperor. A Kroll wearing a red Mk4 ultimate armor knelt on the deck of the battleship. Behind him stood the neatly attired Space Marines of the Desolate Brotherhood. Prepare for orbital drop. On the deck, a Night Titan named Blade of Fear walked up. This Night Titan also belonged to them. Under a Kroll's leadership, 500 Space Marines orderly entered the squad drop pods, each capable of carrying a 10-man squad into battle. Like the standard drop pod, this variant can also be equipped with storm bolters or Deathwind missile launchers to provide supporting fire for the landing Astartes. 5 Space Marines wearing Indomitus pattern Terminator armor also approached their unique drop pods. The Indomitus pattern Terminator armor is the most common Terminator equipment throughout the Empire, characterized by large circular shoulder pads and a distinctive helmet design reminiscent of the head of a long-extinct Terran canine. On the left shoulder of each armor was a noble Terminator cross embossed. By the Emperor, let these Xenos gaze upon the sky and cleanse their sinful flesh and souls. The Night Titan walked into a transport aircraft to await support. Begin the assault.
With the order given, dozens of drop pods simultaneously flew toward the ground. These space marines would bring the Emperor's wrath to every Xeno.
Those monsters are coming.
The Tookeder soldiers already prepared on the ground immediately directed all their firepower at the space marines' drop pods. They had already learned the hard way the power of these Tomater plus behemoths, tearing apart tanks, reducing enemies to bloody mist, throwing vehicles like frisbees, and various other feats. So far not a single space marine had been killed or wounded. They pierced through the enemy's defenses with ease like a sharp blade, while the mortal soldiers who followed, supported by artillery fire, shattered them like a heavy hammer. These ordinary anti-aircraft firepower was utterly incapable of destroying the space marines' drop pods. They fell straight down like raindrops onto the streets of the Tookeder capital.
Quick! Attack!
Countless Tookeder soldiers surrounded the area, but tearing through encirclements had become routine for the space marines. The space marines in Indomitus Terminator armor led the way, their storm bolters beginning to fire precisely at the enemy. The storm bolter is a compact twin-barreled bolter. Its principle is similar to coupling two bolters together, which allows the storm bolter to provide the user with immense single-target firepower without hindering mobility. Storm bolters are popular among space marines, especially with Terminators using them as handheld weapons and Rhino transports as infantry defense weapons. The overwhelming firepower stunned the Tookeder soldiers. Those hit were instantly blasted into clouds of blood mist, while the space marines in Indomitus Terminator armor advanced steadily.
Quick! Use explosives!
Several Tookeder soldiers hiding behind cover were just about to detonate the charges.
Bang!
A power composite gauntlet equipped on the space marine grabbed them and effortlessly crushed them into a pile of minced flesh.
While reloading the bolter, the underslung bolter mounted on the gauntlet kept firing.
The composite gauntlet, as its name implies, refers to a combination of a power fist and a ranged weapon. The entire street was strewn with corpses, pools of blood from blasted bodies gathered everywhere.
Countless Tookeder civilians were fleeing in all directions from the human attacks. Bang! Bang! Soldiers of the Penal Legion under the Light Chaser Corps, armed with old-fashioned revolvers, were executing surrendered Tookeder people one by one.
This was merely basic entertainment for the Penal Legion soldiers. Lord Sheffield, we have advanced into the urban area with the Angels. Makarov, smoking a captured cigar, was reporting to the commander before him.
Sheffield, the commander of the 18th Army Group under the Light Chaser Astra Corps, looked at Makarov on the screen and spoke. The Emperor has ordered us to keep some Tookeder prisoners.
The Inquisition and the Adeptus Mechanicus are severely short of experimental subjects.
Understood, sir. Makarov said while using a Tookeder civilian's head as an ashtray.
Smoke less, who knows what these aliens might put in it.
Understood.
The entire street's Tookeder defensive line had been shattered and the last remnants of Tookeder forces were converging on the commander's mansion, but facing the space marines was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot.
Long live the Emperor. Cut off the enemy commander's head.
The outer Tookad military and police forces were swept away utterly by the space marines, the so-called heavy weapons not even leaving a mark upon their ceramite armor.
Quick! Seal the gates of the Chancellor's mansion. Send distress signals to the forces on other planets. Chancellor Tookad shouted, crouching beneath the furniture. Chancellor!
We've lost contact with all other planets.
We are utterly isolated and without aid.
The defense minister of Tookad, brandishing a pistol, yelled toward the Chancellor cowering beneath the table.
Those monsters are coming in. With a horrific cry followed by a tremendous crashing sound, the door burst open. For the Emperor.
With a battle cry, hundreds of space marines stormed in simultaneously.
Stop them. Stop them. Chancellor Tookad's screams echoed throughout the mansion, but the space marines needed not even to attack.
They merely charged forward, their colossal frames at full speed, easily crushing enemies into clouds of blood mist.
Xenos.
Acro swung his power sword, targeting Chancellor Tookad, who was fleeing amidst the crowd. With a single decapitating stroke, the Chancellor's head flew off like a basketball.
With Chancellor Tookad dead, the entire Tookad Federation could be declared defunct in all but name.
Per the Inquisition's orders, the majority of Tookad's populace would be herded into camps awaiting disposition. What awaited them was not equality or humanitarian care, but the target ranges for new recruits, the operating tables of the Inquisition, and the servitor production chambers of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Of course, before all that, the Imperium will squeeze every last drop of usefulness from them.
Yang Chang gazed at the several camps and smiled.
I've been far too merciful with these Xenos.
The legend of the Space Marines had already spread. Videos of them slaughtering soldiers of various races had reached the nations of the inner core systems. Some surviving alien soldiers devised a ranking of these terrors. If you encounter a pale blue one, surrender immediately, they might grant you a swift death. If you encounter a deep blue giant bearing a batwing insignia, do not resist, commit suicide at once for a less agonizing end. Ding host, would you like a Primarch? The system's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Chang's mind.
What? A Primarch?
Yang Chang had been reviewing the Imperium's latest documents and was startled by the system.
Primarchs are lifeforms created by the Emperor and Erda through genetic engineering. Because the process used the DNA of both the Emperor and Erda, they are regarded as their children test tube babies. In layman's terms, the 21 Primarchs are the 21 Imperial Princes. Primarchs far surpass ordinary Space Marines in every aspect. They are even mightier than the Custodes. They are taller, faster, stronger, more united, more intelligent, and possess immense charisma, ideal leaders for the Imperium of Man. The Primarchs were born in secret laboratories beneath the Himalayas. Their genetic structures based on the Emperor and Erda are distinct from one another. It is speculated that the Emperor also employed long-forgotten ancient psychic technologies to shape the spirits of the Primarchs. Yang Cheng's mind flashed with the origins of the Primarchs. These were demigods in the truest sense. A powerful Gene Sun could even battle the greater demons of the Dark Gods. Even the weakest of the Primarchs could easily slay tens of thousands of Space Marines regardless of the heavy weaponry arrayed against them. Come on. Whether it's Gilliman or Dorn, I wouldn't even mind the Angel. Yang Chang said excitedly. Even a Lorger would have his uses. Ding, congratulations, host. You have discovered the Red Angel Onron. Yay, wait, what? Yang Chang's head sprouted a question mark. He struggled to accept this dramatic shift. The Butcher's Nail. Well, it's not impossible. This version comes without the Butcher's Nails. I'll take it. Yang Chang had initially thought it was a Tufferone deal, but when he heard it was the version without the nails, he was pleasantly surprised. At least he won't go berserk. Ding, to acquire the version of Onron without the Butcher's Nails you need 3 million war points. Also, this is a limited time offer, only 3 days remaining. I'll buy it. Right now, immediately, this instant. Ding, location: the gladiatorial arena of Nasiria. Assemble the Second Fleet. Recall Karn. Recall all world eaters currently waging war outside. Everyone who's out there slaying, bring them back. Yang Cheng hastily donned his golden artificer armor. A rational Butcher's Nail, he had to have it. Now. Let us welcome the star of Nasiria, the gladiator King Ongran. Angren, wielding a massive long axe, slowly entered the enormous arena. An aged gladiator watched Angren's entrance with a sigh of deep pity. Inamaus was the closest thing to a father Ongran ever had. He had discovered the infant among a pile of corpses. To help the boy survive this brutal world, Inamaus decided to protect him and teach him the ways of a gladiator. Boom! With a thunderous impact, Angren's opponent, a terrifying monster, had its head cleaved off in a single blow. Onron! 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 The various alien races around the arena shouted, reveling in the spectacular carnage. Angren Inamaus gently stroked the blood-drenched young warrior. He and Onron had fought in this arena for over a decade, and he felt his own end approaching. Our next battle. The Red Angel Onron versus his mentor and father Inamaus. A thunderous announcement rang out, delivered by the planetary governor. Father versus son. Begin. Dozens of soldiers dragged Inamaus out. Bastards! Ongran erupted, instantly strangling a nearby soldier and charging toward Inamaus. Onran! Either you kill him with your own hands or I will torture your father to death. Governor Cloco aimed a pistol at Inamaus while several soldiers brought out a horrific machine. Kill him and I'll allow you to give him a swift end. Cloco laughed, kicking Inamaus to the ground. The aged gladiator no longer had the strength to resist. Child, it's time to end this. I am not your father. You should return to your true home. Ha! So you're a bastard after all. Ha ha! If you've got guts, call your real dad. Let's see if he comes to save you. Ha ha! Governor! We're under invasion. Just as Cloco was jeering, his subordinates rushed in shouting, "What?" A colossal beam of light like a meteor hurtled toward the ground. By now the so-called defensive forces of this planet had utterly collapsed. Before the overwhelming firepower of the Imperial Navy, these pirates and mercenaries were nothing but a group of ants that could only resist. Meanwhile, Yang Chang led 9 of his guards down to attack. Yang Chang enveloped himself and his guards with psychic energy, then leaped down with them, striking from the starry void into the arena. What are those? Kellyuok exclaimed at the scene before him. He couldn't fathom how anyone could leap directly from the sky without suffering the slightest injury. Angelong. Yang Chang, clad in a golden armor and standing nearly 3 meters tall, held in his other hand a power sword wreathed in psychic flames. Alert! As the guards descended, several Crimson Guards quickly drew their favored weapons and formed a battle formation. Slay the Xenos. With Yang Chang's command, the Crimson Guards quickly dispersed. Guards armed with 4 spears charged into the audience, slaughtering wantonly, each strike precisely killing dozens of aliens. Those guards who possessed psychic power found it even easier to slay them. Angelong. Yang Chang walked over to him and slowly used his psychic energy to heal his wounds while also healing Uyunuamaosi in his arms. You will be fine. Yang Chang's voice transmitted by psychic energy entered Angelong's ears and a memory also surfaced in his mind. Father. Angelong, a brawny man over 3 meters tall, directly embraced the slender Yang Chang, leaving him stunned on the What the heck? A Primarch over 3 meters tall with bulging muscles calling me dad. And the key point is that I'm not even as strong as Angelong. Yang Chang, to avoid awkwardness, also embraced him. Father, I want to lead my people to overthrow the slave masters. I hope you. I will do everything in my power to help you, my child. Since Yang Chang was going to be a father, he naturally wanted to be a good one. At least he had to put up a good front. Gladiators. We have had enough of the slave master's tyranny. We were born in blood, raised in darkness, but we shall die free. For the Emperor. Just as Angelong was giving his impassioned speech, Cain led his men charging down. Father. We have arrived. Angelong stared at this motley crew frozen in place. When did he gain more sons? They are a legion I designed based on your genocide. Strictly speaking, they are indeed your offspring, Yang Chang explained, patting Angelong's shoulder. Kellywook saw Yang Chang among the crowd and was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The Emperor of the Human Empire had actually appeared here in person. His doom was only moments away. Is he your slave master? Yang Chang's gaze turned, terrifying golden light emanating from his pupils. Yes. With Angelong's reply, a Crimson Guard directly used psychic power to pull Kellywook before Yang Chang. Angelong, your ability is to absorb the painful emotions of others. As he spoke, Yang Chang grabbed Kellywook with his other hand. As he spoke, Yang Chang had already used psychic energy to extract Kellywook's soul, then forcibly bound it to the flame power sword he held in his hand. His soul will be trapped on this sword forever, and it will be scorched by this blazing flame for all eternity. Yang Chang had by now mastered psychic energy to perfection. Something like extracting a soul from its body was a piece of cake. Cain, bring the Blood Son, the Blood Father, and the Hate Furnace, these 3 weapons. Yang Chang said to Cain beside him, and Cain, living up to expectations, produced the 3 weapons. The Blood Father and the Blood Son were a pair of massive chain axes. Their teeth were taken from a monster called Yunmulong that lived on the Death World Luz Magintayer 9, and the axe handles were forged from adamantium. The Hate Furnace was an ordinary plasma pistol. Angelong took the weapons, weighed them a few times, found them comfortable, and then took them away. Angelong, you can leave after you've finished killing. Of course you'll bring your brothers along. Yang Chang did not intend to stay here long. His main force was still fighting on the Outer Rim, and he had only brought a detachment fleet. His main purpose was still to take Angelong away. Understood, Father. With that, Angelong charged toward the distant enemies. Angelong was born with a psychic ability to sense and absorb the negative emotions of those around him, truly allowing him to empathize with others, leading to understanding and comfort. Such a wonderful ability. It's a pity that old man Huang came too late. Yang Chang sighed at the tragic experiences Angelong had suffered, but this universe was different. These miseries would not be repeated. Now Angelong was still a warm-hearted big brother. But the butcher's nails. Yang Chang picked up the butcher's nails that were almost installed in Angelong's head, and a new method to torture aliens came to his mind. Take the human slaves away. After Angelong finishes avenging the rest, take him away as well. After issuing a casual command, Yang Chang reboarded the ship. Of course, Uyunuamaosi was also taken. This poor gladiator would spend his final years in peace on the imperial capital Tyla. World Eater's valor. Cain excitedly followed Angelong, hacking at the aliens before them. His gene father had returned to normal, and now he could boast before those smurfs, I have a father you don't. Amid the cries of countless aliens, all enemies on this planet were slaughtered, and Angelong was taken back by Yang Chang. All the slave masters of the planet were hung on streetlights by Yang Chang. Those who fled in disgrace either died under the axes of the World Eaters or became target ships of the Imperial fleet in space. Under the fierce assault of the Space Marines, the planet's defenders lost their ability to resist within hours. Angelong, as the leader, naturally became the chief of these slaves, while Cain and others waited beside Angelong for orders. Father, I want to bring my brothers and these former slaves back. You may, but make sure they abide by the laws of the Empire. Yang Chang nodded and said, Long live the Emperor. Long live the Empire. Countless gladiators and slaves embraced each other at this moment. Their long-lost freedom had finally returned. From now on, this will be your recruitment world, Angelong. Your subordinates will all be selected from here. Of course, including these people. Yang Chang said as he began to summon several World Eaters companies, including soldiers, librarians, legion apothecaries, tech marines, chaplains, centurions. And of course the most elite First Company veterans clad in Terminator armor.
In terms of vehicles, Yang Cheng equipped the World Eaters Legion with Rhino transports, Land Raiders, Mastodon, super heavy assault transports, Sicaran main battle tanks and other armored vehicles. Of course, one gives the best to his own sons. Among them, the Rhino transport serves as the backbone of the Space Marines. Since the Great Crusade, it has been used as an armored transport to carry Imperial forces to the front line. The Rhino transport is equipped with a remotely controlled storm bolter operated by the driver, as well as a weapon mount that crew can fire from the hatch.
All Space Marines must undergo Rhino driving training.
The Rhino can carry 10 personnel with a rear ramp and 2 side doors for rapid squad deployment. The top hatch allows crew to fire from the vehicle and can also be used for troop deployment. The Rhino's power system consists of 2 Mk2 Mars engines. Even if one fails, the other can still propel it. If both engines fail, it can be driven by batteries connected to the drive wheels, allowing the Rhino to press forward relentlessly under withering fire.
These are your progeny, Angelong. As Yang Cheng waved his hand, hundreds of World Eater Space Marines descended from the sky. Led by the first company veterans clad in cataphractii Terminator armor, countless World Eaters Space Marines knelt on one knee before Angelong. Hail, Gene-sire. Sicaran pays his respects to you. As a company captain of the World Eaters, paying homage to his gene-father was only natural, but Yang Cheng was exceptionally startled upon hearing that name. Sicaran Loyalist World Eaters Captain. Yang Cheng repeated this name in his heart. Perhaps the name was unremarkable, but what he had done was absolutely loyal. When all his battle brothers had fallen, he alone infiltrated an enemy warship, single-handedly penetrated a force, and at the critical moment severed the enemy captain's arm, but unfortunately was slain by the enemy in the end. Yang Cheng sighed, but fortunately this was not that filthy world of Warhammer. He had successfully saved Angelong as well, and everything would develop for the better. System, how many war points do I have left? Ding, 1 million.
How much for the Conqueror? Yang Cheng began inquiring about the price of the World Eaters flagship. Who else would a father spoil but his sons?
Ding, the World Eaters flagship Conqueror costs 3 million points. Alright, you'll just have to save up some more. Yang Cheng said helplessly, though this amount of war points was actually nothing to him. Aren't those Mechanicum guys lacking experimental planets? When will the experiments start? Your Majesty, I have an idea.
At this point Yang Cheng was already on his way back with Angelong. During this time he and the Archdeacon beside him had talked a lot.
We can first rescue the human slaves from those planets that have no strategic value and then directly issue an exterminatus.
For those planets with strategic value, we can use poison gas and chemical warfare to inflict massive casualties on the enemy.
Not only that, our goal is primarily to exterminate aliens.
I order you to modify the garbage disposal vehicles to send away those aliens that have no exploitation value. Those with strong bodies can be used as training targets for recruits. The weak can be sent to mines, the rest can be processed into food and distributed to them. This truly achieves recycling. Your Majesty, what about those aliens with delicious meat?
Cut their nerves, raise them as livestock, and after domestication turn them into food for the Imperial people.
Yang Cheng wrote down this plan and handed it to his subordinates, which would give him another boost in war points. Angelong took over the World Eaters Legion, which had been led by Kane. The moment he assumed command, he demanded one thing: that all Legion members remove the butcher's nails non-lethally whenever possible. Angelong knew the danger of these devices and naturally did not want his men to carry them. After receiving the order, the World Eaters began to act. With the assistance of tech priests, many Legion members had the butcher's nails removed.
Next came the military reforms regarding the Legion's organization. Abolish the decimation.
Focus on the relative strength of both sides. I will not rush your advance. Protecting humanity is the first priority, and of course massacring those damned Xenos is equally important.
The military reforms for the World Eaters were soon disseminated, and Angelong was honored to join the 1st Expeditionary Fleet.
At the same time, with the fall of the Tukad Federation, the gates to the Mid-Rim were wide open, and the next step of the expedition would advance into the Mid. With the fall of the Tukad Federation, the entire Star Region gate leading to the Zhonghuan area swung open, and Yang Cheng's fleet, after a brief respite, would set forth to conquer Zhonghuan.
Gather all intelligence on Zhonghuan, and after processing, transmit it to the frontline fleet. Intelligence before action: know yourself and your enemy to win 100 battles. A large number of spies will be infiltrated into the various enemy alliances, nations and organizations within Zhonghuan. I think I've gone too far.
Yang Cheng began to have the Archmagos of the Mechanicus study the butcher's nails devices that would be implanted into the heads of certain aliens personally selected by the Empire. With the tacit approval of the Departmentum Unitorum and the Emperor, an alien auxiliary legion was quietly being formed. Of course, to put it nicely, it was an auxiliary legion. To put it bluntly, it was meant to make the enemy waste ammunition and energy. The Empire also had requirements for this cannon fodder.
The Legion only recruited underage aliens and elderly aliens. Why?
When you fight, if you see children and elderly of your own kind running toward you, would you shoot?
The Empire never shows mercy in slaughtering aliens.
The moment they betrayed humanity, they ceased to be a species.
All fleet, the next target is to punch through Zhonghuan. Just as Yang Chang was fervently commanding the fleet, the other alien nations were not idle.
Originally they could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight in Zhonghuan, but unexpectedly the human fleet not only annihilated the Takate Federation but also pointed their swords at Zhonghuan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to speak plainly. On behalf of the human empire and all humanity, I declare war against all non-human species. Yang Chang's voice through the Mechanicus special instrument spread across the entire outer ring.
In the name of the Emperor. Expedition.
And Galong sat aboard an Emperor-class battleship shouting at the commander on the bridge.
Following the lead of this Emperor-class battleship named the Curse Claw, hundreds of various warships from the Warhammer 40k universe prepared for warp jumps. Charge into Zhonghuan. Tilia Pirate Base. This is the only way from the outer ring to Zhonghuan.
Hundreds of thousands of pirates and thousands of various pirate fleets gather here to plunder merchant ships.
Captain.
We detected a spatial fluctuation. A pirate in a peripheral spacepod of the base said to the captain beside him.
Boys. Prepare the energy grapples. As usual, we will board the enemy's ships. Kill most of them to show our mercy.
The lizardman pirate holding a long blade clad in green armor shouted.
Kill, 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 kill. Plunder all the slaves. Plunder all property. Plunder everything valuable.
Tens of thousands of pirates piloted various ships and surged toward the location of the energy fluctuation.
Damn. Saku is going to steal the prey. How dare they not notify us?
Several other pirate captains also began to organize their men for the charge.
Something is wrong. Tilia had survived this long thanks to sufficient vigilance.
If it were only an ordinary merchant ship, there wouldn't be such a strong fluctuation.
Could it be?
They used a warp engine.
Tilia felt his right eyelid twitching violently. A nation military force that can use a warp engine is no joke. That is to say, these fools are likely boarding a warship. It's over. Tilia collapsed weakly into his seat but then pulled himself together. Sound the alarm. This job is complete, everyone run. The galaxy is so vast, Tilia decided to gamble. After this robbery he would quit. Boom. With the Curse Claw exiting the warp in an instant, the foremost ships were all destroyed by the massive ram. What? Countless pirate ships were rammed and exploded before they could react. Quick. Now. Board the enemy mothership. Kill the enemy captain.
Various aliens shouted battle cries and charged toward the Curse Claw.
Let them in. It's time to kill aliens.
And Galong raised his two massive chain axes, then led Ka-En down from the command throne.
Charge. Kill. Kill.
Thousands of pirates wielding various weapons flooded into the cabin, but it was pitch black before them.
What's going on? Just as a pirate was about to say something, the lights came on.
Hundreds of world eaters in red armor holding chain axes surrounded them.
The slaughter begins.
And Galong charged forward with his two massive chain axes, and hundreds of world eaters simultaneously encircled the pirates in the middle.
It's over.
The pirate leader in the middle said helplessly. If there was a next time, he would never charge so quickly.
In an instant the alien blood splattered across the entire hall. Countless pirates were dismembered by the chain axes. Isn't this a worship of the human empire?
Tilia shouted, looking at the golden cathedral built atop the church. He had indeed capsized in a gutter.
All pirates in the base. Arms dealers. Mercenaries. We've discovered a human empire warship.
When many heard this news, their first reaction was not to flee but to take a gamble. After all, they were desperados who lived on the edge of a knife. If they could defeat the human empire this time, they would surely become famous.
Quick!
Open all weapon stockpiles. Everyone who can hold a gun, build defensive positions in the base.
Activate all shields. If we defeat the human empire, we will be famous. Quick, quick, quick! Move! Move!
Hundreds of thousands of pirates either sailed their ships to prepare for battle in the galaxy or stood ready in the space station.
For the Emperor. Burn the galaxy. Slay the aliens.
And Galong personally stood on the bridge waving his chain axes and shouting. With his voice, hundreds of imperial warships of various types completed their warp jumps. Watching the other pirates reduced to flames in the galaxy, Tilia knew he was doomed. All the ships outside the base had been annihilated, and those hiding within the base would ultimately be slaughtered as well.
Max out all energy shields. We must hold.
Tilia urged his subordinates to accelerate the shield's energy while staring intently at the colossal human warship before him.
So huge. Facing the human empire's warship, Tilia felt an unprecedented terror.
The enormous vessel bristled with hundreds of massive cannons, its entire hull adorned with statues and monasteries symbolizing the divine emperor.
Something's wrong.
Watching the warships approach without firing, Talia felt a chill that spread from the soles of his feet to his crown.
Launch all fighters, maximize lance output.
The Emperor-class battleship served as the carrier in the human empire's navy, carrying several times more fighters than other vessels. O great machine god, we beseech you to cast your merciful gaze upon this vessel, the Cursed Claw.
Let your burning power seethe within its engines.
Let your immortal protection rest upon its shield generators and armor plating. Let your mighty wrath spew destruction and vengeance through the grand mysteries of lasers, plasma and missiles. With the prayers of the Mechanicus Magi, the lance fired.
The devastating lance struck the frail shield, unleashing unprecedented energy. A blinding light engulfed half the base. Boom! 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 The energy shield overloaded instantly and the shield generators exploded, engulfing countless lives in a massive fireball.
Then the lance struck the base's outer wall. How could the fragile steel wall withstand the lance known as the Emperor's Wrath?
Boom! Half the base was engulfed in flames. Countless pirates were vaporized by the lance.
As the lance's energy intensified, the base was burned through and many pirates suffocated to death in the oxygen-deprived environment. Talia looked at the base consumed by flames, knowing his end had come. All he could do now was wait quietly for death.
Begin boarding operations. All personnel to designated positions. The remaining pirate turrets attempted a final desperate struggle, but it was futile.
The battle was a one-sided massacre. They hadn't even downed a single Imperial warship.
Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of Kraken assault claws began landing on the pirate base.
The Kraken assault claw is a rare drop pod with ancient origins.
During the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, the Kraken assault claw was also used for ship-to-ship combat.
It has a massive cargo hold capable of carrying large numbers of troops through the void, and its powerful onboard weaponry can blast a path through smaller vessels. When these ominous assault claws reached their target and latched on, they marked the end for any who dared resist the Astartes. The Meltas mounted on the Kraken assault claws melted one hole after another into the walls, and then the troops quickly passed through into the base's core.
Quick! Get ready! Prepare!
The remaining pirates hastily organized their forces for a last stand, but these laughable defenses were nothing more than fragile paper in the eyes of the Space Marines.
Bang! 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 With a few crisp bolter shots, the bodies of several hidden pirates shattered like torn paper. Fire! Fire! Pirates wielding automatic weapons opened fire on the Space Marines. Ding 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 ding. The bullets struck the Marines' armor with a clear ringing sound. Bang! 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 The Space Marines armed with bolt pistols paid no heed to the attack, simply headshotting any exposed enemy one by one.
Some enemies hiding behind cover thought they could catch a breath, but soon realized how foolish they were.
Bang!
A pirate hiding behind a concrete pillar was instantly shattered by a single bolt round. These fragile structures could not withstand the penetrative power of the bolter.
1, 2, 3. The pirates fell one after another.
Gone was their earlier confidence, replaced only by fear of the Space Marines.
Time to end this. This is too boring.
Hearing the command, the World Eaters put away their bolters and drew their chain axes and chainswards.
For the Emperor. With the battle cry, the entire base echoed with the miserable screams of the pirates. Talia was lucky to survive the assault.
Looking at his comrades who had already committed suicide, he picked up a nearby weapon and walked into the dark corridor.
Human! You wanted a duel. Come. Let's duel. Holding a longsword, Talia shouted into the dark corridor ahead, but only endless silence answered him. Damn it! Fear crept into Talia's heart. He swallowed and continued forward, gathering his courage. Xeno scum! A terrifying voice echoed from afar. A dark figure ran toward him, and before Talia could react, his head was cleaved off. Onlong spat on the headless corpse and continued hunting for enemies.
Little did he know that the alien he had casually slain was a fearsome executioner who terrorized the Outer Rim nations.
Such a figure met his end under Onlong's axe.
While the Imperial fleet was breaching the Central Ring, the other fleets were not idle. Their objective was to completely annihilate several alien nations bordering the human empire.
The main force of this sweep consisted of the former First Fleet, with Yang Chang's flagship the Supremacy as the spearhead. However, the aliens also responded.
Apart from the ongoing wars with the Thai Restoration Army and the Talika Nation, many other nations began organizing joint fleets to attack Yang Chang's forces. The last one who was this arrogant got beaten so badly he couldn't find his way back. Yang Chang scoffed disdainfully at the boundless alien fleet outside.
Hank! High Command has sent us something good. With a shout, a adjutant stepped before Hank.
What's the panic, Major Baojin? Such a fluster is unbefitting. Hank said, slowly clad in a black political officer's uniform, a power sword at his waist.
These are the alien auxiliaries we've been ordered to deploy, Bao Jin said, directing a dozen trucks as they rolled in.
Per High Command's orders, these alien auxiliaries are implanted with specific devices that stimulate their brains, amplifying their bloodlust. We only need to have the Air Corps drop these aliens over the enemy lines.
I see.
Hank walked behind the containers and unlocked the sealed doors.
Mercy. Mercy. Well, never mistreat humans again. With successive howls, dozens of burly soldiers tossed out the aliens packed inside. Children and the elderly.
What is High Command thinking? Hank was puzzled. He wasn't pitying the aliens, but he wondered what combat effectiveness such a force could have.
You'll see, sir. Very well. Hank shrugged nonchalantly.
As a political officer, most of his time was spent controlling troop morale and executing deserters. Only when an officer fell would he assume command.
What next? Begin the assault.
We're to test the prowess of this cannon fodder.
The planet Hank was on once belonged to the Erdake Empire, its dominant species being feline humanoids.
They had been conducting slave trade here, but soon the human Imperial fleet discovered this world, and what awaited them was an endless tide of the Star Realm army.
All units prepare for combat. Release the alien auxiliaries. Artillery prepare.
The forces responsible for this sector were the 1st Infantry Regiment of Audius, the 9th Artillery Regiment, and the 3rd Armored Regiment. Hundreds of thousands of human soldiers surged toward this location, the Outer Rings conflagration burning relentlessly from this epicenter.
Prepare to charge. Artillery barrage. Dozens of earthshaker cannons behind aimed at the enemy positions.
According to the offensive plan, artillery would blanket an area, then infantry and armor would breach through. But now these auxiliary forces had arrived, overturning all strategic concepts.
Gina, first-class private of the Erdake Empire. Incoming fire. Take cover.
With the shout, countless Erdake soldiers flung themselves into their trenches, praying fervently to any gods they knew that they wouldn't be blown to pieces by the human Imperial shells.
The first barrage ended, but a second wave followed immediately.
Terrifying artillery fire blanketed Gina's position. The entire trench was littered with bodies shattered by shells, even forming a rain of gore in the sky.
All personnel reman the positions. This time we must hold. At an officer's command, Gina and the others stood back up, ready to face the human Imperial army. But the human Empire did not play by the rules. Deploy the auxiliaries, break their lines.
Under the threat of armed Star Realm soldiers, thousands of cannon fodder fitted with butcher's nails were herded to the front.
Xenos. You should have been executed by the Emperor's army. But the holy and merciful Emperor has granted you a second life. Be grateful. Your army is right across. You have 3 minutes. If you can cross, you'll be safe. With the Star Realm officers shout, thousands of alien prisoners began sprinting toward Gina's defensive line. Activate the butcher's nails. The show begins.
The aliens, though unaware of the humans' intent, believed they were about to reach safety. Through the smoke, thousands of alien prisoners raced toward their nation's lines.
Hold your fire. Compatriots. Compatriots. Gina cried out as she saw familiar faces in her scope. Elderly, children, women.
Seeing what appeared to be escaped compatriots, countless soldiers were moved. They speculated that something unknown had happened within the human Empire's forces, allowing these escapees.
Quick! Let them in. Watching the Erdake children running through the dust, Gina's maternal instincts surged. These children looked as though they had just escaped hell. All right, activate the butcher's nails.
The Star Realm officer grinned cruelly.
The most terrifying scenario was often kin slaying kin.
The butcher's nails, the horrific machines implanted on the brain membranes of these cannon fodders, were instantly activated. The once clear eyes of these children turned savage and ferocious.
Children, you. Ah.
Before Gina could react, the children, who had seemed kind moments ago, lunged at her throat, tearing with their teeth.
Blood gushed like a fountain. In an instant, the entire Erdake line collapsed. Kinslayer was everywhere.
Countless Erdake soldiers died without understanding why their own people, who had seemed so pitiful, had turned so bloodthirsty.
Excellent, magnificent.
The Star Realm officer increased the intensity of the butcher's nails.
The entire Erdake position turned into a bloody carnage of self-slaughter like a living hell. All right, stop them. Those cannon fodders are useless now.
Armored units advance.
Artillery continue covering.
The officer yawned, then added, remember to recover the butcher's nails.
Don't waste them.
Somewhere in the galaxy, an Erdake battleship was racing through the void.
Gina, after this battle it'll come back.
Looking at a photo in the album, the ship's captain made a silent resolve.
All hands attention. Human Imperial warship detected. Yang Chang's flagship, the Supremacy, became the symbol of the First Fleet. Although officers from Star Wars thought so, those from Warhammer 40k were quite dissatisfied.
They considered not building a cathedral on the battleship a grave disloyalty to the Emperor, and how could a mere 10-kilometer vessel be worthy of being the Emperor's flagship?
The Star Wars officers also looked down on the Warhammer battleships. Why not simply stick to a minimalist style? Why all the flamboyant decorations and building cathedrals? Why not just build a palace on the battleship? Soon the conflict between the two sides erupted completely on the day of the Supremacy's maintenance. The Adeptus Mechanicus employ traditional incense-burning, actually nanobugs, in various shamanistic rituals, while the Star Wars maintenance staff used the 2K-era human methods of taming machine spirits. In the conference room, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Ecclesiarch, and the Star Wars officers engaged in a very candid exchange. Both sides expressed their opinions on the contentious topics, fully vented their feelings, enhanced mutual understanding, and this meeting held immense significance for both parties. In the end, the Star Wars officers and a few unlucky Ecclesiarchy followers were all hospitalized, while the Adeptus Mechanicus all-metal bodies proved completely invulnerable. After a second friendly exchange, the two sides reached an understanding each would do their own thing and not interfere with each other. All personnel attention. Repeat. All personnel attention. Following the broadcast, all fighter pilots entered their cockpits. As the Empire's flagship, the Supremacy naturally served as the center. The entire fleet was divided into 5 groups and advanced in an encirclement formation toward the enemy. Launched the fighters. For the Emperor. Hundreds of TIE fighters began attacking the surrounded Eldak fleet. Realizing the danger, the Eldak fleet hastily launched a counterattack, but to the Imperial Navy's vessels it was like throwing a pebble into the ocean. All personnel attention. Priority is to reduce enemy fighters. Receiving the order, the TIE fighters quickly dispersed and began destroying the pitifully few Eldak fighters in a predatory manner. All ships opened fire at will. Receiving the order, the various Star Destroyers began free fire attacks. The First Fleet had been greatly expanded by Yang Chang in the Wandering Earth universe, and thanks to that the fleet possessed such overwhelming firepower. Led by several Victory-class Star Destroyers as the spearhead, various missile silos and heavy turrets opened fire, turning any enemy fighter that approached into debris. Alright, the encirclement is formed. Time to annihilate them. With Yang Chang's command, over 20 Star Destroyers began to tighten the encirclement. Damn it. The enemy is going to trap us here. Staring at the photo of his wife Gina on the pendant before him, the captain steeled himself and immediately gave the order. All units. Charge. Break through from the enemy's weak point. With this order, the entire Eldak fleet instantly scattered. This command successfully doomed the entire fleet, as these aliens clearly did not understand the concept of the greater good. Oath of fire. On a Space Marine strike cruiser docked at Terra Starport, the Salamander warrior Samuk was repairing his chainsword while a few other salamanders were forging weapons. Samuk. A letter for you. A Death Guard Space Marine handed a letter to Samuk, who was repairing his chainsword. If I didn't know the messenger, I wouldn't bother giving you this letter. After handing the letter to Samuk, the Death Guard turned and left. What is it, Samuk? A Space Marine with Salamander 2nd Company insignia on his pauldron leaned in and asked. Oh, it's a letter from the child I rescued earlier. Samuk opened it and saw the prominent green Space Marine emblem. Dear Space Marine Sir, we are now living peacefully under the Empire's protection. Samuk smiled at the crooked High Gothic script. Thank you for saving my mother and me like an angel. Thank the great Emperor for spreading his divine grace across the land. I have been diligently studying Gothic. I hope to join the Astra Militarum in the future and fight alongside you, striving together for humanity's revival. Samuk's dark face broke into a smile, and the nearby salamanders also grinned. I hope you can visit our home someday, of course, when you are on leave. Our family is actively participating in work to answer the Emperor's call. Also, we are moving to another planet. I truly hope you can come visit us. My mother and I warmly welcome you, great Astartes brother. Where did they move? Curiously, Samuk examined the envelope and soon found the sender's location. Europa 7 Human Colony. Samuk noted the name silently. Once humanity completely unified the galaxy under the Emperor's leadership, he might retire to that planet in his old age. But what Samuk did not know was that in the near future he would go there, and clearly not for retirement. The Urdak Empire also faded into the annals of history, with hundreds of millions of Urdaks becoming human slaves, contributing to the glorious cause of humanity. Let these alien savages understand what war truly means. With the destruction of the Urdak Empire, other nations swiftly reacted, realizing that if they did not form an alliance they would be the next to fall. Ultimately led by the Lunsake Empire, the second hegemon of the Outer Ring, dozens of small nations joined the war to encircle and annihilate the First Fleet of the Human Empire. Meanwhile, some Central Ring nations began providing military aid to the Outer Ring, and a few Central Ring nations entered a state of emergency. Human, you are waging war against an entire civilized society. I will give you one last chance. Surrender to the great and civilized coalition. We will grant you a planet to survive on. In the conference room of the Supreme Sovereign, Yang Chang, clad in military uniform, listened to the holographic projection before him, rambling on. Civilization. Since when do lower life forms deserve to utter the word civilization? Yang Chang walked casually before the projection, speaking slowly as he faced the enemy. We possess military power you have never known, a unity you aliens have never heard of, and the most sacred and pure symbol in the galaxy, the symbol of humanity, the skull. So do you still think you deserve to be called a civilization? Without supreme military power, without formidable unity, you are unworthy of being called a civilization. The starry sea shall bow at humanity's feet. To be honest, our coalition forces have already set out. We shall see the outcome in due time. Disgusted by that sneering face, Yang Chang dismissed the call without another word. In this world, forces called coalition rarely meet a good end. Following the command centered on the Supreme Sovereign, each Star Destroyer prepared for another hyperspace jump. All personnel attention. The enemy's warships may be formidable, but we have numbers on our side. Behind us stand countless outer ring and central ring nations. In this battle we must reclaim our honor. The crocodile-headed Supreme Commander, brandishing a command sword, spoke with fervor. Kark. Can we really win this time? A rat-headed fleet captain shouted. Yeah. You're not going to use us as cannon fodder and sneak away, are you? Rest assured. Kark will never abandon a single comrade. The moment Kark finished speaking, the Supreme Sovereign emerged from hyperspace, its colossal hull overwhelming the vision of countless aliens. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? The Supreme Sovereign, 60 kilometers wide, its black hull cast an immense pressure upon these aliens. But this was only the beginning. 1231 after another, warships of terrifying design emerged from hyperspace, appearing in the galaxy. Let it begin. In the name of the Emperor, war. 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 Amid the roars of countless officers and soldiers, both fleets swiftly entered the combat phase. Full speed ahead. Launch all starfighters. All turrets open fire at maximum power. The captains of each Star Destroyer screamed in frenzy, unleashing the full firepower of their vessels upon the enemy. Quick! All ships disperse immediately. Surround and annihilate the humans here. The warships of various nations began translating the orders and executing them. Because this battle was hastily organized, coordination between nations was still lacking. Coupled with a fair number of slackers among them, the sudden assault left them unable to react. Had it not been for Kark's command, they would have scattered and fled long ago. Don't follow the enemy's rhythm. Move. With the orders given, the starfighters on both sides were poised for action. Attack! Attack! Formations composed of swing fighters, TIE fighters, TIN starfighters and TISA bombers began flying toward the enemy warships. The TISA bomber is a larger, less maneuverable variant of the TIE starfighter, designed for destroying large capital ships and precision bombing. The SA in the TIE bomber's name stands for surface attack. Due to its distinctive twin-hull design, TIE bombers are occasionally called suckers or sitting ducks by enemy pilots. The latter nickname stems from its bulky structure, making it significantly slower. Bombers are to focus on destroying enemy capital ships. Other fighters are to cooperate with the bombers, primarily to pin down enemy turrets and starfighters. After the order was issued, the formation dispersed and each fighter began executing its assigned task. The enemy has launched their starfighters. All turrets prepare. Launch all starfighters. If we eliminate their starfighters, we have a chance to win. This time the Starsea Alliance forces outnumbered the Human Empire's fleet by several times, not to mention their starfighters. Countless ships swept in like rain toward the Human Empire's warships, yet they were destined for defeat. At first glance, the Starsea Alliance seemed poised for an inevitable victory, but in reality its problems were already glaringly obvious. First, the two sides' weapons were not on the same level. Often to destroy a single Human Empire swing or TIE fighter, the Starsea Alliance had to pay several times or even dozens of times the cost. In terms of both firepower and maneuverability, the Human Empire starfighters were overwhelmingly superior. All units attention. Reform formation. Reform formation. Various alien languages echoed through the communication channels, making Kak's head spin. This was the second problem of the Alliance forces. Because the coalition had been hastily decided and hastily joined into battle, many nations could not understand each other's languages and no one brought translators. After Kaka gave the orders, each nation essentially fought on its own and the entire Alliance army had become a loose sand. All units attention. Bombers target the enemy warship's command positions. Remaining fighters provide cover. The voices of various formation leaders rang out through the human empire's communication channel. Under cover, a TIE bomber flew in front of an enemy frigate. Drop bombs. 2 proton bombs and unguided thermal detonators were dropped directly. Boom. With the explosion, the frigate completely lost power and combat capability, becoming debris in the galaxy. Damn it. Where are the shield emitters? Why aren't they activated? Watching the frigate beside him detonate, the cruiser captain on the other side also shouted, "Sir, these are Zhonghuan weapons, we haven't used them much." This was the third problem: hasty organization. White One soldiers were not yet familiar with the warships and weapons provided by Zhonghuan, resulting in them heading into battle with hardly any training. Then go check quickly. I don't want to end up as a pile of space junk. Watching the officer flipping through the operation manual, the Starsea Alliance captain shouted in despair, but it was too late. The second formation targeted them and 2 bombers simultaneously dropped proton bombs onto the enemy's cockpit. In an instant, those officers and the captain were swallowed by a massive blaze. Target destroyed. Another warship lost control, awaiting destruction by the Star Destroyer's weapons. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. One warship after another was battered, causing many alien Empire troops to lose their courage for a decisive battle with the human Empire. This was the fourth problem: organization and courage. Once courage was lost, even the most powerful technology was useless. Unfortunately for them, humanity not only had immense courage but also formidable technology. 3. Your left wing is damaged. A repair ship will be here soon. A TIE fighter in a formation was flying steadfastly forward despite its damaged left wing. I am TIE Fighter 3 of the 5th formation. My left wing has been hit, I cannot return. Repeat, my left wing has been hit, I cannot return. I will clear a path for our formation. Everyone follow me. With the communication, the TIE fighter began a steep dive at extreme speed, then aimed at the largest enemy turret. For the honor of the Imperial Navy. For the Divine Emperor. Banzai. With a shout, the TIE fighter crashed straight into the laser cannon, triggering a massive explosion. Quick! Now! There was no time to mourn their comrades' departure. Everything was based on strategic objectives. As long as they could secure victory, even if they all had to ram into the enemy, they would not hesitate. All units, attention. Split the enemy's warship groups apart, then destroy them one by one. The Starsea Alliance forces, already reduced to loose sand, were not even sand after being split by starfighters. I was careless. Kaka slumped in the pilot's seat, watching his own warships detonate one after another in the galaxy, speaking weakly. They had thought that the human empire's victories were due to luck and that they had only been bullying small nations. Once their forces possessed Zhonghuan's technology, they believed they could defeat the human empire. But clearly they still could not win. But reality gave each of them a hard slap in the face. Not only were they suppressed, but they were also beaten badly. Where there is life, there is hope. Retreat. Soon the order to retreat was given. Just as Kaku was about to lead his team to withdraw, he suddenly found that his jump drive seemed unable to activate. Not only Kaku noticed this situation, all the surviving warships also discovered it. Kaku immediately thought that the human empire might have developed a warship capable of blocking enemy jumps. No choice. Full thrust. The brave prevail when the narrow road meets. As long as we attack, there is a way. As Kaku's voice spread through the warships, the other aliens did not obey the command at first, but instead questioned it. They had no courage left to continue this doomed battle. Whoever wants to fight can fight. I'm out. Some mercenaries and pirates who had been recruited to bolster the ranks began to break rank, their morale shattered. They went mad trying to flee the fleet, but while Cake might have been unable to stop them, the human empire's fleet had no intention of letting them escape. As one ship after another attempting to break through the encirclement exploded in the galaxy, Cake and its forces completely abandoned the idea of escape. Go big or go home. Cake had just entertained this thought when it saw the largest vessel among the enemy ships slowly moving forward from the center of the fleet, then gradually breaking away from the formation. Quick! Now's our chance. They intended to strike down the supremacy to deal a blow to the human empire, but they had no idea why humans dared to expose this colossal ship to their view. Activate the shields. All batteries fire at will. Let the Emperor's might utterly annihilate them. With the command given, all weapons aboard the supremacy began to power up. Heavy turbolaser cannons, anti-ship missiles, broadside heavy ion cannons, and tractor beam projectors, all these terrifying weapons were aimed at the enemies charging toward the supremacy. Prepare for launch. The naval officers at the control consoles had already maximized the charge. Fire. At Yang Chang's command, hundreds of naval officers began to operate the gun batteries.
Countless beams of energy along with a variety of other weapons shot toward Cake and its forces charging forward.
No, with a whale, Cake and its forces were obliterated by the overwhelming firepower without even coming close to the supremacy. Is that it? The so-called coalition is just this. This level. Yang Cheng stared in bewilderment at the vaporized enemies, utterly astonished.
How could they dare to challenge him with such strength?
This so-called joint operation fizzled out without a conclusion.
When the battle report was relayed to the various nations, the entire populace was left in shock.
Where was the promised combined fleet?
The promised total annihilation.
Was this it? Did they just deplete the human Empire Navy's ammunition stockpile and vanish?
Of course, this was mostly the reaction of the mid-ring people who took it as a joke. But the outer ring was different. They were face-to-face with the human empire.
Upon receiving the battle report, several nations declared national mourning. Half of their male population had died under the human empire's military, and they now faced imminent extinction. Still, some thought otherwise. The internal affairs of certain alien nations were rotten to the core, with generals feasting on the blood of their soldiers.
We lost 150000 troops. An alien general puffing on an expensive cigar read the battle report and remarked,
"This joint operation was a joke. Our casualties are relatively light." I see.
Report 15040 combat deaths 5000 from disease, over 100000 from accidents, mainly due to poor ship control causing several vessels to collide.
Yes, that's the report. That'll save us a fortune.
As the general fantasized about a bright future, a soldier suddenly burst into his office.
The human empire's ships are here. The human empire's ships are here.
With these terrifying cries, several colossal warships appeared in the sky above the planet.
It's over. Run.
The moment the general finished speaking, the ground targeting lances mounted on the ships had already begun to fire. A light lance is a large energy weapon mounted on starships, frequently found on various vessels of the Imperial Navy as well as those of other factions. Mars perfected the capability to efficiently produce long-range light lance weapons in the late M37 era. As one of the most formidable weapons in the Imperial Navy, the light lance naturally has numerous variants. For instance, the ground attack light lance mounted on the battleship assaulting this planet can easily shatter the continental shelf of this land with a single strike.
Begin deployment. Prepare for landing. With the descent of Astartes drop pods, another planet was added to humanity's territory. Zhonghuan Star Region, Lingzhou Empire Chemo Multi-Star Sector.
This is no coincidence, this is no coincidence. Several Lingzhou scholars, while poring over historical documents and listening to news of the Imperial attack, anxiously leafed through ancient texts. The Lingzhou existed since the dawn of humanity. Their empire was founded even earlier than humanity's, and they had engaged in interstellar travel for far longer. For this reason, the ancient texts of the Lingzhou contain extensive records of the primordial cosmos, including certain arcane secrets.
Found it. A Lingzhou scholar pulled out a tattered book and exclaimed excitedly.
Legend says there are 4 great calamities in the universe: the first calamity, the rectification protocol; the second, the high-dimensional invasion; the third, the Sorin protozoa. It has been over a millennium since the third calamity invaded the galaxy, and very few nations still possess records of these events, the Lingzhou scholar said excitedly while flipping through the pages.
Before each calamity appears, there are corresponding omens.
For example, researching the 3 technologies of self-aware AI, self-perception, logic, and synthetic humans while denying robot citizenship can easily trigger a mechanical calamity. The emergence of each calamity signifies a major reshuffling of galactic powers, but that is also the most terrifying aspect.
The Heavens War recorded by the ancient cosmic pioneers also foretold the coming of the 4th calamity. Therefore, humanity is very likely the legendary calamity.
After finishing the documents, several Lingzhou scholars felt their hair stand on end.
This terrifying conclusion, once confirmed, would have unforeseen consequences.
Absolutely xenophobic, unable to establish communication, slaughtering all non-self races appearing suddenly from remote star systems, possessing overwhelming military power. These almost perfectly match the basic characteristics of a calamity force. If there are corresponding omens, wouldn't that be the widespread enslavement and massacre of humans by various nations? That is also one of the conditions for this calamity's birth.
Enough, stop talking. Let today's events be as if they never happened.
A slightly older Lingzhou scholar suddenly picked up the book, closed it, and threw it back.
Why, Hakisi? We should immediately report this to the Universal Alliance so they understand humanity's danger. And then?
Do you think those creatures with maggots in their brains will understand this danger? They will just regard it as a myth and accelerate the slaughter of humanity. Hakisi shook his head inside.
We can only wait for doom. Besides, whether humanity is actually the 4th calamity is still open to debate.
System ready for a dimensional jump.
Yang Cheng sat in the main seat of the Supremacy, looking at the system screen and speaking slowly.
Ding, of course.
The next world is Avatar timeline set after the first movie before the second where humans descend on Pandora. Preparation time 1 day. Ah, Avatar.
Yang Cheng, to be honest, had long disliked those blue-skinned monkeys, especially the male lead who gave up his human identity just to help the natives. What kind of bullshit logic was that? Since it's jungle combat, they are the perfect choice, Yang Chen muttered to himself as he opened the system shop. Exchange for the 41st Elite Corps from Star Wars plus a dozen squads of Katakan Devil squads from Warhammer. Yang Cheng had exchanged for units specialized in jungle warfare. Since he was fighting, he would crush them in every aspect. The 41st Elite Corps was an elite legion composed of many different clones, including AT-RT drivers, clone scouts and BRC troopers. Their legion colors were alternating gray or green camouflage. The 41st Elite Corps was a division under the 9th Assault Corps commanded by Jedi General Luminara Unduli and Clone Commander Gree. The 41st Elite Corps specialized in long-term patrols on alien worlds, often forming alliances with native inhabitants under primitive and harsh conditions. Exposure to so many alien species even made CC-1004 an expert on species and customs, using the name Gree to demonstrate his knowledge of little-known exosystem species. A Katakan Devil squad consisted of a Katakan veteran sergeant and 4 to 9 Katakan Devils with basic weapons including lost guns and fragmentation grenades. They could upgrade equipment like a veteran command squad but could not carry heavy weapons. The veteran sergeant could additionally select other equipment used by Imperial Guard officers. Additionally, the squad could spend an extra 48 points to add a Katakan Devil officer who would be equipped with a lost gun or last pistol, other melee weapons or weapons usable by other Imperial Guard officers.
Now let you see how a true galactic civilization conducts invasion. Bring Angel on and all the World Eaters Space Marines. Although Yang Cheng knew his military forces were extremely powerful, he could not be careless. The will of Pandora itself was also a problem. Yang Cheng recalled the details of the Avatar movie in his mind. Since the first film had already passed, it meant the protagonist had fully joined the Na'vi tribe and had his own children, but this would also become the protagonist's weakness. Yang Cheng felt nauseated as he recalled the protagonist's deeds, a human betraying his own race, a traitor through and through. Moreover, in the second film, Earth was already in dire peril and the human military was slowly advancing toward Pandora. But our former human Jack resolutely started fighting against humanity again. This behavior of taking pride in betraying one's own race made Yang Cheng sick. If he ever caught him, he would make him experience the care of the Inquisition and the Night Lords. As for the planet's will, Yang Cheng looked at the golden power armor on his body and decided to act personally. Whatever it was called, Iwa, he would crush it with his psychic power or just give it a couple of psychic slaps. All personnel attention. Prepare for hyperspace jump. With the order given, the Zhigao Wushang and dozens of star destroyers began to accelerate. This time not for resources but for genocide. Pandora incoming. In the dark galaxy, a gleaming ship was slowly sailing. This was the RDA Mining Corporation's vessel, the Venture Star. The Venture Star's propulsion system was a dual antimatter nuclear fusion hybrid engine. Its 1.6-kilometer-long hull housed a massive 264-meter reactor with 99.5 of its volume being nuclear reaction chambers and the other 0.5 being annihilation chambers. However, this annihilation system accounting for only 0.5 of the total system volume provided over 95 of the interstellar travel power. The antimatter fuel used by the Venture Star was anti-hydrogen and hydrogen. When anti-hydrogen and hydrogen come together and annihilate, they release tremendous energy. The superconducting magnetic guidance system then generates an ultra-strong directed magnetic field, injecting the resulting photon energy into the exhaust system. The plasma gas it produced was 100 million times brighter than a welding arc, with exhaust trails stretching over 30 kilometers, enabling it to travel at 70 of the speed of light. Humanity possessed such powerful weapons yet still lost, whether due to the commander's indecisiveness or strategic blunders. It proved that the Na'vi had plot armor from the director. A bunch of useless fools can't even defeat a civilization that hasn't left its planet. Yang Cheng began to rant wildly as he looked at the distant Venture Star. As he did, the Zhigao Wushang fully exited hyperspace, its colossal hull appearing directly before the Venture Star. Oh shit. What the hell? Seeing the sudden appearance of the gigantic warship, the crew of the Venture Star froze in place. Such a massive warship was unheard of even for the Earth government. Looking at the terrifying gun barrels, everyone knew they came with ill intent, but they had no means to fight back. The Venture Star was essentially a converted transport ship with some armament but not much. Ship ahead. Stop your engine. Surrender to the human empire. As the voice rang out, one after another, pure white star destroyers emerged from hyperspace, surrounding the Venture Star completely. Don't even think about calling for reinforcements. Your communications have been cut off. Don't make any move to resist or the consequences will be ugly. What do we do? Captain asked a crew member at the console, looking at the captain beside him. What are you looking at me for? Surrender. The captain said helplessly.
Soon a white flag was projected onto the hull and they abandoned all armed resistance, announcing their surrender.
Notify all stormtroopers to prepare for boarding.
Thousands of stormtroopers armed with blasters stood in neat formation watching the Venture Star as it prepared to dock.
We are RDA Mining Corporation. May I ask who you are and why you?
Click click click.
Thousands of stormtroopers immediately aimed their blasters at the speaker.
Let me reiterate, you have only one option: surrender.
Okay. All human weapons were confiscated by the stormtroopers. Just then a blue-skinned humanoid creature rose from a culture tank.
Colonel Quaritch. Yang Chang looked at the blue humanoid, the avatar, and spoke slowly.
What's going on? What's going on? Quaritch asked Yang Chang while leaning on a handrail.
Yang Chang, clad in yellow armor, walked up to Quaritch and handed him a data slate.
So I've been fired.
After Yang Chang explained everything, Quaritch gave a helpless smile. While he watched the recording, Yang Chang also conveyed everything through psychic power and Quaritch understood his situation.
I am willing to serve you, my emperor. Quaritch knelt on one knee before Yang Chang and said. Good.
As long as you follow orders, your soul and memories will not be trapped in this filthy vessel.
Yang Chang's implication was that once Pandora was conquered, Colonel Quaritch would receive a new body. I await your command. How far to Pandora?
Yang Chang looked at the star map beside him and asked.
Just one day, your majesty.
The crew of the Venture Star had grasped their predicament and decisively abandoned their positions to serve Yang Chang, for they knew they couldn't defeat a military fleet.
Are we going to orbitally drop directly into the nests of those filthy Xenos and chop off their heads? Asked Donron beside him, perplexed. Angren, don't rush. That would be no fun.
We need to make this human traitor pay a price he'll never forget.
Yang Chang's smile turned cruel.
When dealing with traitors, no means should be spared.
Admit it, you simply cannot endure those grotesque extraterrestrials. They are nothing like us. You cannot bear their azure skin, their misshapen forms. Today it feeds on the remains of your family, tomorrow it will make you its prey.
You cannot tolerate a life where every corner is filled with beings indistinguishable from the monsters of ancient legends.
Our emotions cannot resonate, our logic is utterly disparate. Coexistence. Impossible.
Now is the time to reclaim the traditions of our forebears. From the moment we first united and stepped beyond our beautiful blue planet.
That word has vanished from our culture for millennia.
Yet I know it shall never disappear from our genes. From the moment our species descended from the branches to the ground, our destiny has been inseparable from it.
Listen, my kin. The call of our ancestors,
from the cradle of humanity to the edge of the galaxy.
Let all human tongues unite into that cry: war. 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 We shall fight.
We shall fight on planets, we shall fight in nebulae, we shall fight in hyperspace, and we shall fight in subspace.
We shall fight wherever the universe demands it. We fight for humanity's future, even if it means burning the starry sea and setting the galaxy ablaze.
Send this message to every alien race that dares to resist.
War has come. The verdant Pandora appeared in the eyes of the crowd.
The vibrant surface of the planet was enough to prove it was a world of breathtaking scenery. How can such a beautiful planet be defiled by those filthy aliens?
This land has belonged to humanity since time immemorial, merely temporarily occupied by the evil Navi. Ding. War mission issued. Do not use planet-destroying weapons before eliminating the planetary consciousness, or the mission will be deemed failed. Very well.
Since he was to fight the planetary consciousness, he needed thorough preparation. Of course, before that he would send men to kidnap the male lead's children.
Needium Kiri Lok Tuk.
These were the names of Jake's children. Yang Chang intended to kidnap as many of these Navi as possible, the more the better, and only the children. You haven't learned a single method the colonists used to deal with the natives. Yang Chang said slowly, watching the soldiers' combat recordings.
Send men to kidnap the children of their tribe. Then inflict wounds on them. Arrange a few elderly soldiers to guard them, giving the impression of a vulnerability.
Then have men ambush the surroundings.
Yang Chang revealed his plan. The planetary consciousness could wait, the Navi must be exterminated first. Better to unite several tribes so we don't have to hunt them down one by one.
On Pandora there were not only the Navi tribe to which Jake belonged, but also the ocean-dwelling tribe from the second film and another tribe that had never appeared in the movies.
Quaritch. Yang Chang called over Colonel Quaritch, who was tallying supplies.
Do you remember Spider Miles?
Miles. My son. Hearing the name, Colonel Quaritch was visibly stirred.
Yes, he is on Pandora living among the Navi, Yang Chang said slowly. Don't worry, he is human and he hasn't done anything to betray his own race.
We won't harm him.
Yang Chang stood up and patted Quaritch's shoulder.
But the rest of the Na'vi will not be so fortunate. They shall be exterminated.
The universe itself is a law of the jungle. One civilization invading another for survival is a common occurrence, yet this is precisely why Yang Chang despised the male lead of Avatar. If the first film merely made him dislike the protagonist's betrayal, the second film utterly branded him a traitor to humanity. Abandoning the human race, openly aiding an alien species, forsaking humanity's survival, the male lead could no longer be called a human.
Capture enough Na'vi younglings. The Emperor has great use for them. 2 Alpha Legion Space Marines secretly infiltrated Pandora aboard a small shuttle. Come on.
In the forest, a tall Na'vi was leading a smaller one.
Tuck, you coward. The taller Na'vi mocked the smaller one. Netium.
As the two frolicked in the jungle, they did not notice a figure approaching stealthily.
Alright, time's almost up. We should head back for dinner. Neytiri, the female lead of the first and second films and princess of the Na'vi tribe, said, watching the laughing children. Okay, coming.
As she watched the children play, Neytiri was about to relax when a strange aura emanated from the depths of the jungle.
Hammerhead Titanothere. Van Ater. Slinger.
Neytiri sensed the utterly unfamiliar presence and a wave of terror washed over her.
No.
She barely realized something was wrong when darkness suddenly claimed her vision and she collapsed limply to the ground.
I found a filthy alien Xenobrother. An Alpha Legion Space Marine remarked, looking at the unconscious Neytiri. Take it. Maybe the Emperor will reward us. Mommy. Mommy.
Tuck, the youngest of the children, suddenly turned around and saw his mother being pinned down by a massive figure over 2 meters tall.
M.O. Bang. 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 Bang.
The Alpha Legion Space Marine, hidden in another thicket, suddenly burst out and delivered a punch to each of them.
Grab a sack, throw them in.
After binding Jake's children and his wife Neytiri, the Alpha Legion continued searching for other isolated Na'vi. After traveling for a while, the Alpha Legion Space Marines were drawn by a chorus of cries. They stumbled upon the novice birthing chamber.
A bountiful harvest. Not bad, not bad. Yang Chang nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the dozens of captured Na'vi infants. Emperor, we also captured an adult Na'vi alive, said a Space Marine from the Alpha Legion as he pulled open a cloth bag. Sky people.
You are Sky people.
With a miserable shriek, Nadiri was thrown out like a dead dog. Sky people. No, 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 we are a civilized nation and we will treat you in a very civilized manner. Yang Chang waved his hand and continued. We come with peace and civilization. Peace. Civilization. Listening to these unfamiliar words, Nadiri fell into contemplation.
Of course, but all of this is based on this planet having no Na'vi species.
What?
Of course, with my merciful nature I certainly won't slaughter you. You can apply for suicide, such a painless death, how wonderful, right?
Yang Chang had no intention of coexisting peacefully with these aliens. How could a species that wasn't even considered subhuman coexist with humans? Impossible. We Na'vi will fight to the death with our homeland.
You will never get close to Pandora again. Looking at Nadira's resolute eyes and words, Yang Chang didn't intend to argue with her.
After all, compared to the human empire, the Na'vi tribes were not even ants.
Then watch here as your homeland is destroyed, Yang Chang said as he began to give orders, initiating a saturation bombardment on the target location based on the Supreme. Let you see what the power of technology is. Following the command, the cannons equipped on the Star Destroyer began to charge, but due to the system's requirements and Yang Chang's thoughts, the energy was not set too high.
Sky people. The Sky people are back.
Seeing the terrifying light in the clouds, countless Na'vi wailed miserably as the world-destroying beams fully struck.
Boom.
The huge beam fell into the dense forest, and wherever it touched, all living things were annihilated. The Na'vi once relied on the dense forest to resist human machines, but now most of the forest would be destroyed and all creatures would fall before human technology. Iwa bless me, Jack prayed silently to the planet's god while searching for his wife among the chaotic crowd. Clearly Iwa began to exert its power.
Countless trees suddenly grew wildly, forming one wooden wall after another, protecting the Na'vi beneath them. Jack, the Sky people are back.
This time they are stronger than ever, a voice suddenly sounded in Jack's mind as he was panicking.
Gather at Hallelujah Mountains. I will make them block the humans.
With the sound, Jack had to temporarily abandon the idea of finding his wife and children and began to urgently evacuate his tribe.
Countless creatures on Pandora wailed under the world-destroying beams.
Some turned into piles of flesh, others directly into ashes.
This scene was like the mass extinction of the late Cretaceous. Countless animals ran in panic under humanity's terrifying weapons, but their final outcome was only to die under them. All right, dispatch the landing forces. Following Yang Cheng's orders, hundreds of LAAT low-altitude assault transports carrying dozens of soldiers from the 41st Elite Corps flew towards Pandora.
Alright, after fighting alongside the rebels, now we have to fight alongside the clones. Amid the Stormtroopers' complaints, a dozen Imperial landing craft also detached from the warship and flew straight towards Pandora.
Prepare to transport the ATSE down.
And have the Space Marines ready. By then the jungle on the ground had been blasted into a vast expanse of scorched earth, and the Stormtroopers and the 41st Elite Corps clones had successfully landed on this land.
Boom! Countless trees and vines surged like a tide towards the landing soldiers. Prepare to engage. Following the command, soldiers armed with flamethrowers and Z6 rotary blaster cannons quickly aimed their fire at the encroaching vines. Open fire. Flames surged like a wave towards the vines, and with the flames the rotary blaster cannons also opened fire. In an instant countless trees and vines were burned to ashes, while some were struck by blaster cannons and shattered into fragments. Air support ready. 2 low-altitude assault transports circled back, but this time they were not there to transport personnel. Anti-personnel laser turrets, composite beam laser turrets, variable yield missile launchers, light air-to-air rocket droid killer launchers. The weapons mounted on these aircraft were filled with brutal aesthetics, and they were more combat effective than some fighters. Fire. With the attack sparks ignited in one forest after another. This time the will of Pandora retreated. But this time was different from the first movie. The first time was just playing with humans, but this time it was serious. Hundreds of hammerhead titanotheres charged out of the jungle, pointing their hard heads forward. This animal has a hammer-shaped horn on its head, somewhat like a hammerhead shark. However, the hammerhead titanothere is a land animal that prefers open grasslands and often visits rainforests. They are herbivores, feeding mainly on shrubs and grass, but also eat fruits and leaves. Adult hammerhead titanotheres are generally 6 meters tall and 11 meters long. This animal's head can even withstand bullets, but unfortunately the weapons they face cannot even be called guns. 1H deployed. The Imperial-class anti-tank tank is the backbone of the Imperial heavy anti-gravity tanks. It is equipped with a Mark IV ES heavy laser cannon, one of the finest laser cannons utilized by the Imperial forces. It carries a Mark III's medium blaster cannon as its secondary weapon, along with 2 side-mounted armaments. There were 5 crew members, including a driver, 2 gunners, and a non-commissioned officer. 5 1H anti-gravity tanks were deployed on the ground, their turrets trained on the charging hammerhead thunder beasts. Meanwhile, the Stormtroopers and clones also trained their heavy weapons on the charging beasts. For the Emperor. With the cry, a massive drop pod descended. From within, a terrifying heavy armored figure slowly emerged. A dreadnought bearing the insignia of the World Eaters strode onto the battlefield. As the dreadnought landed, hundreds of Space Marines also descended via Thunderhawk landing craft, ready to welcome the Navy. The Dorito Siege Dreadnought is a heavy fire support dreadnought sharing numerous design and functional similarities with the Contemptor Dreadnought. Possessing formidable weapon carrying capacity and battlefield stability, the Dorito Siege Dreadnought was employed by many Space Marine legions as a test platform for advanced weapon systems. It is equipped with an anvil pattern autocannon array, a Hellfire plasma cannon, and an Arachnis pattern las cannon, while its hull also mounts an Iolus pattern missile launcher capable of autonomous targeting and independent operation. The Dorito Siege Dreadnought can also be fitted with heavy flammers or heavy bolter weaponry. Additionally, it is outfitted with a spiral targeting array and an atomic energy shield system. For the Emperor. All weapons mounted on the dreadnought unleashed their full fury, and in an instant a terrifying barrage of fire engulfed countless hammerhead behemoths. I am the Emperor's Angel of Death. I bring death. The dreadnought's armored hull echoed with a fearsome voice. Accompanying the dreadnought's assault, 5 veterans clad in ironclad pattern Terminator armor provided covering fire from its flanks. These so-called hammerhead behemoths were utterly incapable of withstanding the bolter fire. Under the relentless onslaught, they fell back in defeat. Roar! Roar! Amid the anguished roaring of the hammerhead behemoths, dozens of Viper wolves burst forth from the jungle, charging directly at the Space Marines. Hold fire. Let me handle this. Karn returned the weapon he had previously used to Ongran and replaced it with a power axe forged by a salamander smith. As the Viper wolves sprinted toward him, Karn raised the power axe and struck in a single decisive blow. The Viper wolf measured 2.3 meters in length and stood 1 meter tall. It possessed 6 legs, 4 eyes, and no fur. Thick armor plating covered its neck and spine. Its claws resembled hands, showing signs of evolution from a canine to a simian form. With 6 powerful legs and a robust torso, it could travel long distances rapidly in search of prey. Its keen green eyes could see at night as clearly as in daylight. Yet all these flashy attributes proved utterly useless before Karn. A single axe stroke decapitated the lead Viper wolf. More and more Viper wolves lunged at Karn, but the intensity was far too low for one accustomed to endless slaughter. Bang! 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 Axe stroke after axe stroke. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Viper wolves lay dead beneath Karn's blade.
The ground battle had ended in complete victory, but the ensuing jungle and aerial operations would not be so effortless. Meanwhile, Jack established a connection with the planetary consciousness. From its words, Jack understood that the enemy this time was no ordinary foe and that his wife and child had been kidnapped.
Jack, what should we do?
Gazing at the surviving Navi below, Jack carefully calculated his options in his mind.
Split into 2 units.
One unit will hold off the enemy's air force while the other lures the main enemy force into the jungle. The jungle is our domain. With Jack's words, countless Navi erupted into excited primal roars, believing they would achieve victory once more. But they had no idea what they truly faced, far more than mere military forces.
Tomorrow we'll draw the enemy's attention and then seize the opportunity to act.
While Jack's side debated strategies, Yang Chang and his officers were also contemplating countermeasures against the Navi.
The Navi know how to use the jungle for hit-and-run tactics and ambushes.
What should we do?
Hey Race, my idea. An officer began gesturing on a map. Here is the jungle. The enemy can only rely on it to fight us.
If we enter the jungle, we risk falling into traps, wasting effort with nothing to show, and our heavy weapons could easily be surrounded, the officer explained while marking the map.
We can station troops at key points, set the jungle ablaze, build railways and outposts to compress the enemy's maneuver space, and position rapid response units to encircle and annihilate them when they emerge to attack our outposts.
Regularly dispatched airstrikes on the area will alleviate pressure on the ground forces. Both sides had completed their preparations and a great battle was about to erupt. Yang Chang had arrived at the surface base christened the Emperor's Glory. Troops were stationed at every strategic point and a temporary command center had been established.
Jack, traitor to humanity.
Your wife and child are in my hands. If you have the courage, face me at the location of today's battle. Yang Chang projected these words across the entire continent using his psychic power.
Jack, preparing for an ambush in the jungle, heard them clearly. Damn it.
Jack cursed but was helpless. For the sake of his wife and child, he had to go alone. Come on, Jack, let me see how your family relationship is doing. Yang Chang said, gazing at the pitch-black jungle while looking at Nadi Rue and their child bound tightly beside him.
Enemy spotted. Repeat. Enemy spotted. As the searchlight focused, a tall, slender blue figure emerged from the darkness. Finally, you're here.
Yang Chang watched Jack emerge slowly and said with a smile.
Hey. RDA. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. What the hell do you want? Jack shouted at the soldiers in uniform on the wall. Jack, this time it's none of my business.
Colonel Kwaki walked up the wall and looked down at Jack, saying in a sarcastic tone, "You've offended the Emperor.
You and your bunch of blue monkeys are going to suffer annihilation." Blue monkeys. They are intelligent life forms. They are just like humans. Since when are such filthy aliens worthy of being compared to humans?
Yang Chang, dressed in golden power armor, slowly walked up the wall.
You are the Emperor. You are not worthy to speak the Emperor's name directly.
With a roar, a bolt round struck the mud beside Jack. Seeing the sudden attack, Jack immediately assumed a defensive posture, roaring with primal cries.
Look at you, for the sake of so-called Nawairing, you betrayed humanity, abandoned your noble human identity, and defected to aliens. They are also people. They are just like humans. Is this the reason you betrayed humanity? Is this the reason you slaughtered your own kind? Yang Chang's voice turned terrifying, even making Jack tremble in fear. We will not retreat. We will fight to the end to protect our home. Home. It seems you really have forgotten your roots, Jack. Fight to the end, is it?
Yang Chang said as he lifted Nadi Rue up.
After putting on the armor, Yang Chang was even taller than the Nawairan. This is your wife, right? Then let you see the price of resistance.
By now Nadi Rue was being choked breathless, a suffocating feeling overwhelming her.
Help! Help! Jack!
Nadi Rue kicked Yang Chang's power armor wildly, but it was useless except for making her own feet hurt.
Look what's so good about these so-called alien monsters. Worth you giving up your human bloodline.
Yang Chang could have choked Nadi Rue to death with his current strength, but he deliberately didn't. He used psychic power to keep Nadi Rue hanging by a thread, but the price was that she had to experience endless suffocation and agony. Please let her go, we'll do anything.
You don't even qualify to do things for me. First, you are not human. Second, since you stand with the Nawairing, you are our enemy. Why would I be stupid enough to let my enemy do things for me?
Yang Chang said, tightening his grip further, and Nadi Rue's suffocation grew stronger.
Oh.
Enraged and humiliated, Jack rushed up the wall and tried to attack Yang Chang, but was punched off the wall by the red-clad guards beside Yang Chang.
It seems you still haven't realized your mistake, Jack. If you kill her, our entire tribe will not let you go.
Jack attempted to use the fact that Nadi Rue was the leader of the jungle tribe to intimidate the human before him. He thought the human was also here for mining and that the human would let Nadi Rue go out of self-interest.
Jack, you are still too young.
Why do you think your so-called tribe can contend with our starships? Your tribal warriors are decreasing every moment while our army is endless.
Besides, do you really think we came here to mine? Hearing this, Jack understood this was not business, it was war. So what? Our goddess Iva will protect us and all our tribes will unite. Hearing Jack's words, Yang Cheng couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Iva. And a goddess.
Yang Cheng struggled to suppress his smile, looking down at Jack and speaking slowly word by word.
Let me tell you a story.
Once there were two civilizations, one could only travel within a planet and the other could travel within a short star system. One day the star system civilization planned to invade the planetary civilization, but a scientist on the planetary civilization deciphered it. Then, while waiting for the star system civilization's invasion, the planetary civilization developed frantically and built countless warships. Soon the time of invasion came and thousands of warships awaited the star system civilization's arrival.
But guess what happened to them in the end?
They were completely wiped out by a single probe from the star system civilization and sunk in the most ancient way, ramming.
What do you mean? Jack shouted hoarsely to Nadi Rue, who was almost out of breath. Because this is your fate. I prefer to call it a dimensionality reduction strike.
Your so-called planetary tribal alliance sounds impressive, looks impressive, but unfortunately the technological gap between us is not trivial and cannot be bridged by your so-called courage. After saying this, Yang Cheng suddenly tightened his arm.
Ugh, hi. Nadi Rue was choked until she foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. Your child is still with me. I advise you not to act rashly. Of course, if you want revenge, you are welcome anytime.
Yang Cheng strangled Nadi Rue to death, threw her in front of Jack and then left.
Nadi Rue. Nadi Rue. Looking at the corpse before him, Jack fell into endless agony.
Then he picked up the body and walked into the dense forest.
The plan succeeded. Yang Chen watched Jack walk away and couldn't help laughing. Since he betrayed humanity, endless suffering awaits him.
Emperor, how should we deal with those alien cubs? Hearing his subordinates report, Yang Cheng silently opened the system.
System, is there a penitent engine? Host. What do you want? You don't mean. Of course, some fun stuff. 1 unit 4,000. Deal 5 units. The penitent engine is a large bipedal mecha used by the ecclesiarchy to punish heretics who have committed terrible crimes.
This fearsome war machine is only piloted by traitors who have committed terrible crimes. It is one of the worst punishments the Imperium can imagine. The Sisters of Battle also deploy penitent sisters as heavy infantry support firepower in combat, much like the Space Marines use their dreadnoughts. Becoming a pilot of a penitent engine indicates that the crimes Hasha committed are so severe that punishments such as imprisonment, exile, flogging, or even death are considered too merciful. The pilot is fixed to the front of the mecha, but unlike other mechas, there is no protection for the pilot, leaving them completely exposed to enemy fire. Thus only the Emperor can decide their life or death. Those forced to pilot penitent engines are often those who once served in the ecclesiarchy. Among them are fallen priests as well as Sisters of Battle who caused the death of others due to lack of faith or mission failure. They were once considered devout by the Church, so the Sisters of Battle often regard witnessing the combat of these great machines in battle as a sacred duty, witnessing their fallen brothers or sisters wash away their sins in brutal combat. The pilot of a penitent engine is usually fixed directly to the front of the mecha with numerous fiber-optic neural connectors and chemical injectors implanted into the pilot's spine and brain. When they are not in combat, chemical implants inject feelings of guilt and pain directly into their brains to remind them of their crimes and sins. Therefore, driven by an insane need for forgiveness, the pilots charge recklessly into the enemy ranks aboard their penitent engines, knowing that they can only gain forgiveness by slaughtering the Emperor's foes or through death. Moreover, in battle, chemical injectors pump large amounts of stimulants and various chemical agents into the pilot's body to ensure Hasha can survive multiple injuries while still feeling all the pain inflicted by the enemy. These stimulants usually have enough power to keep the pilot alive long enough to atone by frenziedly killing enemies.
Guards, bind those 4 aliens to it. Deploy all fighter jets to encircle and annihilate the enemy's air force. The Mechanicum and other engineers begin deploying railways and outposts while ground forces start to encircle and suppress the enemy. Yang Shenka had never intended to fight a jungle war with the Na'vi. What he aimed to do was to reduce the jungle as much as possible. Prepare to airstrike incendiary bombs, prepare to enter the jungle. With the command issued, over a dozen TIE fighters began flying forward in a single-line formation, then started dropping bombs. Each bomb explosion was accompanied by countless large trees being engulfed by flames. The flames wrapped around the trees and then quickly ignited the surrounding vegetation. A massive sea of fire formed in the jungle and the large trees, scorched by the flames, toppled one after another. Lead with armored forces with the rest providing cover from the flanks. 10 AT-ATs lined up in a row and began advancing with overwhelming force. Quick! Quick! Various Stormtrooper units began advancing.
When they encountered dying animals they would swiftly finish them off with a clean shot. Attention, no Navi traces found in Sector A.
We will continue advancing. The entire jungle was divided into 3 major sectors.
Sector A was the outermost layer, Sector B the central zone, and Sector C the area near the Hallelujah Mountains.
The enemy has not deployed forces on the jungle perimeter. Request air cover, we continue advancing. Roger.
5 swing fighters began moving toward the floating mountains ahead. Soon their reconnaissance instruments detected a large number of biological signatures.
All units attention. Enemy spotted at the mountains. Requesting support.
After receiving this message, 2 TIE fighter squadrons and 1 swing fighter squadron were urgently dispatched.
Support arrives in 3 minutes. Be careful not to alert the enemy. Roger.
The swing pilots simply circled once and then moved away.
Then this area was marked to indicate an enemy ambush. Jake, can we really do this? Looking at the devastated forest in the distance, a Navi asked Jake, who was riding a Torek. If we could win once, we can win again.
Their underestimation of us will cost them dearly.
Over a dozen AT-ATs followed the advancing force, surrounded by clone troopers wielding DC-15A blaster rifles. AT-AT stands for All-Terrain Tactical Assault Walker. The walker has 6 jointed legs for locomotion. Its legs are short, which reduces the maximum speed but enhances stability.
The walker's body consists of 2 armored segments connected by an elastic sleeve, enhancing its mobility on the ground.
The front of the walker features 4 laser ball turrets, and a single heavy howitzer is mounted on a turret on the walker's dorsal surface. Its rear arc is covered by a pair of laser turrets. Although the walker's armor can easily deflect small arms, fire anti-tank rockets can still penetrate its armor and destroy its complex propulsion mechanism. Jake, we see the enemy.
Navi ground assault troops mounted on armored horses prepared for a charge. The armored horse resembled Earth horses in form but was 1/3 larger than the largest Earth horse breed. They stood and ran on 6 legs, were hairless, covered in stripes, and from the back of the head along the neck they were covered with a layer of flexible carbon fiber armor.
Don't panic. Wait for the enemy to enter the encirclement,
Jake said through gritted teeth, watching the approaching clone army. This time he had gathered all his people, not only to avenge his wife but also to fight for the future of his race.
The planetary will had taken control of all life on Pandora.
Countless bizarre creatures were surging toward this continent.
Attack! With the command, countless Navi throats emitted passionate and primal roars, and then they swiftly surged forward in a raid. All units attention. Enemy spotted in Sector B. This mission is over quickly, I have to get home for dinner.
With the announcement, all clone troopers halted their advance and began constructing defensive positions on the spot.
Prepare heavy weapons and get ready for battle.
At the front were soldiers of the 41st Elite Corps, behind them were the Dreadnoughts and Terminators of the Space Marines, and on their flanks were various Space Marines. Behind the Space Marines were various all-terrain tactical walkers. The Navi did not yet know they were about to become slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Tens of thousands of Navi riding armored horses and wielding various weapons began their assault. Like an iron wall they charged toward the clone troopers in orderly formation.
Wah-ah! One primal roar after another erupted from Navi throats.
They believed that since they had won the first time they could win the second.
But this time what awaited them were not mercenaries wielding kinetic weapons nor fragile humanoid mechs.
They were met by the battle-hardened 41st Elite Corps, forged in the Clone Wars, and the World Eaters Space Marines, who had carved a bloody reputation in the grim darkness of the Warhammer 40k galaxy.
Open fire!
With the command, the clone troopers' blaster weapons immediately opened up, while various armored units in the rear also began targeting the enemy.
Countless blaster bolts precisely struck the Navi riding on horseback, easily burning bloody holes through their bodies.
The Space Marines' bolters also opened fire. Every bolt that struck a Navi turned them into a scattered corpse in the jungle.
Bang! 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 The autocannon, howitzer, and plasma cannon mounted on the Dreadnought all began firing.
This Dreadnought was armed with more firepower than several battle tanks.
Damn!
The enemy's frontal firepower is too heavy.
We need support. Roger, hold on.
At Jake's voice, all the Shadow Riders hiding on the cliffs dove downward. But to the anti-aircraft artillery they were nothing but sitting ducks. The anti-aircraft guns that had been targeting ground forces quickly swiveled their barrels skyward and then pressed the triggers without hesitation. Support has arrived.
Begin eliminating enemy air units.
Hundreds of Ikran dove straight down from the sky, attacking the ground forces.
Wah!
Watching their chieftain leap down with the warriors of their tribe, countless Navi fighting on the ground once again let out excited roars.
But soon they could not laugh anymore.
Their tactics might work against some ragtag forces, but against these elite troops from various battlefields they were nothing more than struggling ants. The ground forces of clone troopers and space marines did not cease their assault, they advanced steadily while attacking.
We need reinforcements. Jack. We need.
Before the Navi could finish, a bolt round blew him into several pieces, scattering his blue body fragments across the ground.
Serves you right, Xenos.
A terrifying roar echoed from beneath the helmet of the space marine who had fired.
No. Watching his fallen kin, Jack let out a grief-stricken roar from above. I will make you pay.
Jack shouted at the crimson-armored monsters, then charged at them with a bellow.
Jack! Look over there!
Just as he was about to dive, Jack was alerted by his companion and followed the direction pointed.
A dozen Alpha 3 Nimbus-class winged starfighters along with swings and TIE fighters flew toward them.
Jack sensed trouble, but it was too late. The winged starfighter, a light interceptor developed by Quat Systems Engineering, was the main interceptor of the Galactic Republic era. It also served as the primary interceptor in the early Galactic Empire. Extremely agile with a maximum acceleration of 4,800 g and a top atmospheric speed of 1450 km/h, it was nonetheless outmatched in maneuverability and firepower by the later Tian and Aang and lacked a hyperdrive requiring a module. Equipped with deflector shields, their effectiveness was limited due to the fighter's size.
This pointed craft carried a single clone pilot with an astromech droid in the rear compartment for navigation and repairs.
Its two wings could fold up and down, and its blaster cannons were mounted on the wing struts with optional concussion missiles for rapid tracking fire.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
With the command, the blaster cannons on the fighters targeted the enemy and opened fire.
Jack and the others could not dodge in time and were struck by the bolts. Quick! Spread out!
At Jack's order, all aerial units dispersed and charged toward them, hoping to win the war with their old tactics. All formations break and engage freely. Repeat, engage freely. The lead flight leader ordered the wingmen to disperse, then began using tracking missiles.
The magnetic fields around Hallelujah Mountain could easily interfere with tracking missile guidance, but such minor effects were nothing to these Star Wars fighters. Boom! Boom!
With two explosions, several Ikran were blasted into bloody messes and fell straight to the ground.
Damn!
These fighters kept following them like flies, and every moment more Ikran on their side were shot down.
Just as Jack was growing anxious, the planets will intervened again.
With countless howls, thousands of Ikran burst from the clouds, while on the ground hordes of hammerhead titanotheres and other creatures charged toward the clone lines.
Iwa is with us. Jack knew the planets was aiding him.
With so many creatures they could surely defeat the humans again, but this time it clearly underestimated human military power.
All units, the enemy has deployed large numbers of unknown flying beasts.
Release drone swarms.
Roger. 3 landing ships broke through Pandora's atmosphere and thousands of Reaper drones were deployed.
These drones were captured from the wandering Earth universe and were refitted by the Mechanicus before being sent back into battle.
What is that?
Looking at the enormous shadow in the distant clouds, countless Navi looked up and shouted in astonishment.
Thousands of drones emerged from the clouds and began intercepting the Ikran.
As the heavy caliber cannons mounted under the drones opened fire, the two sides launched into a full-scale battle.
Help! Help! Help!
These drones were the perfect counter to the Ikran. They had no concept of fear, they only knew to lock onto targets and fire, and if they couldn't shoot in time they would detonate themselves to kill the enemy. A rain of blood fell from the sky containing the blood of Ikran and Navi mixed with various organs.
The Navi no longer felt the excitement from before.
The terror of war had completely enveloped them. They did not understand what war truly was.
Was that play like battle last time even war?
Real war means using every weapon available with all tactics and strategies serving the sole purpose of victory.
The Navi realized they had been naive, but it was too late to flee.
All they could do now was pray to Iwa for protection, but clearly it was not enough.
Let the mortals fall back behind us.
All world eaters prepare for battle. Angren's armor, named the War God's armor, was modified from his former gladiator armor. It had been blessed and upgraded by Archmago's Calver, and many secret technologies were installed.
Angren had transformed from the mindless berserker he once was into a thoughtful, caring one.
Hearing their Primarch's command, all world eaters stepped out of their positions and stood before the clones.
For the Emperor. Angren then did something no one could understand. He quickly drew his 2 long-handled chain axes and suddenly shouted. Seeing Angren do this, the Space Marines also drew their chain axes or power claws. Several in Terminator armor wielded power hammers. Soon the two sides clashed at close quarters, but for the hammerhead titanotheres it was a massacre. Angren swung his axe, each strike claiming the lives of several hammerhead titanotheres.
The world eaters followed closely, wielding their chain axes as well.
Kill the leader and the enemy will rout.
A navvy suddenly shouted, followed by several others. They attempted to face Onran with their own flesh and blood. Whether enemies or allies, only in death can they achieve final forgiveness, said the priest of the imperial cult. Retreat! 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 The Nawyran, watching their hammerhead thunder beasts mowed down like wheat, had fear overcome their courage. The spirit of defending their homeland vanished without a trace. Fall back to the Tree of Life. Jekka knew this battle was over. They had suffered a devastating defeat. Retreat! 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 Countless Nawyran fled into the jungle, abandoning their weapons and armor, but the clone trooper forces on the perimeter did not pursue.
Attention all units, attention all units.
The enemy has retreated into the jungle.
Do not pursue, repeat, do not pursue.
Leave a detachment on guard and the rest will organize the construction of railroad tracks. The nature of this battle had changed. The Nawyran had been crippled by at least 80%. The remaining old, weak women and children had no fighting capability. Virtually all able-bodied adults were dead. I want to make boots out of Nawyran scalps, Onlong said, slowly watching the clones finishing off the dead Nawyran on the battlefield.
Kane, leave some men here.
Well, withdraw first. The rest of the fight was no longer their concern. The 41st Elite Corps and Katachang would clean up everything.
Deploy the penance mechs.
In the dark hangar, a colossal machine slowly marched into the battlefield.
The captured Nawyran were nailed onto the mech, groaning in agony. Xenos. The great and merciful Emperor grants you one chance.
You shall atone for your base and inferior Xenos lineage with your own bodies. Accompanied by the prayers of the imperial cult priests, 5 terrifying mechs appeared on the continent of Panjuola. And nailed onto the penance mechs were none other than Jeek's children.
No. No.
But they could not even struggle before neural drugs were injected into their bodies.
Slay the Xenos. Boom.
The mech's arms were equipped with 2 heavy flammers and 2 chain fists, which began to activate. The sacred prayers resounded across the land.
Did we escape? Jekka led the clan to the foot of Mount Hallelujah.
They could only evacuate their people into the floating Mount Hallelujah, hiding in the caves and waiting for a chance to counterattack.
Jekka. A Nawyran archer leaped over a tree and ran over. I found the children, but...
Fear filled the Nawyran's eyes as if he had witnessed something horrifying.
Boom. The deafening engine roar grew closer and Jekka sensed danger. Quick. Get the clan up first. Leave a few with me.
Before Jekka finished speaking, a large tree beside him suddenly fell and 5 terrifying machines appeared before them. Jekka and everyone else froze. They had never seen such horrifying machines. The black frames were covered with sacred icons or seals, and every part was inscribed with holy scriptures to praise the Emperor's greatness. Circular chainsaws were mounted on the arms with flamethrowers attached above them. But the most horrifying was the center of the machine. His child Took was nailed there.
Their body was injected with unknown drugs, making them abnormally agitated. Burn the Xenos. Slay the heretics. Terrifying words roared from Took's throat as they charged at Jekka. Damn it.
Jekka dodged in panic, but the machine charged at the others. A Nawyran warrior failed to evade and was sliced in half by the circular chainsaw. Sensing that enemies were being killed, more drugs were injected into Took's brain.
Took became even more frenzied, finding relief only in slaying the Emperor's foes. Took. I am your father. Stop.
But Took's ears were sealed with metal. They could hear nothing from the outside. They only felt the thrill of slaughter. They wanted to stop but could not. The frenzy spread through their body.
Damn it. Make it stop. Jekka tried to attack the mech's power system, but all its weak points were covered by metal. How about heavy weapons? We could just blow it up. But my people are tied to it. We can't. Before Jekka finished, another Nawyran was flung away, their blue body smashing through a giant tree. No time. Quick. Watching his comrade's mangled body, Jekka had no choice. The only way was to kill Took. Come on.
Jekka aimed his longbow at Took, then drew and released with tears in his eyes. The slender arrow struck Took, its immense force tearing them in half. But a horrifying scene unfolded. Took was dead, yet the mech did not stop. It continued methodically attacking the Nawyran. At that moment Jekka finally understood. His daughter was merely an ornament on this machine.
Jack gazed at Took hanging like a cured meat on the mech.
He realized that he had just killed his own daughter with his own hands, and he could not stop this mech from continuing its destruction.
Jack. You are the clan leader. Withdraw first. I'll hold them off with the others. Several Navi quickly pulled the dazed Jack away while the rest fought desperately to block the mechs. Emperor, the war has been won. What should we do next? Yang Chang looked at the holographic projection at his side, listening to his subordinates report. No, it's not over yet. Yang Chang knew that this battle would not end like this, it was only the beginning. Notify the troops, order the Air Force to bomb all possible enemy positions. It's time to build this cage.
The Mechanicus began to arrange personnel to lay railways encircling all the places where the enemy appeared and then set up clone sentries. Yang Chang also ordered the troops to start using Agent Orange, and this weapon had been modified by the Mechanicus, possessing even more powerful herbicidal capabilities. Agent Orange is a deadly chemical agent laced with the highly toxic substance dioxin, named after the orange stripes on the containers used to transport these defoliants or herbicides.
Start the airdrop. As the Agent Orange descended, large swaths of trees withered. The Na'vi had no place left to hide. Along with the spraying of Agent Orange, bomber formations were also dropping bombs on the enemy's area. But the planetary would not allow this. Whenever a patch of trees withered, the planetary would replant them. This was a war of attrition, but Yang Chang did not want the battle to drag on. Yang Chang's immense psychic energy constantly oppressed the planetary, a power so destructive that even the planetary dared not confront it. Hedon. Everyone, I plan to leave the forest tribe and go to the ocean tribe for help. Jack packed his bags on Ikali and prepared to, from now on, rely on the jungle and Ikalan to fight guerrilla warfare against the enemy.
Jack, on the verge of tears, mounted Ikalan and then spoke to his tribe members before him.
Nathan, you are one of the finest warriors in the tribe.
From now on, lead our people to counterattack.
We will center on Hallelujah Mountain. The enemy will not find us,
Jack said to a strong Na'vi beside him. The death of his wife and child had already caused him enough pain. This time he could both seek help from the ocean tribe and relieve his own mind.
Jack, accept my condolences.
The human boy Max climbed onto the rock and said to Jack beside him,
I know. I will. Jack ignored Max's concern and left directly, then flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. A few days later, an armored train was moving on a railway.
On the train were neatly clad clone soldiers. In the jungle, over a dozen Na'vi were hiding, riding heavy armored horses, eager to charge at any moment.
Listen up, finish this quickly.
With the command, the dozen or so Na'vi charged towards the train on horseback, and the clones on the train naturally spotted them.
Open fire.
With the command, the clones immediately returned fire. Meanwhile, the train conductor urgently contacted the nearest outpost to arrange a rapid response force.
Brothers, we have orders.
A dozen burly men, each wearing a green vest and a red headband bearing a chainsword and a bolter, shouted as the leader looked at them. This officer was called Steel Teeth Gult. It was said that his teeth once bit a warrior bug to death, and for that reason he had replaced them with a set of steel teeth.
Brothers, the hunt begins. Kill these lowly Xenos.
A dozen Katakan soldiers immediately boarded transport vehicles and headed to the scene along with other garrison troops. Next, these Katakans, who learned to shoot before they learned to speak, would teach these so-called Na'vi what jungle warfare really meant.
Katakan is located in the Ultima Segmentum, its surface covered by dense jungles.
The entire ecosystem of this planet seems consciously hostile to all foreign life. Every native plant on this planet poses a real threat to humans. Even the Space Marines say to avoid this hellish place.
Katakan does not even have its own planetary defense force, because the deadly plants on the planet are enough to ensure that invaders never return without the need for the PDF to act.
It is well known that this planet is home to some of the most lethal creatures in the galaxy. Some of its native wildlife have even been released onto other planets to repel invaders.
The only valuable resource of Katakan is the people who live there.
Because Katakans are born and raised on the Empire's most brutal planet, they are often tenacious and cunning.
This is the home of the Katakan jungle fighters. They are taller and mightier than the Imperial Guard.
For the best people on this death world, the suffering brought by the protracted wars of the Imperium of Man is no greater than the suffering they face every day. Thus they proudly answered the Emperor's call. Katakan, with its natural advantages, provided a batch of elite troops to the Imperial Guard to join the Astra Militarum, and they are also the backbone of the Astra Militarum.
All units move into the jungle in groups of 3, said Gute, holding a bolt gun emblazoned with a golden double-head eagle. Dozens of Katachang jungle fighters swiftly entered the jungle and dispersed, tracking the enemy's trail.
In the meantime, the Imperial Navy dispatched several fighter jets for support. Compared to Katachang, this place is practically a scenic paradise. At least there are no nuclear exploding toads, no brain-sucking leaves, no man-smashing trees, no.
Say one more word and you'll be scrubbing latrines. Gute turned to glare at the chattering soldier, then continued his reconnaissance.
Gute quickly discovered a few drops of Nawe blood, indicating they were injured. Gute swiftly relayed the information not through radio or communicator but by imitating animal calls to conceal his position.
Soon each squad received Gute's message and converged on the location while Gute continued pursuing the enemy. The jungle here is thick, but compared to Katachang it's still too.
As Gute was advancing with these thoughts, a faint rustle from the treetops caught his attention.
Enemy in the trees. Prepare to attack.
Gute gestured to the soldiers beside him while aiming his gun at the canopy. Open fire. With the command, dozens of Catachang fighters simultaneously opened fire on the canopy. The combat instincts honed to perfection on their homeworld erupted fully. After all, on Catachang, if you couldn't shoot, you wouldn't survive past the age of 3.
As everyone knows, Catachang is a picturesque world with eternal spring.
Though it teems with man-eating plants and monsters capable of defeating space marines, this harshness has forged every Catachang native into a formidable warrior.
By comparison, Pandora is far more gentle.
At least Pandora lacks Venus flytraps. Brain leaves double-lobed catchnets. Catachang flytraps, the kind that can stand up and chase you, and all manner of other grotesque horrors.
By that measure, Pandora truly qualifies as a scenic paradise. Bang. 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 Bang.
Over a dozen bolt guns fired simultaneously at the canopy.
One Nawe, unable to dodge in time, was torn to pieces. Flamethrower.
The flamethrower was a common weapon among Catachang fighters, often used for weeding, since even the grass on Catachang could leap up and bite you.
Nasan suddenly burst from the underbrush and charged at Luo Ku.
But Gute was a man who dared to wrestle warrior bugs with his bare hands. Compared to a warrior bug, the Navi were far weaker.
Come on, let's have a go, Xenos, said Gute, drawing his combat knife from its sheath and assuming a fighting stance.
Every Catachang jungle fighter learned the art of knife-making from their parents.
Crafting one's own blade was considered a rite of passage into adulthood on the Death World.
Though the basic design of the knife remained unchanged, subtle variations existed among families and individuals based on height and personal preference.
Gute pointed the tip of his combat knife at Nasan, making a provocative gesture.
Nasan, young and hot-headed, could not contain his temper and charged at Gute.
But Gute was highly adept at dealing with such mindless beasts. With this level of skill, you wouldn't last 5 minutes on our planet. You'd probably die the moment you set foot there, Gute taunted while effortlessly parrying Nasan's attacks.
By now Nasan was panting heavily, unable to understand why this human was so formidable.
Alright, this boring game is over, Gute said with a yawn. He felt this Xenos was even weaker than some children on his homeworld.
Gute suddenly struck with force, pounding Nasan's abdomen.
After a few more blows, Nasan toppled backward. Just as Gute was about to finish him off, a group dressed in Inquisition uniforms intervened. We are officials of the Xenos Inquisition, Lobok.
We need to take this Xenos and interrogate it about the location of its base.
The Xenos Inquisition was one of the 3 major ordos of the Inquisition. Dedicated to combating the threat of alien races, its armed wing was the Death Watch.
The Xenos Inquisition was founded in the 546th year of the 32nd millennium after the Beast Wars to prevent the rise of Xenos threats comparable to the Beast.
Following the founding of the Demon Inquisition, the Xenos Inquisition was established to investigate and classify alien races and to destroy any Xenos deemed a threat to the Imperium.
This jurisdiction had been expanded to include any Imperial personnel who dealt with Xenos, traded in Xenos technology, or concealed and protected entire alien species.
The Inquisition. Take him away, Gute said indifferently.
He had no particular interest in the Inquisition, his own mission was complete.
Whatever awaited Nasan now was anyone's guess. Thank you, said Lubok. He then arranged for his men to take the unconscious Nasan away.
Confess to the Emperor. Xenos, the interrogators in the dark chamber spoke while forcing Nazan to kneel before the Emperor's icon.
Each time Nazan showed any irreverence, a lash greeted him. Scum. Human.
Do your worst. Do not expect me to. Before the words could finish, more lashes rained down, leaving bloody welts upon Nazan's back. Where is your base? The lead interrogator intoned his augmetic eye fixed upon Nazan. You dream, continue.
The interrogator took the whip and began lashing Nazan's back even as a hooded space marine entered the room.
Hail, Lord. The interrogator, seeing the green-armored space marine, hastily performed the Aquila salute and knelt.
The Emperor is displeased with your progress. I have been assigned to conduct the interrogation. Understood, Lord.
The interrogators scrambled out, leaving only Nazan and the chaplain. Xenos, you shall atone for your bloodline until you reveal the location of your base. The chaplain set his Crozius Arcanum upon Nazan's forehead.
In the Emperor's name.
Nazan's head was struck with savage force, threatening to send him into unconsciousness. So frail, the chaplain queried with a tilt of his head.
Human, you thud. Indeed, too light. The chaplain struck again. Blood drenched Nazan's blue face, dripping drop by drop to the floor. Now for the main event, Xenos. Enemy base located a cave in the peak of Mount Hallelujah.
Upon pinpointing the enemy, 3 Thunderhawks lifted off, immediately streaking toward the mountain. The Thunderhawk possessed formidable transport capacity, able to deliver multiple tactical squads of Space Marines to the battlefield in a single sortie. Some could even carry most Space Marine ground vehicles, including the Land Raider. These 3 Thunderhawks, bearing the World Eater's insignia, transported over 50 Space Marines and a Leviathan dreadnought.
The Leviathan Dreadnought was a heavy battlewalker deployed among Space Marine legions near the end of the 30th millennium. Unlike more common dreadnoughts, its technology did not originate from the Forge world of Mars but from ancient Terra. Its torso typically mounted frag grenade launchers and a pair of heavy flammers, the latter replaceable with bombast cannons. Its armaments could include a siege claw with integrated meltagun, a siege drill Leviathan storm cannon array, cyclone melta lances, or gravity vector bomb launchers. It could also mount hunter-killer or phosphor missile launchers on its top. Of course, the Leviathan Dreadnought was exorbitantly expensive. The cost of one could build a Night Titan. Beyond the prohibitive production cost, it was infamous for its Nero load that could drive its pilot mad. Those Space Marines who attempted to master its control systems faced two outcomes: either utter death or total loss of reason. Legend held that each Leviathan Dreadnought's sarcophagus contained nightmares from the dark age of technology which mercilessly devoured the sanity of the warrior interred within. Prepare to assault. Battle stations. Every Space Marine, including Kane, had a jump pack mounted on the back of their armor. The jump pack was a bulky personal vector thrust jetpack. Fueled by promethium, it was designed to be worn by a single soldier and attached to the armor of a Space Marine or Sister of Battle. These packs enabled the user to rapidly traverse any terrain and plunge into enemy ranks, as their combat was often close quarters. All World Eater's Space Marines were equipped with the Surf of E jump pack, which featured two additional large cylindrical jet engines linked to a backpack containing cryogenic fuel tanks and a cooling system. Enemy approach. Navi sentries spotted the Thunderhawk gunships in the sky and shouted a warning to their kin. But it was too late. The Thunderhawk ramps opened and the vanguard led by Kane activated their jump packs, flying straight into the cavern. Bang! Kane did not hesitate. He drew his bolt pistol and shot a Navi wielding a bow, then pulled out his chain axe. In such confined spaces, melee weapons proved more effective. Slay the Xenos. With Kane's battle cry, dozens of Space Marines poured into the cave like a tide while the Navi struggled to resist. We need heavy weapons. The Navi arrows could not penetrate the Space Marine armor and instead revealed their positions. Retreat! Retreat! Countless Navi scattered through the caves hoping to exploit the Space Marines' supposed lack of agility, but they were gravely mistaken. Seeing the Navi squeeze into small tunnels, a Space Marine tossed a melta-bomb inside. Seconds later, a scream echoed from the tunnel, followed by an explosion. The cave base became a hell for the Navi, their dismembered bodies strewn everywhere. Yet Kane had a sudden inspiration: capture a few Navi alive. Ideas to break the enemy's morale surged through his mind, one after another. Unhand it. Miles aimed a wooden rod at a Space Marine who was gripping a Navi, then swung it down directly. A human. The Space Marine stared at the human child who had just struck him, then casually choked the Navi to death. Take him away. He might be a human orphan. We can see if he qualifies for the Academy of the Progeny. With that, the Space Marine grabbed Miles and carried him back into the ship. The extermination mission was a complete success. 50 Space Marines and a dreadnought without any casualties had killed 1,000 Navi civilians and captured hundreds more. Turn all Navi into combat servitors. Well, need their strength for the upcoming battles. After learning the mission was accomplished, Yang Cheng devised his next order, targeting Jake's ocean tribe. Tulkun. What's that? Yang Cheng recalled that in the films the Tulkun's brain fluid could prolong life. He figured the Adeptus Mechanicus could attempt large-scale farming of them. When a thing does not belong to humanity, it belongs to no one. Yang Cheng prepared to launch an assault on the ocean tribe, but the primary objective was to clear away these obstructing marine creatures. Deploy fighters and ships and drop depth charges into the sea. Yang Cheng intended to force the marine creatures out, then attempt to capture them alive. Their medicinal value was far too high. Why does that thing look so much like a loaf of bread? Several stormtroopers relaxing in the mess hall quipped as they watched a dreadnought approaching from afar. More like a fridge, if you ask me. Just look at that shape. Another stormtrooper walked over with a tray, sat down and joined in the mockery. Shut up, you idiots. Show some respect, he's older than all of you combined. At the reprimand from an adjacent table, the stormtroopers obediently fell silent. Look at those muscle-bound freaks. Sure, their arms are thick, but in an arm wrestling contest I'd beat them all. A stormtrooper gestured toward the Katakan jungle fighters at the next table. Kid, want to give it a try? A burly Katakan had somehow appeared behind the stormtrooper, lifting him with one hand. Go train for a few more years. With that scrawny frame you wouldn't last 10 minutes on our planet. Amid the Katakan's laughter, the stormtroopers sank into utter dejection. Jake, is it true? The Sky People have returned. Tanawari, the leader of the ocean tribe, stared fixedly at Jake. Yes. They killed my family, but that's only part of it. Their arrival will endanger the entire planet of Pandora. We must stop them. Jake spoke with righteous conviction, then turned to address the other members of the ocean tribe. Jake, I want to help you, but as chief I must. And I. A deep benevolent voice rose from the sea. Surrounded by countless Tulkun, a humanoid figure composed of water slowly took shape. Iwa. Jake and Tanawari stood frozen along with countless Navi of the Ocean Tribe. I will aid you.
The enemy can control most of my power, but I can still command a small portion. Lure them onto the ocean's surface and I shall turn the waves into a tide that swallows their ships.
Iwa's voice resounded across the sea. In response, countless Navi rejoiced, believing they could reclaim their home. Jake, go rest. Meanwhile, practice riding the skimwings, while use them in battle. Max.
Colonel Quaritch saw his son and felt a strange unfamiliarity. Although the Empire's research division had regenerated his body, identical to his original with even peak physical functions, the reunion was awkward.
Who are you? Why did you bring me here?
Max assumed a defensive posture like a primitive wary of a predator staring intently at Quaritch.
Did he get hit in the head? Are you sure you didn't do something?
Yang Cheng observed Quaritch and Max through a glass window, puzzled.
I trust my sons. They are not violent men.
Onran gazed at the line of World Eater's Space Marines standing beside him, speaking slowly.
Then no problem.
Arrange for a few tech priests to examine his mind. If it doesn't work, try some physical therapy.
Prepare to attack the Ocean Tribe.
I want them to watch their home turn to ash. Yang Cheng had no interest in personal dramas. He intended to take the field himself in the coming battle. I shall use the fate of the planet Pandora to show the heretics the consequence of betraying humanity. As he spoke, Yang Cheng began to employ his psychic powers, continuing to suppress the will of this world. Given the considerable distance between his forces and the Ocean Tribe, Yang Cheng decided to deploy a Star Destroyer into the atmosphere for combat. First, Ava would never allow his vessels to sail on the sea. Rather than trying to outmaneuver Ava, it would be better to dispatch fighters for direct assault. Second, there was the matter of Jack's disposition. Yang Cheng had already decided to broadcast this trial across the entire territory of the human empire, serving as a warning to all traitors who dare to stand against humanity. Do not even think of committing deeds that betray the human race, for their death would be far more gruesome than they could imagine. But at this moment Jack had no idea of his fate. He was still preparing for the upcoming raid. Quaritch, take your men as bait and pretend to be whaling in those waters to lure Jack's forces.
Colonel Casaro, lead your troops to strike the Ocean Tribe's home.
The operation was commanded by an officer named Boko from the Underwater Assault Commando, a unit distinct from ordinary ground forces. They were often deployed on oceanic worlds to eliminate threats lurking beneath the waves. Their armor could store sufficient air for an hour and withstand the crushing pressure under the sea. They moved with finned boots and backpack thrusters.
Each soldier was equipped with a modified E-11 rifle that also functioned as a harpoon gun.
Well, ride underwater armored walkers into position, then follow your orders. Colonel Casaro saluted as he spoke. Colonel Quaritch, don't worry. Our fighters are standing by in the distance. You won't suffer much harm.
And we have these.
Boko clapped his hands and over 100 white-painted robots equipped with retractable laser cannons stepped forward.
Allow me to introduce you to these battle droids from the Tech Union.
We have infiltrated and taken control of their systems. They will cooperate with your operation.
Quaritch nodded in satisfaction at the strange-looking machine, large with a broad chest, raised shoulders, elongated legs, and a polygonal head that reduced drag while swimming.
What are they called?
Aqua Ghost droids.
Just don't let those redrobed ones see them. They took a B1 I collected before.
As Casca whispered the warning, a tech priest happened to pass by.
What are you? Don't worry, this doesn't concern you. The officers quickly shoved the tech priest out. Lord, there are still many Navi who haven't been converted into slave laborers.
Would you like to inspect them? Here is the mineral report for this planet. Would you care to review it? Our troops have also captured many wild animals alive.
Should we conduct a screening? Several officers managed to coax the tech priest away with sweet talk, for to them these battle droids were far superior to the artificial idiots from the AI Legion.
After all, the machines of the AI Legion couldn't crack a joke. Time is of the essence. Colonel Quaritch, start the operation now. Attention all units. Focus on capturing the Tulkun.
Their brain fluid can extend lifespan.
The Empire urgently needs these.
With the command, a Sea Dragon mothership departed the coast, followed by countless Matador fishing vessels, while over a dozen Sea Wasp helicopters flew in formation overhead. With such a configuration, humans had still lost before. Yang Cheng couldn't understand why. But now it was different. This was only the surface. Beneath the waves there was far more. In the deep ocean, various underwater walkers and aqua ghost droids were advancing swiftly, their objective to strike straight at the heart, destroying the enemy's homeland.
Colonel Quaritch, is it wise to be the bait like this? A soldier couldn't help asking. We alone are not enough, but he is.
Quaritch gestured toward the deck of the Sea Dragon. A man in yellow power armor wielding a flaming sword stood there. Yes, Yang Cheng had followed. Yang Chang had no fear of being caught in the battle. His Omega-grade psionic power and body of the Imperial Guard were enough to slap Ava against the wall so hard she would never come off.
Jack! The humans are coming.
Jack was bandaging a wounded Tulkun when he heard the shout and rushed over.
The Tulkun let out deep roars, its eyes blazing with fury, a hatred for humans that Jack understood all too well. Alright, let's go together. Jack climbed onto the Tulkun's back and linked with it. Jack! Let's move.
Tenowari wielding a spear rode a skimwing beside Jack and shouted.
Iva will protect us.
With the cry, countless Navi armed with primitive weapons mounted skimwings and charged toward Colonel Quaritch's position. With a wild war cry, the Navi of the ocean tribes charged fearlessly on their skimwings, only to be met by missiles from the helicopters.
All personnel open fire at will. Do not let the enemy board the ship. I repeat, do not let the enemy board the ship. The soldiers at each firing point rushed into position ready for battle.
Just then several Tulkun, highly intelligent creatures that could grow to 7,080 meters with 3 pairs of fins and 2 hard head crests resembling car spoilers, charged toward the ship through the wind and waves. Watching those leviathans, Qua Chi felt a pang of worry, suspecting that his ship might not be enough to contend with them.
Order your crew to take shelter below deck, Qua Chi.
Yang Cheng's body was enveloped in a golden radiance and the power sword in his hand blazed with immense flames. Hearing Yang Cheng's authoritative, unquestionable command, Qua Chi immediately ordered his men to obey.
Secure the ship. Leave the rest to me.
Yang Cheng's eyes shone with divine light, his hair whipping in the fierce gale.
False god, show yourself.
With a thunderous roar, a sword strike brimming with psychic energy cleaved straight into the sea. In an instant the earth quaked and the fathomless ocean was split asunder by the terrifying force.
Countless Tulkun were reduced to ash under such overwhelming power. Yet Yang Cheng's attack did not deter the Tulkun.
They surged forward wave after wave, whether driven by a true desire to protect their home or by the will of the planet. What a nuisance, Yang Cheng muttered, then assumed another combat stance.
Take this.
99,000 horsepower Emperor's blasting fist.
With Yang Cheng's strike, a fierce fist wind imbued with immense psychic energy erupted, enough to shatter every Tulkun before him. Few done.
The moment Yang Cheng relaxed his guard, a lurking Tulkun suddenly lunged, its colossal body crashing down. This time Yang Cheng chose not to use psychic power but relied solely on the swordsmanship he had mastered.
With effortless grace he cleaved the Tulkun in two. Its foul-smelling entrails scattered everywhere, spattering the ship.
Damn, I need a bath, Yang Cheng said, sniffing his reeking golden armor.
Iwa, if this is all you've got, you disappoint me. All units 1 minute to target.
Inside the submersible armored walkers, dozens of shock troopers in white armor held SG-4 assault rifles and modified E-11 blasters. Are the water ghost robots in position?
Yes, sir. Ready to strike at any time. Commence operation.
The underwater units of each squad began their combat preparations.
After equipping themselves, they were deployed into the ocean.
Meanwhile, the phantom-like water ghost robots advanced swiftly. These specialized underwater combat machines were equipped with a retractable laser cannon, enabling them to fight both in the sea and on land.
In position. Commence operation.
At Colonel Kasilawa's command, the water ghost robots and the marine units surfaced almost simultaneously, opening fire on the unsuspecting Navi on the shore. Caught off guard, the Navi were thrown into disarray, but they quickly regained composure, preparing to engage the marine forces using the terrain. At that moment, the water ghost robots emerged from behind them, their laser cannons swiftly targeting the enemy.
We're surrounded. High Priestess.
The High Priestess raised her staff and rallied her people, believing it was her duty to lead the counterattack. Alas, her noble thought met a grim reality.
The moment she exposed herself, a blaster cannon shell struck her head, instantly vaporizing it. Kill the Xenos.
The water ghost robots advanced like a moving iron wall, their overwhelming firepower leaving the Navi defenseless. Colonel Kasilawa, the Imperial Zoo, has ordered 3 Navi, offering a substantial amount of throne coins.
Also, sir, the Emperor has instructed us to keep a few Navi as a symbol of conquest. Understood. All personnel spare 1 male and 2 females. Kill the rest. We cannot flee. We must defend our home.
The Navi stood as one, forming a human wall before the soldiers.
Defend the homeland. Defend the homeland.
The only response was the roar of blaster fire. They could only blame their fate as alien Xenos.
Xenos must die. That is the Iron Law.
At this moment, Jekka was still unaware that the tribe had been destroyed. He was absorbed in thinking about how to deal with the human ships.
Jekka, that human is very wrong, Iwa's voice echoed in Jeek's mind. This human possesses forbidden power. It is very strange, pure, and yet. Iwa hesitated, for even it had never seen such peculiar power, but now he should be weak. Take this chance. Following Iwa's instructions, Jekka decisively led a charge. Countless gliding fish swam toward the sea dragon.
Bastard! Jekka, gazing at the man standing on the deck, felt rage blazing within him, the bastard who had killed his wife and child. Gripping a bone spear, Jekka steered his gliding fish and charged directly toward where Yang Cheng stood.
Leave Jekka to me. Deal with the other Nahui. Following Yang Cheng's order, several red guards swiftly attacked the Nahui while Yang Cheng chose to face Jekka unknown. Jekka, it seems you still remember me.
Yang Cheng toyed with the power sword in his hand, wearing a mocking smile as he looked at Jekka.
You will pay for everything you've done.
Your life will become the foundation for Pandora's rebirth. Unhurriedly, Yang Cheng removed his power armor and cast aside his weapon, facing Jekka in nothing but a thin garment.
Male crew OMG. Female crew OMG. So huge.
Gazing at Yang Cheng's muscular body, countless crew members gasped in awe, though their admiration focused on different aspects, all of which were impressive. What aesthetically pleasing lines of muscle. This sculpted physique, powerful, so powerful.
I'll get a body like this one day, damn it.
Unlike the male crews grumbling, the female crew all turned their gaze toward Yang Cheng.
OMG, my god, I don't think anything can fit in there. How big it must be.
Yang Cheng had undergone genetic surgery, so his proportions had naturally increased. This was normal. Jekka, paying no heed, raised his spear and lunged forward. Too slow. Yang Cheng effortlessly dodged one attack after another.
Your movements are like a snail in my eyes. Hurry up as fast as you killed your daughter. Yang Cheng's taunting voice rang incessantly in Jekka's ears. Jekka wanted to kill Yang Cheng, but every strike didn't even graze him. Now.
Jekka let out a cold laugh as a sharp arrow shot straight toward Yang Cheng. Unfortunately, they had severely underestimated the robustness of Yang Cheng's body and the density of his muscles. The arrow, capable of tearing through steel plates, left not even a mark on Yang Cheng.
If your little tricks are over, then I'll begin my counterattack.
As the words fell, a fist slammed into Jekka's face and Jekka was sent flying back over 10 meters.
Can't even withstand such a light punch. No way. Yang Cheng's mocking voice echoed endlessly in Jekka's mind. Jekka was now so enraged that he couldn't speak. Why? We didn't provoke you. Why are you invading us?
Jekka's voice was choked with tears. The expressions of his wife and children before their deaths were still vivid in his mind.
You need not understand, but you shall obey. That is the only destiny you were born to.
Yang Cheng stepped closer and placed his foot on Jekka's head, a symbol of conquest. Alien, you and your filthy false god will end in nothing but dissolution.
But you won't die so quickly.
Your death will become a page in human history. Your betrayal will be remembered by history. Your deeds will be condemned by the world. As he spoke, Yang Cheng applied slight pressure with his foot as if ready to crush Jekka's skull in the next moment. I originally intended to kill you like this, but I won't let you, a traitor, die so easily. Yang Cheng lifted Jekka with one hand and forcibly turned his gaze toward the Red Guard's battlefield.
Look at these so-called allies. These Nahui are all dying because of you, Jekka.
On the sea, hundreds of Nahui from the Ocean Tribe were helpless against the 9 guards before them. With their well-trained combat tactics and formidable force, the Nahui of the Ocean Tribe were being slaughtered like pigs and dogs.
Jekka.
In Tenuawalla's horrified gaze, he was cleaved in two by a Red Guard's weapon.
See, their sacrifice is meaningless.
Yang Cheng's skill in breaking one's spirit grew ever stronger, but he was about to deliver a heavy blow to Jekka.
How about I show you the Ocean Tribe's home? Without waiting for a response, Yang Cheng brought up a video call.
What met Jekka's eyes was a village engulfed in flames and mountains of Nahui corpses.
How does it feel? All thanks to you. With that, Yang Cheng delivered another punch, knocking Jekka unconscious. Take him away and lock him up.
Having said that, Yang Cheng fixed his gaze on the sea again.
This time Iwa would likely enter the fray herself. Jekka, the moment I shed my power armor, you had already lost. Yang Cheng spoke as he redonned his resplendent golden power armor.
Your defeat stems from your contempt for us and your excessive trust in that false deity you call Aiwa. Had you chosen to surrender the instant I landed, none of this would have transpired? Regrettable. Yang Cheng murmured as Jekka was led away by several Imperial guards. Suddenly a violent surge of energy struck from ahead. Aiwa, the planetary will, had finally decided to act.
Everyone fall back. I'll handle this myself.
After speaking, Yang Cheng strode directly onto the sea surface, then condensed psychic energy beneath his feet to enable him to walk upon the water.
Aiwa conjured a tempest, attempting to completely bury Yang Cheng and his companions in that ocean, proving that the Aiwa in the films were mere trifles. Unless the mercenaries deployed heavy weaponry, they might truly have no recourse against this planetary will. But tearing a storm apart with bare hands was as simple as drinking water for an Omega-level psychic. A colossal concentration of psychic power gathered in Yang Cheng's right hand, and then he hurled a single punch. The overwhelming psychic force directly shredded the fearsome storm, restoring the entire sea to its former calm. False god. Surely your skill doesn't stop at this level.
Accompanying Yang Chang's taunt, countless waves once again converged around him like an inescapable net, and with those waves myriad marine creatures launched another assault.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Seeing this, Yang Chang held nothing back, his every ounce of psychic power was unleashed and countless black rays shot forth from his body. A black sun slowly materialized above the planet Panduola.
Unlike any other, the sun made everyone feel an unparalleled chill mingled with terror and fury. What exactly are you? Are you a god? A god. I am merely an ordinary human.
Yang Chang paid no heed to Aiwa's wail as black psychic energy enveloped the blade of the power sword in his hand.
Boom! A strike so utterly unremarkable descended from the sky, then struck the turbulent sea.
In that instant, psychic force evaporated the seawater and every living creature was directly pulverized into atomic form, then completely dissipated from this world. Aiwa was astounded. This power to annihilate all things was something it had never experienced. The slash left a colossal wound upon the planet, carving a massive rift on the ocean floor.
Then Aiwa understood.
Sensing the force behind the slash, it recognized that the power emanated from emotions.
Human emotions. Wrath, hatred, destruction, vengeance. God of destruction, God of vengeance, and of all the evil, God Mala.
Aiwa grasped the source of this power, the God of destruction, Mala.
This human before it was either his chosen or Mala himself.
Aiwa resolved to strike with full force. Only by mobilizing the entire planet's power could it eliminate such terrifying might. But Yang Chang had already moved faster.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yang Chang's psychic force spread across the ocean floor, then suddenly exerted its power, tearing up the entire seabed, a sensation akin to ripping the flesh from a person's arm.
Even Aiwa could not endure such agony. Its miserable screams resounded across the whole planet.
Yet Aiwa then began to fight seriously. The natural forces of the planet converged, and a humanoid form appeared before Yang Chang.
False god, is this your true form?
Yang Chang showed no fear, or rather his capacity for fear had been erased after the modifications.
I am the incarnation of this planet. I am Panduola, and Panduola is me.
Aiwa's voice echoed within that phantom image.
Human, you have angered me.
You have defiled nature. Aiwa's terrifying roar assailed Yang Chang, but Yang Chang's psychic power was no pushover.
Nature. Ridiculous. All things must submit to humanity. Humans are the lords of all creation.
What use is so-called nature before human technology? We are fully capable of mastering natural forces, and you will become nothing but ashes. As the words fell, both sides attacked simultaneously. Yang Chang's psychic force wrapped in a sword aura slashed straight toward Aiwa, while Aiwa swiftly manipulated seawater to counter. For Yang Chang, this battle held little interest. Aiwa's attacks were riddled with flaws.
Boom!
Yang Chang used cover to close in on Aiwa, then punched it into dispersion.
It's futile.
I am Panduola, and Panduola is me. With these words, another figure appeared before Yang Chang.
You cannot kill me unless you destroy this planet. Hearing Aiwa's words, Yang Chang frowned, then relaxed. I see. That simplifies things. What? Before Aiwa could even react, Yang Chang had already begun manipulating his psychic power again. No.
Aiwa sensed that this power was highly anomalous. It tried to stop him but realized it was already too late.
Aiwa realized that this madman intended to tear apart the entire continental shelf. Anglong have all personnel evacuated from the base. They've been evacuated, father. Upon hearing Anglong's words, Yang Chang sighed with relief.
He did not wish to harm his own people with his power, at least not when it could be avoided.
All right, now I can finally unleash my full strength. Yang Chang stretched his limbs and looked at Aiwa.
At this moment, the power of Omega-level psychic energy was displayed in its full glory.
The earth collapsed, the ocean rapidly dried up under this force, and an entire continent was lifted into the air.
This terrifying scene left Kwaki, who had already withdrawn, utterly stunned.
Is this even human?
Yes, at least that's what everyone except those fanatical word-bearers thinks.
Anglong commented calmly, witnessing the world-shattering spectacle.
Kwaki wanted to retort that this was anything but human, but he feared a grim fate if he spoke.
Aiwa was frozen in awe, bombarded by cascading rocks and countless creatures. Yang Chang directly used his psychic power to lift an entire continent and then slammed it down upon Aiwa. This inflicted immense damage upon Aiwa.
Pandora and Aiwa were essentially one. Tearing away a piece of Pandora's land was akin to ripping a chunk of flesh from Aiwa's own body.
Human. Human. With great difficulty, Aiwa reshaped a new body, but this time the arrogance was gone. False god. This should end.
Yang Chang had no intention of giving Aiwa a moment's respite. He launched lethal attacks one after another.
Unlike before, this time Aiwa expended too much energy reforming its body. Though it could rely on Pandora's elements to regenerate, that was no permanent solution. You are afraid, false god. Yang Cheng's psychic power allowed him to see into Iwa's heart, an overwhelming terror and panic that could hardly be concealed. Yang Cheng had lost interest in playing any longer. It was time to put an end to this meaningless battle. Black psychic lightning crackled around Yang Cheng's body, distorting and shattering the surrounding space under the intense force. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Iwa's voice turned extremely terrified. Having gained human emotions, and will it now also possess human fear? It's over, false god. Yang Cheng chose not to use his power sword. He preferred fighting with psychic energy. The black lightning struck Iwa, whose body existed in a phantom state. Under the barrage of psychic lightning, it instantly exploded, dissolving into vapor and vanishing from the world. That's it. Just as Yang Cheng wondered, Iwa regenerated once more. This time it was different. Its body appeared to be formed from the trees of Pandora. Human, now it's my turn. Iwa held nothing back. Countless trees surged toward Yang Cheng, and vines as thick as pythons lunged at him. If this is your ultimate move, it's disappointingly dull. These plants couldn't even get near Yang Cheng. The moment they approached, the psychic flames symbolizing the Emperor's majesty incinerated them instantly. It seems ordinary methods can't kill you. Yang Cheng muttered to himself, watching Iwa. Then abruptly he aimed his power sword at the ground. If I'm not mistaken, your brain is at the planet's core, isn't it? This before me is merely an illusion. Before Iwa could even react, Yang Cheng plunged into the crust. His psychic power formed a shield around him, protecting him from the scorching magma. Iwa had no time to respond. Within mere tens of seconds, Yang Cheng had already breached the planet's core. The outer edge of the core was surrounded by blazing magma, and at its center lay a circular zone encased in unknown minerals. No. Impossible. Iwa chased after him but found Yang Cheng gone. By then Yang Cheng had used his psychic power to teleport directly into the core's interior. Inside the core stood a single colossal tree. At its center was a mass resembling a human brain pulsating vigorously. Boom! Without hesitation, Yang Cheng slashed down with his sword. Instantly the giant tree collapsed and the brain-like object exploded into a pool of blood. Outside, Iwa knew its fate was sealed. In utter terror, it vanished from the world forever. The plants and animals that had been under Iwa's control returned to their normal state. They were now nothing more than ordinary flora and fauna. The fleet landed on Pandora once more. With the efforts of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the entire planet's environment was transformed into a garden world. Hive cities rose one after another across Pandora. Yang Cheng returned safely to his flagship. However, the battle had drained him considerably. He decided to entrust the remaining conquests to Onlong and return to Terra to recuperate. He lent his own flagship, the Supremacy, to Onlong for the upcoming campaigns. Extract all mineable resources, then transform the rest. According to the vision of several tech priests, Pandora would become the system's food-based garden world, mineral planet, and a retirement haven for Katakan warriors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have slain the planetary consciousness without using planet-destroying weapons. Issuing 100,000 war points. Hearing the system's voice, Yang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and began to inspect the system panel. He had unleashed a massacre on Pandora, but precisely because of this he had earned nearly 200,000 war points. The Navi on Pandora, except for the few that had been locked up in the zoo, were almost completely wiped out. Apart from the Navi, his army had also annihilated countless animals on Pandora, with nearly all manner of bizarre creatures falling under the carrier-based aircraft of the Imperial Navy. Adding his remaining war points from before, he had now broken through the 500,000 mark. Come on, system, produce the World Eater flagship, the Conqueror, a glorious Queen-class battleship. Ding! 300,000 war points deducted. The glorious Queen-class battleship was a colossal vessel built during the Great Crusade. It was said that at least 20 of these fearsome warships had been constructed by the ancient Imperium, and each one had a different design and weapon configuration. The Conqueror was also a glorious Queen-class battleship that served the Imperium during the Great Crusade. Before Onran returned to the Imperium, the ship had roamed the stars under the name Resolute Resolve. After Angron's return, the ship was quickly renamed the Conqueror and served as the Primarch's flagship during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. The Conqueror underwent extensive modifications to suit the Primarch's combat style, transforming the entire vessel almost beyond recognition. Savage armor plates and countless cannons covered the ship's hull, its appearance alone already highlighting its master's ferocity and belligerence. The Conqueror was also equipped with a weapon system known as the Bear Claw, a series of massive grappling hooks that could be fired to pierce enemy ships at long range, then drag them close for boarding actions. Thereafter, the ship served as the flagship of the 12th Legion, the World Eaters, conquering one world after another during the Great Crusade. Yang Cheng assigned this vessel to the 1st Expeditionary Force as its flagship.
Incidentally, the commander of the 1st Expeditionary Fleet was Admiral Spire.
Bring the human traitor Jack. With a flash of light, Jack was thrown into a courtroom.
Seated in the center of the court were several inquisitors of the Inquisition, each adorned with the distinctive insignia of their order.
On the wall behind the inquisitors were carved the skull emblems symbolizing human purity and the emblem of the Imperial Aquila.
I am the Inquisitor in charge of this trial, Caraman. Zeno, you are charged with treason against humanity, murder of humans, harboring alien species and worshipping false gods.
Do you plead guilty?
Jack said nothing but had effectively admitted to his crimes.
Sentence: death to be carried out immediately.
With the verdict, several soldiers immediately pinned Jack down and placed a strange device over his head.
This thing will burn your brain to a crisp, you Zeno bastard.
With the soldiers' curses, the machine was activated. The reporters broadcasting live nearby wisely turned off their cameras. With a crackle of sparks, Jack's brain was set ablaze, the excruciating pain enough to torment the human traitor beyond death. After a few convulsions, the human traitor died at the hands of the Inquisition.
Ongran did not intend to force the Blue Star United government into submission through violent means.
He decided to learn from his brother, employing intimidation and terror to coerce their surrender.
The entire crew of the Star Destroyer found Angren's approach strikingly familiar.
How could it resemble the tactics of a doddering old man?
Wasn't this exactly Tarkin's doctrine?
The Tarkin doctrine proposed by Wilhuff Tarkin served as the primary theoretical foundation for the Galactic Empire's national security during the reign of Palpatine. The Tarkin doctrine was originally a communication document sent directly by then Sector Governor Wilhuff Tarkin to Emperor Palpatine, later also referred to as the Doctrine of Fear. A series of policies implemented by the Galactic Empire were based on Tarkin's proposals in this document.
Your Majesty, I have long held a view your new order must possess an undeniable and overwhelming symbol of power, one that can be remembered by the populace and yes, intimidate them. Common people have no concept of numbers nor the mind to calculate.
I insist that the effectiveness of a Star Destroyer stems not only from its formidable firepower but also from its immense size. When people see a Star Destroyer and compare it to the vessels that might be summoned to attack it, they tend to consider attacking the Star Destroyer tantamount to suicide, thus abandoning the idea rather than tactically assessing its feasibility.
Angren's approach was almost identical to Tarkin's, using the sheer magnitude of warships to instill fear in the enemy and compel surrender.
The Supreme One leading the fleet of Star Destroyers effortlessly pierced the solar system defenses established by the Blue Star United government.
Such defenses were utterly incapable of hindering hyperspace travel.
On launching, dusk had already fallen.
The entire planet was plunged into poverty due to the ravages of war.
In the crimson sunset, a colossal shadow suddenly emerged.
The immense hull even obscured the dying sun, plunging the entire land into darkness. Angren's tactic worked.
Under this looming shadow, the Blue Star United government announced its surrender within 3 hours, and within a single day it was annexed into the Imperial territory. Next came the submission of population, the construction of hive cities, and the suppression of rebellions. Soon news of the conquest of the Avatar world reached Yang Cheng's ears. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that nothing could stop Angren's march of conquest.
Yang Cheng idly checked the system panel.
Now that he had money, he could be extravagant in his purchases.
The Roughnecks from Starship Troopers 10,000 warpoints, bought.
The Spartan augmentation technology from Halo 500,000 warpoints, bought. The ODSTs from Halo 4 divisions.
50,000 warpoints. Bought.
After a spree of impulsive spending, Yang Cheng assembled a force capable of conducting orbital drops in coordination with Space Marines.
Summoned Bishop Carbo.
Yang Cheng decided to hand over the Spartan technology to this bishop for research.
If possible, it might enhance the overall combat quality of the ordinary Astra Militarum.
While Yang Cheng was exhilarated on the borders of the Imperium of Man on the human colony of Europa 7, a silent invasion was under. This invasion would be recorded in the annals of the Imperium of Man, simultaneously awakening this terrifying war machine completely.
Tina. Remember to come home for dinner.
Europa 7, a human colony situated on the frontier of the human empire. Due to the nascent stage of colonization, the planet housed fewer than 1 million inhabitants, along with several thousand auxiliary soldiers from the wandering Earthworld.
Uncle Geeson. Come to our place for dinner.
Tina, clutching her green toy, ran up to a soldier clad in the uniform of the Light Chaser Legion.
Can't do it, I have a patrol mission tonight, Geeson said, bending down.
He wore the standard-issue uniform of the Light Chaser Legion.
The Light Chaser Legion's uniform was entirely gray.
The helmet consisted of a steel helmet resembling the M35 model and a gas mask, while the uniform was based on the M36 military tunic, complemented by various bulletproof vests and ammunition pouches. As a colonial force, they were not equipped with weapons of mass destruction. Their primary armament was the M35M Galactic short-barreled laser rifle capable of firing 220 rounds per minute.
"Alright, go play," Geeson said with a smile, patting Tina on the back. Tina ran off happily, leaving the village and plunging into a sunflower grove where she ran freely, holding her toy aloft.
Just then thousands of objects like falling meteors plummeted from the sky. Tina on the ground stared in terror, her eyes.
"All units attention. Repeat, unknown forces entering the atmosphere.
Battle stations. Battle stations." As Tina stood frozen amidst the sunflowers, Geeson suddenly sprinted over, scooped her up and dashed back toward the village.
"Quick, tell your mother to hide in the house. Don't come out."
Geeson placed Tina inside the house before rushing off to the planet's defense base. Soon the battle began. General Yute, gazing at the beautiful Europa 7 from the sky while smoking a cigar, was named Neely, the Yute general who had previously eluded the Imperial forces.
Long live the Yute Restoration Army.
Tens of thousands of pirates and mercenaries landed on Europa 7 aboard their ships.
"Attention all units. Behind us are our families. We will not retreat."
Europa 7 was a settlement for the people of Austai, and the vast majority of its inhabitants were from that region.
"Hans.
Aim for the enemy fighters," a soldier reminded the comrade manning the anti-aircraft gun.
"Have we contacted Terra?" "Contacted. But no reply yet." At that moment the meager defensive fire was utterly incapable of stopping the enemy's rain-like assault. How could 1,000 soldiers lacking heavy firepower stand against hundreds of thousands of enemies? "Arm the transport ships."
This was the only feasible mitigation. The airspace was already lost, the fight would now have to be waged on the ground.
"Enemy forces are converging on Hive City Jasha. Our militia units are already moving to defensive positions. Commander Schneider, what should we do now?" "What to do? Hold the line. Until the last drop of blood is spilled,"
Schneider said, grabbing a steel helmet and a laser pistol from his position before heading out.
"Better to die on the battlefield than in an office."
Inspired by their commander's rallying cry, all personnel except those in essential communication posts drew their equipment and took up defensive positions.
"Everyone, evacuate to Hive City Jasha. The authorities have issued the order."
A man in a militia uniform shouted into the village before driving off to the next location.
"You must come, Mr.
Space Marine," Tina whispered, clutching her toy tightly as she boarded a truck with the crowd. Inside Hive City Jasha, a young man paced incessantly in a luxurious hall.
"Father. The enemy is coming.
We must flee." Before the young man could finish, a canteen was hurled at him.
"I have bled and sacrificed for the Emperor. There's no way I'm running."
"They'll take down a couple of Xenos with me before I die," an old nobleman roared at his worthless son. He wore a mechanical eye and lavish attire. "We must prove our loyalty to the Emperor through our sacrifice.
Remember, we are human.
It is only under the Emperor's divine light that we have attained our noble status." The old nobleman tossed a gun to his son.
"The time has come to prove our family's loyalty to the Emperor. All women and children into the bomb shelters. All men take up arms. The moment to prove House Lord's fealty to the Emperor is upon us."
The old nobleman performed the Aquila salute before the Emperor's effigy, then picked up the weapon passed down from his grandfather and fell in line.
"For the Emperor. For the honor of House Lord. For the glory of mankind." All available forces were dispatched to Hive City Jasha even as the enemy's army slowly advanced upon it.
"We will engage on the ground to avoid friendly fire.
Please proceed to the bomb shelters immediately. Please proceed to the bomb shelters immediately." Soldiers with loudspeakers maintained order among the crowds. Tina followed her mother into the bomb shelter.
Both sides were now poised for battle. At that moment, personnel within the Imperial Colonial Bureau detected an anomaly. Europa 7 had gone silent. This information was urgently reported to the director of the Colonial Bureau.
"Report this to the Emperor and arrange for the fleet to set out."
The director of the Colonial Bureau hastily threw on a coat and rushed toward the Imperial Palace.
Tyla Central Avenue. Samuk, dressed in civilian clothes and holding a bottle of soda, strolled along the street.
The Emperor had relaxed the requirements for Space Marines, allowing them limited free time, though most chose to maintain their weapons in the armory.
"Samuk, where are we heading next?"
Accompanying Samuk was a Space Marine from the Death Guard Legion. Neither of them wore power armor, simply clad in civilian attire.
"Let's get a drink, then we can head back." Samuk walked to the center of the plaza, and just as he looked up was captivated by the news on the central screen.
Human colony Europa 7 has lost contact, suspected to be under attack by an alien species.
The Death Guard, noticing Samuk staring at the news, also looked up curiously. "What's wrong, Samuk?" Samuk did not answer.
After a brief silence, he abruptly turned and sprinted toward the Space Marine garrison. Dispatch the Third Fleet, pull several Star Destroyers to accompany the mission, and order the patrol ships to accelerate their course to the Europa 7 colony. Yang Chang, having assumed command, addressed the dozen or so officers beside him. Your Majesty, our ships have departed and are expected to reach Europa 7 within 3 days.
Excellent. Next we must re-establish contact with the Europa 7 colony and determine the enemy's numbers.
Your Imperial Majesty, what about the Space Marines?
All Space Marines without current assignments will participate in this rescue operation.
We must ensure the safety of every Imperial citizen, though sacrifices are inevitable.
Understood. For the Emperor. Lada hefted a chainsword designed for mortals cutting down the aliens.
At over 100 years old, his body, strengthened by gene and cybernetic modifications, remained robust. When I marched with the Emperor during the Great Crusade, you were still a blob of liquid.
Lada ripped the head off a pig-headed alien and hurled it at another alien soldier nearby. Boom.
More and more aliens descended from the sky, armed with military technology from the Central Ring, including many classified weapons.
Then
they fought to a stalemate with a force that didn't even qualify as PDF.
Damn. Didn't they say there were hardly any human garrisons here?
Why is their firepower so intense? A humanoid creature with a deep brown face shouted in terror.
Its face bore insect-like appendages and its vertical mouth was lined with rows of sharp teeth. We need reinforcements. You Thai bastards.
The alien's vertical mouth opened and closed as it cursed, never expecting humanity's resistance to be so formidable. As a noble, it's only reasonable for me to stockpile some heavy firepower, right?
Boom. An alien bipedal neck that had been firing suddenly exploded.
Through the dust, a figure in power armor appeared faintly.
Just another business trip, what a pain.
I am an Inquisitor from the Purge Order. You may address me as Lord Shi'ite or Inquisitor Shi'ite, whichever you prefer.
Shi'ite spoke, holding a flamethrower in one hand and a power sword in the other.
From now on I will command the defense of this planet.
Everyone must obey my orders. Any thoughts of surrender or betrayal will be met with execution.
After delivering his brief speech, Shi'ite led his squad to clear the enemy. These alien forces, armed with secret technologies from some nations of the Central Ring, were brutally slaughtered by the Inquisitor.
Their vaunted technology was far too weak against the Inquisitor's firepower. This looks interesting. I'll take it. Shi'ite removed a pulse cannon from a bipedal neck and tossed it into a nearby bag. Inquisitor, isn't that Xenotech? HM. What about it? Lauda stood frozen.
As a noble he had encountered many Inquisitors, but those were
different.
I am an Inquisitor of the Purge Order.
We study and collect alien technology and also combat the Xenos. Shi'ite was a newly appointed Inquisitor, more approachable than his peers, at least toward humans. Enemy armored units are approaching, accompanied by a large-scale artillery force. Upon hearing the report, Shi'ite began examining the map of Jasha. Abandon the outer defenses and pull inward. Our goal is not to win but to hold out until reinforcements arrive.
Shi'ite devised a strategy to lure the enemy into the Hive City, negating their armored advantage, though at the cost of potential civilian casualties. No sacrifice is too great to bear.
So be it.
The order was quickly relayed to all defensive lines, initiating street combat within the Hive City.
Mommy, I'm scared. Dina clutched her doll, trembling in a corner of the air raid shelter. Don't be afraid. The soldiers are out there fighting the enemy.
We just need to stay hidden here.
Despite her words, Dinah's mother's voice trembled uncontrollably.
In her heart she too wished for the Emperor's light to descend upon this place.
Boom.
An alien mercenary ship was shot down and crash-landed near the air raid shelter.
Run. Run east.
The air raid shelter was damaged by the sudden attack, causing countless civilians to scatter in panic. It was at this moment that Tina lost sight of her mother.
Tina, hearing the crowd's shouts, also ran eastward.
Even as she fled, she did not forget the green plush toy in her hands, believing that the Space Marines would come to rescue her.
Tina. Run. Tina's mother scooped her up and followed the crowd out of the shelter, leaving the Hive City under the guidance of soldiers. Ha ha ha. 2 human women.
A Utai soldier, drooling with a foul stench, spotted Tina and her mother. He then raised a weapon resembling a net gun, aiming it at them.
Tina. Run. I'll come find you later.
With these words, Tina's mother pushed her away, only to be captured by the net gun herself.
Sigh, what a pity.
I wanted to have some fun with you, but orders are orders. The pig-headed alien placed Tina's mother into a crate. When he turned to look for Tina, she had vanished, so he had to give up.
Hold the line, lads. Laudy, recognized for his exceptional combat skills, was appointed by Shi'ite as the leader of a squad.
Their mission was simple: use anti-tank weapons and the complex terrain of the Hive City to destroy the enemy's armored forces. Well, work in pairs. One will approach the enemy armor and plant a melt-a-bomb, though he may not survive, and the other will use this. Laudy pulled out a strangely shaped rocket launcher. The M57 man-portable rocket launcher rumored to be the Empire's standard issue for every soldier. It's enough to scrap those tin cans. The other soldier will take this. Once the one planting the melt-a-bomb is confirmed, dead fire immediately. The armor-piercing round combined with the detonating melt-a-bomb will be powerful enough to destroy both the enemy's armored units and the surrounding infantry. Laudy tossed the M57 rocket launcher to his son, then turned to pick up a melt-a-bomb. You little rascal, your old man is about to return to the Golden Throne. He'll scout the path for you. Upon receiving the orders, each squad swiftly engaged the enemy's armored forces using the Hive City's terrain. We underestimated it. This place is like a maze. Dozens of mercenaries huddled in a corner complaining. They had thought that after the humans retreated things would be easy, but the Hive City's layout confused them completely. Hurry up and follow. Damn it. The tank driver was panicking. Almost all the infantry were huddled behind the tank, leaving it alone rolling down the street. Infantry-tank coordination. Infantry-tank coordination. As the UTI driver grumbled, he failed to notice a figure emerging on the tanks. You little rascal, I hope you aim well. Laudy muttered softly as he watched the enemy tank draw closer. Emperor, protect me, may I stand by your side after death. After praying, Laudy charged out decisively. He was startled to see no infantry nearby, but with no time to think he jammed the melt-a-bomb onto the tank. WTF. What are these alien pigs doing? Laudy noticed that almost all the infantry were cowering behind the tank, with some even hiding behind walls. No one was covering the tank's flanks. Laudy ran back to his son, took the rocket launcher from him, aimed and fired in one fluid motion. Seeing the destroyed alien tank below, Laudy let out a long breath and said to his son, "Seems we overthought it. Their tactics don't match the heroic nature of ours." These UTI restorationist forces, upon entering the Hive City, were thoroughly outmaneuvered by thousands of soldiers plus hundreds of noble private guards and militia. The Jiasha Hive City, like a labyrinth, left them utterly disoriented. No retreat. No retreat. UTI execution squads, pistols in hand, shouted behind the mercenaries. Urban combat was a nightmare for armored forces. Then there's only one way. Nayali grinned sinisterly as he looked at the captured humans. Not only had he revived the UTI Empire with Cyclone's equipment, but he also possessed all the territories of the former Talika Kingdom. So are you ready, humans? The UTI Empire is the overlord of the Outer Rim. All personnel attention. Our objective is to reinforce the Europa 7 colony and arrive as quickly as possible. Understood, sir. The officer in black naval uniform immediately began arranging for a hyperspace jump. Emperor above, please grant this ship a safe voyage. Samuk, clutching a letter, prayed to the Emperor, hoping the girl was safe. Samuk. The Death Guard Space Marine sat down beside Samuk and handed him a combat knife. I've got one I confiscated earlier. It's yours. Looking at the Death Guard Space Marine, Samuk accepted the combat knife and tucked it into his belt. The Emperor will protect you and that Imperial citizen. What's your name, brother? Kalanki, Death Guard Legion 4th Company Tactical Squad Sergeant. Kalank introduced himself while checking his ammunition. Helljumpers, the elite troops of the UNSC Marine Corps, are characterized by their relatively stronger physique among humans. Additionally, they are highly trained to descend from space to the ground within assault pods. Because the process involves friction with the atmosphere, generating unbearable heat, and the eventual impact with the ground causes violent shaking, most ordinary people would die instantly. Helljumpers, however, are renowned for this very feat. They drop from the sky to execute assault missions. Several Orion-class assault carriers followed the Star Destroyer on this rescue mission, and the ODSTs, namely the Helljumpers, came along as well. For this mission we are responsible for coordinating the landing of the Astartes. After landing, our primary target is to clear the enemies on the outer perimeter of the Hive City. The Space Marines inside the Hive will handle them. Space Marines. Those big dumb brutes. These Helljumpers were clearly dissatisfied with this arrangement. If anyone was going into hell, it should be them, since when did those big idiots get the honor? What are you talking about? A Space Marine painted in black stood behind him, then lifted him up with one hand. What the hell? Just a mortal wrapped in a layer of iron armor. That Space Marine, too lazy to argue, simply tossed him aside. Watching the soldier lying on the ground, the Space Marine found no interest and left. Samuk, you don't need to worry. The defensive forces on Europa 7 haven't been wiped out yet, they are still resisting. Kalank walked over to Samuk and comforted him. I went to see the captain earlier. Well, arrive in at most one day. Got it.
Samuk put on his helmet, his red pupils looking particularly terrifying under the dim light. Space Marine, please save me. Dina ran into a ruin, then crouched in a corner sobbing quietly. She looked at the doll and her arms stained mostly red with blood and hugged it tighter. I think I smell a human. A Utai soldier holding a machine gun crawled into the ruins and then spotted the hiding Dina. A human. And a girl. The Utai soldier, drooling with foul saliva, tried to squeeze into the ruins. Help! Help! Space Marine! Please! Save me! Dina, dragging her injured body, continued running deeper into the ruins while the Utai soldier missed his grab and only caught the blood-stained doll. Damn! So close. The Utai soldier complained, then decided to pick up the doll first, maybe it would come in handy later. All hands attention. We are about to exit hyperspace. With the captain's voice, several Imperial-class star destroyers and warships from the Halo universe emerged from jump. The Utai fleet waiting on Europa 7 was completely annihilated before they could even react. Countless alien corpses became space debris. 3 minutes until drop mission. All Helljumpers move to designated positions and assemble. The Star Destroyer hovered above Europa 7 without descending into the atmosphere, while the Orion-class assault carriers acted as the vanguard, coordinating with the Space Marines for the landing operation. We hit the ground in charge into hell first, sir. Thousands of paratroopers armed with MA-5B assault rifles shouted as they entered the drop pod. They were not towering, awe-inspiring Spartan super soldiers, but they were the madmen daring to face death hidden. No powerful genetic modification, no advanced high-tech weaponry, and no combat training from childhood. Merely with mortal bodies they stepped into the inferno. All squads attention. Open fire at will, open fire at will. The massive hangar of the Orion began deploying various fighters, quickly clearing obstacles such as orbital defense systems for the landing force. Then various warships would bring masses of Marines to the ground battlefield. The Orion class could also deploy ODSTs behind enemy lines at this time, putting the enemy in an awkward position of being attacked from both sides. Samuk charged toward the ground with a chainsword while several Space Marines began advancing steadily with the coordination of various weapons. What is this thing? Samuk looked curiously at the modified humanoid machine in front of him. The moment he finished speaking, the machine was activated. This mental control device provided by the Sekharan Empire could turn humans into bloodthirsty beasts. This device was widely used in the Battle of Europa 7, but as a Space Marine, what horrifying scenes had Samuk not witnessed? Rest in peace, citizens of the Empire. With the sound, the chainsword cleaved the mind-controlled citizen in two. Watching the human whose flesh and blood were fused with machinery, Samuk prayed that her soul could return to the side of the Emperor. No, what is this? Samuk tore off the mask fixed on its face, revealing a familiar face. This is horror. Mother. By the Emperor, grant me your great speed. Samuk gripped his chainsword, slashing through one pitifully modified being after another. At that moment he prayed incessantly in his heart not to see that face. Don't be afraid, they won't come back. You can live peacefully until old age, we promise to do so. Then hug your little Space Marine doll tightly. I will be with you. Everything will be fine. One after another memories flooded into Samuk's mind, recalling the first moment he saw that girl. By the Emperor, please bless her. As Samuk was hacking down enemies, his gaze suddenly landed on a Utai soldier with a green doll hanging from its belt firing a machine gun. Alien. Samuk could no longer contain the fury in his heart. The appearance of that doll was exactly the same as the one the girl had carried. Seeing the bloodstains on it, Samuk could not calm himself. He roared and charged at the Utai soldier. Alien. Samuk grabbed that Utai soldier's body, then removed his helmet and bit hard on the Utai soldier's head. This was the first time Samuk had been so angry, and he finally understood what rage meant. Countless memories flooded into Samuk's mind. Upon learning that the girl was still alive, Samuk breathed a sigh of relief. But when he checked the map, he found that the girl's location was deep within enemy-occupied territory. Time was pressing. Samuk had no time to think further and charged toward that direction, following his memories. Human. Don't think you can pass. Thousands of mercenaries and pirates blocked Samuk's path, and several terrifying bipedal mechas stood in his way. Samuk. Just as Samuk was thinking about how to fight, a voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Leave this to me. Kalank walked in front of Samuk holding a chainsword in one hand and a bolter in the other. Go now. After shouting, Kalank charged straight into the enemy horde. I am a Terraborn veteran. Kalank casually dismembered a bipedal mecha with his chainsword, then lifted the mecha and tossed it to the other side of the enemy position. Understood, brother Kalank. Samuk did not dare to slack. Instead of using firearms, he charged like a truck, directly smashing the enemies blocking his path into pieces. For the Emperor.
Kalank employed all the combat techniques he had accumulated over thousands of years.
Each shot from his bolter could shatter several enemy bodies, and each swing of his chainsword could take a dozen enemy lives. Samuk followed his memories to find that ruin and crashed into it. In the dim ruin a giant creature was holding a girl. Alien. Give her to me. Put her down.
Before that giant beastman could even react, Samuk took the combat knife that Kalank had given him and slashed the beastman's head again and again.
Roar.
The beastman was a highly sought-after war commodity in the middle ring. It could easily tear apart an armored vehicle, and its height reached an astonishing 5 meters. But even so it still could not defeat an enraged space marine. Samuk tore open the beastman's head with his bare hands, ignoring its agonizing howls, and ripped out its central nervous system.
After dealing with that beastman, Samuk walked over to Dina.
He found that Dinah's arm was severely injured, a wound that could infect her entire body. Samuk gently lifted her and placed the doll into her arms.
The wound is massively infected, there's no hope.
After examining Dinah's injury, he reached this cold conclusion. The best thing now is to give her a quick death so she won't suffer from injury and pain. After reaching this cold conclusion, Samuk pressed the bolter pistol against her forehead.
By the Emperor, may you return. Samuk. What are you doing? After finishing off the enemies outside, Kalank entered and immediately saw Samuk holding the bolter pistol.
Give her a quick death, my brother.
By the Emperor. What nonsense are you talking about? This injury is not yet to the point of a quick death. With that, Kalank picked her up and carried Dina out of the ruin. Apothecary Savat, I need your help over here. No, it's not that one of our brothers has fallen.
It's like this: have you ever treated a mortal?
No. But you can try. Okay, I'll send this mortal over now. With that, Kalank ended the communication. Samuk, you'll take this mortal girl to the apothecary. He should be able to heal her.
And you owe me an adamantium dagger, make one for me later. Samuk listened to Kalanki's words and nodded with a smile. Samuk also had a plan. This girl might be needed by many departments, and he intended to accompany her until she found a good family. Samuk took the girl to the apothecary, who was clearly treating a mortal for the first time.
Though unpracticed, it sufficed. Samuk, what are you planning to do next?
Several space marines of the Salamander's Legion gathered around Samuk and asked.
I think my room can fit one more person.
If possible, before the girl enters the Schola Progenium, she could stay with us temporarily, Samuk said while looking at the others as if seeking their opinion.
No problem, we haven't had any missions lately.
Alright, after all, there are still a dozen Terra months before the Schola Progenium opens. We can house her here during this time.
The Salamander's space marines chattered among themselves, expressing their thoughts.
They were not opposed to the newcomer but rather welcomed her. The invading mercenaries and pirates were rounded up by the Imperial forces. Their bodies were turned into gruesome decorations hung on Imperial warships to proclaim the fate of those who invade the Empire. This incident also served as a warning to Yang Cheng: every planet must be equipped with a certain number of warships, otherwise fighting a ground war against the enemy would incur too heavy casualties. Although Europa 7 was recaptured, hundreds of thousands of civilians had died and the colonial forces were practically decimated to 1/10 of their strength. Yang Cheng next planned to train the ships from the Halo universe to become warships specifically for the PDF, mainly because these ships were too weak in firepower compared to Star Wars and Warhammer vessels. However, their cooperation with the PDF was excellent, which was one reason they became the Planetary Defense Forces. At this moment, the Schola Progenium and the Inquisition both rushed to Europa 7.
They were not here to provide support but to recruit personnel. These children, who harbored immense hatred for Xenos, would become excellent students of the Schola Progenium. The Inquisitors also came to pre-select their own acolytes and offer assistance when necessary. Time to hold a press conference.
Yang Cheng chose not to wear his armor but instead put on a black suit. Surrounded by countless soldiers, he walked to the press conference venue. At this moment, these journalists dared not randomly snap photos as before. They only dared to take pictures when permitted.
Otherwise, we have received reports that Europa 7 was attacked.
The estimated casualties are in the hundreds of thousands, Yang Cheng said slowly as he looked at the journalists. Countless television screens and radio stations broadcasted this press conference.
My family. My wife died on that planet.
She died in front of me.
My children. All. Numerous video clips were released.
The people from the wandering Earthworld who had not yet experienced the cruelty of alien warfare finally understood.
Why had those peace-loving nations perished? Why could only an extreme empire like the Imperium of Man survive? The galaxy was a dark forest of kill or be killed. To survive, one had to abandon everything and fight for the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you know that humanity as a noble species has never invaded others. The same was true for the countries that once lived in peace with aliens.
But After today, it will be different. All non-human races in the galaxy will thank the UTI people. They don't know what kind of race they have provoked. Will you choose to be consumed by fear? Or let the fire of vengeance blaze? The Empire is calling you. The homeland is calling you. This time make the enemy pay blood for blood. Countless people stood by their televisions listening to Yang Cheng's voice. They imagined the tragic plight of their fellow humans on Europa 7 and empathized with them. Human history is the history of courage. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. We humans have spent these millennia in resistance. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time. Let the Xenos pay the price. Each of us has a responsibility. An obligation. To protect the nascent human nation. We will regard dying for our people and our country as an honor. Let us meet again in fire and glory. In response to the aliens' act of war without declaration, I hereby announce that all inhuman weapons are to be activated. All laws of war are to be abolished when dealing with the enemy. We will gather the wisdom of all humanity to fight against the Xenos who attacked without warning. Judgment is coming. As Yang Cheng's voice faded, a system voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has triggered event the shame of Europa 7. Increases cohesion by 60, militarism tendency by 90, xenophile tendency by 80. War mobilization, expand army, reorganize armament. Triggered buffs, fourth calamity, hearts of iron. All arms production increased by 50, all military construction costs have planetary building accelerated. Title acquired, 1 heart and 1 mind. System, can I exchange for a Death Star? Ding. Enough. The Death Star, also known as the DS-1 platform and battle station, a satellite-sized combat space station built by the Galactic Empire, was simply referred to as the ultimate weapon in its early planning stages and sometimes called the Great Weapon in Old Canon. This combat space station possesses a super laser that heavily utilizes kyber crystals and can destroy an entire planet. In Old Canon, the Death Star's diameter was 120 kilometers. In New Canon, it is 160 kilometers. Most of its internal space is dedicated to the systems necessary to sustain its massive super laser and power generator. At the center of the Death Star is an immense hypermatter reactor chamber. Within this chamber, a staggering scale of fusion reactions takes place, with stellar fuel bottles arrayed along its periphery to fuel the reaction. Propelling the Death Star in real space is a network of powerful ion engines which convert reactor power into the necessary thrust. To make the Death Star a true deterrent, it must be mobile. 123 hyperdrive field generators are linked into a single navigational matrix, enabling the Death Star to traverse the galaxy in hyperspace. The staggering energy harnessed by this space station, combined with its immense mass, gives the Death Star a magnetic field and artificial gravity equivalent to that of orbital bodies many times its size. The Death Star's super laser draws power directly from the hypermatter reactor chamber. A massive equatorial trench 376 kilometers long divides the space station into 2 identical hemispheres. This region of the space station houses most of the main landing pads, drive thruster sensor arrays and tractor beam systems. Between the equator and the poles there are 2 auxiliary trenches. The Death Star is divided into 24 zones with 12 zones per hemisphere, each zone commanded by a bridge. To better organize the mobile forces on the station, the Death Star has clearly defined sectors indicating the function of each area. These include General Command, Military Security Service, and technical sectors. Since service on the Death Star is a long-term assignment, there are many social workers on board who make the time spent on the deep space station more comfortable. In the general areas of the space station one can find parks, shopping centers, and entertainment districts. The authority over military operations on the Death Star lies with a triumvirate comprising Grand Moff Tarkin, Admiral Motti, and General Tag. The surface of the Death Star is dotted with thousands of armed turbolaser batteries, a total of 15000 turbolaser cannon groups and 768 tractor beams. The Death Star houses a total of 342953 naval and army personnel, 25984 Imperial Stormtroopers, plus approximately 2 million other various troops. Your Imperial Majesty, Will Huff Tarkin reporting, said an old man in Imperial uniform, bowing slightly to Yang Cheng. Activate the Death Star and plunge the galaxy into panic. Understood, my lord. In orbit over Terra, a silver sphere was slowly activating. A weapon capable of annihilating a planet was entering its launch phase. Enter launch preparation. Prepare for hyperspace travel. Compared to the Kingslayer base, the Death Star was still quite inconvenient, but having it was better than not having it at all. Prepare to fire. At that moment countless UTI people had yet to react as the enormous spherical spacecraft in the sky followed the warships into the territory of the UTI Empire. Fire. A green beam formed at the muzzle with enough power to destroy an entire planet. Boom 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 boom. The green beam was fired, then directly struck the homeworld of the new UTI Empire. The entire planet was enveloped in green light. Countless UTI mercenaries and pirates were annihilated in that radiance. This horrific scene was broadcast live across the entire human empire's territory. Boom!
The entire planet turned red under this force, then burst like a balloon with a deafening explosion accompanied by the screams of countless UTI. The capital of the new UTI Empire, this planet was completely destroyed, leaving no trace that a planet had ever existed there. But this was only the beginning, not the end.
The Death Star's second attack came.
This time the target was a world of the new UTI Empire that had been converted into a planetary fortress, but its energy shields could not withstand the Death Star's beam for even a second.
This planet also met the same fate of extinction. Governor Tarkin, do not let a single planet of the new UTI Empire remain in this universe. Understood, Great Emperor. Yang Cheng's order was equivalent to demanding the extermination of the UTI race. What awaited the UTI next was the impending Sword of Damocles.
In ancient Greek mythology, the Sword of Damocles symbolizes divine retribution, which also represented the fate of these aliens from then on.
One planet after another was detonated and countless aliens perished under the Death Star's fire.
Those enemy warships that attempted a desperate struggle were all reduced to space debris under the firepower of the surrounding star destroyers. I love this method, reducing all organic and inorganic matter to dust.
This isn't a war crime, I prefer to call it efficiency.
Carrying out the extermination mission efficiently was their goal, and also the goal of all humanity, especially the Otai province.
For the Emperor. For all humanity.
In the Europa 7 incident, the Otai people suffered the most casualties, but in a sense it awakened the bloodline dormant within the Otai people.
The Empire's eagle, the sun never sets, lion, the Gallic rooster. Accompanied by La Marseillaise Erica and the Grenadier March in 3 countries, countless people seemed to join the Imperial Army under the protection of their ancestors' spirits. Water our fields with the blood of our enemies. God save the Emperor. Ever victorious. Bathed in glory. Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity. For the human empire.
For our ancestors.
Countless newly formed Imperial Guard legions were dispatched into the dark galaxy to fight for humanity's future.
These foolish UTI pigs.
Do you know what they've done? They attacked a human planet.
The leader of the Sekolan Empire, upon seeing the latest intelligence, cursed profanely without regard for dignity. Now the entire galaxy knew, never provoke the human empire, at least not by actively attacking them.
But that idiot Nayani not only attacked them but also massacred the humans on that planet. The entire galaxy will thank that fool Nayani. It doesn't realize what calamity it has brought upon all of us. The Sekolan leader, a green-skinned lizardman, kept twitching his tail behind him in fury.
Hugh Kaburu took a sip of water, then looked at his intelligence officer beside him.
What happened to the UTI Empire afterward?
In 3 days, 1 capital planet, 5 fortress planets, 30 city planets and 10 colony planets of the UTI Empire all suffered devastating strikes. The entire Outer Ring UTI race has been effectively wiped out, and moreover.
Moreover what? Speak up.
The human empire is suspected to possess a weapon capable of destroying a planet in a single blow, not merely scouring the surface but shattering the entire planet into fragments.
Put. Kaburo, who had just taken a sip of water, choked. Destroy a planet. Are you joking?
He steadied himself and shouted at the intelligence officer before him.
Your Excellency, this conclusion has been reached by many other nations' intelligence agencies. What do the other nations say? Kaburo stared tensely at the intelligence officer, his tail swishing faster. The Mid-Ring Anti-Human Military Alliance has convened a meeting. They await your attendance. The Mid-Ring Anti-Human Military Alliance. Yes, Your Excellency.
It is an alliance formed by some mid-ring nations with interests in the Outer Ring after the human empire began indiscriminately slaughtering other races.
Kaburu, you're here.
A creature resembling the cockroachman from the Martian series looked at Kaburu as he joined the meeting.
Yes. But have you come up with a plan to counter the humans? Take care. No, but we're discussing it. You can speak or listen, whatever you prefer. Kaburu surveyed the heads of state in the Mid-Ring Anti-Human Military Alliance, some familiar, others not.
This military alliance is not limited to nations. Independent fleets of sufficient size may also join.
Additionally, trade guilds and convoys are welcome. Our alliance's primary goal is to completely eradicate the human empire. Humans will never return to the stars.
But given the current situation, within 3 or 4 years at most, human technology may surpass most of the mid-ring nations.
We cannot fight another war like the one decades ago. We grew fat on the corpse of the Human Federation. The human empire might be the same.
We just need to plunder more of the Federation's technology to build up our armaments, and eventually we can. The Human Federation never had the technology for a single squad to annihilate an entire planet. Nor the technology to shatter a planet. Nor the technology to turn an entire planet into a machine. We should first manufacture public opinion, make our people understand that humans are only fit to be slaves and that we are the true children of the stars.
We cannot repeat the tragedy of decades ago. Remember how many nations and races that war wiped out. In the trillions, thousands of nations.
The Human Federation fought with all its might, but in the end we won.
Yes, why can't we try to co-opt the human empire and then dismantle it? We sent 50 diplomatic fleets, not a single person returned.
Our merchant ships were blown up as soon as they approached the Empire's border. The human empire is now like an iron barrel with spikes, whoever dares to touch it will bleed.
And that barrel moves.
The alien leaders and fleet commanders were utterly exasperated, daring only to engage in covert espionage and even then losing dozens of agents regularly. The human empire enforced strict counterintelligence, no life sentences, no imprisonment, captured spies were executed on the spot. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than let one escape. Because of this, every citizen of the human empire harbored intense hostility towards spies. Whenever a spy was caught, they would beat him half to death before the legal department arrived. Swiftly arrested, interrogated, and after extracting all necessary information, the spy would become a target for the cadets of the Junsi Academy.
Hunting aliens also became a unique pastime for some imperial citizens. Veteran hunters enjoyed using these alien creatures as prey. As aliens once treated humans, so humans now treat aliens. The Lightchaser Legion 39th Grenadier Division, William Langsdorff. My ancestors once beat them down on the beaches. My forefathers fought at the Battle of Iwo Jima. I will learn from his example. My ancestors served in field medical units, saving many wounded in air raids. Dozens of soldiers in the Lightchaser Star Corps exchanged stories in the cramped troop compartment. Among them were English, French, and American soldiers. All right, boys. Our target is the enemy's mountain fortress to the east. Take that fortress and the enemy's defensive capabilities on this planet will be mostly neutralized. The hard core will coordinate with you. Kill all non-human species. With the order, thousands of soldiers were deployed onto the planet's surface. The planet was almost identical to Earth, except that instead of continents it consisted of countless archipelagos. Go. 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 The soldiers jumped off the landing craft and began advancing rapidly toward the enemy fortress. All units, attention. Use heavy firepower to bombard the enemy's outer fortifications. The rest disperse and advance. Thousands of soldiers split into platoon-sized squads, pressing forward under the cover of heavy fire. Open fire. Open fire. The defenders from the fortress rushed out, setting up firing positions on the top, but this gave the Lightchaser soldiers a moment to catch their breath. Several swing fighters streaked across the sky. Air superiority over this planet had already been secured by the Imperial Navy. Boom. 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 Several blaster cannon shots hit the enemy's firing positions, causing massive explosions. Charge. Charge. In the name of Napoleon's blood. On the right flank, the 13th Guard Regiment's major waved his command saber and the 1,000-plus soldiers began their assault. Water our wheat fields with the enemy's blood. Long live the Emperor. Under fire suppression, these soldiers were the first to breach the fortress and the other units followed suit. 39th Grenadier Division, prepare to charge. For the Empire. Covered by the swing fighters above, they too stormed inside. The defenders inside the fortress were in chaos. The human soldiers who burst in were bloodthirsty, bayoneting one alien soldier after another. Some of them had lost relatives on Europa 7, nourishing a deep-seated hatred for aliens. Kill all the Xenos. We need no prisoners. At that moment Hans felt the spirit of the soapmaker burning within him. Ruko. What should we do? Thousands of soldiers in M1A4 power armor stood in neat ranks before Ruko. Coordinate with our allied forces to take the enemy fortress as quickly as possible. Ruko, holding a Morita MKI rifle, began issuing orders. Honestly, this was their first time facing humanoid opponents. They only had experience killing bugs. Reaver mechs take point, destroy the enemy's firing points. The rest follow the Reavers. Our objective is to punch through this fortress. Alright, you damned Xenos. You're going to pay for what you've done. An officer in Lightchaser uniform addressed the captured alien soldiers. Let's play a game. Whoever can outrun a bullet, well, let go. Dozens of aliens, their arms bound, were lined up. Behind each stood a Lightchaser soldier with a rifle. Go. At the whistle, countless aliens fled in panic, but the bullets from behind quickly caught up with them. After several rounds of this game, the soldiers received an order: execute all enemies quickly. Then coordinate with the hardcore to take the last enemy fortress. This sentence sealed the fate of the remaining alien prisoners. All right, boys. New orders from above. Finish off the aliens in front of you and then link up with our allied forces. With the order, a massacre began. The aliens were herded into large pits and then soldiers opened fire indiscriminately into the pits. After several volleys, gasoline was poured into the pits. At the command, soldiers ignited the gasoline. The flames engulfed the corpses of the aliens until they were reduced to ash. For the aliens, this was actually a relatively painless execution. Had they encountered the punishment corps from Megago, they would have suffered far worse. Meanwhile, after the Europa 7 incident, a meeting led by Yang Chang along with Grand Sage Karlbo, Grand Bishop Vander, and a highly respected general in the Star Corps, Hartmann, General Heydrich. A meeting to decide the fate of alien prisoners of war in the war zones was being held in the Terra Palace. Gentlemen, we may begin. At a long table, Yang Chang sat in the middle, flanked by high officials of various empires. Governor Tajin Kailawulan, Archbishop Fandal, Archmagos Karber Onlong, and several highest-ranking officers of the Imperial Guard. Damn it, half of the rebels have arrived. Yang Chang looked at these people who were the dregs of dregs from Warhammer and couldn't help but sigh. This team was somewhat hard to lead. Your Imperial Majesty, we are now preparing to deal with the alien Xenos in these war zones, but... Seeing the hesitant expression of the Imperial Guard commander, Yang Chang reduced his psychic pressure a little and then spoke in a gentle tone. Speak. Frontline matters come first. It's like this, dealing with these alien prisoners and civilians is too troublesome. Even executing them one by one takes too long. This severely affects our soldiers' morale. We even plan to gather these Xenos together and execute them by artillery. Sir, I hope you understand. This can easily anger the machine spirits. And it's a desecration of these divine machines. Karber glared at the standing senior Imperial Guard officer and said fiercely. Kill Xenos. Why do you feel tired? Onlong looked at the officer nonchalantly. Perhaps the Death Star could handle them. Are you using that great divine machine as a broom? By the Emperor. By the Omnisia. What utter blasphemy. If you weren't the governor, I would definitely turn you into a servitor. Seeing that Tajin and Karber were about to fight, the servants and guards nearby quickly pulled them apart. This was already the nth time the Mechanicum and the Imperial Navy had quarreled. They had argued about whether to build churches on Star Destroyers and about engraving the double-head eagle on blasters. Your Imperial Majesty, I have a proposal. We can use mustard gas to poison those Xenos. Poison gas. Yang Chang became interested upon hearing this proposal and eagerly listened. Yes, shooting hundreds of millions of Xenos would require hundreds of millions of rounds or tens of millions of shells, but we must consider the psychological issues of Imperial soldiers and logistics. That's exactly my idea. Build several large garbage transfer stations on the original containment facilities of the Inquisition. Of course you all know what those garbage are. We can use poison gas to suffocate the Xenos and then throw them into incinerators. Then why not just throw them directly into incinerators? Isn't that more time efficient? Yang Chang raised his question. Like this. I think my idea still needs improvement. No, this is good enough. Poison gas is indeed a good proposal. The corpses of those Xenos can also be used by us. That's right, I designed a truck that can process 100 Xenos at a time. Yang Chang took the blueprint, looked it over, then shook his head. No, the efficiency is too slow. Yang Chang turned to Archmagos Karber beside him and asked. I need some factories to produce poison gas compartments pulled by specialized locomotives capable of processing 1000 Xenos per minute. Of course we can cram more if needed. No problem, Your Imperial Majesty. I will arrange servitor workers to do it. Not only that, this method is still too slow. After all, there are hundreds of millions of Xenos awaiting our disposal. Open more Xeno shooting ranges. Then turn those tasty Xenos into canned meat. Understood, Emperor. Now the gun targets of the Department of Law should no longer be made of wood or plastic. Replace them all with Xenos. Their bodies will further upgrade the Empire's peacekeeping forces. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Archbishop Fandal stood up and handed a diagram to Yang Chang. We can classify the captured Xenos. Those strong and useful can be killed by poison gas, while the weak and useless can be directly thrown into incinerators. As for the corpses, we can turn them into servitors and other mechanical products. As for the internal organs, our medical researchers can try to extract medicinal components. Very good, this proposal is excellent. Achieving industrialized assembly line slaughter, this is truly an efficient method. Archmagos Karber, at this rate, how many Xenos can we slaughter per Terra year? We can currently produce 3000 such vehicles. 1 Terra day can process 50000 Xenos, and 1 Terra year can process about 1825000, not counting the incinerators. Speed up production. Also, the ashes of these Xenos can be used as fertilizer. Don't forget that.
With these words the meeting came to an end.
Yang Chang raised his goblet and toasted everyone. After our generation, future generations will no longer have this resolve. So we must carve out a world for our descendants, a world only for humans.
Amid the laughter and conversation between Yang Chang and these people, the fate of billions of Xenos in the future was already decided.
Rico, what should we do next?
The combat mission on this planet had been thoroughly completed under the sweep of the Roughnecks. At this moment the Roughnecks were equipped not with the paper-thin armor seen in movies but with the power armor akin to that in anime. In addition to power armor, the Roughnecks were also armed with personal nuclear weapons, various combat mechs and more.
Carmen, it's time for us to leave. Johnny, I advise you not to do anything else. Prioritize the Emperor's orders. In the Dark Galaxy, 3 escort transports were docked on the planet's surface. Engine count 4 with FTL capability. Weapons cannons F-76 Thunder 1 Squadron 18 DR-4 Viking landing craft DR-8 Skyhook transport. The escort transport is a class of interstellar vessel used for logistics. This ship was named the Roger Young with the Imperial hull number 176. The ships beside the Roger Young were the Yamato hull number 138 and the Boxer hull number 182. Carmen, take us back first and prepare to determine the next target. A dozen Viking landing craft were deployed, then Rico and the others boarded them. Any orders from higher command?
Not yet. So far the operational orders remain to conduct planetary assaults on enemy worlds outside the Empire's borders.
Well, go here. Rico pointed to a planet that showed the same blue and green colors as Blue Star. It looks just like Blue Star. Yes, we've detected a lot of alien activity on that planet. We should. This one it is. He'll take the men and prepare.
Without giving Carmen a chance to refuse, Rico dashed out of the bridge.
Captain Carmen. What about us? Let's go with this planet. Send our operation to naval operations. If we fail, we can request reinforcements. Understood. But isn't it a bit? To take a planet with just a few thousand men. Why do you think the Roughnecks are only a few thousand strong?
Give Rico tens of thousands of men and warships, and without orders he'd dare attack their homeworld. Carmen was speechless as well, but since they were here they would teach those aliens what true power meant. But neither Rico nor Carmen knew that this impromptu raid would nearly stir up half the nations of the Mid-Rim.
Bralo Star.
This was the territory of the Secaran Empire in the Mid-Rim, and a grand banquet was just beginning. Representatives from various Mid-Rim powers, the Secaran Empire, the Norland Empire, the Detace Kingdom, the Satira Fleet and others, had gathered here. The reason was that the fleets of the Human Empire had been continuously campaigning in the center of the Mid-Rim, leaving the flanking planets largely unguarded, which emboldened them to act.
I am Bree, the Secaran ambassador. Welcome all envoys.
A white lizard addressed the representatives of the various Mid-Rim powers before them.
Rest assured, this Bralo Star is extremely secure, far enough from the Human Empire.
Just as the crowd was about to respond, a lizard soldier in black armor hurried over and whispered something to Bree.
The planetary defense fleet has gone silent. Suspected attack.
At this news everyone's expression changed, but Bree's words reassured them again. Please be at ease, our anti-air defenses and planetary shield on Bralo Star are formidable. Even if the Human Empire came, they could do nothing. The moment he finished speaking, a destroyed Secaran warship plummeted from the atmosphere and the resulting explosion engulfed countless Secaran citizens.
Get all ambassadors to the shelters. Now.
Bree hurriedly had the envoys move to the bunkers, then began sending a distress signal to their homeworld. Meanwhile, the ambassadors of the various fleets, corporations and nations also began sending pleas for aid to their own leaders.
The entire outer Mid-Rim erupted into chaos as fleet after fleet started moving toward Bralo Star. Admiral Spire, the enemy is conducting an emergency redeployment.
Spire, who was examining a strategic map, heard his subordinates report and turned to ask.
What's the situation?
The enemy is moving toward the southeastern theater and in massive fleet formations.
What could drive these alien Xenos so frantic?
According to route calculations, their target is likely Bralo Star in the southeastern theater. Admiral Commander Carmen of the 5th Expeditionary Division just reported their mission. Their objective is Bralo Star.
What? How many troops do they have? 3 escort transports and fewer than 10,000 Marines. I see.
Did they report why they are conducting an assault on that planet? Commander Carmen only said they detected a large number of enemy traces on that planet, specifics unknown. After a moment of consideration, Spire ordered the divisions in rest status to intercept the enemy's gathering forces. Which unit is closest to Bralo Star? The training unit commanded by Commissar Cyathus Kane, formerly of the Valhalla 597th Regiment and now of the Light Chaser 358th Combined Brigade, is the closest.
They are all equipped with standard Imperial weapons. Send them. Kai. Cyathus Kane.
The great hero of the Imperium.
Kai. Syafa's Kane.
The great hero of the Imperium. Listening to the soldiers singing outside, a commissar clad in a greatcoat and carapace armor elegantly sipped his tea. Yes, indeed, before him stood the one known as Shabao, the one who freeloaded off Slaanesh, the great hero of the Imperium, once a champion warrior of the ancient Xiliang army, a regimental commander under a certain micromanaging warlord, one of the most fortunate in romantic luck across the entire 40k series, with a note of permanent in his service record, the indomitable cockroach.
Commissar Syafa's Kane. Yet Commissar Kane was clearly different from the Departamento Munitorum's description.
Though he was kind to his subordinates, he always considered himself a cowardly and incompetent man, and all his achievements were merely coincidental.
This assignment to train new recruits is truly comfortable. No battles, no danger, no. Commissar Kane.
Jurgen jogged up to Kane and urgently called out to the commissar, who was sipping tea. What's the rush, Jurgen? You should go take a bath.
You smell worse than an Adelan. Go wash up. Commissar Kane, we have a combat mission.
We're to deploy to the planet Braro to support the Hard Corps.
The Hard Corps. How many are they? Kane thought surely his new recruit unit wouldn't be thrown into a meat grinder.
He was only leading green troops.
Only a few thousand. Are there any Space Marines supporting us? No. Hearing Jurgen's reply, Kane nearly fainted. Why did trouble always come knocking at his door?
Go tell the new recruits. Tell them no retreat under fire or face military discipline. After Jurgen left, Kane immediately began cursing the Departamento Munitorum's decision. He had finally gotten a chance to slack off with the new recruits, and now his tea wasn't even finished before he received orders from above. A few thousand men dare to assault another planet.
Is that even sane?
Kane grumbled as he tallied the equipment of his combined regiment. The Lightbearers' combined regiment was a special unit much like the Krieg siege regiments, each with its own unique characteristics. A Lightbearer combined regiment consisted of 9 battalions: 4 heavy combined arms battalions, 1 artillery battalion, 1 reconnaissance battalion, 1 combat support battalion, 1 logistics battalion, and 1 air defense battalion. Each heavy combined arms battalion included 8 companies, 3 tank companies, 2 mechanized infantry companies, 1 combat support company, 1 logistics company, and 1 artillery company. Each heavy combined arms battalion was equipped with Macarius heavy tanks, Chimera infantry fighting vehicles, and Bison armored personnel carriers. The artillery battalion primarily used Mars-pattern Basilisk artillery tanks. The air defense battalion was mainly equipped with Hyprios air defense platforms. Moreover, at the request of the soldiers, the Forge World had specially manufactured portable anti-tank weapons for every Lightbearer who needed them, making them nearly ubiquitous.
Does Commissar Kane ever play Lu Bu? I think he looks like Chu Yunfei. Look at that chin, exactly the same.
Several new recruits sized up the legendary hero Commissar before them and chatted curiously. I heard you fought Necrons.
Do they use magic? Do they wave their hands and raise the dead like wizards? Is their leader called Arthas? You fought orcs too. Do they shout orcs never be slaves? Nonsense, it's clearly for the Horde. That's the Alliance's line. An old Astra Militarum veteran nearly fainted listening to the new recruits chatter. Why does the Departamento Munitorum tell them such things? To the next fallen brother.
Raise your glass. In the dust of artillery fire, hundreds of mobile infantry squads charged out. Their weapons looked no different from ordinary solid slug rifles, but in reality their firepower was nearly comparable to a 12.7
mm heavy machine gun.
The power armor was also equipped with tracking missiles and rotary guns on the back, which could automatically lock onto enemies and attack.
A 01 squad, follow me. Charge into the enemy command post.
Prepare the man-portable nuclear weapon. A mobile infantryman in the sky aimed a special rocket launcher at the ground, and then a rocket equivalent to a small nuclear warhead flew out. This overwhelming firepower momentarily stunned the soldiers of the Sekran Empire, and then they were met with a hail of cold bullets.
Sector Alpha secure. Push forward. One by one the mobile infantry and power armor landed. Most of the Sekran soldiers blocking their path perished under the terrifying firepower. Eliminate all non-humans. Rico's command was transmitted to the built-in columns of every soldier. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The aircraft in the sky began carpet bombing, utterly bewildering the Sekran forces with this relentless bombardment. This time the human forces unleashed a devastating strike against the Sekalan soldiers. Unlike the tactics employed by the Astra Militarum, these mobile infantry utilized jetpacks for rapid assaults, vanishing from the enemy's sight just as they prepared for positional warfare. The Marauder war machine descended to the ground, its high-speed autocannon reducing the Sekalan Imperial soldiers to bloody pulp. The surrounding mobile infantry units also shielded the Marauder, and under the sweeping assault the enemy's resistance quickly began to crumble.
All personnel fall back to the remaining strongholds. Engage the humans in a war of attrition. Our reinforcements will arrive soon.
Panicked, the Sekalan soldiers scrambled into the fortresses, but this partially nullified the advantage of the mobile infantry.
All squads be aware of the enemy's positions. Watch out for snipers. Move faster.
Dozens of warships led by the Sekalan Empire alongside various frigates and transports were advancing toward Braluo Star.
Who the hell is attacking Braluo Star? The entire Outer Rim is in chaos.
3 Lunar-class cruisers, several Cobra-class destroyers and 2 Avenger-class cruisers were present. Whoever is attacking Braluo Star, since they are allies, Halsey must lend a hand. As this mixed Sekalan fleet passed through an asteroid field, the battle commenced. The Imperial warships using their sturdy rams smashed through the obstructing asteroids and then collided directly with several of the Sekalan Empire's capital ships.
Vast flames spread into the engines of the Sekalan capital ships.
The colossal explosion robbed them of forward momentum, leaving them awaiting the boarding actions of the Space Marines.
For the Emperor. 3 Emperor's Children Space Marines stationed on this vessel alongside the Navy boarding parties stormed into the enemy ship.
Wielding power swords, the Space Marines butchered the Sekalan soldiers like slicing through melons, each strike decapitating multiple foes.
I must capture this scene and paint a picture.
The leading Space Marine captain remarked, gazing at the corpses of Sekalan soldiers strewn across the compartment.
Saltarvits, we need to move. There are many more ships waiting for us to board. Hearing his comrades call, Tarvitz jogged over and continued the slaughter alongside them.
Saltarvitz was a captain of the Emperor's Children Legion, originally a loyalist Space Marine. He was a true son of the Emperor, a warrior Fulgrim did not deserve.
Lucius, how many times have I told you not to charge so far ahead? Make sure you kill every last enemy in every corner. Tarvitz removed his helmet, revealing his white hair. I only wish to atone for the Emperor. Do you understand? I have committed too many sins. The Emperor's mercy in sparing my life is already a grace. All I can do is slay enemies in his name and offer my life. Yes, indeed.
Following Tarvitz was the 13th Company captain, a representative of turning from light to darkness, the elite monster of Warhammer, the immortal Lucius, blessed by the Chaos Gods with countless lives.
Lucius, this is not that world, so we all believe you will not make that mistake again. Hearing Tarvitz's words, Lucius nodded. One day I will kick that damned Topknot and that son of a bitch Erebus to death.
Lucius muttered to himself before continuing the battle with the squad. The power sword in his hand emitted a series of blue flashes. Of the tens of thousands of Sekalan soldiers on this ship, a third were slain by Lucius alone.
What? Reinforcements can't come. The dozen ambassadors huddled in the shelter received messages from their home nations almost simultaneously.
The relief fleet had been ambushed en route. Organizing a second rescue would take time. They were told to hold on.
As the ambassadors complained, the shelter's iron door was kicked open and a dozen mobile infantry soldiers stormed in, their dark muzzles aimed at the ambassadors. Open fire.
At the command, muzzles flashed and the ambassadors fell one by one, their bodies reduced to corpses under the onslaught.
Carmen, have the enemy's reinforcements arrived? No, Rico. Our ships are still in low orbit, only having shot down the enemy's planetary fighters. Good.
What did the Imperial Navy Command say?
Well, listen for yourself. Rico. You damn fool, you've stirred up a huge mess. If we lose this battle, report to the Inquisition.
Hearing Admiral Spire's voice, Rico realized he might have gone too far.
All mobile infantry squads advance toward the enemy's planetary command center.
Secure their command structure on this planet as quickly as possible.
Received, sir.
At this moment, the Imperial expeditionary fleets began to intercept the enemy.
Commissar Kai, and we have arrived at the target. What should we do? Prepare to assault. For the Emperor.
Kai confidently looked at the planet before him, though it was merely a facade of confidence at this moment. Kai Zayabeo's heart was in a fluster.
Well, I think we can land around the enemy city, so we can effectively block their reinforcements. Yes, that's it.
Kai began issuing orders. He had no desire to actually charge into the city. A living coward is better than a dead hero. He only needed to skirmish with scattered enemy troops on the periphery.
Fighting a meat grinder was not his forte. Ruei-ku. The enemy is retreating outside the city.
Ruei-ku, who was engaging in cordial exchanges with the Sekalan soldiers, received the message from his subordinates and immediately ordered them to intercept.
Ruei-ku, the Imperial forces have arrived.
Just as Ruei-ku was commanding, Kamen suddenly interrupted and relayed General C. Pierre's orders to him.
General C. Pierre is very angry, but his requirement for you is that you must take this planet. Do you have any idea how big a mess you've caused? How big? Your attack has ignited the flames of war across the entire Outer Rim. Dozens of nations' fleets have charged here like madmen, but were almost completely annihilated by the Imperial fleet. So I'm pretty formidable after all.
General C. Pierre said that if you win, you and the other heroes will go to Terra for commendation. If you lose, you'll report to the Inquisition.
Really? Rueiko asked excitedly.
Yes, our intelligence department has confirmed that the planet you attacked was hosting a military conference of the Anti-Human Alliance. Your assault happened to disrupt that alliance's meeting.
Wow, sounds good, but I need to end the communication now. The enemy is advancing toward the city. Alright, come find me in room 604 on the ship after it's over. I have something else to discuss with you. Well, how should I put it? Wait. Rueiko heard a sound overhead, the sound of the Imperium's landing craft. Commissar Cayenne. Truly the hero of the Empire. You accurately predicted the direction and route of the enemy's retreat. And you arrived almost at the same time as them. Kai Faz Cayenne. The Empire's great hero. Kai Faz Cayenne. The Empire's great hero. The soldiers excitedly sang the song praising Cayenne once again, but Cayenne clearly did not think so. Ancient Terran 2 Kara expletive, why is it so hard for me to just slack off?
Cayenne really wanted to slap his 10 Monotesigo self twice. Why did he have to be so foolish as to personally lead the ground assault? Wasn't it comfortable for him to stay up there eating and drinking? Now that things had come to this, Cayenne had to make a decision, but his subordinates seemed to have already made it for him.
For the Emperor. Kill the Xenos. The soldiers charged ahead, leaving Cayenne stunned in place. Hiss, I feel like my role as commissar is dispensable.
Hiss, what do they look like when they charge?
Orc boys. Ha ha ha. That joke is not funny. Cayenne reluctantly followed this combined brigade in the charge. The subsequent action was very simple. Another planet was incorporated into the Empire's territory.
After spending an unforgettable night with Kamen Rueiko led his troops back to Terra.
This time he would receive an award from the Emperor alongside many outstanding soldiers and officers. Attention!
In the world of the Imperial throne, Holy Terra. Yang Cheng, adorned in a golden suit of power armor, prepared to review the troops. The initial victory of this expedition instilled immense confidence in the citizens of the Empire. Though the cost was staggering, it undeniably symbolized the resurgence of humanity once subjugated as slaves. As the sacred hymn resounded, countless devotees and bishops on the high platform immediately knelt, then began devout prayers. Amidst the crowd's cheers, the first to be reviewed were the Imperial Stormtroopers from Star Wars. Their white armor and stark ruthless design captivated countless youths. As the sacred melody played, the Stormtrooper phalanx marched to the grandstand where Yang Cheng stood.
All units. Salute the Emperor. Unable to perform the Aquila salute while holding their blasters, the Stormtroopers opted for the military salute of the Galactic Empire as a token of respect. Next came the Cadian shock troops with their green armor and violet eyes. Journalists from the wandering Earthworld gasped in astonishment, having always believed human eyes came in fewer hues. Salute the Emperor. The Cadian soldiers, weapons in hand, directed their gaze toward Yang Cheng, who nodded in acknowledgement. Following the Cadians was the Armageddon Steel Legion, clad in yellow greatcoats. Flanking the Armageddon soldiers were Lehman Russ main battle tanks in desert camouflage. These fearsome war machines emitted a tremendous, terrifying roar as they entered the parade ground in orderly formation. At the rear of the column, 10 war machines advanced slowly. The Emperor's Shadowsword super heavy tank, the most terrifying war machine in the Imperial Army, mounted with enough firepower to bring down a Titan. Shadowsword, an ancient and glorious variant of the Emperor's Shadowsword. The orthodox Shadowsword is equipped with a volcano cannon, a massive laser cannon that draws energy directly from the tank's engine. The generator and batteries require continuous power. Every Shadowsword crew includes an engineer, sometimes a mechanicus tech priest devoted to machinery, sometimes a highly skilled technician from the Imperial Guard. His duty is to ensure energy flows from the engine to the generator and that the tank remains operational. The Shadowsword was originally designed as a Titan killer. Its colossal weapon is a Titan-grade armament capable of being mounted on a Titan's arm or leg. Consequently, Shadowswords are only produced on Forge worlds that possess Titan legions. They were developed to help the Imperial Guard counter enemy Titans. These weapons, capable of deciding the fate of a battle on their own, now appeared on the Empire's parade ground. The 10 Shadowswords formed 2 rows. Gunners stood atop the vehicle saluting Yang Cheng, while other crew members raised their cannon barrels slightly in tribute. After the Emperor's Shadowsword tanks passed, the Audiobus military orchestra in the stand struck up their regimental anthem, a tune that made many from Europa shudder. As the stirring Audiobus regimental anthem echoed across the field, many former slaves in the audience rose to their feet in excitement. A wave of unyielding pride and overwhelming pressure swept through the air. The Astra Militarum advances through enemy lands, singing hymns to the Emperor. Snipers perch atop hive spires, softly humming along. It matters not to us, the entire galaxy curses us, praises us, this is merely entertainment. Onward we forge, reckless and laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. We fight for the Empire, we fight for the Emperor. We know no rest, we have weathered countless battles. North, south, east, west, and now readying for new conflicts we face the alien vermin. The Astra Militarum will not halt until those who destroy human happiness are vanquished, until our ranks are annihilated, until then we have no way back. This familiar music left many in the crowd bewildered. They looked at the soldiers in black uniforms with red armbands bearing golden double-headed eagles. At the forefront were soldiers carrying standards reminiscent of Roman vexilla emblazoned with the aquila of the Imperium of Man. Why does this look so familiar? Then came the death corps of Krieg soldiers, their grey uniforms and gas masks projecting an aura of aloofness that nonetheless appealed to the imperial populace. Attention! Rico stood atop the podium in immaculate dress uniform, surrounded by those who had displayed exceptional bravery in the battle. Admiral Spire, the elder of the Lauti family who defended the Hive City on Europa 7, Rico and several others who had distinguished themselves in combat. The Imperial Medal of Honor was awarded to soldiers who had performed multiple acts of valor. The appearance of this medal varied across sectors. For instance, the version used in the Segmentum Obscurus differed from those in other sectors. Recipients were regarded as born heroes of the Empire, and they received the utmost respect from comrades and superiors. This medal was pinned onto Lauti's uniform by Yang Chung himself. Being decorated by the Emperor virtually cemented the Lauti family's status. At the very least they would secure important positions on Terra. This is yours, Hank. Yang Chang turned to the soldier in Audiobus Regiment uniform beside him. The skull of the double wings, a decoration reserved for officers who have led their troops to victory through leadership. Thank you for your service to the Empire. Understood. Emperor. Yang Cheng smiled and pinned the medal onto Hank's shoulder. Rico, yours. He fastened a crimson medal onto Rico's shoulder. The Crimson Medal was a common decoration awarded to Astra Militarum veterans after a battle, typically given to those who had disregarded life and death, often posthumously. But Rico was an exception. He earned this medal purely through his audacity, leading his troops on a reckless charge into an enemy planet. With only a few thousand men against hundreds of thousands, he not only won but kept casualties in the single digits. None of this mattered most, however. After distributing the medals, Yang Cheng prepared to exchange for a planet, the Forge world of Mars. Mars is the core world of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the greatest repository of technological knowledge in the Imperium. Martian society has a strict hierarchy, with the lowest level being ordinary human citizens who collectively perform simple tasks such as sorting isotope waste, fueling forges, crushing or intending hydroponic crops. Most citizens aspire to join the Scutarii to raise their status, and in doing so they receive their first bionic prosthesis. Above these citizens and soldiers is the ruling class of Mars, the Tech Priests. The planet itself is governed by the Fabricator General. One could say Mars is the headquarters of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but as luck would have it, the Sol system actually contains a planet called Mars, and it is almost identical to the Mars in Warhammer. Previously Yang Cheng paid little attention to it, but the Adeptus Mechanicus were quite avid. They repeatedly petitioned to make this planet the headquarters of the Mechanicus, and Yang Cheng readily agreed. After all, it was just a planet. Yang Cheng set his sights on the Mars Forge world and the system shop. The entire planet, including its supporting personnel, cost 10 million war points, and that was only the basic version. System: what will happen after I buy it? Ding. After purchase, everything from the original Mars Forge world will appear on this planet, including all buildings, factories and personnel. Will my Duola Cower come? Ding. Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call is a special character and can only be redeemed separately. Fine Kerbo is not bad either, he just goes crazy from time to time. Yang Cheng was frustrated, but thinking that he still had Kerbo, he felt it might be acceptable. Solar System: the fourth planet. The entire Mars was enveloped by a brilliant radiance. One after another hive cities rose from the ground and the factories within them materialized under the light. 20 billion people began to appear on the planet. Quadgen Hive, Swanjiang Hive, Olympia Dune Hive, Tantalus Hive and Nilocertus Hive stood on the crimson surface of Mars. Wanjishan Temple, Maliatisi Forge Temple, Acheron Tsugo Forge Temple, Complex Fabricator General Forge Temple, Frictionless Piston Temple, Encyclopedia Temple, Talani's Knights Fortress Temple, Storm Legion Fortress Temple, Libya Mountain Forge Temple, Complex Anti-Angelati Forge Temple, Gamma Sector Forge Temple and Mitch Forge Temple. These temples, symbolizing the sacred machines of the Adeptus Mechanicus, appeared alongside the hive cities, as did millions of Scutarii and various armed vehicles of the Mechanicus. Ding. The Mars Forge world has been successfully redeemed. Hearing the system's words, Yang Cheng used his psychic power to gaze into the depths of the cosmos. That crimson planet had been transformed into a steel world, and the surrounding spaceports were filled with the Arc Mechanicus vessels of the Adeptus Mechanicus. It seems the foundation for the expedition is secured, Yang Cheng said, slowly gazing at the crimson planet. Next he would prepare for total war. The previous expedition was merely to open a path from the outer ring to the middle ring, like poking it with a toothpick. But this time was different. This time he would smash a hole in the middle ring with a sledgehammer, determined to make the outer reaches of the middle ring flow with blood.
The formation of the Fourth Fleet should be put on the agenda, Yang Chang said, looking at his dwindling war points. He had managed to accumulate enough for the Mars Forge world solely thanks to those garbage recycling trains. System, give me someone suitable for handling garbage, preferably one who can also lead troops. After the military review, Yang Chang returned to the palace and while reviewing recent documents asked the system. Of course, but this person. Don't regret it later, host. No problem as long as it's not that idiot Erebus. Of course, this person costs 20000 war points and is guaranteed to meet all of the host's requirements. Fine, 20000 or even 20000 is fine. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the warsmith Hong Sua, who possesses half the genocide of the Iron Warriors and half of the Imperial Fists. Ouch, no. System. Get the hell out. How could you give me such a scumbag? Hong Sua, the first half-breed space marine in history, one of the warsmiths of the traitor Fourth Legion, the Iron Warriors, the creator of the Demon's Womb, the archenemy of Captain Uriel Ventress of the Ultramarines' Fourth Company, the love child of Perturabo and Rogal Dorn, who rose from being a despised mongrel to become one of the most evil and powerful Chaos Lords in the galaxy. Great Emperor, please allow me. A space marine clad in Iron Warrior's armor had just appeared before Yang Chang when he was spotted by another space marine beside Yang Chang. Everyone watch out. The damn Hong Sua is here. Protect the Emperor. Before Hong Sua could even react, he was tackled to the ground by dozens of space marines and then a righteous beating began. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. You'll ruin my face. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Stop it. I'm sorry. I'll never mess with that stuff again, I swear. I'm not part of the Iron Warriors. I'm from the Imperial Fists. If you're from the Imperial Fists, then Dorn should have tossed you against the wall. Dozens of space marines encircled Hong Sua, kicking and punching him in a chaotic beatdown, their fists and boots intimately connecting with his face. His bald head was bruised black and blue and half his face was swollen crooked. Initially, some officers from Star Wars tried to mediate, but after hearing the space marines explain what this wretched creature had done. If you weren't on my side, I'd have cut you down with a lightsaber long ago, Kylo Ren snarled, kicking him with his black combat boots, for the Demon's Womb was indeed utterly despicable. After the round of group violence, the half-dead Hong Sua was pulled out for medical aid. Yang Chang stared helplessly at Hong Sua, whose sheer depravity rivaled that of Erebus. Hong Sua's evil was purely pragmatic. Unlike Erebus, who sinned for his faith, or Lucius, who indulged in selfish desires, every vile act Hong Sua committed was solely for practical gain. Enough. You've beaten him plenty, we still need him for something, Yang Chang said, laying down 3 ground rules as he looked at Hong Sua's battered face. First, you can experiment all you want, but no more of your twisted creations. Second, if you must experiment, use Xenos, don't involve humans. Third, see if you can test those little toys of yours on the alien races that prey on humanity. In short, Yang Chang's rules meant do whatever you want, just don't harm humanity. The galaxy teams with trillions of Xenos, feel free to wreak havoc on them. Next came the selection for the Fourth Fleet. This Fourth Fleet's small vessels were primarily Sword-class frigates and Tempest-class frigates, tasked mainly with escorting larger warships. The capital ships chosen included the Retribution-class battleship, Oberon-class battleship, and Dictator-class battlecruiser, along with various cruisers, destroyers, resource vessels, and other support ships. This fleet was named the Gothic Fleet, and its overall commander was Admiral Spire, transferred from the First Fleet. The Desolate Brotherhood chapter also joined this operation. All 500 Space Marines were re-equipped, ensuring ample ammunition for every warrior while also upgrading tactical assets like dreadnoughts and Terminators. 20% of the First Company's Space Marines were refitted with Cataphractii pattern Terminator armor. The Cataphractii pattern was the precursor to the later Indomitus pattern Terminator armor widely used during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. An entire Terminator squad was equipped with the latest weaponry, including Stormbolters for long-range combat and Power Fists or Chain Fists for close-quarters engagements. Warriors armed with Stormbolters could also choose to equip assault cannons, heavy flammers, or shoulder-mounted Cyclone missile launchers. Due to the degradation of their genocide, the Desolate Brotherhood had become a fleet-based chapter. As the name implies, a chapter that uses a vessel as its fortress monastery is called a fleet-based chapter. The Vengeful Spirit Revenant, a Dictator-class cruiser, was chosen as the chapter's base. The Dictator-class cruiser is built on the Lunar-class hull but replaces the Lance arrays with expansive hangars and launch platforms, and the Brotherhood selected this ship as their home. When the morning sunlight bathed the land of Terra, it was not fertile soil that greeted it but rows of soldiers arranged in square formations. The morning sun shone upon their helmets, illuminating their white armor with a radiant gleam. These stormtroopers from the Galactic Empire marched in unison as they began boarding one square formation after another, stepping orderly onto the Acclamator-class assault ships parked on the landing pad. We are the lords of all. We are the galactic overlords. Filthy Xenos shall tremble before our battlecruisers. Human traitors shall flee in panic before our bolters.
Enemy warships shall turn to ash beneath our fighter missiles. Our fleet spans the galaxy. Our sacred ground is revered by millions. We are the fourth calamity. We are humanity.
Hundreds of Acclamator-class assault ships lifted off from the landing pad, then accelerated out of the atmosphere and entered the starport of Holy Terra. Admiral Spire had been waiting here for some time, and a warplan named Operation Flood was placed upon his desk. This operation is named after the Great Flood from the myth of Noah's Ark. The warplan's name is that world-destroying deluge. Hirohata Star, Nagasaki Star, these two are resource planets of the Secaran Empire, and upon these planets and their satellite worlds lie many enemy factories. Target these two planets following the route of the previous expedition, but this time not for war but for conquest. Admiral Spire, all warships are ready: 32 capital ships, 150 auxiliary ships and thousands of transport vessels.
What of His Majesty the Emperor?
His Majesty's Supremacy is already preparing for a jump. The Death Star will also accompany our fleet into battle. The mid-ring anti-human military alliance, though the agreement at Brawlstar had failed to materialize, thankfully this military alliance was ultimately established. A military organization spearheaded by Kabru of the Secaran Empire, Tikal of the Konks Empire, Karazhan of the Red Flame Fleet, Kurl of the Mid-Ring Slave Syndicate, and a wandering fleet from the Eldari.
Kabru. The humans are making a move.
On the circular council seat sat a lizardman, a Konks, an elephantman, and an Eldari with pointed ears.
What should we do? We cannot just sit idly by. Kabru knew well the temperament of the human empire. If war came, his nation would be the first to fall. I will send troops to support you. Do not scatter your forces too thinly, concentrate them on the main planets, Tikal said to the panicked Kabru. I will use all the profits from slave trading to purchase weapons and logistics.
Leave your forces supply to me. A creature shrouded in a cloak hidden in shadows spoke slowly.
Human empire. Since when did a bunch of monkeys dare to call themselves an empire? Monkeys.
You call beings capable of creating weapons that casually destroy a planet monkeys?
Humph, destroy a planet. We can do that too, can't we? Is that all?
No, you don't know how insane these humans are. They worship a being called the Emperor, treating him as their spiritual pillar. Then just kill this so-called Emperor. Won't that solve everything?
How powerful can an Emperor be?
We have the finest assassins, the mightiest warships. Are we afraid of mere humans?
But. No more buts.
The human Emperor has been preparing for war for so long, he will surely participate in person. When that happens, our ships will directly board his vessel.
You just need to hold off the other human ships. Our people will personally cut off the human Emperor's head.
Hirohata Star was a food production base of the Secaran Empire and also a heavily populated planet. Nagasaki Star was different. Though they belonged to the same star system, it was an industrial planet and its orbiting moons had been transformed into a massive base.
So boring. Every day it's just staring at the galaxy. Stop complaining. You'll only be satisfied when the human empire's warships come, right? Ha! What humans? Watch me shoot them one by one.
Besides, what courage does that so-called human empire have to attack us?
They only dare to act tough in the outer rim. Don't be so cocky.
When you see those giants, don't piss your pants. As these Secarans were chatting and joking, a red beam struck the star ring defenses of Hirohata Star, and then an entire circular ring base detonated completely. This sudden attack stunned many Secarans living on Hirohata Star.
All Secarans evacuate to the shelters. Abandon the human slaves on the surface. The human empire won't choose to annihilate the planet.
Well, preserve our strength and prepare for a counterattack. Hearing the broadcast, countless Secarans immediately dropped what they were doing and fled in panic to the nearest bunkers. At the same time, news that the human empire's warships had appeared above Hirohata Star spread across the entire Secaran Empire.
The human empire's warships have arrived. There's no time to lose. Commence the operation immediately.
Let the defenders of Guangdao Star delay the human empire's forces as much as possible. Meanwhile, order all vessels docked at Chinchi Star to launch at once.
We must ensure the human fleet is trapped here.
At the same time, Admiral Spire prepared to deploy landing forces intending to have the Astartes seize control of this planet.
Commander, we've received a transmission from Guangdao Star, apparently from a local human organization.
An officer spoke as a text projection materialized on the screen before Spire.
Greetings. You are the forces of the human empire, are you not?
To put it briefly, I am the leader of the local human organization.
I implore you to immediately commence bombardment of this planet and abort the landing operation. Our informants report that an alliance known as the Zhenhuan Military Coalition has formed and is encircling your position.
Do not concern yourselves with us. Instead, employ orbital bombardment to end this battle. Our people will detonate a munitions factory on this planet 30 minutes after you receive this message. Please target your attacks based on the explosion's location.
We are prepared to perish alongside these alien bastards. Admiral Spire, what shall we do? Prepare to execute the exterminatus. Follow the instructions in this transmission and launch the cyclonic torpedoes.
Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire. Without their devotion the Empire would never achieve victory after victory.
Soon a colossal mushroom cloud rose from Guangdao Star, shining like a guiding beacon. For the Emperor. For humanity. For the Gothic fleet. Several cyclonic torpedoes were ejected from their launch bays.
These torpedoes, hundreds of meters in length, were more than sufficient to annihilate all life on a planet.
Ah, it's finally over.
A middle-aged man with a square face spoke softly as he gazed at the approaching cyclonic torpedoes in the sky.
Ha! Vengeance is mine.
In the next life I hope I can be reincarnated into the human empire. It wasn't just this man, countless humans clad in tattered garments gathered together.
Today would be the day of judgment for the aliens who had oppressed them. Farewell, my friends, until we meet in the next life. A colossal blaze engulfed these weapon-wielding humans.
Yet the pain did not immediately strike. Instead, a strange golden radiance silently enveloped them.
Hey, welcome to this place.
A man in the uniform of a commissar from the Odysseus regiment pulled the square-faced man to his feet. The square-faced man stood frozen, staring at the garden-like scenery surrounding him. Along with him, his companions who had been swept up in the explosion were equally stunned.
What is this? I don't know. All I remember is being strangled by an orc 1 second and the next I was here. Perhaps this is the fabled paradise. Commissar, that's not what you said before. A veteran of the Odysseus regiment walked over, bathed in sunlight.
He also seemed visibly startled upon seeing the square-faced man.
New faces arrive every day. Welcome to this place. Is this the legendary paradise then? What? Guangdao Star is gone. Cabru stood up in astonishment.
He had expected the human empire to launch a planetary assault, eyeing the tens of millions of human slaves on Guangdao Star, thus delaying their forces.
But he hadn't anticipated this. An Eldar subfleet has already deployed.
Let these humans taste the agony of being dominated by the Eldar.
A diamond-shaped warship maneuvered to the rear of the Supreme Honor.
My Emperor, we have detected an unidentified vessel at our rear suspected to be an Eldar warship.
Your Majesty, shall we destroy it? Your Majesty, if possible I would prefer to capture it alive. Hong Sua suddenly stepped forward and spoke.
I wish to capture them alive for study. Yang Cheng pondered for a moment before agreeing to the proposal. Simultaneously, based on the Eldar's landing positions, he ordered the sealing of the corresponding bridge sections, leaving the rest to Hong Sua and the Death Troopers.
Something is wrong. It's too quiet here. A dozen Eldar warriors wielding long blades entered the silver-white corridor, advancing cautiously in a defensive formation. No, this is very wrong. The leading Eldar female with golden hair and a long blade in hand spoke softly while staring ahead. Boo! 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 Suddenly the walls of the surrounding corridor slid open and black automatons emerged from within. These were third-generation Dark Troopers.
These black automatons bore a humanoid form, featured a pair of red optical sensors, and were equipped with 2 rocket boosters, one on each foot.
The Dark Troopers' armor could withstand blaster fire and flamethrower attacks. Kill them.
The Eldar warriors immediately thrust their long blades into the abdomens of the Dark Troopers, but such attacks could not even scratch the troopers' armor.
Bang!
One Dark Trooper's fist slammed into the forehead of an Eldar warrior who was knocked unconscious in the blink of an eye.
Quick! Retreat!
The golden-haired Eldar leader urgently led her squad to break out of the Dark Troopers' encirclement, but 3 of their number were pinned to the ground by these black automatons.
The assassination mission is paramount. As an iron door slammed shut, these Eldar had no idea what horrors awaited them. These dozen Lingzhu warriors traversed the narrow corridor and arrived at a spacious area. Judging by the arrangement, this appeared to be a hangar. Be cautious, human weapons are peculiar.
The Lingzhu had not seen humanoid robots for a long time, at least several millennia, and why would anyone build a warship so massive? The leading golden-haired Lingzhu murmured to herself while advancing with caution.
Shouldn't modern warships pursue compactness and efficiency?
Why build such bulky vessels?
Just as the golden-haired Lingzhu pondered, a cascade of footsteps echoed from the second level. Hundreds of stormtroopers in white armor wielding blasters took attack positions on the second-tier balcony. All surrounding doors sealed, instantly locking down with the highest level of security. An ambush, asked a Lingzhu warrior beside the golden-haired one. Naya, uncertain.
The golden-haired warrior stared solemnly at the scene, a wave of immense danger washing over her.
A small door creaked open and 9 red-clad guards emerged, each bearing various weapons.
In their midst stood Yang Cheng.
Strength is fleeting but style is eternal. Yang Chang carried no weapons, confident in his ability to handle these dozen Lingzhu warriors.
The 9 red-clad guards leveled their kinetic spears at the Lingzhu while Yang Chang silently observed.
"Are you the human emperor?" the golden-haired Lingzhu asked, eyeing the 3 maternal human before her.
"Indubitably. But what brings you to my vessel?"
"To kill you."
"Do you truly believe these few can stop us?"
"And why not?" At Yang Chang's retort, the leading Lingzhu chuckled.
She then began channeling her psionic energy, which allowed her to foresee the battle's outcome and gauge her opponent's mastery.
"Mediocre. Your guards can't even wield psionics, and your own power is near null. My guards may lack psionics, but they possess a force equal to it. As for me, I only dabble."
As he spoke, black psionic energy erupted from Yang Chang, so potent it warped reality.
"No. How is this possible? How?"
The golden-haired Lingzhu stood paralyzed by the overwhelming power. In her eyes, Yang Chang was not a man but a sun, a black sun radiating pitch-black light. This black light was frigid, even approaching it plunged her into an icy abyss.
"You are not human. You cannot be human." "How? How? Who are you?" "Just an ordinary human with a sliver of power."
Overwhelming terror drove the golden-haired Lingzhu to her knees, her stomach convulsed and she began to vomit.
"What is this?" "A monkey," one of the Lingzhu warriors shouted at Yang Chang.
Yang Chang glanced at him and in the blink of an eye closed the distance. His massive hand crushed the Lingzhu's skull, turning her beautiful face into a pulp of flesh beneath his palm.
"Monkey? You should be referring to yourself."
Yang Chang flicked brain matter from his hand and spoke calmly.
Clang. 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 Several Lingzhu blades struck Yang Chang but failed to leave even a scratch on his body. "Retreat. Retreat. We cannot kill him."
The golden-haired Lingzhu turned to flee but was blocked by a red-clad guard. In her terror, she no longer referred to Yang Chang as human but as a god of the warp.
"Capture them but do not kill."
Yang Chang turned and walked away, leaving the rest to his 9 guards.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
These red-clad guards were fully enshrouded in flowing crimson robes, their faces hidden behind plain red masks.
Their kinetic spears aimed at the dozen Lingzhu warriors as they charged. "They are mere mortals. They can't harm us." The golden-haired Lingzhu shouted to her comrades, certain these redrobed figures were ordinary humans.
But her worldview shattered a second time.
One Lingzhu warrior was flung away by an unseen force before even touching the strange figures.
These bizarre beings were disciplined beyond measure, their combat prowess overwhelming.
Within seconds the Lingzhu were subdued.
A space marine in gray armor with yellow and black shoulder markings took charge of them.
"Go! Go!"
Before her capture, the golden-haired Lingzhu screamed to the Lingzhu pilot who had brought them. As the pilot maneuvered the Lingzhu vessel for takeoff, a figure in black armor and a dark cloak charged in. Raising his right hand, he unleashed immense force energy. The pilot watched in shock as his ship was yanked back, unable to escape.
"Come back." Kylo Ren's powerful force dragged the fighter back from the brink of exiting the vessel.
He wrenched open the cockpit and hauled out the Lingzhu pilot. "Hongsua, they are yours now," Yang Chang said, gazing at the captured Ling clan warriors.
"Understood, Your Majesty." Hongsua bustled off with the Ling clan prisoners, his bizarre array of devices finally put to use.
Meanwhile, the wandering fleet of the Ling clan received news of the lost communication from their assassination squad. The Ling clan captain already understood that the team was lost.
"Tighten the encirclement. Do not let the ships of the human empire escape." 1,000 vessels of the mid-ring anti-human alliance surged toward the Gothic fleet.
Tens of millions of ground troops prepared for battle alongside the fleet.
"Sea Pyre, it's over to you."
The Conqueror and the Supreme, 2 colossal flight ships, began to mobilize the surrounding vessels, readying for combat. And Gaelong, prepare your ship to board the enemy flightship and paralyze their command.
The rest of the fleet will provide fire cover for Gaelong.
Before the battle commenced, Yang Chang had specifically instructed Gaelong to obey Sea Pyre's commands without question. Following orders, Gaelong's Conqueror surged ahead of the fleet, its ram aimed directly forward. At the same time, over 1,000 vessels of the mid-ring anti-military alliance emerged from the warp, led by the heavy battlecruiser of the fleet's supreme commander Luobuki.
They completely surrounded the human empire's warships. "Charge! For the Emperor!" And Gaelong's Conqueror led the assault, and aboard every vessel weapons and strike craft roared to life. The clash of the 2 fleets was imminent. Our strike craft will tie down the enemy's fighters.
Capital ships versus capital ships, strike craft versus strike craft.
Use our numerical superiority to engage in close-quarters combat.
Luobuki had studied the human empire's tactics, namely harassing capital ships with strike craft while their own capital ships struck at opportune moments. Luo Buki's decision garnered support from many nations. Military forces advance slowly, annihilate every enemy vessel and exploit numerical superiority to wipe out the foe entirely, but Ngalong had no patience for their slow approach. The Conqueror, accompanied by a few support ships, plunged headlong into the enemy fleet.
Damn! Enemy closing in.
Battle stations. Battle stations. Luo Buki received a transmission from the starboard vessels. Several human Empire ships were bearing down on them.
They're attempting a boarding action. Don't let them close.
Luo Buki's words were cut short as several portside vessels suddenly exploded.
Sea Pyre had begun attacking the enemy's left flank. Abandon the starboard. All fighters to the portside. With no other option, Luo Buki gambled everything, praying the starboard ships could hold the line.
But it was painfully clear that no combination of those vessels could defeat the Conqueror.
Luo Tala, captain of the Conqueror, was a mortal who commanded the respect of both Ngalong and the entire Devourer's legion. Those who didn't respect her were left in pieces.
Ngalong, it's time to prepare the boarding party.
Luo Tala looked at the uncharacteristically calm Ngalong with mixed feelings.
This rational version of Ngalong felt alien to her, stirring an indescribable emotion.
Let's go.
Ngalong gathered his boarding team for the assault. By his side stood his honor guard, the Devourers.
Originally numbering only 12, the Devourers had once been known as the Primarch's jailers. But now they had transformed into a true Primarch's bodyguard.
20 boarding team members armed with boarding shields and chain axes served as the vanguard. In total, 100 Space Marines took part in this mission to board the enemy flagship.
Boom! With a deafening crash, the boarding team was launched directly into the enemy vessel. Devourers! Attack!
With Ngalong's roar, 100 Space Marines burst from the boarding pods.
Quick! Block them! Hold them back! Space Marines carrying boarding shields flanked Ngalong as the vanguard.
A boarding shield is a large shield made of ceramite and plasteel. Similar to a smaller combat shield, it incorporates a miniature force field generator.
Space Marines typically use this shield for boarding operations or siege assault.
These bulky shields are a favorite among Space Marine assault troops.
For the Emperor. For the Devourers.
The thick shields were enough to crush any foe in their path, and the slashing of chain axes shattered the fear lurking in every enemy of the Imperium.
Quick! Bring in the heavy weapons. But. No buts.
We just need to slow them down.
Ngalong, wielding 2 massive chain axes, smashed into the enemy vessel's control room and in a few strokes carved the obstructing foes into pieces. Board the next ship. For the Emperor.
System, what do I need to do to awaken the Primarch's warp essence?
Yang Chang asked the system.
This formidable power was something even a demon Primarch had never possessed.
For the Empire. Onlong swung his chain axe and countless Sekalan soldiers fell beneath its spinning teeth.
The whirring of the chain became the nightmare of every Sekalan warrior.
Activate the ultimate weapon. Fight them to the death.
A massive cultivation tank was opened and slowly emerged a giant lizardman over 3 meters tall. The Sekalan Empire had also studied the Space Marines, naively believing that these transhumans traded their lifespan for superhuman physical prowess, and they thought they could do the same. This 3-meter-tall lizardman was the product of that experiment.
Roar!
Upon seeing the giant lizardman appear, the surrounding Sekalan's weapons in hand could not help but cheer. With the momentum of an avalanche, the colossal lizardman roared and charged at the nearest Space Marine.
Amidst the fierce cries of the Sekalan soldiers, the modified lizardman warrior advanced. It raised its claws.
It was about to slash off that Space Marine's head.
The modified lizardman warrior's head was twisted off.
The sight made every Sekalan gasp in horror. The World Eater, however, cheerfully toyed with the lizardman's head before tossing it at the nearest enemy.
The massive head, driven by momentum, blasted the struck enemy away. Is that all? Onlong taunted the Sekalans, who were now trembling with terror.
Then he began slaughtering these Xenos, and soon the entire cabin was awash in blood.
Father, we should withdraw first. Dozens of ships had already fallen to Onlong's wrath, with hundreds of thousands of crew members dead by his axe. No, you withdraw first. Onlong gazed at the enemy flagship among the stars. Father.
As that World Eater Space Marine hesitated, Onlong sprang into action.
The 4-meter-tall Onlong smashed through the ship's wall and leaped into the void of space.
Even the weakest Primarch and ICU warrior could fight his way back from space to a vessel.
Onlong, leveraging sheer momentum, single-handedly boarded another war.
His chain axe tore straight through the armor of the enemy flagship. The bewildered foes were swept out of the cabin before they could react.
For the Emperor. Onlong, using his own body as a boarding ram, crashed into the enemy's cabin. Damn it! Stop that monster!
These Sekalans had never seen such a terrifying being, who could board an enemy vessel in the vacuum of space without a suit. Even if someone could, how could they hack through several meters of armor? Robucci slumped in his seat as he listened to the reports. He truly believed that the Space Marines of the Imperium of Man were not human at all. They were not even the same species. They were like living weapons born for war.
Where is that monster now? Robucci asked, staring at the monitor.
He has reached the cargo hold.
Our forces are engaging him.
Robucci switched the monitor to the cargo hold, but strangely the feed was black.
What's going on? Just as Robucci felt a sense of unease, a hand appeared on the screen. Help! He's not human.
A Sekalan soldier reduced to only his upper body crawled to the monitor and shouted desperately into the camera.
He's a monster. Monster!
As the soldier screamed, a massive hand grabbed him and crushed him alive. Onlong devoured the soldier's brain and all the memories flooded into his own mind.
So that's how it is.
A terrifying smile spread across Onlong's face. The soldier's brain tissue still clung to the corners of his mouth.
Monster, how could humanity, how?
Robucci could not comprehend how humanity could create such terrifying super soldiers, impervious to any weapon, devoid of fear, showing only absolute slaughter toward all non-humans.
Robucci collapsed into his seat, unable to grasp how terrifying the human species truly was.
They crawled back from hell to find us. Robucci felt that such monsters could not exist in reality. They must have come from the underworld. The vengeful spirits of the Human Federation have come for us. Robucci screamed and bolted for the escape pod, but before he could run far, a pair of massive hands seized him.
Xenos.
The brains of his own kind still smeared on his lips. Onlong's face was twisted with rage. In the memories he had consumed, he saw how these aliens had treated humans. Draining the moisture from human bodies, extracting all their blood for trophies, dismembering them while keeping them conscious and in agony. These were only part of the memories Onlong absorbed, but they were enough to set his fury ablaze.
I think it's time you experienced that feeling yourself. One of my brothers is particularly suited to dealing with you. What exactly are you?
As soon as Robucci finished speaking, he was crushed alive by Onran. This horrifying scene left all the aliens frozen in place.
Run!
Someone shouted, and the alien crew members immediately scattered in all directions.
But unfortunately their escape speed could not match the speed at which Onran swung his weapon.
Onran almost single-handedly cut down half of the entire fleet, smashing dozens of warships with his bare hands, dealing damage comparable to that of the forces under Spear's command.
A Primarch, the Emperor's son, Spear said slowly as he watched Angren's massacre. The difference between a Primarch and a Space Marine is like that between a fully armed strongman and an infant. Although even a single Space Marine can slaughter enemy warships, they still cannot inflict such massive damage on the enemy fleet.
Retreat to Changchi Star.
Hold on and there will be a way.
The remaining warships all headed for the last planet in this system that still belonged to them, Changchi Star.
After Onran returned to the warship following the battle, he was met with a torrent of scolding from Latera. A group of World Eater's Space Marines stood obediently behind Lotara, all lowering their heads, not daring to witness the scene. Angren, you should understand that we have more than enough firepower. We don't need to engage in close combat with them. What you're doing is a waste of your own life and an insult to the Emperor. Latera strongly disliked this reckless fighting style, especially seeing Onran leading the charge.
She repeatedly emphasized to Onran that he was a Primarch, the Emperor's son, and his role should be that of a commander, not a soldier.
I understand. I will consider it.
After losing the nails, Onran had also learned to think. He realized that his presence often boosted the morale of the soldiers around him. The mortal troops who had been despondent due to the war were revitalized by his appearance. Onran increasingly felt that he was extraordinary, or rather that he was different from the sons before him.
Father, the enemy is retreating to Changchi Star. Continue the pursuit until this galaxy falls under the Emperor's glory.
Then a rain of death fell upon Changchi Star as hundreds of Space Marines supported by mortal forces began their assault. At this moment, tens of millions of anti-human coalition troops were on Changchi Star. They believed that with their human wave tactics they could easily handle the human forces descending from orbit.
Boo! 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 Boo!
The Imperium of Man had always followed a tactic. Overwhelming firepower was supreme.
Before any landing operation, they would first unleash a wave of bombardment to set the mood. Because the warships in Warhammer were too large, entering a planet's atmosphere made them vulnerable to attack or damage from gravity.
Therefore they primarily provided fire support from outer space. The ground-targeting lances began to charge energy. The anti-air positions built on the planet's surface were built in vain. These anti-air weapons could not reach the human warships in the sky at all. One after another the ground-targeting lances blasted the land, each shot easily capable of annihilating an entire enemy position. These defense forces were engulfed by the immense energy before they could even scream. If this planet had no strategic value, what would have come would not have been lances. With the blood of Xenos proclaimed the price of defying humanity. The Space Marines set foot on the planet's soil. By now the ground had been nearly vitrified by the burning of the lances. Everywhere were the ash-covered ruins of buildings and enemy soldiers. For the few alien soldiers who had survived, what awaited them was the slaughter by the Space Marines. Bang! 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 The alien soldiers who were counterattacking from the ruins were all hit by Space Marines wielding bolters. The entire city had been reduced to ruins by the lances. Boo! Ongron flung a tank with one hand, directly smashing through the enemy's temporary defensive line. With his immense power, dealing with these ordinary enemies was effortless. The dense hail of bullets and lasers left no marks on the Space Marines. They could still march steadily forward under the intense fire. What are the enemy's armors made of? Why are all the good technologies possessed by humans? Commander Sarah, watching his comrade turned into a mist of blood beside him, muttered as he hid under the rubble. Boo! A colossal machine appeared before them, and then the weapons mounted on this machine tore apart all the enemies in front. The Annihilator-class automaton equipped with a twin-linked hammerhead bolter, a huge Hellfire plasma mortar, or a Sunfire pattern heavy laser cannon, plus a gravity hammer. Among them, the Hellfire plasma mortar it carried was an absurdly powerful weapon. It could fire dense plasma orbs along an arc trajectory, bypassing defensive barriers to directly strike the heart of enemy fortifications, burning everything within the blast radius to ashes with flames like liquid sun. The frame of the Annihilator class was designed to accommodate heavy weapons and their power systems, thus heavily reinforced. It could withstand the recoil of firing and protect itself from incoming counterattacks. The fire of small arms was utterly ineffective against it. Why are the people from the Mechanicum here? Angren, who had already landed, said as he looked at the several marshals of the Skitarii beside him. Great Primarch, the Emperor ordered us to collect the enemy's technology. For Yang Chang these scraps were naturally useless, but for the Mechanicum they might be able to figure out something useful and then give it to the PDF. Therefore Yang Chang allowed the Mechanicum to interfere in this operation. This place was once an industrial world of the Human Federation. Only after the war did these abominable Xenos turn it into a garden world, a tech priest said, slowly holding a service-skull. Deploy the Forgefire class autonomous dive flyers and then arrange for scans of this planet. This thing was the clean and hygienic version of the Nurgle plague drones, at least looking identical. It was equipped with sophisticated remote sensing devices capable of operating in various hostile environments. It served both as a highly mobile armed reconnaissance aircraft and as a precision strike and rapid response unit on the front line. More and more Skitarii and servitors arrived at the battlefield. However, they were not here to support these big heads, the Imperial Guard. They came to conduct archaeology after hearing that this planet was originally an industrial world of the Human Federation. Many factions of the Mechanicum might even fight each other for a toaster. First come, first served. Because the Emperor and Omnicia Yang Chang was present, the various factions of the Mechanicum would not contend. Like the Space Marines, they were usually eccentric but became orderly when it came to battle. These fools with brains full of filth sneered the commander of the Eldari rogue vessel, gazing at the distant explosion of Robot's warship. We are the Eldari. Why did he think they were worthy of commanding our forces? The crimson-haired Eldari captain remarked slowly. Let us plunder a human world, then we can withdraw, said Windsor, licking the blade of her longsword while casting a covetous glance at a desert world in the distance. We have 2,000 Eldari warriors, more than enough. Windsor tucked the white-bone longsword into her belt and led her squad into the landing craft. Little did they know that the planet they were about to set foot on was guarded by a squad of iron warriors. In the magma hive atop the Black Tower, at the heart of the upper hive, over 1,000 Eldari warriors had established a defensive line. Windsor directed the loading of plundered captives and treasures onto the ship while assigning sentries. The humans are encircling us. We must hurry. Our kin have long been denied slaughter. The blood of kind boils in their hearts. After the raid, let us hunt these human soldiers. I wholeheartedly agree. I wish to collect their eyes and fashion them into a necklace. I will take their hearts and make them into a snack. Like their kin in the Eldari Empire, these rogue Eldari held humans in contempt, enslaved them, used them for blade rights, and harvested their organs. Some Eldari would flay humans alive, extracting their skulls and mixing their brains into candles amid their screams. No, enemy. At Windsor's cry, the Eldari warriors dropped their tasks and raised their weapons toward the entrance. From the dark sky came a series of heavy rhythmic footsteps, each one sending a tremor through the Eldaris hearts. 10 Iron Warrior Space Marines advanced, wielding boarding shields and bolters, forming a formation centered around an indomitable Terminator slowly approaching them. Humans! Prepare for battle. The Eldari aimed their kinetic weapons and opened fire without hesitation. Boo! 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 The kinetic rounds struck the sturdy boarding shields and scattered, leaving not even a scratch on the power armor beneath. Damn it! Fall back! Sensing the anomaly, Windsor knew these were no ordinary humans. Their only priority was to retrieve. Boo! The Iron Warriors' Devastator squad at the rear opened fire on the transport. With the missile launcher's impact, the craft spiraled down from the tower like a falling leaf.
As the transport crashed, the Iron Warriors began their volley. Boo! 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 With each step, the Iron Warriors halted and fired, advancing like an unyielding wall bearing down on the Eldari. Bang! The upper body of an Eldari struck by a bolter exploded into strands of blood, while the lower half was a mangled mess. Impossible! Windsor huddled behind cover, watching her warriors fall one by one. The enemy advanced like an impenetrable wall, and their fate was to be ground to dust. The Space Marines at the rear broke formation, flanking the remaining foes from both sides. The heavy bolters of the Iron Warriors' Devastator squad roared, shredding the Eldari hiding behind structures. The first phase of the tactic was complete, now to split their fire and annihilate them. Slay them all. Windsor drew her longsword and led a charge. Their retreat was cut off. The only option was to fight to the death. Bang 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 bang. 5 heavy bolters fired in unison, joined by bolters mowing down the remnants. The overwhelming firepower prevented any Eldari from closing in. Humans! Dare you swear by your god to duel our greatest warrior? At this challenge, the Iron Warriors ceased fire and a towering figure emerged. It was a dreadnought armed with a power claw and a flamer. An ironclad dreadnought, a specialized melee combat variant of the Space Marine dreadnought. The heaviest armored dreadnought in the Space Marine arsenal, its ranged weapons replaced by thicker ceramite plating. These dreadnoughts served as spears against heavily fortified positions, their armor capable of withstanding fortress fire. They drove like massive battering rams into enemy lines, and deploying an ironclad often signaled a swift end to a siege. At the sight of the sharp power claw, Windsor's heart quailed. She could foresee her fate. For the great Eldari god. Windsor swung her longsword at the center of the dreadnought, but the Iron Warriors were not the World Eaters. They had no taste for duels. Clang! The massive power claw seized Windsor's body, its talons digging into her fragile form. Boo! The power claw began to twist while the flamer on the other arm ignited, roasting the Eldari alive. Windsor was cooked to medium well by the flamer, then crushed to ashes by the power claw. No! The surviving Eldari stood frozen, watching Windsor's death. In that moment they regretted ever setting foot on this planet. Clad in iron, heart of steel. Heart forged in iron steel within and without. We are the Emperor's wrath. We are the Emperor's angels of death. Amid the war cries, the Eldari warriors were crippled by bolter fire and sent to Hansa's laboratory. Almost complete, Hanso murmured, gazing at an indescribable flesh monstrosity before him. Meanwhile, several tech priests, guided by a drill, discovered a cavern. General Calbo. Calbo, now elevated to Fabricator General, stared into the deep cave. As the political leader, High Priest, and Archmagos of the Mechanicus, his dual titles spanned both political and technical domains. As the leader of one of the most powerful organizations within the hierarchical Imperium, the Fabricator General of Mars also held a permanent seat among the High Lords of Terra. Enter. I am curious about the technology of the Human Federation. Due to extensive modifications, Fabricator General Calbo stood several meters tall, approaching the height of a Night Titan. Understood, General. Boo. 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 The Tartarus-type armored personnel carrier began to ram the steel walls. According to the map, this factory should have been a former arms plant of the Human Federation. The Tartarus-type armored personnel carrier was a transport vehicle extensively used by the Mechanicus during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. It employed numerous unique technologies that were never leaked to the Imperium or even the Space Marines. Designed for use in extremely hazardous environments, the Tartarus-type was equipped with multiple electric traction devices. Its protection comprised thick armor, layered mystical defense systems, and a combined energy field. Its weapon systems were operated by independently functioning servitor crews, frequently armed with incendiary snake cannons and hammer-type bolter cannons. Its storage bay troop compartment could be completely sealed when necessary, allowing the Tartarus type to function even in the vacuum of space or on airless death worlds. The interior compartments were fitted with numerous special racks for recharging and temporary standby, and could also be used for maintaining tech slaves and small humanoid units when needed. Its most distinctive feature was the impact ram at the front, directly connected to its reactor. Once fully charged, this ram could utterly shatter and incinerate anything it contacted. The steel walls were shattered in an instant by the ram mounted on the vehicle's front, and the following Skitarii troops poured in. Entering now. The dark cavern was illuminated instantly, revealing the entire factory to the eyes of the Mechanicus Magi. Deploy the heavy servitors to proceed, the rest carry out this conveyor belt. The towering figure of Ka-Urbwa seemed cramped within this factory, but fortunately many other tech priests and Skitarii had followed. It appears to be a production factory for intelligent Ironmen. One of Ka-Urbwa's mechanical tentacles lifted the head of an intelligent robot and brought it before his sensors. What's ahead? Pack all of this up and take it away. Ka-Erbwa had always practiced the principle of leaving nothing behind, whatever it was, even a rice cooker production line, he would haul it back. The heavy treads of the armed servitors crushed a pile of rubble as they reported the situation ahead to the tech priest. Notify the Legio Cybernetica and Scitarii in the rear, arrange Termite-class assault drilling vehicles to lead the way. Also informed the Imperial Guard on the surface to prepare engineering machinery. The Mechanicus grave-robbing operations were truly spectacular. What you imagine grave robbing to be: a few squads enter a colossal ruin one by one, becoming cannon fodder. A 40k version of Ghost blows out the light. What grave robbing actually is: Titan legions lead the way, supported by the Legio Cybernetica, a chaotic assembly of various weapons gathered like a conference of turnips, with the Imperial Guard ready to assist the oil-brained Mechanicus in archaeological digs. A minor Necron dynasty would be unable to withstand this combined assault. Several Hunter-type Cybernetica battle automata, accompanied by Scitarii shock troopers wielding galvanic rifles, began advancing slowly. Light units of the Legio Cybernetica, the Hunter-type battle automata, were specialized frontline hunters. From the very beginning, the Hunter type was designed for the purpose of killing. In terms of armament, the Hunter type embodied its anti-infantry and hunting specialization. Each arm was equipped with a rapid-fire rotary cannon, beneath which were mounted dedicated auxiliary power blades. These enhanced power blades allowed the Hunter type to cleave through hordes of infantry like chopping vegetables, reducing them to a bloody pulp. On its back, the Hunter type was typically fitted with a small lightning cannon. This particle weapon could effectively deal with various mechanical units, making it lethally efficient at hunting rogue machines and servitors. Even when facing relatively heavier personal armor or other rogue battle automata, the lightning cannon could easily annihilate them with a few powerful particle beams. A total of 6 Hunter-type battle automata along with Scitarii shock troopers began their advance. These armored soldiers in red cloaks soon entered a vast chamber. Minutes later, 2 servitors carried out a humanoid machine. Seeing the emblem of the Human Federation and the armed robot, Ka-Erbwa knew he had struck a major find. It seems we've stumbled upon a combat robot factory from the Human Federation era. Send these back for research, take whatever can be taken and back up the rest before destroying it. Ka-Erbwa carried off the Human Federation combat bot, leaving the remaining tasks to the tech priests. Making humans into specimens, conducting biological experiments on humans, using humans as laboratory rats. One by one, the evidence of the Cyclolan Empire's crimes was laid on Yang Cheng's desk. Imperial spies had meticulously annotated the collected evidence, even including photographs. These Xenos. The Middle Ring indeed lived up to its reputation. Most of the anti-human activities occurred here. Your Majesty, General Ka-Erbwa has unearthed a combat robot factory from the Human Federation. Should we intervene? Fandal asked cautiously beside Yang Cheng. No need. Let General Ka-Erbwa research it. If necessary, I can dispatch more scientists. Yang Cheng knew he needed cannon fodder to fill the front lines. He had successfully brought the flames of war to the Middle Ring. At the very least, this conquest mission would wipe out the Cyclolan Empire. Yang Cheng held no fondness for these Human Federation rejects, far inferior to the Confederation's series of droids. These were only suitable for garrison and frontline filler, perhaps even less effective than B-1 units. Once research is complete, equip each planet's PDF with them. Regular forces don't need this junk. After giving these instructions, Yang Cheng resumed reviewing documents. Wow, by the holy Omnisia! Look what I found, a sacred starch magnetic thermal metamorphosis machine. A tech priest flaunted a captured bread maker before a gathering of fellow tech priests. Such a treasure was not found by every tech priest. After Ka-Erbwa left, the Archmagi discovered many production lines underground, but most were either household appliances or items the Imperium had no use for. This star system was incorporated into the Empire's domain, and then came the tasks of conquest and pacification. Star fortresses and space stations were constructed in orbit, inhabitants were relocated, and pirates were cleansed. Meanwhile, the Imperial Navy continued its assault on the remaining enemy planets. The Emperor had issued an irrevocable decree: the Cyclolan Empire must be annihilated. Inside the headquarters of the Mid-Ring, anti-human military alliance leaders from over a dozen nations were engaged in a tense conference. At the Human Empire's current rate of advance, they will reach the Cyclolan Empire's territory within 3 days. I propose we concentrate all military forces to preserve several experimental planets of the Cyclolan Empire, bogging down the Human Empire's army in this conflict while assembling a strike force to raid their domain. Takir voiced this proposal, and all eyes in the room turned to Kaburu. I can deploy 30 million troops to defend at least 10 planets. Abandon the space front and fight a ground war against the Human Empire. I can also send forces, but only to guard no more than 10 worlds. I can provide the Ring Star defense line and new weapons, and I will also purchase additional war slaves from other slavers, but my condition is 100,000 human slaves. Message after message reached Kaburu, his heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. Luwang Star, Saiban Star, Zhongxing Star, Research Planet 713, these all surround our home star system. Counting your homeworld, that's only 5 planets. Understood. I will dispatch forces. Yes, we will concentrate the bulk of our forces on these few planets, but the planetary fortress troops in our other systems will not withdraw. They will do their utmost to hinder the human empire's navy. Understood. It's in your hands. Humanity shall never rise again. Let us dedicate our lives to this cause. Admiral Spare, here is the latest intelligence.
Engaged in studying the war situation, Spire heard his subordinate's voice and began reviewing intelligence from his spies. The enemy plans to retreat from most planets, essentially gifting them to us, but we must garrison and administer them, a disadvantageous position. The enemy has pulled the majority of their forces back to their home star system, though a few fortress planets remain unreinforced. These remaining fortress worlds are interconnected. If we assault one, others will provide supplies. The enemy aims to drag us into a protracted war while launching a surprise attack on our territory. Spire instantly saw through the aliens' deployment. To approach their home system, those planets had to be neutralized. Do these Xenos truly believe we need every planet? Spire remarked with a mocking chuckle, studying their tactics. For planets that cannot be occupied, issue the exterminatus order. For those that can be taken, lay siege, cut off their supplies, and conduct limited bombing runs. Planet 713. What is that? Spire looked curiously at a planet labeled with a numerical designation on the star chart. Admiral, I cannot describe the crimes the Seculan Empire has committed on this world. This is the reconnaissance team's report. These Xenos conducted unspeakable human experiments on this planet, including unanesthetized dissections, cold exposure tests, weapon trials, cell experiments, biological warfare tests, and genetic modifications. One shocking photograph after another appeared on the large screen before Spire. By the Emperor! What sacrilege is this? Dozens of officers around Spire exclaimed in righteous fury. Prepare the Space Marines for battle. This shall be our objective. Spire frowned, gazing at the cloud-shrouded planet as he spoke slowly. Pack up these timbers and get them out. The humans are coming. Dozens of armed Seculan soldiers herded several hundred humans into a container, then tossed it into an incinerator. What about our experimental data and weapons? Take what we can, destroy the rest on sight. A Seculan in a white coat and glasses directed his subordinates while organizing affairs. Coalition forces from several nations arrived, and some humans had already become food for these troops. We can deploy humans infected with the virus into the human empire's army then. As the lab assistant made his suggestion, explosions rocked the planetary defenses. Human Empire warships had arrived. The flagship of the Bleak Brotherhood, the Vengeful Wraith, along with several escort cruisers, appeared in the skies above the planet. The Dictator-class cruiser was built on the Lunar-class hull, with the entire lance deck rebuilt into a carrier launch platform. Originally, this temporary measure was intended to provide a simple method of launching large numbers of atmospheric fighters, Thunderbolt fighters and Marauder bombers into low orbit to support ground operations. However, subsequent upgrades to the Dictator-class communication and detection systems expanded its capabilities, allowing it to launch strike craft for long-range attacks on deep space targets. Later Dictator-class vessels increasingly carried Fury-class deep space fighters and Starhawk bombers, serving as fleet support ships while also undertaking independent patrol duties across various sectors. By the Emperor. For the Bleak Brotherhood. The Space Marines drop pods entered launch readiness. The planetary defenses had been shattered by strike craft, and the Xenos on the ground would soon face the lethal onslaught of the Space Marines. Boom! 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 Several mushroom clouds rose over Planet 713, accompanied by the drop pods of the Space Marines. For the Emperor. For the Empire. Amid the loyal battle cries of the Space Marines, an ironclad Terminator squad was deployed onto the planet's surface, supported by several Space Marine strike squads. Tens of thousands of mortal troops began fighting alongside the Space Marines as the Empire's armored divisions crushed the abhorrent Xenos beneath their treads. I can give you technology. I know a lot of intelligence about our planet. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. In a laboratory, a Space Marine aimed a bolt pistol at the Seculan 713 officer at his feet. We have no need, Xenos. What you have done is beyond redemption. Your soul shall burn beneath the Emperor's throne, and your loathsome flesh shall vanish from this world. The Space Marine did not use his bolt pistol. Instead, he pressed a chainsword against the creature's back and activated it. The 713 officer was utterly torn apart by the chainsword, but this was an exception. The Space Marine was punished by being assigned to swab the deck for not granting the enemy a merciful death. These 713 scientists would face true judgment under the Night Lords. The only thing I desire is the truth, Luojia. System, do you have any genocides available recently? Yang Chang now felt it was too exhausting to handle administrative affairs alone. Angelong was illiterate, turning a brainless brute into a brute who also served as a part-time psychologist. Of course there is, as long as you hosts don't mind. 2 million war points will tell you his location. 2 million. So expensive.
Although his combat ability is not strong, his administrative ability is definitely among the best of all genocides. Could it be our great ICU war god? Blue Daddy. You'll know once you redeem it. Alright, come on my dear Gilliman.
Ding congratulates the host for obtaining Lorgar Aurelian, the gene-sire of the Word-Bearers Legion, also known as the Great Word-Bearer Urizen, the Golden Man, Old 17 Silly Bundle, Mad Bold Prophet, Choirboy, Pathetic Weakling. He is the Primarch of the 17th Legion Word-Bearers and the first to succumb to the Chaos Gods. Hiss.
System. What kind of crap did you give me? Where's my Blue Daddy?
Having one angel on was already enough to give him a headache, and now there was another one who chased after him, calling him a god every day.
At this moment Yang Cheng finally understood how much of a headache the Emperor had. But facing Luojia, Yang Cheng naturally had his own methods. In essence, Luojia was a person whose illusions were shattered and who couldn't hold on to his faith.
Couldn't he gradually work with him step by step?
Blow up what perfect city? Matters concerning Luojia needed careful consideration.
He certainly wouldn't completely negate everything like the yellow old man did. Luojia also had his uses, such as consolidating the loyalty of various planets in the Empire. This child Luojia, how to put it, still needed nurturing.
Maybe he could create a replica of Gilliman. System, where is Luojia? Ding, eastern sector of the Empire, Kirkisi.
Call back those word-bearers who are always selling pyramid schemes every day and prepare the warships. Yang Cheng stood up from the Golden Throne budget version crafted by several ecclesiarch archbishops and put on his radiant golden armor.
An obscure corner planet of the human empire. Kirkisi was a colonial planet of the Human Federation which degenerated into a feudal society shortly after the Human Federation fell.
Father, I seem to have received a divine oracle. A tall man covered in golden scriptures looked up at the sky and said, Luojia, look at the sky. Several silver-white warships appeared in the sky.
The planet where Luojia stayed was still in the medieval era, and there was an extremely fanatical faith.
Countless believers hurriedly knelt down to worship the warships in the sky while Luojia looked up with a confused expression. Yang Cheng, clad in armor, slowly stepped off the shuttle with the Red Guard closely following behind him.
Luojia.
Yang Cheng looked at the bald scripture-covered burly man among the crowd. This one word stunned everyone present.
They couldn't imagine that such a terrifying and great deity would know the name of a mere mortal.
Father!
Luojia exclaimed as he looked at Yang Cheng.
Yang Cheng was quite satisfied with the scene of vigorous vitality and competing growth before him. At least this Luojia was absolutely no worse than Blue Daddy in terms of troop production.
It's a god. A great god has come to save us. Let us welcome the arrival of the great god.
When Yang Cheng heard this, he was directly stunned.
Indeed, Luojia was still that Luojia. Luojia.
As Yang Cheng was about to say something, he saw Luojia quickly walk through the crowd and then kneel on one knee towards him, saying,
Father, you've finally arrived. Luojia recalled the memories of Yang Cheng, remembering his own origins. Sigh, Luojia, you should leave.
Yang Cheng helped Luojia up and then began to earnestly, deceptively explain his mission to Luojia. In essence, Luojia was a believer whose faith had collapsed, and then he turned to chaos on a whim.
Anyway, after much persuasion, since Luojia believed he was a divine emissary, then let him be one.
This situation could be slowly corrected in the future. What he needed now was someone who could manage the various star systems.
So I have such a mission. Luojia was successfully fooled by Yang Cheng.
Yang Cheng didn't mind, he just treated it as playing a role-playing game with Luojia. Yang Cheng recited something like, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a man. Since you are a divine emissary, you must fulfill your duty, accompany me to guard humanity. Why you were placed here is a test I gave you. Now that you have passed the test, hurry up and come to protect humanity.
Since Luojia's character couldn't be saved for now, why not just go along with him?
Your descendants and billions of imperial subjects are waiting for your salvation.
Come with me. After a round of persuasion, Yang Cheng successfully convinced Luojia to leave.
Before Luojia left, Yang Cheng also appointed his foster father Kir Phelan as the governor of this planet. After all, this planet wasn't very important as long as they submitted to the Empire's rule. Other issues could be rectified one by one later. Soon Luojia returned, and then under the support of countless ecclesiarch archbishops, Luojia locked himself and a group of believers in a room. They stayed there for several days. Later, when Yang Cheng came to find Luojia handed him a book. The Book of Lorgar. Yang Cheng was speechless, but he still couldn't dampen Luojia's confidence. After all, his empire's troop production problem still depended on him.
Which moron came up with the Codex Astartes?
The armored strength of the Space Marines is almost completely dismantled by this crappy book. Luojia had complained to Yang Cheng more than once about the purpose of the Codex Astartes. Space Marines should be like a heavy hammer smashing through the enemy's chest, not forming some thousand-man chapters.
Angelon, I strongly support.
Luojia's words awakened Yang Chang. He should prepare to rebuild the Legion organization.
As for the Codex Astartes, its best place should be the trash bin. Speaking of Luojia, he was also a pitiful person. In the Warhammer world, his foster father and biological father could easily take the first and second place for the worst fathers in the universe. Luojia was quite capable in warfare. During the Great Crusade, most of the planets he conquered were won through debate and faith rather than guns and swords. Therefore, behind Luojia's forces there weren't pits filled with ruins, terror, massacre and desolation, but brand new worlds that could immediately shine and contribute to the Great Crusade. In this respect, Luojia was like Duoan and Gilliman. The regions they conquered often developed better than before. But the drawback was that Luojia was too slow compared to other expeditionary forces. After entrusting the Empire's affairs to Lorgar, Yang Chang felt at ease. As expected, the imperial governance ran smoothly under Lorgar's management, and Lorgar expressed his intention to organize an expeditionary force. Yang Chang was quite satisfied with this and simply told him to proceed without haste, as he was not in a rush. Upon hearing this, Lorgar eagerly revised the Book of Saintly Words and prepared to lead his legion out. Of course, Yang Chang had prepared several hundred Space Marines as the initial force before Lorgar's departure. "O great Emperor, your loyal servant Erebus has arrived." Erebus knelt before Yang Chang, his bald head gleaming. Erebus. Just as Erebus was ingratiating himself, a roar thundered throughout the entire warship. Karn charged in with dozens of World Eaters and Space Marines from various legions. "Karn, I deeply regret what happened to Angron. Can't we sit down and talk it out?" Before Erebus could finish, Karn grabbed him and flung him across the room. Emperor Primarch Karn saluted the Emperor and Lorgar, then hundreds of unarmored Space Marines surrounded Erebus with their muscular frames. "It's time we settle an old score." Hundreds of Space Marines encircled Erebus and dragged him into a chamber. Erebus had conspired with Corferin to overthrow the Empire, manipulating Lorgar at his most vulnerable to embrace chaos. Then he reignited the war, the Imperatrix War. The Empire failed to notice the chaos threat in time, allowing the scoundrel Erebus to spirit away the cursed blade. From orchestrating the betrayal at Istvan to the siege of Terra, he hovered beside Horus, twisting truths and babbling as an advisor and accomplice. In short, he single-handedly engineered the Horus heresy. Now he would truly understand what wrath meant. None rejoiced more than Karn, whose hatred for Erebus was doubled. Erebus had betrayed Argel Tal, the most magnificent and formidable word-bearer, a man possessed by a demon yet still profoundly human. Erebus' reason was that Argel Tal wasn't evil enough and would hinder his allies' further descent into darkness. Lorgar was deeply aggrieved, for he had always regarded Argel Tal as a symbol of human-demon coexistence and a vision for humanity's future. But bound by Legion internal politics, he could do nothing to Erebus. So Lorgar confided this to his closest brother, the handsome warrior from the World Eaters Legion, Karn. Thus Karn challenged Erebus to a duel to the death. The result was inevitable. Erebus was beaten so badly he almost shat himself, literally. One arm was torn off and he fled ignominiously via teleportation. Think it ends there? No. Erebus was the dregs among dregs, having offended almost every legion. He once set a trap for Sanguinius to corrupt another Primarch, planning to drive the 9th Legion into a frenzy and then offer their cure as leverage, luring Sanguinius to chaos. But things went awry. The Blood Angel's apothecary Mira sacrificed himself to chaos in the Primarch's stead, and Horus ordered Kabanda to kill Sanguinius directly. Erebus' scheme failed utterly. Furious Erebus confronted the War Master, who sliced off half his face, a mercy it wasn't minced, proving Erebus' skin was truly thick. Typhus corruption of Mortarion also bore Erebus foul fingerprints. He provided false evidence to frame the fleet's navigators, allowing that filial son to lead everyone into Nurgle's trap. Erebus aided in corrupting nearly every Primarch, yet simultaneously antagonized almost all legions. The only good deed he ever did was killing Erda, the mother of Primarchs. Almost every major event in the Warhammer 30k timeline reeked of Erebus. Compared to him, even scum like Lucius and Hanso seemed noble and righteous. Karn, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Stop. Stop hitting me. I'm sorry. Hit me once more and I'll fight back. I'm sorry. I want fight back. With a final scream, a human-shaped hole was punched into the warship's wall. Half of Erebus' body was embedded in the wall, fused with the steel deck. Is he still savable? He won't die, but he'll be bedridden for months. Several soldiers carried Erebus away, ending the brawl. Karn. A familiar voice called out. A Space Marine in Word-Bearer's armor walked over. Argel Tal, captain of the 7th Assault Company of the Serrated Sun chapter within the Word-Bearer's Legion, later known as the Crimson Lord of the Blessed Suns. He was the leader of the first possessed Space Marines. But more importantly, Argel represented a potential future for humanity, coexistence with demons. He could call his inner demon brother, freely shifting between demon and human forms.
And then Erebus, the epitome of evil, killed him.
Argel. Karn asked, perplexed, looking at the word bearer before him. Yes, Karn. Remember drinking Fenrisian meat on the deck.
And our training sessions aboard the Conqueror. Karn and Argel Tal's bond was nearly inseparable.
After Argel's death, Karn flew into a berserk rage.
Upon learning Erebus was the murderer, he wasted no time hunting him down.
Now vengeance was complete. All reunions had taken place. These word-bearer Space Marines joined Lorger's ranks, and the Second Expedition Fleet stood ready. In the name of the Emperor. In the name of the great God Emperor. The Emperor's wrath shall burn all Xenos across the galaxy. For the great God Emperor.
Lorger shouted praises of the Emperor's sacred words, then directed the fleet to begin navigation. Meanwhile, the Imperial Navy prepared to land on the fortress world of the Sekran Empire, Sulphur Star.
The planet had been hollowed out by Sekran soldiers, riddled with bunkers, pillboxes, and an extensive network of tunnels. Admiral, do we need to issue the exterminatus order on Luhuan Star? Gazing at the grey planet before him, Sapere fell into deep contemplation.
This planet contained the minerals the Empire required, and it was also highly suitable as a forward command post for attacking the Cycle and homeworld.
Admiral, leave it to us, said 20 Space Marines clad in yellow Mark II expeditionary pattern power armor as they stepped before Sapere.
Several siege regiments of Kelly Gu will cooperate with you.
After our orbital bombardment ends, you will commence the landing operation. Indeed, before Admiral Sapere stood the 7th Legion of the Imperium, the Imperial Fists.
The armor of the Imperial Fists has never changed since the founding of their chapter. It has always been yellow adorned with red or black. The chapter's symbol is a clenched black fist set against a white or yellow background. Their recruitment method differs from other Space Marine legions. The Imperial Fists often adopt the principle of voluntary enlistment, recruiting volunteers from Holy Terra, its subsidiary planets and worlds where they have established outposts.
Primarch Rogal Dorn famously said, "I need free men, not slaves."
The basic structure of the chapter's culture originates from the Junker-style code of conduct in ancient Prussian culture on Terra.
This code of conduct demands that warriors pursue meticulous attention to detail in both military affairs and personal behavior.
The deepest impression the entire Legion leaves on outsiders is one of solemnity and taciturnity. Thus the Imperial Fists earned the nickname Stone Men during the Great Crusade. These 20 Space Marines were recently reinforced, just like the newly added several siege regiments of Kelly Gu.
Begin orbital bombardment. All units prepare for landing.
The warships in the sky began to unleash their firepower upon the enemies on the ground. One after another, macro shells as large as buildings shot toward the surface.
The power of these shells was sufficient to tear apart the planet's continental shelf. Those enemies who had taken refuge in bunkers were not spared. They were either killed directly by the shockwaves or buried alive when the bunkers collapsed. Those who had not yet taken cover on the surface were instantly incinerated to ashes. For a moment the entire planet was filled with howls of anguish. The enemy must have let their guard down now.
Quickly bring out the surviving anti-aircraft guns. All those still alive, get to your posts immediately.
The officer in charge of the planet's defense hastily began issuing orders, but unfortunately he underestimated Sapere's patience. He intended to minimize casualties. The second wave of bombardment arrived. Hundreds of Marauder bombers in neat formation began preparing to bomb.
The Marauder bomber is a standard Imperial Navy heavy bomber capable of operating in both space and atmosphere. It is used for many missions, but it is particularly adept at aerial interception. Within its heavily armored upper structure, a bomb bay is installed that can hold up to 6,000 pounds of explosives. At full load it can carry 12 bombs or 6 heavy bombs, while the 4 wing pylons allow it to carry an additional 12 bombs. It is equipped with twin-linked laser cannons in the nose to increase firepower, and also mounts 2 twin-linked heavy bolters, one in the tail and one on the top of the fuselage as defensive weapons. In addition to conventional bombs, the internal bomb bay may also carry 2 Hellstorm bombs, a large incendiary device that can turn an area into hell. Regarding the issue of payload, most Marauder bombers use melta-bombs or nuclear weapons, so their destructive power is naturally much greater than that of ordinary bombers.
Blast the Xenos back to their grandmother's house.
Accompanying the pilot's roar, a grand bombing banquet began.
Boo! 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 Boo!
One after another melta bombs were dropped, directly accompanied by large-yield hydrogen bombs. These hundreds of bombers were modified by officers who had experienced the Star Wars. Such big flying bricks actually had such a small payload. Wasn't that damn ridiculous? After the tinkering of the Mechanicus, these hundreds of Marauder bombers were finally approved for modification. With the rising of one mushroom cloud after another, the bombardment was completely over. Next, with the support of air power, the Death Corps of Kelly Gu would conduct the landing operation.
The enemy's tunnels are extensive.
There must be places not hit by our bombardment where surviving enemies may still be hiding.
We may suffer heavy losses. But fighting for the Emperor the Death Corps can pay any price.
The Legion Marshal Seacom of the 168th Siege Regiment of Kelligu, wearing his uniform and holding a power sword, stepped onto the battlefield. By then the entire ground had been blasted beyond recognition.
The leggings of the Kelligu soldiers trampled through the muddy terrain, reaching several enemy positions.
Throughout the entire operation, aside from the roar of armored vehicles and the rhythmic sound of marching feet, there was almost no noise. The entire battlefield was terrifyingly silent.
5 Pluto breakthrough drills began their operation, smashing through collapsed concrete walls. Enter a simple command sounded and dozens of Kelligu infantry squads entered the tunnels.
A standard Kelligu infantry squad consists of 1 sergeant and 9 soldiers, with the most senior veteran appointed as the second-in-command. Besides the standard las gun and communication equipment, the equipment highlights of the Kelligu infantry squad are their entrenching tools and grenades. The entrenching tool is used by Kelligu soldiers to quickly construct field trenches, while specialized digging equipment such as pickaxes are handed to soldiers dedicated to fortification duty.
Furthermore, each Kelligu soldier is equipped with 1 fragmentation grenade and 1 anti-armor grenade.
When launching an assault breakthrough, they are issued additional grenades. This tactical configuration is very similar to the infiltration tactics of World War I, including the famous Stormtroopers who used grenades extensively in trench breakthroughs to destroy and break through enemy strongpoints. Under appropriate circumstances, Kelligu squads also deploy support weapons in combat such as melta-guns, grenade launchers and flamethrowers.
Kelligu soldiers wielding Lucius 98 lasguns entered the tunnels. The narrow dark tunnels were ideal for enemy ambushes, but the Kelligu would try to avoid this. Several entrances to the enemy's underground fortress have collapsed due to the bombardment.
Our engineer units are conducting clearance operations through predetermined positions.
We are preparing to conduct bombardment operations at several confirmed locations, and in secure areas we will convert them into our own fortresses. Legion Marshal Seacom began to command while looking at the enemy fortification map. Although the Kelligu are usually taciturn, they still speak at critical moments.
However, a perpetual sense of atonement enveloped their hearts, even though the Emperor had already declared that their sins were long since absolved. The thick combat boots of the Krieg soldiers echoed across the collapsed ground, the reverberations traveling far into the depths of the tunnel. This underground passage sprawled in all directions. A portion of the entire siege regiment entered the tunnels while the rest advanced with the armored forces to encircle the enemy. From the distant tunnel came a peculiar sound of something falling, and without hesitation the Krieg soldier fired his shotgun in that direction.
The terrifying penetrative power tore straight through the wall, shredding the enemy hiding behind it.
That single shot signaled the commencement of this skirmish. Within the narrow tunnel both sides opened fire, crimson beams and yellow flames intertwined, and with every second soldiers fell on both sides. Yet in terms of firepower the Krieg forces held the advantage. A series of collisions echoed from the rear of the tunnel as the Krieg heavy weapons squad brought forward an autocannon, instantly turning the tide of battle. The autocannon's overwhelming firepower tore apart the enemy's defenses in an instant, its thunderous roar echoing through the deep passage. Without hesitation the Krieg soldiers resumed their charge. The enemy began to retreat. Those too slow to escape fell under Krieg gunfire. The enemy fled, boarding the mobile carts installed within the tunnel and making their retreat. Calling armored units, the enemy is retreating toward the southeastern sector.
Received. A brief acknowledgement followed, and soon a dozen Gorgon armored personnel carriers were driven in. The Gorgon armored personnel carrier is a massive heavy amphibious transport designed to carry large numbers of troops directly into the enemy's line and deploy them straight into the opposing positions. The Gorgon can safely transport 50 Imperial Guard infantry across the battlefield. It is equipped with 2 heavy lumber cannons and 2 mortars, which can be swapped for heavy explosive shells or heavy flamethrowers depending on battlefield needs. Several hundred soldiers boarded these vehicles in an orderly manner, and the convoy drove deep into the passage. Meanwhile the surface forces advanced methodically.
According to the coordinates, the enemy was massing at an extinct volcano, likely heavily defended there.
Nearly all artillery units of the siege regiment were redirected there. Their mission was to bombard the mountain into rubble.
At that moment the Krieg soldiers in the tunnel encountered a sudden enemy ambush, but it was almost laughably ineffective. The enemy unleashed tens of thousands of poison gas shells upon the Krieg soldiers, unaware that these troops, even their commissars, habitually wore gas masks in combat. The attack achieved nothing except exhausting their own supply of poison gas, a perfect weapon for such confined spaces. The Krieg soldiers swiftly advanced to the tunnel's end, where a hail of enemy fire awaited them. A relentless barrage of gunfire erupted. The Sekelan soldiers wielded the latest mid-ring heavy weapon, a small-caliber autocannon, though its power paled in comparison to Warhammer autocannons. Yet this ambush succeeded in halting the Krieg advance. A thunderous exchange of fire began. The lumber cannons mounted on the Gorgon APCs opened up, and the Krieg soldiers quickly dismounted under covering fire, seeking cover to engage. With a thunderous roar the Krieg soldiers launched their mole launchers, targeting the enemy's key firing positions.
We can't hold these freaks.
Then ignite all the flammables stored outside.
Create a wall of fire to block them.
The leading Sekalan officer bellowed at his men. Explosion after explosion erupted, sending towering flames surging forth. The fire wall halted the Krieg soldiers' advance. The passage is too narrow for vehicles. First Infantry Company prepare to charge. The rest stand by. The Krieg officer, his face hidden behind a gas mask, spoke with icy calm. Did it work? As the Sekalan soldiers gasped for breath, the Krieg soldiers on the other side of the flames made a shocking move. What is that? The Sekalan soldiers stared in disbelief at the fire before them. One by one silhouettes emerged through the blaze. In that moment every Sekalan soldier froze. These humans had forcibly breached the wall of flames and were charging toward. Flames seared the Krieg soldiers' flesh, the stench of burnt meat enveloping them. Their charge was silent, but what of their bodies being consumed by fire? They seemed to have crawled straight from hell, feeling no pain from the flames. Their sole purpose was to slaughter every enemy before them. This horrifying sight stunned the Sekalan soldiers. They could not fathom the indomitable will required to endure the agony of burning. Gunfire erupted as the Krieg soldiers, gripping their scorching shotguns, fired upon the enemy. The Sekalan soldiers finally snapped back to reality, but it was far too late. Engulfed in flames, the Krieg soldiers closed in for close quarters combat. Their bayonets, reddened by fire, sliced through the Sekalan soldiers' chest plates like a hot knife through butter. Those who knew they had only moments left grabbed hold of Sekalan soldiers and deliberately spread the fire onto their foes. In an instant, agonized screams erupted from countless Sekalan soldiers, yet they could not halt the Krieg slaughter. The flames had subsided somewhat and the Gorgon APCs crashed through the fire, forcibly widening the passage on both sides. Recover equipment. Move on. The Krieg officer simply ordered before advancing. Then the dying Sekalan soldiers witnessed a sight that left them utterly stunned. Medics bearing the Red Cross insignia did not tend to the soldiers who had collapsed from burns. Instead, they efficiently stripped the still usable gear from their bodies and carried the corpses away. They're not human. They're definitely not human. The Sekalan soldier could not comprehend the scene. He could not imagine what kind of force would discard its own men for equipment. Not even the former Human Federation would do such a thing. Terrified, the Sekalan soldier gradually succumbed to death. Meanwhile, both the underground and surface forces advanced simultaneously toward the enemy's last stronghold on this planet, the extinct volcano. Both the surface and underground forces advanced simultaneously toward the enemy's last stronghold on this planet, the dead volcano position. Hundreds of Richshaker cannons and Medusa siege cannons were transported forward while the Ragnarok tanks began preparing to support the infantry advance. The creation of the Ragnarok tank originated from the brutal 500-year civil war on Krieg. During that conflict, neither side could sustain heavy attrition or prolonged stalemates, so numerical superiority became the only way to achieve a breakthrough. The Ragnarok tank emerged under these circumstances. Having lost an excessive number of Lehman Russ tanks, the Loyalist forces decided to develop a unit that was easy to manufacture, more durable and practical in combat. The Ragnarok tank boasted an immense chassis, rendering its speed extremely sluggish. However, due to the long war on Krieg, severe environmental pollution resulted in extremely low atmospheric visibility. Moreover, the tank's hull was designed to be exceptionally robust. Though its side profile appeared hideously crude, it was remarkably resilient. In Loyalist siege tactics, the Ragnarok served as a mobile fortress to support infantry advances. Given its considerable production output, it often swept across no man's land with an overwhelming tide of steel. The first barrage commenced. Hundreds of shells rained down upon the dead volcano like a storm. Under such extensive bombardment, the enemy garrison had no means to retaliate and could only suffer passively. Begin the assault. Under their captain's command, 20 Imperial Fist Space Marines pierced through the enemy's outer defenses like a razor-sharp blade. Shield the Angels, prepare to charge. As the second wave of artillery fell, the Krieg soldiers behind cover swiftly fixed heavy serrated bayonets onto their rifles and awaited the charge order. Soldiers. Enemy engagement protocol. Prepare to charge. The Commissar activated his power sword and began bracing. At the sound of the charge whistle, Krieg soldiers quickly emerged from cover and advanced in measured steps with artillery support. A bunker was eliminated by the Space Marines. The Cyclones soldiers inside were crushed to death. By the Primarch, for the glory of you and the Master of Terra. The warcry of the Imperial Fist Space Marines echoed from deep within the bunker, accompanied by the screams of Cyclone soldiers. The Space Marines methodically cleared the enemies hiding in the tunnels with their bolters. The Krieg soldiers initially tried to rush ahead but were pulled back by the Space Marines. You will have many future opportunities to sacrifice yourselves for the Imperium. Dying now would be meaningless. A deep voice resonated from beneath the helmet of the leading Imperial Fist Space Marine. The Krieg soldiers said nothing, merely followed silently behind the Space Marines, occasionally entering small side tunnels to eliminate enemies when necessary. The battle on the mountain's periphery was largely concluded. Both surface and underground forces advanced toward the mountain's core.
Our outer defensive lines are essentially lost. Now we can only fight a positional battle.
Several Cyclones officers huddled together discussing. The soldiers of the Imperium of Man were too ferocious. Sulphur Star had originally been a fortress world of the Cyclone Empire, and with assistance from various nations they were confident they could stall the Imperium's expeditionary force. Yet the Imperium's army had breached their defenses in merely 3 days, consuming over 95% of the planet's garrison.
We still have 3,000 men. Barring accidents, we can hold out another day using the mountain defenses, just one more day.
As his words trailed off, a dust-covered Cyclone soldier rushed in.
The enemy has broken through. The first inner mountain line has fallen.
Amid successive explosions, the silhouettes of Space Marines slowly emerged within the flames.
Those monsters. Kill them.
They had all heard of the Space Marines' power.
As for seeing them,
anyone who had seen a Space Marine was dead.
Quick! Use explosives to collapse the tunnel. Otherwise none of us will leave here alive.
Several Cyclone soldiers grabbed explosives and prepared to ignite them, but all were precisely shot by the Space Marines, turning into clouds of blood mist.
The enemy is closing in. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements.
More and more Cyclone soldiers fell as prey to the Space Marines' guns.
Sir! We can't hold.
A Space Marine wielding a chainsword had already carved into the fortress. The entire line collapsed. The Cyclone soldiers' defeat was now only a matter of time.
More Cyclone soldiers fell.
At last the Imperial Aquila was planted atop the dead volcano's summit. Around the Aquila lay the corpses of fallen Cyclone soldiers. The battle was a decisive victory. The Imperium had captured the planet with only a few thousand casualties.
Meanwhile, Luo Jia's second expeditionary fleet had set its sights on another planet within Cyclone territory, Cybanstar.
The Word-Bearers' Legion had now been expanded to 500 warriors, and their recruitment world was designated as Luo Jia's homeworld. Naturally, the Legion's flagship, the Gloriana-class battleship Faith's Law, had also been produced by Yang Chang. The Word-Bearers also possessed another flagship, the History of Ashes. Yang Chang had not yet summoned this vessel, as given the current situation one flagship sufficed for the Word-Bearers' Legion. As for the Faith's Law, it fully embodied the concept of building engines on a cathedral. The entire vessel was essentially a colossal flying cathedral.
Furthermore, Luo Jia's attitude towards Xenos pleased Yang Chang. Because of his unwavering faith in the Emperor, Luo Jia's battles left no Xenos survivors, and he invariably tortured them to death. There were also some captured alien soldiers within the Imperium. Luo Jia took charge of them and tailored a unique penance for each.
A connector was inserted into their bodies linked to a pen. Their penance was to ceaselessly transcribe the Emperor's holy word with their own blood, never resting. The Emperor's holy word was compiled by dozens of ecclesiarchy personnel, and hundreds of scribe observators. New chapters were added almost every moment.
These Xenos would spend the remainder of their lives immersed in endless transcription until they died from blood loss. My Primarch, we have identified the target.
Engir stood beside Luo Jia, speaking respectfully.
Begin the landing operation.
Let the Emperor's light illuminate this planet. All Xenos and heretics shall face judgment under its radiance. Yang Cheng acquiesced to Luo Jia's fervent behavior. As long as he refrained from allying with Xenos or committing acts against humanity, he was free to act as he pleased. Word-Bearers' drop pods fell from the sky, and Space Marines bearing the Word-Bearers' insignia charged out. The enemy should just be missionaries and the like. I can't believe a bunch of missionaries dare to attack us. General Sekalan, responsible for the defense of Cybenstar, probably recognized that kind of church. It was usually used by human missionaries.
The enemy is just a bunch of missionaries plus a small force. Don't worry, what's so scary about a bunch of cultists and priests?
General Sekalan, relying on years of experience fighting humans, easily recognized that the church was for missionaries. As for those soldiers, they were just a rabble. Soldiers. We can't defeat the regular army, but if we can't even beat these so-called missionaries, where will our pride be?
For the great Sekalan.
Accept the words of Lorgar and you shall die forever in the Emperor's glory. The battle was carried out by the serrated Sun chapter of the Word-Bearers' Legion, who excelled at drop assault operations. Anger held a boarding shield in one hand and a chain axe in the other. The shield was adorned with the heads of enemies he had collected.
Let the Emperor's wrath consume this planet. Collect the heads of enemies. Offer the Xenos' heads as sacrifices to the God Emperor. Luo Jia wielded a power staff named the Light of Revelation, a gift from Ferrus Manus, the Primarch of the Iron Hands Legion, to Luo Jia after they fought together at Jyaladin II. The Light of Revelation was also considered the prototype of later priestly staves. For the Emperor. Luo Jia's armor was covered with sacred symbols and text decorations which adorned his entire gray armor.
This had become an internal activity of the Word-Bearers' Legion, and of course it was approved by Yang Chang. Originally the sacred scriptures were written on human skin, but they were changed to be written on the skin of Xenos. These scriptures densely covered one skin after another, which were then attached to the armor of the word-bearer's space marines. Luo Jia took the lead, personally leading the legion in a charge. Xenos and heretics were unforgivable, especially Xenos. This was nearly the consensus of Yang Chang and the entire imperial populace. And Luo Jia, who regarded Yang Chang as a god, naturally took the god's will as his own. For Luo Jia, the more Xenos he killed, the more devout his faith in the emperor. Boo! Luo Jia's power staff struck a mecha of the Sekolan army and the disintegration field directly tore it into pieces. Who the hell calls this a missionary? Is this preaching? These Sekolan soldiers, witnessing such a ferocious scene, were stunned on the spot. What kind of missionary was this? What kind of priest? Weren't they supposed to be support? Weren't they supposed to boost morale? Why were they leading the charge? While the Sekolan soldiers were still in shock, the first line of defense had already been breached. By the time they reacted, those strange warriors were already approaching the second line. The word-bearer's space marines killed with efficiency. Unlike the world eaters, they slaughtered these Xenos with particular elegance, trying not to let the Xenos bloodstain the sacred scriptures on their bodies. Luo Jia was like a heavy hammer. He plunged into the enemy's fortress on this planet. Countless Sekolan soldiers surrounded him, only to die one after another under his power staff. Boo! 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 The enemy's armored units began to attack Luo Jia, but such firepower trying to wound a Primarch was a fantasy. Luo Jia charged through the gunfire to the enemy's tank, tore off the turret with one hand and then pulled out the driver. Feel the divine power of the God Emperor. Luo Jia grabbed the driver's head and pressed it onto his power staff. In an instant, the driver's head was ground into a bloody mist by the disintegration field. Do not spare the enemy. Remember to save the Empire's people. Luo Jia followed the precepts required by Yang Cheng: kill Xenos and heretics without mercy, but always remember to save the Empire's citizens. Hide behind us. A Terminator armed with a heavy bolter stood in front of the civilians, hiding in the ruins, his thick armor and shield blocking the enemy's bullets. Mortals, get to the back. Under the cover fire of the word-bearers, the liberated human slaves ran to the rear while the word-bearers used their bolters to provide suppressive fire for those fleeing. The enemy is retreating. Continue the pursuit. Luo Jia overturned a bipedal mecha and shouted to the space marines beside him. For the God Emperor. Clad in the Emperor's light. Bearing the Emperor's word. We shall slay the Emperor's foes. Several Thunderhawks bearing the word-bearer's insignia began to fly toward the enemy where the Emperor's foes would be buried. A Contemptor dreadnought was deployed. Like the space marines, it was covered in sacred scriptures written on parchment. It was equipped with a power claw with an integrated flamer and a twin-linked loss cannon. Boo! The flamer unleashed a colossal stream of fire while the twin-linked loss cannon on the other arm began to fire. The Sekolan soldiers retreated under such onslaught while Luo Jia and his troops charged in. The battle was decided. The Sekolan Empire had no chance to turn the tide. In the bunker, the Sekolan general in disgrace chose to shoot himself. The battle once again concluded with an imperial victory. Next came the word-bearer's cleanup of the battlefield. Many Inquisition personnel arrived on the wind, including members of the Ecclesiarchy. In the eyes of the Ecclesiarchy's faithful, Luo Jia had become the Ecclesiarch. This was already a settled matter. After all, Luo Jia was not only the Emperor's son but also the author of many books that Ecclesiarchy members now read. Burn clean all these Xenos things, whether prisoners or culture. The sacred soil of the Empire must not be sullied by such filth. Luo Jia's actions earned the admiration of many Ecclesiarchy cardinals. Yang Cheng turned a blind eye to this. After all, in a dark age, having a faith was indeed a good thing. Yang Cheng had no idea how much trouble he had saved for his future self. This action of his would play a crucial role in a future war. Sybenstar and its subsidiary planets were incorporated into the Empire's territory. At this point, the Sekolan Empire, aside from its homeworld, had only one planet, Zhongxing Star, still unoccupied, but the human empire had already grown too lazy to bother with that planet. For the Emperor. Occupy the enemy's homeworld. The homeworld of the Sekolan Empire was already surrounded by tens of thousands of Imperial warships. The Sekolan Empire was about to be erased from the galactic star chart. The homeworld of Sekolan, formerly known as Domri Star, was orbited by two celestial bodies that had already been seized by the Empire. Now the sole objective was to conquer Domri Star itself. I need reinforcements. Human forces have completely encircled the skies above our homeworld. Our craft attempts to leave, but all have been shot down. Kabru, we wish to aid you, but our warships are all pinned down by the Empire. Henceforth you must rely on yourself. Hearing this, Kabru's face turned ashen. He slumped into his office chair, realizing that now when the walls were tumbling, everyone was pushing. They claimed inability to assist, merely to seize his territories and protect their own strength. Kabru gazed out the window.
The warships of the human empire had already entered the atmosphere.
His defensive forces still struggled to repel them with anti-aircraft fire, but such efforts were futile.
With a flash of white light, the stubborn anti-air positions vanished in an instant. The human empire began its landing.
The Word-Bearers Legion, the World Eaters Legion and the Desolate Brotherhood Chapter 3 Space Marine Legions prepared to descend. Over 2,000 Astartes entered the drop pods. 2 Primarchs personally led their troops in the landing, accompanied by a vast number of mortal auxiliary forces.
I never imagined we would counterattack.
Not only have we mounted a counteroffensive, but we have also seized a nation in the middle ring.
Hank gazed at the scene before him, tears streaming down his face.
He recalled the countless attempts to restore human nations, all had failed. But this time they had succeeded, and not only that, they had trodden upon the middle ring which humanity had once dared not touch.
Odysseus 12th Assault Regiment. Prepare for landing. All personnel report to Bridge 13. Hearing the broadcast, Hank, now a commissar, began leading his subordinates into the transport ships. Scatter the enemy's remaining firepower. Provide ample landing space for the Astartes. Command after command reached every regiment and commissar.
A massive landing operation commenced.
Boo! 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 Dozens of Thunderhawk gunships formed a formation to cover the landing forces.
They belonged to a special branch of the Empire, the Imperial Navy Aviation Wing.
The human empire essentially had no true air force.
Apart from some air elements from the Fantine Air Guard, the Imperial Guard's aerial support came mostly from the Navy's aviation units.
1 minute to landing.
All prepare. Hank steadied himself by the handrail of the landing craft and shouted to the recruits behind him, his body swaying.
We're here. Go. Disembark.
A tremendous gust of wind swept in as the landing troops were dropped onto the surface of Domri Star like pouring dumplings.
Good luck, Commissar.
Hank and the transport pilot exchanged thumbs up and the transport ship ascended back to the warship.
Regroup all units. Advance by company.
Hank led his troops through a patch of forest only to discover that they had landed on the green belt of Domri Star.
Hank. Your unit attacks from the 5 o'clock direction. Artillery will support you.
One after another Lehman Russ main battle tanks were deployed.
The tank crews swiftly boarded and started the engines.
Under the cover of tanks, the Odysseus 12th Assault Regiment launched its assault. With integrated air-ground operations, the regiment under Hank's command began to take shape.
Stay behind the tanks. Keep your heads down.
Hank's troops huddled behind the Lehman Russ tanks as they advanced slowly.
For the Emperor.
A tactical squad of Space Marines eliminated another enemy strongpoint. The Astartes had already breached the city of Domri Star.
The enemy is retreating. Press the advantage. The Lehman Russ tanks accelerated and their turret-mounted Milta cannons opened fire. Boo! 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 Blue flashes erupted and the enemy fortresses collapsed into rubble. Fix bayonets. Charge!
Hank's whistle and shouts rang out together.
The ensuing battle was now trivial for them. Quickly, release all the augmented creatures. This was the final stand of Cyclone.
They unleashed all sorts of chaotic weapons, but these failed even to slow the Astartes' advance.
Crack! A gigantic augmented creature was torn in half by Onran.
To Angron, these beasts were no match for the monsters he faced in his gladiatorial past, they were merely mindless things. Angron's forces had effortlessly reached the gates of the Cyclone Presidential Palace, but now the place was in utter disarray. The augmented creatures released by Cyclone were unstable, they began attacking their own side. Eventually a small fraction were captured by Honsua for research while the rest perished under the blades of Onran and the other Space Marines.
We surrender. Don't kill us.
Amid screams, the palace gates were easily smashed open.
The heavy steel door spun several times before landing on an unlucky individual's head. We are willing to surrender. The Cyclone Empire is ready to be integrated into the human.
Before Kabru could finish, his head was severed from his body.
Onran casually cut it off and hung it on his armor. What right do Xenos have to negotiate with humanity?
The Cyclone Empire was officially consigned to the dustbin of history. Its territory instantly fragmented, a portion was seized by pirates and rogue fleets while the rest fell under the control of the human empire's forces.
The subsequent tasks were straightforward colonization, suppression of rebellions and construction of hive cities.
The Cyclone Empire's territory was vast and digesting it would take time. Military operations were temporarily halted, the Imperial fleet either rested or conducted standard patrols.
The experiment is complete.
In a dim laboratory, Honsua spoke slowly, staring at hundreds of humanoid embryos before him. A terrifying inhuman weapon was being developed under Honsua's hand, a weapon that would make the Xenos understand humanity's horrific In the internment camps across the conquered worlds, a secret extermination campaign quietly began.
Now the Xenos would pay for their deeds. Yancheng finished reviewing the documents. With Luojia's appearance, his burden had lessened.
Moreover, Luojia had recently made a move that Yancheng had never anticipated. Luojia demanded that the ecclesiarchy fund the establishment of academies dedicated to training devout followers of the imperial cult. These academies primarily recruited homeless children from the underhive and midhive. Unlike the Schola Progenium, these schools required no specific lineage. Their only demand was that the children be true believers of the Emperor, always ready to sacrifice for him.
Planet Tranig Alien Containment Facility No. 1366. All aliens. Stop what you're doing. I have a major announcement to make.
Director Tabritsky of the containment facility, clad in the uniform of the Human Empire, walked slowly to the center and said, "The Human Empire has reached an agreement with your respective nations. You can leave the facility by train tonight, but your belongings must stay here,"
Tabritsky said with a smile, looking at the aliens below. "However, the children and elderly will go first. You will be released after some time." Tabritsky feigned a regretful expression inside, but the aliens did not notice his barely concealed glee. "We're free. We're free. We can finally return to our old lives. Woohoo! Awesome. This painful period is finally over." Watching the aliens celebrating in jubilation, the containment unit soldiers exchanged knowing smiles and silently turned away. Soon dusk arrived.
Tens of thousands of aliens carrying their children or supporting the elderly slowly boarded a steel train.
"No, this isn't right."
A Sekalan mother holding her child moved against the crowd. She tried to slowly leave but was immediately spotted by soldiers.
"What's the matter? Don't you want your child to be free of pain?"
The armed guard stopped the mother and forcibly dragged the Sekalan out.
"Please sir, my child is sick. I want him to stay with me." "I see."
The guard replied, then drew a laser pistol and shot the Sekalan child dead.
"All right, now you've been absolved too. Get into the carriage now."
Wiping the brains that had splattered onto his face, the guard shoved the Sekalan mother who was holding her child's corpse into the carriage.
"All right, let's begin." Thousands of civilians from various races were pushed into the carriage. As chain after chain was locked, some began to sense something was wrong. "Sir, I'm willing to have my children do manual labor. Please let them out."
"My father is 106 years old, but he can still carry things and work."
"Please let him out." "That won't do." "All right, let's begin."
A dark green gas was sprayed from the top of the carriage, filling the entire space within seconds.
"Help! Help! Save me!"
The aliens pounded on the carriage walls, wailing in agony as the poison gas took effect.
After a dozen seconds, the sounds inside the carriage ceased. Another dozen seconds passed.
Armed guards opened the carriage, revealing a mountain of thousands of alien corpses.
"Looks pretty good. Keep up the good work."
Tabritsky smiled as he watched the scene and said slowly,
"Next it's your turn, AI Shimon."
Another man in the same imperial uniform stepped out from the crowd and began commanding the surviving aliens.
"You devils! Your actions will be punished." Some aliens from the crowd stood up and roared at AI Shimon. "Punishment! Punishment is only for the losers. We are the victors." Bang!
The alien that had been shouting turned into a corpse in an instant.
"You should now know your place. You are not slaves. You are just tools. Tools even lower than slaves. You must pay for everything you have done."
By this time, the guards, unable to contain their emotions, roared and charged forward.
"Look! Look up there! My wife! My child!
They were defiled and killed by you filthy aliens.
Eye for an eye. Alien bastards! Come on! You were so brave facing the elderly and children. Come on! Do it!" Guards armed with iron rods began attacking the unarmed aliens.
These aliens had deceived humans and enslaved them. Everyone had witnessed it. Now was the time for revenge. A guard with graying hair approached the fallen aliens and began reciting their crimes. From minor interpersonal conflicts to the betrayal of human nations by alien states that had once been allies, the veteran spoke of everything. "Originally I planned to give you a quick death, but now I've decided I will make your life worse than death,"
AI Shimon said slowly.
Then the symbol of death, the containment facility, officially began operations. "Your Majesty, allow me to formally introduce the Empire's latest combat machine. I call it the Deathbringer." A creature with an exposed brain slowly walked up to Yang Chang. This was modified from the bodies of those spiritual beings. Their bodies have been turned into killing tools and their appearance serves to terrify enemies. I severed their arms and replaced them with chainswords, pried open their nerves and muscles and installed reinforced bones. Additionally, a lobotomy is performed and the prefrontal cortex is burned to eliminate any possibility of higher thinking. The Deathbringer is equipped with a sealed Requiem helmet used to control the cyborg. It resembles a removed skullcap connected to the remaining frontal lobe along with a full set of chemical injectors implanted into the spine. In standby mode, they are injected with drugs via a pump, keeping them calm and unconscious, completely isolated from the outside world. In this state, invisible vocalizers in their minds continuously repeat sacred images, verses and elements of imperial worship such as symbols of the state religion, portraits of saints, cyclic hymns, prayers and sermons, all directly infused into the alien subconscious, making them constantly feel the greatness of the Emperor. During this long and agonizing process, their minds are completely erased, replaced by an uncontrollable urge to tear their prey to shreds.
They now belong solely to the Empire. Their filthy alien bodies will fight to the death for the Empire.
But isn't this just a penal servitor? Yang Chen looked at this indescribable thing and asked. Your Majesty, at least she looks more terrifying than a penal servitor and her combat effectiveness is higher.
Practice makes perfect. If it doesn't work, see if you can replicate a demonic ovary. That thing isn't bad either. Sekalan has fallen. What should we do?
At the meeting of the Mid-Ring Anti-Human Military Alliance, Taikir looked around and spoke slowly.
Led by several major nations of the Mid-Ring with dozens of outer ring nations, various wandering fleets and consortium organizations joining it, Sekalan, a nation capable of single-handedly challenging any outer ring nation, had been obliterated.
The entire race was now being systematically slaughtered by the human empire. All they could pray for was that humanity would not torment them. Gentlemen, you should all know that since we have offended a nation like the human empire, there is no turning back.
The only thing we can do is fight to the end. I have an idea.
A young officer stood up and addressed Taikir.
Speak up. Better not be a stupid idea.
We can use our own scale to exhaust humanity, dragging them into a prolonged war, eroding the prestige of the so-called human emperor. We can use our strategic depth to fight the human empire.
So you mean we fight a long war with them?
Yes, this war cannot be rushed. It could last a decade or more.
We must. Enough. Next.
Taikir had no patience to listen further. Fighting a protracted war with humanity was absolutely a brainless idea.
Not to mention the human empire's insane planet-destroying capabilities. Even if they fought a protracted war, what good would it do? Wouldn't they still be peacefully exterminated?
Taikir, in fact, the human empire's own military has already shown us how to deal with them. It was still the cloaked figure who slowly stood up and spoke to Taikir. We simply need to deliberately spread rumors that a certain star system is a large human biological factory, then broadcast footage of torturing humans across the entire outer ring.
Next, we wait for the human military to walk into the trap. Isn't that right? An excellent idea, at least better than fighting a protracted war with humanity. Taikir's eyes lit up. Wasn't the human empire trying to save humans to reclaim sovereignty? Let them try to save.
If they can save them alive, they'll lose.
That's it. Dismissed. Everyone go prepare. This time we will wipe out humanity in one fell swoop. What are those Xenos doing? Admiral Sapir looked at the star map in front of him with confusion.
He had studied for years in military academies but had never seen such a foolish tactic. If he had to describe it, it was like a group of people who had kidnapper written all over their faces inviting you to their home. No one with any sense would go. Looking at enemies so utterly stupid that they might as well have their encirclement tactics written on their faces, Sapir felt his previous thoughts were superfluous. Calling them rebels was an overstatement. They weren't even worthy of that title.
Kailuolan, His Majesty needs you.
Hearing his subordinate's voice, Kailuolan, who was in the command center, hastily boarded a shuttle and flew toward the supremacy. Meanwhile, Yang Chang also learned the next world he could traverse, the Transformers movie pentalogy. He hadn't seen the sixth, but it didn't matter much to the main storyline. The traversal was set for 2 days later with the timeline at the start of the second movie. This gave Yang Chang room to maneuver. He was quite interested in the Allspark, the matrix of leadership, the space bridge, and so on.
Moreover, Transformers had many characters he needed, such as Shockwave and Soundwave, as scientists and scouts. But now almost all Astartes were engaged in war. He still needed a batch of Astartes to serve him. Helplessly, Yang Chang opened the system mall again.
The Xingjie chapter.
Destruction is redemption.
The battle cry of the Xingjie. Founding chapter, Imperial Fists, Homeworld Obsidian chapter, Master Ertuo Amulate. The Imperial records had no clear documentation, but it was certain that the founding of the Xingjie was as distant as the birth of stars. The chapter possessed a large number of ancient relics, some of which could be traced back to the Dark Age, such as the battle barge Storm equipped with artificial intelligence. The Shinjiachishur participated in the great cleansing of the hive world Vavencast in the WA system and years later took part in the destruction operation against the world engine Borsus. But this became their final mission. It is worth mentioning that the final mission of the Shinjiachishur epitomized the phrase "sacrifice is the foundation of the Empire." The Super Death Star world engine Borsus of the Necrons left nothing alive in its path, and Vavencast happened to lie along its trajectory. The Imperial Navy rushed in, unleashing a barrage from various warships. Chapters of Astartes such as the Ultramarines also answered the call. Ships of different liveries formed a fleet and assembled in the WA system. The Shinjiachishur were one of those forces. Tragically, all weapons of the Imperial fleet could not penetrate the lamentable shields of the world engine. Out of caution, they decided to abandon the WA system and the 21 billion innocent souls on Vavencast, carrying out a retreat order. However, Chapter Master Amulate of the Shinjiachishur was not going to do that. If they could protect Vavencast the first time, they could protect her a second time. A crazy plan appeared on Amulate's desk. The Shinjiachishur would use their flagship Storm to ram into the world engine and deploy the entire chapter's forces directly on the planet's surface to destroy it in one fell swoop. Perhaps Amulate was truly mad, for the Necrons had never expected their enemies to resort to such a devastating method. The world engine's shields were formidable, but they could not compare to a battle barge over a kilometer long. Accompanied by the flash of explosion lighting up the dark galaxy, they successfully boarded. The battle cry of the Shinjiachishur resounded through the world engine. Chapter Librarian Hierxes struck a deal with the star god Shard Ygalania. Ygalania would help destroy the engine in exchange for eternal freedom. In the end, Ygalania fulfilled its promise and the world engine's shields ceased to function. The next second, this colossal behemoth was annihilated in the vast volley of fire from the Imperial Navy. Along with it, the chapter known as the Shinjiachishur perished. With their own tale, the Shinjiachishur left a heroic mark in the grand and tragic space opera of Warhammer 40k. If the Emperor could see the scene, who knows what he would think. But Yang Chang sincerely hoped that they had returned to the Emperor's side. Great Emperor Ertuo Amulate, Chapter Master of the Shinjiachishur, salutes you. An Astartes wearing white and blue armor knelt on one knee before Yang Chang, his power sword held point down at his side. This chapter roughly covers 3 points. First, regarding the earlier issues with punctuation and sentence breaks in this book, many have already provided feedback and I plan to revise them thoroughly. Thank you for the reminders. Second, concerning the power scaling in this book, my original intention was simply to fulfill all the regrets found in sci-fi works Warhammer, Star Wars, Halo and so on. Many readers are fans of Warhammer, Star Wars or other sci-fi franchises, and I appreciate your support. Writing this kind of comprehensive sci-fi crossover requires careful handling of the friction between fans of different works. I'll sidestep the more contentious issues. Warhammer has no advantage in aerial combat, but it surpasses Star Wars on the ground. These are problems I will address one by one. As for readers who demand I write about the world of Super Seminary, the protagonist simply cannot win there at present, but he will certainly visit in the future. Third, the power scaling in Warhammer. This is also a major point of contention between Warhammer enthusiasts and fans of other sci-fi works. I won't comment on Games Workshop's ambiguous narrative style, I will only speak on matters that are already established. Currently, the strongest non-warp feat of destruction in Warhammer comes from the 1999 novel The Eye of Terror, where a minor Tsench greater demon created a star cluster hundreds of light years across containing tens of thousands of stars. This is essentially a hyperbolic setting, so we won't dwell on it. As for a Terminator being pierced by a green-skinned boy, that's Games Workshop's fault. Games Workshop does not serve the setting with its plot, rather the setting serves the plot. Power levels fluctuate wildly, one moment capable of destroying an entire universe, the next only able to smash a tank. Thus I won't mention nonsense like an orc spear piercing a Terminator or cultists ganging up to kill a space marine. If asked, the answer is simply the WAAC field and the influence of the warp. Next, regarding the combat capability of a single space marine, I'll use the words from the text itself. An Astartes can cross 10 meters and leap over a console in the time it takes a human heart to beat once. My lord, I believe we should rescue them, the human said no more. A morbid crack sounded in front of his face, flesh and jagged bone crunched under the Night Lord's fist. Talos ignored the falling corpse, spilling half its skull's contents onto the deck. No one even saw him move, such was the speed of the prophet. In the span of a single human heartbeat he cleared 10 meters and vaulted over the console table. Source PG. 93 Voidstalker. An example of an Astartes reacting within nanoseconds. He spent a minute or two unconsciously adjusting his carriage. The power armor's design required shifting posture after wearing his shipboard attire for a time. His back straightened and the servos in his armor adapted to his movements with barely a nanosecond's delay. Source PG. 90 Gildar Rift. A space marine falls several kilometers and sustains only minor injuries. Conscious. His cheeks were wet and he could feel fluid pooling. Wraithen blinked, scanning the runes visible in his field of vision. Some actuators in his helmet and legs were damaged, but the ceramite and steel cowling around him had absorbed the brunt of the impact.
He assessed himself, sensing injuries.
There were minor fractures in his bones, contusions, things that would be fatal to a normal human but merely an irritant to a space marine. Rayfin took a step, then stopped and looked up. Smoke and debris made it difficult to see the far end of the ascent shaft, but he estimated they must have fallen several kilometers before colliding with the end of the passage. Source PG. 223 HB16 redeemed a headshot is merely a flesh wound, Micus.
Nisrock's Vox received no response.
He turned to another flesh tearer. I'm fine, Apothecary, Micus growled, tossing his damaged helmet across the room.
Flesh wound.
The apothecary looked at Micus. Where his right eye should have been was a black hole, his face was a mass of black scabs.
As you say, brother.
Source PG. 1718 HB15 beneath the flesh. These are the basic parameters for an Astartes.
As for the combat capability of the Primarchs, refer to the official novel The End and the Death.
Horus already possesses spacetime distortion on a stellar system scale, and this is far from his full power. Under the blessings, these Primarchs are at least on a galactic scale.
There is still much to organize.
I'll share what I've compiled so far along with my own thoughts.
If anything is incorrect, corrections are welcome.
Unnamed Astartes, roughly building level to large building level Astartes, have demonstrated resistance to nuclear explosions in comics.
Terminator, large building level to city block level. Dreadnought, city block level. Named Astartes, from city block level to stellar level. Unblessed Primarchs, definitely planet level.
Blessed Primarchs, stellar level and above. Personally, I feel they approach universal level.
These are my compilations. Also, I should clarify that I will not write about any Gashagame worlds. At most I might include Arknights.
This book will absolutely have no female lead. There will be another chapter tonight.
Consider this one the author's rambling.
If you dislike it, please refrain from harsh criticism.
I didn't say humans couldn't beat the Chaoshan Academy.
Yang Chang decided to personally visit the Transformers world this time. Actually, those Decepticons and Autobots posed no threat to his army, but the real unstable factors were Unicron and Quintessa, which he should be on guard against.
The current timeline is in the second movie. Be careful of that fool Fallen. And Sentinel Prime should be lying on the moon now. Yang Chang planned to bring that treacherous Sentinel Prime over. He would do anything for Cybertron. Yang Chang needed this kind of Transformers traitor.
He only needed to promise him a new home for the Transformers, and then he would follow him obediently.
Divide into two teams.
One team goes to the moon to find the Cybertron ship ruins, and the other team captures Soundwave on the satellite. It's time to announce the arrival of the Empire to this world.
Advisor Galloway, nice to meet you.
I'd love to give you a tour, but unfortunately you need to apply for restricted area access first. A man wearing a major's rank explained to the advisor, who was striding over.
Major, I have a presidential order.
I need to deliver a message to your alien friends.
Your last operation turned that city upside down. This was the headquarters of Transformers and humans, and the major was Lennox.
I need you to explain how this operation is going to end.
The internet is going crazy about the aliens. Also, Galloway will serve as the liaison between us and the Transformers. Hearing the military's explanation, Lennox rolled his eyes.
He had seen this kind of thing countless times.
Compared to this, I'm more worried about Megatron's issue.
Optimus Prime looked at the human, who was tiny compared to him, then slowly said,
Megatron.
He is rusting quietly in the depths of the Laurentian abyss. The sonar monitoring system surrounds him airtight, with submarines on 247 surveillance ensuring absolute safety.
As for the Allspark. Galloway changed the subject and quickly pressed. We know the only remaining fragment of the Allspark is locked in an electromagnetic vault in the world's safest naval base.
While Galloway was explaining, he had no idea that all the intelligence and words were being recorded and uploaded to a satellite. A Decepticon lurking on the satellite slowly began to collect.
Decepticon's fragment location confirmed. Begin deployment.
That's right, the one lurking on the satellite was the Decepticon intelligence officer Soundwave. Meanwhile, a giant warship slowly appeared above the moon.
Bring me that satellite. Yang Chang pointed to the satellite orbiting the Earth.
He would not appear in a hurry for now. First he would take care of Soundwave, that Decepticon.
After transmitting the command, Soundwave was unaware of the impending danger. With the command ended, Soundwave continued to lurk on the satellite. Boom.
A huge gravitational force suddenly pulled away the satellite where Soundwave was lurking, also cutting off his communication ability.
Decepticons. Soundwave suddenly found himself unable to move.
His body, along with the satellite, was being pulled away by a tremendous force.
Soundwave was brought to the far side of the moon. A giant spaceship came into his view. What civilization's spaceship is this?
As Cybertron's chief intelligence officer, Soundwave naturally knew many alien spaceships, but he had never seen this triangular silver-white ship before.
Calbo, we have a guest. This is a silicon-based lifeform.
You can treat him well and it would be best if he can serve us. Yang Chang said to Calbo beside him watching the approaching satellite.
So it's all obvious. Why did those Decepticons come to Earth? Because of you Autobots. Galloway said looking at Optimus Prime.
Otherwise what else would they come to Earth for? The fallen must rise again.
Sounds like something is coming.
I ask you, if for national security Earth no longer provides you shelter, would you obediently leave? Seeing Galloway like this, Optimus Prime chose not to argue but answered directly.
You have the right to freedom. We respect your request.
But let me ask you on behalf of your president, if you mistakenly expel us, what will you do?
Hit the nail on the head. Lennox quietly gave Optimus a thumbs up.
He had long been annoyed with this guy.
Wow, what is this? Calbo, over 10 meters tall, looked at the small and cute Soundwave. This kind of silicon-based lifeform was very valuable for research.
Your Majesty, if possible, I hope to recruit them. They have great uses. Looking at Soundwave, who was small, pitiful and helpless in front of Calbo, Yang Chang didn't mind. It depended on whether the silicon-based lifeform, the Transformers, was willing to surrender. If he surrenders, he can go to the Mechanicus to enjoy his later years.
Why bother with Decepticons and Autobots? Just honestly play with the Mechanicus.
If not, Yang Chang would have to give Megatron a psychic slap first, then make him surrender.
As for the Inquisition, it was all up to Yang Chang. Currently, the human empire's definition of a human was if the appearance is human and the skull has not mutated, then you are human. Subhumans are like those Ogrins, Skaven and such. Generally similar to humans is fine. Cybertronians are a variant of Golden Age humans.
They are still humans in general, just changed from carbon-based to silicon-based life.
Yes, that's how it is.
Yang Chang also wanted to raise a Grimlock for fun. He was almost sick of shuttles.
Wouldn't it be cool to have a mechanical dinosaur?
Archbishop Calbo, extract the memories of this mechanical lifeform.
Calbo nodded, then extended a tentacle into Soundwave's body. Decepticon's fragment location confirmed. All units deploy. After extracting Soundwave's memories, Calbo projected them.
It seems the plot has reached this point. Yang Chang thought in his mind.
Now Soundwave's mechanical dog should be going to grab the fragment.
He couldn't snatch it now, so he had to wait.
Prepare to land. Give those Transformers a human shock. Yang Chang began to deploy personnel.
He would first make small-scale contact with humans on the ground, then leave some people to dig up Sentinel Prime. In the solar system, one after another Star Destroyer slowly appeared, but they did not approach Earth. Instead, they parked on the far side of the moon.
An Alpha team was dispatched to Earth.
Their mission was another fragment, the Allspark fragment owned by the protagonists. Recently, multiple attacks on the homeless have been discovered in our city. The victims' brain tissues were completely drained, suspected to be the work of large wild animals.
Residents are advised to stay indoors. Michaela was listening to the latest news report while repairing a motorcycle. Michaela. Be careful lately. There are many rumors about monster attacks outside. Don't go out unless necessary.
Michaela's father said slowly as he looked at his daughter, then placed a doll beside her.
I really don't know what you see in that guy. Father, alright, I think he'll be careful. Just as Michaela and her father were chatting, a phone call came in. Sam. What's wrong? Michaela. Is the Allspark fragment with you? Yes, why? Hearing Sam's urgent voice, Michaela sensed something strange.
Just as she was lost in thought, a knock sounded. A tall man in a trench coat walked into the shop.
Hello, can I help you? Michaela asked curiously, looking at the man who was over 2 meters tall. Michaela. Michaela. Sam desperately wanted to know what was happening, but only heard Michaela say, a guest is here, he'll come over in a bit. After that there was no sound. Just a little more, just a little more.
A transformer that had transformed from a toy car was reaching for the Allspark placed on a high shelf.
Just as it was about to grab it, it was lifted and thrown into a bag. Those Mechanicus should like this thing.
The Alpha Space Marines simply knocked Michaela unconscious.
Yang Chang's orders were to avoid killing humans as much as possible and complete the mission. Wheelie was lifted by a tremendous force and thrown into a sack along with the Allspark fragment.
The spark is an unknown energy source, the most fundamental and mysterious component of Transformers. It grants them their form, consciousness and life. Without the spark to bestow intelligence, a Transformer is merely a mindless tool.
Meanwhile, at the temporary lunar base, An ancient Cybertronian spacecraft was excavated, its pilot being the former Autobot leader and traitor who betrayed Ironhide Sentinel Prime. Take him away. His spark is damaged, he won't cause any trouble for now. Several tech priests carried Sentinel Prime away and began studying his ship.
According to Yang Chang, the space bridge was also a valuable asset, but it required energy.
Meanwhile, Soundwave's consciousness was being overtaken by Calbo. The Mechanicus' abilities were not to be underestimated. Calbo's power was sufficient to modify Soundwaves while making him loyal to the great Omnisia. My Emperor, this is the latest intelligence we've received. A tech priest played an audio recording.
The military base has been attacked by Decepticons.
They stole the alien fragment.
The military base is under attack by Decepticons.
They stole the fragment. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. My God, Megatron has been resurrected. He's moving. Prepare to intercept. Prepare to intercept. Torpedoes ready. Listening to those recordings, Young Chun understood the current plot development.
Megatron had been resurrected and returned to Cybertron to play with the Fallen, while the fragment stored in the world's safest military base had also been stolen by Ravage.
Alright, it's time for us to make an appearance.
With the command, the Star Destroyer began to leave the far side of the moon and slowly move toward Earth.
Advisor Galloway, your so-called world's safest base was breached by Decepticon spy forces in a single night. We lost over a dozen men and the fragment wasn't secured. Lennox tossed a report to Galloway, then handed another to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, Megatron has been resurrected. They've left Earth, but we don't know what they're plotting. No, Lennox, my concern now is not the Decepticon problem. Your planet's signals have been hijacked and this enemy seems even more powerful than the Decepticons. Just as Optimus was explaining. Click. All screens in the Nest facility went black simultaneously, then a golden double-head eagle appeared on the screens. The Imperium of Man has arrived. All resistors will be killed without mercy. A massive Star Destroyer appeared in the atmosphere, its colossal hull truly blotting out the sky and sun. Under the Star Destroyer's shadow, the sun vanished instantly and the whole world seemed plunged into darkness. Where's the CIA? Answer the phone. Contact all remaining command centers. Prepare to fight. Sir, our communications are cut off. While the whole world was stunned, Young Chang grew impatient and decided to use a show of force. See that island shaped like a maggot in the east? Blow it up. Before anyone could react, a beam of light descended from the sky and struck that land. The immense energy engulfed most of the island and countless people were instantly reduced to ashes. Why is Earth so unlucky? Do aliens come every damn day? The surrender ceremony went smoothly. After Cherry Blossom Island was sunk halfway, everyone else happily joined the Imperium of Man without daring to resist. Optimus Prime naturally fell into the hands of the Imperium. His fate was either to be dismantled for parts or to be absorbed by the Mechanicus. However, Yang Chang hadn't expected that the Transformers universe actually had the Warhammer 40k IP, and then. By the Emperor, why are there Space Marines in my world? OMG. I don't believe in God anymore. I believe in the Emperor. Don't throw me into the Inquisition. OMG, I'm playing the Korn faction, should I switch? Switch your hammer. When they saw the Astral Knights appear, everyone gasped. It was freaking 40k. A company called GW went bankrupt overnight and fled, but then. You draw very well. Report to the Inquisition tomorrow to draw for us. Several Inquisitors surrounded GW's CEO, looking at the Space Marine comic before him. Ha! Why did we die so easily? What is the Golden Throne? What is Old Meat? What is Psyker, big guy? I think the Inquisition can't handle you anymore. I suggest throwing you into a servitor factory. Countless Warhammer fans cried like Steppadon Grots, frantically disposed of their other faction flags and obediently followed the Imperium. Yang Cheng didn't care, after all he had a banner of Demon Prince Onran from before his transmigration. Such things were irrelevant. Hiss, if I pushed the meme about the 13th Legion and the Eldari, would the Inquisition arrest me? Upstairs, the Inquisition is coming to check the water meter. Bolt gun sound. I already regret saying the Emperor is a constipated man sitting on the toilet. Wait, this world has the Emperor, doesn't that mean there is? Don't say it, I don't want to become a chaos spawn. I will become a chosen at all costs. Even Nurgle wouldn't want you like that. The affairs of the Imperium of Man spread across the entire world. Countless Warhammer fans were going crazy, but what puzzled them was that this Imperium seemed not very extreme. Colonel Lennox, there's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Galloway handed a report to Lennox, then looked at Optimus Prime. According to them, this is the time when the Emperor walks among mortals, and the Emperor is the legendary savior of humanity. Isn't that good? At least it's better than the Decepticons.
Lennox had no exposure to Warhammer. When he heard that the Emperor was humanity's savior, he naturally assumed the Emperor was good.
Decepticons.
I'd rather face the Decepticons than come to this world. Those Astartes, according to the data, should be the Star Knights set in the 40k era, but the era when the Emperor walked the mortal realm during the Great Crusade is 30k.
It doesn't follow the script at all. We can't predict what will happen next. This world is a total mess. If I knew this world was such a cesspit, I should have strangled myself with my umbilical cord at birth.
Galloway looked at Optimus Prime and said slowly, "My lord, I have bad news to inform you." Starscream ran to Megatron, who was talking to the Fallen, and spoke obsequiously. What news could be worse than the current situation?
Starscream. Soundwave has lost contact. His last communication was 3 days ago. Starscream analyzed the last audio sent by Soundwave, then knelt before Megatron. Soundwave lost contact. Megatron looked at Starscream in disbelief and confirmed repeatedly. Great King, it's absolutely true.
Since Soundwave is missing, I think I am fit to be your second-in-command and then become the leader of the Decepticons.
Leader of the Decepticons.
Megatron heard Starscream's words, kicked him over and stepped on his face.
Soundwave can complete every mission, but you can't even organize a decent picnic. Enough.
While Megatron was disciplining Starscream, the Fallen beside them stood up and picked up his weapon, the Void Scepter. We need to accelerate our progress.
Saving Cybertron is urgent.
Prepare for a full-scale invasion. The Fallen shouted, and countless hideous Decepticons stood up, then boarded the spaceships and followed.
Who will take over Earth? Seems to be someone named Onron. Damn it. Dozens of Warhammer fans were chatting together.
When they learned that the one coming to take over was Angren, everyone gasped.
The Star Knights and the Emperor together.
What kind of hellish composition is this?
Are we in 30k or 40k? Which timeline story is this? Does anyone in our group know which timeline we're in? Is it the Guilliman heresy or the Lion heresy? I don't know, but I'm praying for one thing. What?
That the 4 Chaos Gods won't come. Know that the Butcher's nails are in the Butcher King. That at least proves our narrative location. If there were no Butcher's nails, we wouldn't know what might happen in the future.
Damn, but have you seen any Inquisition members? No, not yet at least. Soon the next day arrived.
Escorted by several Thunderbolts and Valkyrie air assault transporters, a Thunderhawk gunship bearing the World Eater's insignia slowly descended. A few Warhammer fans, arranged to bolster appearances, silently swallowed, then watched in fear as the Thunderhawk's ramp slowly opened. First came 10 World Eater's Space Marines armed with bolt guns.
2 Malawian Quachas Crusade pattern power armor.
The 2 World Eater's chapter badges on the left pauldron and left knee indicate his veteran status. The right pauldron has a tactical squad marking. The groin plate retains the double-head eagle, symbolizing loyalty to the Imperium.
The cross-chain pattern on his right arm indicates he killed at least one senior member of the Legion in the arena.
Seeing the armor patterns on the World Eater before them, several Warhammer fans couldn't help but gasp. These Space Marines were true hardcases, each one could easily kill everyone present.
Boo! 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 Boo!
A Tartaros pattern Terminator slowly emerged. After examining the symbols on the Terminator, everyone felt shocked.
Look at his markings.
He should belong to the 3rd Company Terminator Squad.
Tartaros pattern Terminator.
The Legion badge is on a shield emblem at the center of the chest plate and on the left pauldron. The right pauldron and left shield emblem have skull markings. The left knee has the Crux Terminatus.
This guy is definitely a badass. Even a badass can't describe him. A badass would probably shit his pants if he knew his battle record.
While several Warhammer fans were talking, someone suddenly whispered a question. Why are the Loyalist and traitor factions of the World Eaters getting together?
Because of some blue bird man. Stomp. 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 Stomp.
Wearing a brass-colored armor, Onron carried his weapon and slowly descended from the Thunderhawk, then gazed at the people before him.
Onron. Damn.
While several Warhammer fans were stunned, an unexpected thing happened.
Onron gently walked toward a soldier and touched his shoulder. Mortal, do not be afraid. I can sense your fear. You need not worry about what we will do. We are only taking your planet under our wing. We will not slaughter your people. Angren's words were like a stone dropped into a calm lake.
This horrifying scene left all the Warhammer fans present frozen in place.
Damn, the plot is starting to deviate.
The Butcher King doesn't have the Butcher's nails.
Are we in the world of the Guilliman heresy? How should I know?
Well, take it step by step.
Onron took the flowers from the envoy and placed them in Karn's hands.
I come by the Emperor's order to take command of the high forces. I wish to speak with Optimus Prime. Onron said slowly, looking at the diplomats before him.
I see, please come in.
To transport Onron and his subordinates, the Dumas transport helicopter had been waiting for some time. Angren, towering over 4 meters, hunched inside the helicopter, surrounded by a few World Eaters Space Marines who had followed him.
Mr. Angren, hello. Galloway, devoid of his usual arrogance, stood beside Onron like a docile child. Speak your mind without hesitation, Onron said, glancing at Galloway, who trembled with tension, then spoke slowly.
Nothing, just curious why you would grace us with your presence.
That's not your concern.
From now on, do nothing, meddle in nothing.
I will only say this once, I do not want any mishaps.
Soon the helicopter reached the nest base. Onron led the way down, and as he stepped out he saw the distant transformer, a towering figure with a redan blue color scheme. It must be Optimus Prime, as the Emperor had mentioned.
Angren's appearance startled the other Transformers.
In his armor, Onron stood nearly 5 meters tall, and he had almost curled up to fit into the helicopter.
This height rivaled that of some medium-sized Transformers. Onron approached Optimus Prime, who stood only a few meters taller. Though Onron had to look up, his ferocity was barely contained. Boom!
The energy sword mounted on Optimus Prime's hand suddenly sprang forth, its molten blade radiating scorching light.
Why is this human so tall? Ironhide beside him couldn't help but wonder. He is not human, at least only externally.
His core is a massive energy mass, but my processor cannot analyze it, Optimus Prime said, fixing his gaze on Angren, his weapon at the ready.
He comes with ill intent. Onron had already closed in on Optimus Prime.
The combat intent from both sides was palpable to everyone present.
Boom!
Both charged at each other almost simultaneously.
Onron drew his chain axe, but only one this time.
In contrast, Optimus Prime was nearly fully armed. His left hand bore a massive shield, while his right hand wielded an energy sword, striking at Onron. Onron gripped his axe with one hand and clenched his other fist, smashing it fiercely toward Optimus Prime. On one side was the Autobot leader, who had led countless battles on Cybertron with millennia of combat experience. On the other was one of the 21 Primarchs created by the Emperor, a Primarch of mid to high combat prowess, a being akin to a demigod in the material universe, the Lord of the Red Sands, Onron. The battle was about to erupt. Though Onron had not experienced as many battles as in the Warhammer universe, in this world he was a ruthless survivor of the arena, having conquered hundreds of planets while leading the World Eaters Legion.
Angren's fighting style was exceptionally fierce.
He swung his chain axe to suppress Optimus Prime, while his other hand remained clenched like a viper, waiting for the right moment. Optimus Prime, on the other hand, could only endure with his shield raised, his steel barrier now marred by dozens of terrifying cracks.
Yet he struggled on. Onron maintained his rhythm, hammering Optimus Prime's shield blow after blow. Boom!
The moment Optimus Prime's shield shattered, he began his counterattack. The hand that had held the shield transformed into an energy axe, and he shifted from defense to offense, slashing at Onron.
Angren's years of combat experience were not wasted.
His chain axe effortlessly blocked the incoming energy axe, then his other fist shot out with a sudden punch.
Bang! This cannonball-like punch caught everyone off guard, but Optimus Prime reacted in time.
Years of combat told Optimus Prime that if he took that punch barehanded he would be torn apart. But now, aside from a damaged spot on his waist, he had managed to withstand it.
Optimus Prime! Ratchet, the team medic, shouted first. Stay back! Optimus Prime's battle spirit ignited.
He flicked up the face shield and charged at Onron once more.
Angren's chain axe roared with a deafening sound, while Optimus Prime aimed his energy sword at Onron. Did Father hold back too much?
A few Space Marines watching the scene exchanged glances, then all thought the same thing. Optimus Prime was on high alert. This human strength was far beyond what he could handle. He would have to go all out in the coming fight.
So this is the so-called Autobot leader. This weak.
Onron had expected Optimus Prime to put up a better fight, but aside from a sudden assault when his shield broke, his combat skills were barely on par with an average Space Marine. This level doesn't even match Karn's. Onron thought, resolved to end the fight quickly, but he still had to carry out the Emperor's command.
The Empire does not need cannon fodder that might betray at any moment.
A small sphere engraved with the symbol of the Mechanicus appeared in Angren's hand. This sphere was an electronic virus developed by Archmagos Talbot, incorporating some technology from the Golden Age. It could instantly rewrite the will of intelligent machines.
Onron retracted his weapon, preparing to face Optimus Prime barehanded. Is this human insane?
Hell be chopped into pieces by Optimus Prime's blade, Ratchet said, envisioning the gruesome outcome. But when he looked at Optimus Prime, far from relaxing, the Autobot leader became even more cautious.
In a flash, Onron attacked.
He chose the simplest approach: close-quarters combat with Optimus Prime.
His supersonic speed left even Optimus Prime unable to react. Ongron seized both of Optimus Prime's arms and took the opportunity to install the device on his body. Ongron effortlessly lifted Optimus Prime and delivered a powerful shoulder throw.
Pinning Optimus Prime to the ground, Ongron completed his mission.
Now he only needed to finish the fight. Ongron left without looking back at the fallen Optimus Prime. The other Autobots quickly approached and helped Optimus Prime to his feet. "Let me take down that big guy," Chief Ironhide said, his killer instinct barely contained, eager to land a few blows on Ongron. "No, don't.
If he truly wanted to kill me, my spark would have been torn out long ago," Optimus Prime said, standing up and examining his wounds before explaining.
"We are just a group of refugees.
All we need is to live peacefully on Earth," Optimus Prime said, sensing something wrong but unable to pinpoint it.
Little did he know that this oversight would lead the Autobots to their doom.
"Arrange a team to go to the pyramid, get that device ready, and then prepare to revive Sentinel Prime."
Yang Chang looked at the red-black Decepticon lying before him. The legendary Einstein among the Autobots, the former leader of the Autobots, was lying peacefully in the base.
"Hurry up and bring the matrix of leadership over here." As Yang Chang was pondering the next plot, a message was transmitted to his communicator. Dozens of unknown aircraft were approaching Earth and had already entered the atmosphere. Their target was exactly the pyramid. "Have the tech priests below prepare for battle.
I remember there is a Skitarii Legion at the pyramid. Prepare to move Sentinel Prime down there and see if he can be revived."
After arranging the next steps, Yang Chang went to inspect the research progress of the space bridge. This was a good thing for him.
Dozens of transformers like meteors crashed around the pyramid, led by the Fallen.
He was one of the original 13 transformers. Dissatisfied with his kin's decision to abandon harvesting energy from the sun to avoid harming Earth's humans, he betrayed them, rebelled, and plotted to exterminate the Bulamese tribe, but he himself was sealed in a stone coffin.
He continued to deceive and manipulate Megatron.
The Fallen possessed the ability to teleport and manipulate gravity, making him naturally extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he encountered the Skitarii from the Mechanicus.
"General Cannon, prepare to target that alien construct standing atop the pyramid."
Dozens of transformers began charging toward the Skitarii positions, but this was simply suicide for them. Hundreds of Mechanicus Rangers armed with 4 Malawian Quachas Akahan-type lightning rifles were hidden in the positions. As the enemy's footsteps approached, an ambush began. The 4 Malawian Quachas Akahan-type lightning rifle is a precision-focused weapon that in the hands of Rangers can hit a target with deadly accuracy. Its appearance retains an antique style, imitating the texture and feel of wood with classical decorative patterns, making the Akahan seem like an echo from the ancient deserts of Mars. However, none of this detracts from the extreme sophistication of its internal systems. For instance, it can freely switch between ballistic and energy weapons in ballistic mode. Each round possesses extremely advanced servo and quasi-servitor structures, enabling it to easily guide itself to the enemy's weak point. In energy weapon mode, a hit can cause the enemy to quickly die from the electromagnetic explosion triggered by the intermolecular electromagnetic forces within their own body.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
Seeing those humans in red robes, the Decepticons immediately prepared to counterattack, but unfortunately they underestimated the weapons of the Mechanicus. Under such powerful firepower, the fragments of the Decepticons' bodies would explode in an instant upon being hit, then scatter all over the ground.
Praise the Omnisia! Praise the Machine God! Praise the Emperor! Amidst the chants of prayer, Ruststalkers wielding sonic blades quickly approached the panicked Transformers, then slashed at their hamstrings. Such good things, the Mechanicus would definitely want to collect a few. Moreover, seeing these Transformers with intelligence no less than that of the Legio Cybernetica further ignited the research desire of countless Muggos. Ruststalkers are the close combat specialists of the Skitarii.
They would charge into enemy ranks at astonishing speed, then with furious velocity and force use their melee weapons to hack the enemy into pieces. Charging alongside them were countless combat servitors. Their task was simple: draw the fire of the Decepticons, preventing them from dealing with the Ruststalkers at their feet.
Damn it! A bunch of useless trash. Devastator! Attack!
Several construction vehicles appeared in the desert, and in the blink of an eye they combined into one.
By the Omnisia! This one must be captured alive.
Several tech priests commanding the battlefield saw the Devastator that was combining and then urgently spoke to the Titan Legion that had followed.
"Where are the Destructor-class Cybernetica? Hurry and bring them over. I remember there are night suits. By the Omnisia, quickly deploy them. And the Reaver Titan. Hurry and bring it, we found a good thing."
Thus the Devastator, newly arrived on Earth, was about to face a gang beating. At this moment, Devastator had not yet realized the danger approaching. The God Machines were about to walk upon this land. 3 Reaver Titans, 5 Armiger-class Knights, and over a dozen Destructor-class Cybernetica were deployed to participate in this cross-world gang beating. At this very moment, Devastator still had not realized the severity of the situation. It was slowly advancing toward the battlefield, and at the same time the battlefield was slowly advancing toward it. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Mechanicus, these dozens of Decepticons were destroyed with devastating force. Of course, most were captured alive, but the subsequent experiments would be worse than death for them. The Reaver-class Titan is a class of medium Imperial Titan, a flexible war machine typically used as an assault unit and to provide close support for conventional forces. The Reaver's existence predates even the Warlord, but the date of its initial construction is hidden in the deepest sealed archives of Mars. Even within the Titan legions, only a few Muggos know of it. Although the Reaver is not as common as the Warlord nor as swift as the Warhound, it remains a deadly machine regarded by the Adeptus Mechanicus as a sacred engine of destruction. The Reaver possesses 4 void shield generators and thick tilting adamantium armor, granting it a high level of protection. The Reaver can mount up to 3 main weapon systems, highly destructive, and can be swapped according to its mission. When supporting conventional forces, it is usually equipped with close-range rapid-fire weapons and melee weapons. A Reaver Titan can be equipped with a Gatling blaster, an Apocalypse missile launcher, and a Titan power fist. These 3 Reavers were the work of the Mechanicus. They had gone to great lengths to capture this devastator. Although its combat power was not as high as the Necrons and its research value not as great as an STC, it had intelligence. Who wouldn't want an intelligent robot? The Fallen. What a terrible idea this is. Amidst the wails of the Decepticons, the Fallen who was activating the device was also dumbfounded. When had humans become so strong? When had they been able to build such war machines? Bullying an old man like me, you have no martial ethics. For a moment the Fallen even suspected he had come to the wrong planet. How could humans be so powerful? It's too late. The Fallen prepared to exert his power. His weapon could control gravity. But unfortunately, just as he raised his weapon, the general cannon that had been lying in ambush outside had already fired. The Wolita-type general cannon is a smaller variant of the general cannon. Although its firepower is inferior to the larger ones, it is more than sufficient to annihilate an enemy position with a single shot. It possesses an astonishingly powerful, rare, and highly mysterious weapon system. The Wolata is smaller than the Grand General Cannon, yet it remains one of the Empire's most formidable war machines. Even during the Great Crusade, these colossal engines known as general cannons were rarer than the Titans of the Titan legions. Only a few Forge worlds possessed the necessary resources, the blessed mandate of the Mechanicum's doctrine, and sufficient religious authority to produce and maintain these avatars of the Omniscious Holy Wrath. Due to their superior sanctity over other machines, an entire branch of the Adeptus Mechanicus was dedicated to worshipping and appeasing them. Additionally, it carried 3 sets of erupting serpent cannons as secondary armaments, but the primary weapon remained the fearsome sonic destroyer. Prepare. Fire. The fully charged Wolita-type general cannon aimed at the Fallen on the pyramid, who was still unaware of the impending danger. The Fallen raised his scepter to control gravity, believing it could turn the tide of battle. Boom. A devastating energy was unleashed and the general cannon officially fired. Accompanied by one prolonged prayer after another, countless tech priests commenced the bombardment ritual. Praise the great and holy machine god. Let the light of the Omniscia shine upon this land. The sonic destroyer began firing, and its immense power struck the Fallen directly. This terrifying strike destroyed half of the pyramid. As the outer shell fell away, the massive device within the pyramid gradually revealed itself. No creature could withstand a shot from a general cannon, not even a transformer. This devastating blow tore the Fallen into pieces, but it was far from over. The Fallen was reduced to fragments under the sonic weapon's assault, but to this weapon he was merely an obstacle hindering its shot. After effortlessly shattering the Fallen, the projectile continued in a straight line until it reached the clouds, where it exploded with a thunderous roar. The overcast sky instantly turned sunny. This terrifying weapon, after destroying the Fallen, also blasted away a large clump of clouds, directly altering the day's weather. This scene stunned countless onlookers. They knew the technology of Warhammer 40k was powerful, but they never imagined it to be this formidable. Thank goodness we surrendered early. With our military strength, how many days could we have held out? Simultaneously, Megatron also witnessed the scene. Although he felt shocked, he was still prepared to enter the fray and attack. Lord Megatron, the Fallen is dead. Starscream stumbled over to Megatron and whispered. There's an old saying, where there are green hills there's no shortage of firewood. If I were you, we should retreat. Megatron decisively ordered a withdrawal. There was no hope of victory now, the only option was to wait. But Devastator probably couldn't escape. 3 Reaver Titans surrounded Devastator, with a few Knight Armigers assisting nearby, while cyber-controlled soldiers tied ropes around him. The 3 Titans used their Titan weapons to pin down the struggling Devastator. The Knight Armigers fired cables to ensnare him, and the cyber-controlled soldiers tightened the restraints. Devastator struggled incessantly to break free, but a punch to the head from a Reaver Titan's power fist quickly subdued him. After that, he surrendered and was captured without further resistance. The Adeptus Mechanicus achieved a great victory in this operation. Not only did they capture Devastator alive, but they also confiscated the Pyramid's stellar absorption device. Bang! The gate of the ruins was smashed open. A dozen Skitarii pried open the mural, revealing the corpses of the Primes who had hidden the matrix of leadership here for protection. Where is Optimus Prime?
The matrix can only be taken by these leaders. Soon Optimus Prime arrived.
Upon seeing the remains of the Primes, he knelt with reverence and then retrieved the dagger-shaped matrix of leadership.
This belongs to us Cybertronians. It should stay with us, Ironhide said indignantly, but Optimus held him back. Cybertron is gone. This thing is useless now.
After watching those strange people pocket the matrix, they relate a piece of information to Optimus and the others. They plan to revive Sentinel Prime.
After Optimus conveyed the humans' intention to the Autobots, the dozen or so Autobots were all left dumbfounded.
They want to revive Sentinel Prime.
Why?
They found the ship on the far side of the moon. They must have also found the space bridge's power pillars.
They probably want to master the space bridge technology, and to do that they need to revive Sentinel Prime.
Just as Optimus was deep in thought, a tech priest came to inform them to prepare to board the ship.
The Emperor permitted them to personally revive Sentinel Prime. Let's go. It's time to see an old friend.
Optimus led the way toward the ship. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. He felt as if he had been infected with a virus. His processor frequently malfunctioned, and in his days he often saw a figure clad in a robe adorned with a gear emblem. Ratchet examined him multiple times, even performing a minor surgery with the aid of the RC sisters.
The conclusion was no conclusion. Everything appeared normal.
Ironhide and Sideswipe comforted Optimus, suggesting he might be overthinking. Perhaps it was just a matter of excessive tension. Soon several Transformers boarded a Star Destroyer parked on an airstrip, a Venator-class Star Destroyer from Star Wars 1137 meters long with a crew of 7400.
Capable of landing on planetary surfaces, this multipurpose Star Destroyer was primarily used for space combat. This meant its hangar primarily carried starfighters rather than atmospheric vehicles.
Its standard complement included 192 V-19 Torrent or Wing starfighters, 192 Jedi starfighters, 36 ARC 170 starfighters and 20 LA-AT gunships.
Wow, is this how humans treat their guests?
Making us lie in the hangar with these lifeless things.
Sideswipe's mouth started chattering, incessantly touching an LA-AT gunship parked in the hangar one moment, chatting with the crew the next.
Alright Sideswipe, if you don't shut that mouth, he'll shove this thing into it.
Ironhide picked up an oil barrel and said to the noisy Sideswipe. Okay, you're the boss.
Optimus Prime paid no attention to the other Transformers waiting patiently for the meeting with Sentinel Prime. Before long the two warships docked.
Optimus Prime, holding the matrix of leadership, stepped aboard the Supremacy.
In the hangar of the Supremacy, Sentinel Prime lay peacefully on a massive platform, his weapons neatly arranged beside him.
Luo Jia watched Optimus Prime approach, his expression hardening, then stepped forward to block him. What do you want, human?
The moment Ironhide blocked Optimus Prime, the Ashen Ring, Luo Jia's Primarch Guard, stepped forward wielding various flamethrowers and chain axes, barring Optimus Prime's path.
The Emperor has spoken, so please come, all of you.
At Luo Jia's words, the Ashen Ring parted, yet despite the Primarch's command, the helmets of these Ashen Ring guards could not conceal their loathing and hatred for the alien.
Your leader is here.
Luo Jia gestured to the side, signaling Optimus Prime to approach alone. Optimus Prime nodded, then held the matrix of leadership in his hand and reverently placed it upon Sentinel Prime's chest.
Boom!
With a thunderous roar, the matrix fused with Sentinel Prime's spark and Sentinel Prime awakened. But the moment he regained consciousness, he attacked. Sentinel Prime, wielding his long blade, instantly pinned Optimus Prime to the ground and pressed the sword against his throat.
Crack!
The sharp blade scraped against Optimus Prime's neck, producing a grating sound.
Sentinel Prime. It's me. Optimus Prime.
Hearing Optimus Prime's voice, Sentinel Prime gradually came to his senses.
He looked down at Optimus Prime, momentarily at a loss. What happened to me?
War.
Sentinel Prime seemed to recall something, then blurted out. Our war failed.
We fled to Earth, and you, great leader, we are safe, though perhaps at a cost. As Optimus Prime finished speaking, Luo Jia stepped forward. Clad in armor, Luo Jia was barely half Sentinel Prime's height, yet his presence was no less imposing. You are now a subhuman species of the Imperium. Tell us how to activate the space bridge, and where are the other energy pillars? Has no one taught you to speak with respect, little one? Sentinel Prime turned to look at Luo Jia beside him, his tone dripping with mockery.
I see. It seems you are not convinced.
Luo Jia ignored the taunt, lifting his head to stare directly into Sentinel Prime's optics. The great Emperor resurrected your vile frame, allowing the noble blood of the machine god to flow through your filthy body.
Instead of feeling honored, you scorn the great Emperor. Emperor.
What feudal nonsense is this?
Have you humans made no intellectual progress while I slept? Let me teach you, you primitive creatures who can only fly ships. Sentinel Prime. Optimus Prime, let me show you how to deal with these humans. You are too merciful. Mercy accomplishes nothing.
Sentinel Prime ignored Optimus Prime's warning, mistakenly believing Optimus was merely pleading for the human. But little did he know Optimus Prime feared that Sentinel Prime would die too horribly. He had a premonition that Sentinel would soon be torn apart. These humans spend their days worshipping some god or other.
Gods simply don't exist. And you humans remain so ignorant, clinging to something illusory. Even if you can travel through space, what of it? I am a scientist. There are no gods in this world. Even your so-called emperor is just an ordinary human. He too will age, fall ill and die just like you. Seeing Sentinel Prime's arrogance, Luo Jia's fury could no longer be suppressed. He felt an unprecedented rage. You insect! How dare you blaspheme the great emperor? Insect! Let's see who is the real insect.
Sentinel Prime contemptuously twirled his long blade, scanning the hundreds of Astartes around him.
Unison or a brawl.
Sentinel Prime held sword and shield facing Luo Jia, his blue optics filled with scorn and mockery.
Alien, take your pick. Choose anyone here. If you can defeat even one, we will all submit.
Luo Jia glanced at the Astartes in the hall, utterly unconcerned.
Sentinel Prime did not grasp Luo Jia's confidence. He saw only human arrogance. Of course. Then. You. He pointed to an Astartes with blue armor among the group. That power claw of yours disgusts me, and so does your blue paint.
Sentinel Prime strode to the center of the arena, pointing his sword tip at the Astartes.
Are you sure you want him? Yes, him.
When they saw who had been chosen, both loyalists and traitors exchanged glances and smiled, their furrowed brows instantly relaxing.
Tell me your name, insect.
Sentinel Prime intended to use this Astartes head to establish his authority and also to teach Optimus Prime the correct approach. The way to deal with these humans was to enslave them and kill their leaders.
You seem to be an officer. He'll give you the chance to state your name. Sentinel Prime looked disdainfully at the Astartes before him. The Astartes in blue and white power armor heard this and gave his name.
Luft Xiaoluan, chapter master of the Star Claws. Xiaoluan activated the claw of the tyrant on his hand, a massive bionic mechanical fist housing a heavy flamethrower.
Hearing Xiaoluan's voice, Sentinel Prime couldn't help but chuckle.
A chapter master of a chapter. What kind of title was that?
Probably just some petty officer.
Still, it would serve as a warm-up. As soon as Xiaoluan announced his title, Sentinel Prime charged his long blade, aimed straight at Xiaoluan's face. What seemed lightning fast to Sentinel Prime was sluggish to Xiaoluan. With a single decisive strike, Xiaoluan shattered the keen blade.
What? Before Sentinel Prime could react, another blow came.
Xiaoluan's claw of the tyrant slammed down, its fearsome impact generating sonic booms.
Sentinel Prime was struck down before he could even react.
His body was half torn open with a massive claw mark across his frame.
Human. Sentinel Prime never imagined humans could be so powerful.
But those words became his last.
Preserve his memory. Don't damage his head. Luo Jia turned away after speaking. Xiaoluan easily plunged the claw of the tyrant into Sentinel Prime's body and ripped out his spark. The tech priests, already prepared, immediately extracted Sentinel Prime's memories. Utian's head was completely removed.
The tech priests took over the task of deciphering the information within Utian's head.
You humans! How dare you treat Utiandi like this? Tai Pai himself was a hot-tempered one.
Upon seeing the spark of the former leader being directly extracted and even his head removed, Tai Pai couldn't hold back.
He brought this upon himself. It's not our fault. Luo Jia looked at Tai Pai with a very smug tone, then pretended to be concerned and said, "I'm sure he'll have a great time in hell.
Oh, by the way, it seems we accidentally made his soul dissipate." Luo Jia looked at Utian's spark source on the ground beside him, then ruthlessly stepped on it.
With a few crackling sounds, Utian's spark source shattered completely under Luo Jia's stomp. The spark is very important to you, isn't it?
Under the mercy of the Holy Emperor.
Take these fragments. Remember to silently recite in your heart every day, thanking the Emperor's mercy and generosity otherwise.
Luo Jia looked at the surrounding space marines, then turned to look at Qing Tianzhu.
I think the Mechanicus wouldn't mind a few more test subjects. For Transformers, the spark is the source of life and the soul. Each spark is a part of the essence of Primus. The spark is a physical entity stored within the body of a Transformer. If the spark suffers irreparable damage, it will extinguish and return to the spark source or to the well of spark sources. Then this Transformer is considered dead. Transformers can endure extremely severe physical damage. As long as the spark is intact, the damage can be repaired or a new body can be reconstructed and the spark transferred into it.
Jiu Hu Che. Qing Tianzhu looked at the nearby Jiu Hu Che, but Jiu Hu Che shook his head. Utiandi was beyond saving. From the moment his spark was taken out by Xiao Luan, his life had ended. And after being taken out, his spark was even completely crushed, making resurrection impossible. Alas, this is his fate. Utiandi's body had been taken away in Qing Tianzhu and the others were invited back to Earth. You are Xiao Luan, right? Luo Jia looked at Xiao Luan following beside him, then asked him. Yes, great Primarch. How many are left in your warband? My warband brought only less than 10 people and there are big problems with the equipment. Xiao Luan reported honestly to Luo Jia, but Luo Jia couldn't help laughing upon hearing this. Do you want to rebuild your warband? Hearing Luo Jia's words, Xiao Luan raised his head and looked at Luo Jia with a grateful gaze. Now the Emperor's angels are increasing in number, and coupled with the Emperor's dissatisfaction with the chapter system, you should know that one day the chapter system will be abolished. Even if it can be retained, only a few chapters can be kept. You should understand this, right? I understand. Then you should know the 4 heroes of Ultramar. Luo Bote Jiliman, Lord of Aod Lama Shifu, Lucia Guman, First Captain of the Ultramarines, Kong Na Hero Bodan, Second Captain of the Origin Chapter, and De Airmang Hero Ba Air DC, Captain of the Destroyer Eagles Chapter, Pu Luo Tuasi Hero. Xiao Luan fluently recited a list of names, all of which were members of the 4 heroes of Aod Lama. The title of hero, sometimes also called warlord, is a military and political position specifically used by the Ultramarines Legion during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, and was re-established in the early 42nd millennium. The Primarch of the Ultramarines, Geely Man, and the 4 heroes formed the institution governing the Aod Lama sector, the Council of Heroes. The Council of Heroes is responsible for managing many institutions of the 500 worlds of Aod Lama and undertakes defense work. Each hero is the military dictator of one of the 5 major worlds of Aod Lama and rules a subsector. The heroes are held by 4 outstanding Ultramarines veterans appointed by the Primarch, who himself is the ruler of Aod Lama. However, when the Primarch led the 13th Legion on the Great Crusade, the Primarch's duties as the ruler of these worlds often fell on his steward. I have heard about you from them. You took very little time to rebuild a warband after your forces were scattered, is that true? It's true. What do you want? In the future I will follow the Emperor to expand territory and spread the Emperor's faith across the galaxy. I need a logistics support person who can provide sufficient troop supplies for my expedition fleet. Luo Jia's implication was that he was going to start competing with Geely Man for recruits. It would be a waste for such a good man to just manage a warband, he had to take him under his wing. You Geely Man can create the 4 heroes of Ultramar, so why can't I, Luo Jia, create the 4 heroes of the Word Bearers? Luo Jia's thought was simple: the problem of rapid troop expansion in his domain would be handed over to Xiao Luan, and he believed Geely Man would have no complaints. Xiao Luan was able to operate a warband near the Rift in the Badabu sector, a place of outstanding talents and all kinds of extraordinary beings, which fully proved his ability. If given a domain similar to the 500 worlds of Aod Lama, not to mention a warband given time, he could operate a legion. Now, besides being the warband leader of the Claws of the Star, I also grant you the position of commander in our Word Bearers' occupied territory. From now on, some unclaimed space marines will be sent to you. But don't disappoint me. Luo Jia was undoubtedly promoting Xiao Luan because Xiao Luan had quite good relations with both traitor and loyalist factions. Some loyalist warbands with nowhere to go would join Xiao Luan's command. And other forces in the warp, such as our ever-victorious Abadan, would borrow men from Xiao Luan during his Black Crusades. There was also Hong Sua, who borrowed people from Xiao Luan when he sought revenge. The result was that Hong Sua not only lost the battle but also got all the borrowed men killed. Xiao Luan truly lived up to the reputation of the righteous guardian and timely reign of Warhammer. He really stepped up when needed. From now on, it's up to you. Report to me directly which sector you want. Just remember one thing: I don't want your ability to be inferior to others. Luo Jia patted Xiao Luan on the shoulder, then said solemnly, I understand, Primarch. I will do my best to help you. And thus Xiao Luan, who might have been Geely Man's recruit, was lured to Luo Jia's side. Now Xiao Luan is ostensibly the warband leader of the Claws of the Star, but in reality he also holds the position of warlord of the Word Bearers. Although it is currently an empty title, Luo Jia confidently gave him several important resource planets and 3 planets that had been successfully transformed into Forge worlds. And in the future Xiao Luan did not disappoint Luo Jia. Soundwave. Optimus Prime spotted the Decepticon standing on the airport runway, then continued. Hearing Optimus Prime's voice, several Autobots immediately went on alert. They knew that Soundwave was Megatron's lieutenant, the Decepticon intelligence officer, and a top-tier warrior who had fought his way through the arena. Optimus Prime aimed his weapon at Soundwave, but Soundwave remained motionless, standing there obediently. No, this isn't Soundwave, or rather his mind has been brainwashed, Ratchet said, observing Soundwave's golden optical sockets and the double-head eagle emblem replacing the Decepticon insignia. Brainwashed. By humans. Ironhide and Ratchet simultaneously stared in shock at the Soundwave before them. Soon Ironhide was the first to notice the difference in Soundwave. as an Autobot Ironhide had fought the Decepticons for years and understood their ways well. Just as Optimus Prime and his team were observing, Soundwave suddenly moved his golden optical lenses, the eyes of a transformer, fixing on the group stepping off the ship.
Soundwave. Optimus Prime asked first.
If humans had mastered a weapon capable of controlling Transformers, it would be terrifying, meaning someone close to him might already be compromised, leading the Autobots into an abyss. Soundwave might have merely been modified or brainwashed by those humans, no need to worry about him for now, Optimus Prime said. Suddenly Soundwave strode directly to him, gave him a few glances and then walked away without another word.
Cross-referencing the intelligence in Soundwave's mind with Sentinel Prime's memories, we can confirm that there are still Decepticon forces that haven't reached Earth, but they've definitely entered the solar system. Several mechanical sages linked to Sentinel Prime's brain and projected his memories like a hologram before Yang Chang. Unicron and Primus, these are threats, Yang Chang said, well aware of Unicron's monstrous power.
Although he was in the movie universe, that was precisely what worried him. Unicron had never shown his full strength in the films.
According to the memories, Earth is Unicron and Cybertron is Primus.
Yang Chang had no intention of offending these two great beings for now. If he had to, he would have to face them alone with his gene-forged body, as Unicron possessed the power to create Transformers and could use the Allspark's energy to infect other machines, turning them into Transformers. This was rather frustrating.
If his initial barrage failed to destroy Unicron, the supremacy beneath his feet might transform into a Transformer itself. That was not what he wanted. He would prioritize not disturbing Unicron, focusing first on dealing with Megatron and Quintessa. Have you located Megatron? Not yet, Your Imperial Majesty. We suspect the enemy may no longer be on Earth. Continue the search and keep an eye on Cybertronian ships. Try to capture some Cybertronians alive.
After speaking, Yang Chang turned his gaze to the approaching Soundwave.
Your Imperial Majesty, Intelligence Officer Soundwave reporting. Very well.
From now on you will coordinate with the Officio Assassinorum and unify command of your subordinates.
Understood, Great Emperor. As the words faded, a dozen brainwashed Transformers knelt in perfect formation before Soundwave. Transform and deploy.
With a series of metallic clicks, the brainwashed Transformers rapidly shifted into Imperial vehicles one after another. They transformed into a Lehman Russ main battle tank, a Chimera armored personnel carrier, swing fighters, and various other standard vehicles. Those with offensive capabilities will join the Adeptus Arbites and the Inquisition. Those skilled in disguise will join the Officio Assassinorum.
That was Yang Chang's assignment for these former Decepticons.
Transformers were of limited use on the front lines, but they excelled in Behind and Emmeline's operations, counterinsurgency, and various espionage missions.
If only I could mass-produce Transformers. But the transformation metal required for their production is a problem, as is the manufacturing process itself. If I could capture Shockwave, the Cybertron's chief scientist, he could even make transformation metal bombs.
If Yang Chang remembered correctly, the transformation metal needed for Transformers required specialized seed bombs. That was fine, he wouldn't mind replicating the famous Your Land Becomes Mine scene. But the issue was that he didn't have such a seed bomb. To create one, he would need to find Lockdown and Shockwave. Shockwave might be manageable, but Lockdown, a bounty hunter who came and went like a phantom, how could he be found? Just as Yang Chang was feeling frustrated, a ship suddenly appeared before the Supremacy.
WTF. Speak of the devil.
Seeing the massive vessel before them, the pilot of that ship was visibly stunned, then immediately turned to flee.
Stop him. Don't let him escape. As the command was given, several swing fighters launched first, swiftly joined by a few TIE fighters surrounding the Cybertronian ship from all sides. Encircle from the 3 o'clock direction. Disable the enemy's engines. Amid the galaxy, the swing pilots dispersed rapidly, coordinating with the TIE fighters to close in on the Cybertronian ship from every angle. Boo! Boo! Boo!
Seeing the approaching swings, the Cybertronian ship immediately returned fire, but the swing pilots nimbly evaded the blasts.
Closing in. Closing in.
2 TIE fighters sped toward the ship, then locked onto its left engine.
Boo! 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 Boo!
Several red blaster shots fired, with 2 precisely hitting the ship's outer hull. Under the immense power of the blasters, the ship's engines quickly ceased functioning and the vessel drifted through the galaxy like a piece of space debris.
Unknown vessel. State your name and purpose. You are under arrest for suspected smuggling of hazardous materials into Imperial territory. You have 2 choices. The pilot activated a signal interceptor and hacked into the ship's communications. Resist stubbornly.
And end up as space junk. Surrender and lay down your arms, state your nation and military affiliation, and disarm.
We will deal with you accordingly. After tens of seconds of silence, all weapons on the Cybertronian ship were deactivated.
Simultaneously, the pilot's console displayed an incoming signal from the other side.
Cybertron Decepticon faction scientist Shockwave.
Upon receiving this message, the pilot immediately relayed the information to Yang Chang.
Well, talk about a gift when you're feeling drowsy, huh? Prepare for docking, beware of treachery. Following Yang Chang's command, several transport ships successfully docked with Shockwave's vessel, and from start to finish Shockwave offered no retaliation or threatening actions. Bring Shockwave's ship to the deck while handle it.
The gravity grappling hooks launched successfully, and upon striking Shockwave's ship they dragged it over. All personnel be advised, if the enemy displays any aggressive behavior you are authorized to open fire. Secure the bridge area from sectors 53 to 67. The warship is now on high alert and all personal lethal weapons are permitted. Yang Chang's voice echoed through the speakers in every compartment as thousands of stormtroopers clutching blaster rifles advanced toward the cordon zone. With a series of mechanical clicks and clanks, the hatch of Shockwave's ship opened and a colossal transformer stepped out. Gazing at that iconic solitary red optic, Yang Chang recognized the transformer before him as Shockwave.
Shockwave was no ordinary transformer. He was one of the few who had engaged in single combat with Megatron and lived to tell the tale.
Even Megatron held him in high esteem, regarding him as a loyal and exceptional Cybertronian. Shockwave served as the Decepticon military operations commander on Cybertron, but he was not only a commander but also a brilliant scientist. As is well known, scientists are often the most formidable fighters, and Shockwave was no exception.
Shockwave's cannon arm was linked to the nuclear reactor on his back, allowing him to manipulate various forms of radiation such as the electromagnetic spectrum, X-rays, infrared, and radio waves. He could also unleash powerful energy beams.
More importantly, if Yang Chang's memory served him correctly, Shockwave's pet should also be aboard the ship.
The driller. I must get my hands on that thing no matter what.
If Yang Chang recalled correctly, the worm-like mechanical creature from the movies looked exactly like a tunnel boring machine, and it was likely subdued by Shockwave after being beaten into submission.
The driller, Shockwave's pet, was presumably accompanying him to Earth. Dozens of Space Marines encircled Shockwave, and then, flanked by several crimson-clad Praetorians, Yang Chang stepped forward. You are unusual. Shockwave's voice emanated from beneath his unreadable helmet.
With a cacophony of grinding metal, a terrifying mechanical creature slowly emerged from the ship and then settled quietly beside Shockwave.
The moment the driller came into view, nearly every soldier braced for combat. Although its combat prowess was mediocre, its appearance was anything but ordinary.
Are you frightened by my pet?
Shockwave remarked calmly, observing the soldiers who had raised their weapons. No, there's no need. Logar stepped before Shockwave, and in an instant 3 optics met.
Logar gazed at Shockwave and Shockwave gazed back at Logar.
You are peculiar. You are different from humans.
There is a tremendously powerful and mysterious energy within you. My processor cannot analyze it.
But I know that if I were to fight you, I would not last a single round. Shockwave understood that engaging this being would be a decisive moment, and he would likely be reduced to scrap metal. It's good that you understand. Now the Divine God Emperor wishes to convey his divine edict to you.
I hope you will listen with your filthy sensors and not miss a single word.
This is the Emperor's mercy toward you. Logar spoke to Shockwave in that same fanatical tone, but unlike Sentinel Prime, Shockwave simply nodded. I believe that gods may exist, and I also believe there may be unknown things in the universe. Though I am a scientist, I am not close-minded. I choose to accept.
Unbeknownst to Shockwave, his words had spared his life, and Logar stayed his hand.
You are impressive. You now have the right to an audience with the Emperor. Yang Chang walked up to Shockwave, used his psychic power to increase his height, and then scrutinized the transformer closely. You are not human. Or rather, you were once human but no longer. Your physical structure is fascinating. You are more like a being of energy with only a human exterior. Shockwave responded with remarkable composure. Shockwave, are you willing to join us?
Yang Chang extended an olive branch, confident that Shockwave would not disappoint him.
But if necessary, he wouldn't mind subduing him with force first. Why? I am forever loyal to the Decepticons and Lord Megatron.
I will not betray him.
What if I told you I could give the Transformers a new home, one more suitable than Cybertron? What?
Even the well-traveled Shockwave was momentarily taken aback by this news, unable to believe that this man dared to boast of granting them a new home. Of course, but on the condition that you serve us and contribute to the construction of the Empire.
What do you need me to do? Shockwave looked at Yang Chang and asked.
Calber. The Forge General Calber, who had augmented himself to a height of over 10 meters, slowly approached. We have already deciphered the space bridge technology, but I hope you can mass-produce the energy pillars needed to sustain it, as well as transformers. We know that creating transformers requires transformation metal, and to produce that we need a seed bomb.
I trust you can handle this, can't you?
You want me to help you forge an army of transformers that obeys only your command?
Shockwave, true to his reputation as a Decepticon scientist, quickly deduced Yang Chang's intentions. Yes.
Yang Chang made no attempt to conceal his plan and frankly shared his thoughts with Shockwave.
But I can only create the bodies for your transformers. Without sparks, those transformers will be nothing more than mindless beasts that attack everything. That suits me perfectly. Kalber. Kalber produced a smart chip and handed it to Shockwave.
I believe you and Forge General Kalber will have much to discuss.
Shockwave held the chip in his hand, and after examining it closely, an idea formed in his mind.
After grasping this audacious concept, Shockwave turned his head toward Kalber, and the massive Forge General gave a slight nod.
Understood. I will help you manufacture the seed bomb. But which planet do you intend to use for the test detonation?
Shockwave claimed allegiance to the Decepticons, but in truth he was more loyal to the survival of the Transformer race as a whole. He served Megatron precisely because he believed it would ensure the continuation of his kind. But now a more suitable candidate than Megatron had emerged. The first wave of Transformers was deployed within the Ministry of Justice, tasked to provide necessary fire support for its enforcement personnel. This operation targets a human trafficking ring. Those bastards dared to abduct civilians and sell them to other races. The Grand Marshal of Justice has ordered a full investigation, demanding that we leave only one captive alive and show no mercy to the rest.
Several armored vehicles bearing the insignia of the Ministry of Justice rumbled down the road.
The criminal syndicate primarily operated out of Langsing's Underhive. Why was crime so rampant on launching? The Empire's governance mainly focused on Asia-Pacific and Euro-Oceania, while lawless regions like Heizhou were largely neglected, fostering a hotbed of criminal activity.
In truth, the Empire turned a blind eye to petty theft and minor offenses.
As long as one did not cross the line, the Ministry of Justice rarely intervened. But these individuals had crossed that line, and mere penitent camps could no longer atone for their sins.
By the Emperor, prepare yourselves.
100 enforcement officers clad in Ministry carapace armor, equipped with riot shields and wielding Law's Thunder Pattern Enforcer combat shotguns, stepped out of the vehicles. The Law's Thunder Pattern Enforcer combat shotgun was highly revered for its formidable stopping power, simple operation, reliable performance, and intimidating presence. Even the old-school arbitrators stationed in the judgment halls of Holy Terra honed their skills through brutal and effective shotgun training, which formed the foundation of all Enforcer combat drills.
This shotgun's design was remarkably advanced. In close quarters, it could be wielded directly as a large club. In fact, this dual-purpose function was explicitly considered during its development.
Furthermore, the weapon's design prioritized maximum psychological impact with an exceptionally loud pump-action sound, a feature deliberately exploited in standard Enforcer riot training. For millennia, the combined sound of 100 arbitrators chambering their weapons had quelled countless riots.
The Law's Thunder shotgun could also be used as a club in melee combat.
As a full action, the user could manually load a single shell into the specially designed tubular magazine. This shell could be of a different type than the others loaded in the weapon, but the next shot fired would necessarily use that ammunition.
Move out.
These enforcers clad in Ministry carapace armor were the living nightmares of criminals.
Their very presence was enough to instill terror in every lawbreaker and offender. Alright, time for your debut.
The leading enforcement executive patted the Chimera armored vehicle beside him.
Clink. The black Chimera rapidly transformed into a several meter-tall transformer.
Its arms were laden with flamethrowers, and its shoulder-mounted positions housed the Chimera's machine guns.
Report enemy positions.
15 to the east, 19 to the west, 21 to the south.
The transformer bearing the Ministry's emblem reported the enemy's locations with crystal clarity using thermal imaging. Any civilians?
Not detected yet. They may be locked away within the facility.
Begin the operation.
With the command issued, a slaughter commenced.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The transformer charged out first, its arm-mounted flamethrowers roaring at full power, unleashing terrifying flames upon the criminals. The searing temperature, reaching thousands of degrees, reduced the struck enemies to ashes in the blink of an eye.
Cooperating with the transformer, the Ministry personnel launched their own assault. Bang. 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 Bang.
Enforcers wielding shotguns advanced in coordination with the transformer, which loyally charged at the forefront. From the moment of their creation, they were imprinted with absolute loyalty to the Empire and unwavering devotion to the Emperor. They have heavy firepower. Several dark-skinned men armed with RPG launchers aimed at the transformer, wreaking havoc.
Bang. While the enemies were distracted by the transformer, the enforcers swiftly aimed and pulled the triggers without hesitation.
In an instant, those dark-skinned men were reduced to a heap of shredded flesh.
Sir, this is more than just human trafficking.
A few enforcers picked up the discarded rocket launchers from the ground. Such heavy weapons should have been either destroyed or used as training equipment in military barracks.
How could they still be circulating on the open market? Hand over the remaining captives to the professionals. Our mission is complete. On Gateliaxing in the Massilian Hive City, we've traced the weapons back to an arms dealer named Drakello.
All the officers connected to him have been taken in for interrogation.
Don't let him survive the night. Understood.
In the darkness, a sports car bearing the golden double-head eagle emblem slowly appeared at the door of a nightclub.
Alright, I have work tomorrow. That's it.
Drakello stuffed a wad of cash into the clothes of the woman beside him, then got into his sports car and sped off.
Boss, something's wrong.
While driving, Drakello suddenly received a call from his subordinate.
Hearing the frantic voice, he felt a wave of annoyance. Shut up. Spit it out. What the hell happened?
At his boss' roar, the subordinate stammered and reported the situation to Drakello.
Damn it. Damn it. Drakello roared into the phone. The sudden outburst left the subordinate on the other end utterly bewildered.
After hanging up, Drakello dialed another contact. Book the nearest off-world ship. I need to escape this planet no matter where.
Drakello knew full well the consequences if he didn't flee. At best he would face extreme execution.
Death might be a relief, but the interrogators who captured him would do their utmost to prolong his journey toward it.
Damn. Why is this happening to me? Drakello roared as he floored the accelerator, unaware that he had already driven into the Ministry's trap. Beep.
At this critical moment, the car's audio system suddenly blared to life.
What the hell?
It had to break down now of all times. Just as Drakello was wondering, the car suddenly came to a halt despite his foot on the gas.
Before Drakello could react, he was thrown out of the vehicle. What is this thing?
He screamed in terror as the car transformed into a humanoid figure, but his cry was met with a gentle flick from the vehicle.
Report, sir. Target apprehended. Requesting handover to the Inquisition. Received. Approved.
Cybertron, the homeworld of the Transformers race, has a thin atmosphere primarily composed of oxygen, which suits the cooling needs of mechanized beings while also being breathable for most carbon-based lifeforms. It is orbited by 2 moons, each roughly half the size of Earth's moon.
Each satellite possesses its own atmosphere, and their density grants them surface gravity comparable to that of Cybertron.
Though Cybertron was once a bountiful world, endless warfare drained its resources, forcing it to shut down for reconstruction and compelling its inhabitants to enter a state of stasis.
This era, known as the Great Hiatus, persisted until Shockwave reawakened and restored the planet's functions. Megatron fled back to Cybertron in disgrace with only Starscream by his side. My lord, what shall we do? Starscream asked with feigned obsequiousness, burying a multitude of grievances deep within. My army. My army. Megatron roared at the heavens.
The forces he had painstakingly cultivated for years had been annihilated by humans.
My lord, we still have options. Find Quintessa. That is the only way. Megatron was resolute in his determination to revive Cybertron, whatever the cost.
In a sense, Megatron was also a heroic figure. He sought to rebuild Cybertron upon the subjugation of other races. Perhaps he was evil in the movies, but from another perspective he might be the true good. What was wrong with fighting for the revival of one's own race?
Yangcheng thought that if he were a Cybertronian he would probably join the Decepticons.
In a way, he and Megatron were kindred spirits.
Humanity's revival would be built upon the bones of countless alien species. Yangcheng was willing to use any means necessary, even sacrificing himself, as long as humanity could rise again across the galaxy. Your Majesty, we are approaching Cybertron.
The Supreme One had entered the Cybertronian star system.
Stay back during the upcoming battle.
Have the Star Knights prepare for boarding.
I will lead the charge. Yangcheng intended to confront Quintessa personally.
As for the other Decepticons, the Star Knights would handle them. The tech priests had blessed every weapon, ensuring that each machine spirit was thoroughly appeased.
Quintessa.
If Yangcheng recalled correctly, Quintessa was not truly a Cybertronian but a version of the Quintessence from the G1 comics. She claimed to be the creator of the Transformers, but in reality she was nothing.
Quintessa's abilities centered on controlling Cybertronian's disguise and using a scepter to absorb Unicron's life force to revitalize Cybertron.
Her personal combat prowess was unremarkable, but her control abilities were formidable. She could brainwash Optimus Prime and bend him to her will. That should have little effect on humans, but Yangcheng still took precautions given the presence of machine spirits, a concept of pure will.
All hands prepare. Boarding in 3 minutes.
The battle barge Storm began its pre-boarding phase with Star Knights Chapter Master Amrad issuing commands while gripping a power axe.
The task was simple: board Cybertron, slay the Emperor's foes, and the mission would be complete. For the Emperor. To live as an angel of death. Destruction is salvation. The Star Knights Space Marines stood ready, eager for the boarding action ahead. Chapter Master Amrad. Yangcheng approached, intending to lead the operation personally and confront Quintessa. Emperor Yu. Amrad hesitated, worried about the Emperor's combat capabilities. Trust me, I've got this.
Yang Cheng had full confidence in his strength. Before coming he had consulted the system. His psychic power was Omega level, and that wasn't even counting his faith-based might. Due to the influence of a certain ecclesiarch, the Imperium had long embraced a fervent belief in the Emperor. Not only within the Imperium but also among the human slaves liberated by his armies, who began to worship him, causing his power to skyrocket. Yang Cheng had asked the system about this. He knew the warp existed in this reality, and with it the four miscreants. Yet so far they had posed no threat. The system did not conceal the truth. Those four entities were currently in a tranquil state with no intention of invading the material realm.
Had he not asked, he might have been terrified?
But the answer nearly scared him to death.
An Omega-level Psyker was nothing before these Chaos Gods. But the faith power.
Yang Cheng suspected he already had a presence in the warp. Comparing his strength, the system stated that his power in the material realm was equivalent to that of a greater demon serving a Chaos God in the warp. Greater demons vary widely, from Skarbrand, who could effortlessly destroy planets, to Kugath, who was killed by a Lehman Russ tank. Yang Cheng worried about his strength, but according to the system his full power could certainly destroy a planet.
I'm probably below Skarbrand, Yang Cheng deduced.
Having the strength of a premier greater demon in the material universe was not bad. He could be a one-man army.
Boom! The battle barge storm entered Cybertron's orbit and then plunged headlong onto the planet's surface.
The moment it entered, Yang Cheng's psychic energy enveloped the barge, an invisible force shielding it for smoother planetary assault.
Drop pods incoming. Dozens of Astartes drop pods were deployed, landing precisely amid Cybertron's steel jungle. All hands prepare. We may face unknown enemies.
Be ready to sacrifice. We are always ready to sacrifice, Chapter Master.
A dreadnought slowly emerged from a drop pod, followed by 30 Space Marines advancing. Sod. You take the eastern sector. Split up and purge.
Amrad activated his power axe, maintaining a vigilant stance.
Boom. Yang Cheng, clad in gleaming golden power armor, leaped down from the atmosphere.
The friction meant nothing to him. Even without psychic protection, the Custodes enhancements made him invulnerable. He held a flame-wreathed power sword, scanning the surroundings warily.
Let's move. Finish this quickly. Yang Cheng wanted no lingering here. Lady Quintessa. Megatron dragged his limping body before Quintessa. Megatron. How did you end up like this? Hearing Quintessa's almost mocking tone, Megatron felt no anger, only calm. You couldn't even defeat Optimus Prime. Hey! How dare you speak to the great Megatron like that? Starscream, unaware of the being's power, instinctively rebuked her for disrespecting Megatron. Quintessa did not even deign to glance at Starscream.
She felt that responding to him would only lower her own stature.
You should control your subordinates, shouldn't you? Starscream. At Megatron's command, Starscream immediately fell silent. I will grant you power, but you must destroy Earth. Why? Megatron was perplexed.
Why destroy such a beautiful planet?
Because Earth is in fact Unicron. Quintessa's words struck Megatron with shock, freezing him in place. Earth is Unicron. Megatron, still stunned, scrutinized Quintessa with utter disbelief. Yes. To save Cybertron, Earth must be destroyed. We can extract Unicron's energy to revive our home, our Cybertron. Megatron was utterly seduced. He knelt before Quintessa.
Seeing his allegiance, Quintessa then turned her gaze to Starscream. I pledge my loyalty, my master.
As a survivalist Decepticon, Starscream knelt without hesitation. Megatron invaders have arrived. Deal with them.
As you command, my master.
Megatron had been completely overhauled, his body remade, a red scar now adorning his inferno. 6 terrifyingly shaped Decepticons emerged from the darkness. Many more guards await. Kill these intruders. Countless Decepticons like zombies slowly rose to their feet, filling the hall in an instant. Slay the invaders. Mindless Decepticons roared and surged outward. For the Emperor. The Astral Knights soon clashed with them, and in an instant a fierce firefight erupted. Clearly the Astral Knights dominated the field. Destruction is salvation. The battle cry of the Astral Knights echoed across Cybertron's surface. Amid the steel jungle, the roar of bolters and the scream of chains, words composed to him for humanity. By the Emperor.
Amrad casually decapitated a Decepticon with his power axe, then aimed his bolt pistol at another.
Boom! Chapter Librarian Halsey unleashed a bolt of psychic lightning, sending dozens of Decepticons flying. Press on. The Emperor watches over us. We shall be invincible. Amrad led the charge, hundreds of Space Marines advancing with him. They were like a sharp spear, easily piercing the enemy's line. Bang!
A space marine of the Astral Knights was suddenly blasted away, crashing to the ground.
Still alive.
Megatron muttered, staring at the space marine who had withstood a laser cannon blast capable of demolishing a building.
By the Emperor.
The marine's chest armor was scorched, its paint melted away, but he himself was unharmed.
Seeing Megatron before him, Amrad charged without hesitation. Insect. Let's have some fun. Megatron felt immensely empowered, daring even to challenge the so-called Emperor of Mankind. Amrad. I'll take him on.
Yang Chang stepped forward with his power sword.
Insect. Megatron roared, bringing down his blade with a force he believed could sever a building. Clang.
The blade struck Yang Chang, bending slightly.
No. Impossible. Megatron refused to accept it.
He struck again, this blow even stirred the dust, sending a cloud of debris into the air.
The terrifying force crashed onto Yang Chang once more. Megatron, I overestimated you.
Yang Chang had expected a fierce battle against this enhanced Megatron. But in the end, Megatron was merely a powered-up grunt.
Even the blow against the Space Marine was a cheap shot. Damn it. Megatron charged again with a roar, but this time Yang Chang held nothing back.
With a single effortless slash, the sword cleaved through Megatron's blade, then pointed its tip at him.
Seems nothing special. Ha ha ha. You fell for it. As Yang Chang faced Megatron, the Combiner Inferno lunged from the side, stomping toward Yang Chang's head. The bloody mess Megatron had envisioned did not occur. Instead, Inferno lost one of its legs from the very stomp. Oh, a sneak attack. Yang Chang turned to glare at the audacious Inferno. Not bad looking. Don't worry, it'll turn you into a model. Megatron's smirk froze. He couldn't believe this human had become so powerful. Megatron, we are alike, stopping at nothing for our species' rebirth, aren't we? Yang Chang's blade scraped across Megatron's faceplate, sending sparks flying. The difference is you failed and I succeeded.
Hearing this, Megatron suddenly let go, collapsing back against the structure behind.
Ha ha ha. You humans are amusing. Megatron was indifferent.
Perhaps the Cybertronian race was destined to fade from the galaxy and he was powerless.
Some Decepticons on Earth have already surrendered to me. I won't slaughter them, your species' bloodline will persist in this galaxy. I see.
Human, if you were a Cybertronian, we would have been great comrades.
Pity.
The control over Megatron's mind began to dissolve as Yang Chang secretly exerted his power to free him from Quintessa's grip.
Human, grant me one last request. Megatron rose again, drawing his broken blade.
Though I am the leader of the Decepticons, I am also a warrior.
Give me a warrior's death.
He raised the shattered sword, pointing it at Yang Chang.
You've made me think more of you, Megatron.
Yang Chang chose not to use his psychic powers, but instead charged with his power sword.
Crack!
The disintegrator field shattered the longsword, then cleaved through Megatron's upper body.
Megatron's spark was extinguished.
As its light dimmed, his life came to an end. When Starscream witnessed Megatron being slain, he immediately prepared to flee without looking back, but unfortunately Yang Chang had no intention of letting him go.
Boom!
A golden slash streaked across the sky, terrifying psychic energy enveloping it, and then it struck Starscream, who was flying in the air.
Boom!
A massive explosion erupted in the sky and Starscream was blasted into a heap of scrap metal in that blast.
Alright, your turn.
Yang Chang turned to look at Dayuhuo, who had just ambushed him.
At that moment, Dayuhuo immediately disengaged its combined form and attacked Yang Chang from 6 directions simultaneously. Why couldn't you just lie low and play dead? Why did you have to attack?
Yang Chang held a long sword and delivered a casual strike which simultaneously decapitated the 6 Decepticons. Meanwhile, the battle at Amraid's side was also nearing its end. These Decepticons were no match for the Space Marines. Except for the Space Marine who had taken a laser cannon blast to the face, the others were only lightly injured.
Where to next, Emperor? Amraid beheaded the last Decepticon and then asked Yang Chang. Stay here and continue clearing the battlefield. I'll go alone.
Yang Chang knew that Quintessa's most terrifying aspect was not her combat ability but her disguise and control techniques.
This was exactly why Yang Chang was reluctant to bring many people.
Although Quintessa appeared weak in the movies, easily knocked away by a slap from Optimus Prime, she later escaped using her psychic technology.
Yang Chang had no intention of letting Quintessa escape. She must die here.
He slowly stepped into a church, and in the middle of the church floated Quintessa. Yang Chang walked forward, slowly releasing his psychic power to probe the surroundings.
Quintessa. If you're just projecting an illusion here, that's boring. Get the hell out here.
Yang Chang's psychic pressure filled the entire church, and he meticulously examined every corner and crevice of the church with his psychic sense.
Click. You lose, human. You lost because of your arrogance and lack of caution. Quintessa's scepter tapped Yang Chang's back and she spoke with a triumphant tone. Whoa, very impressive, very impressive.
Yang Chang simply dropped his power sword. You lose.
Ha ha ha.
I'll turn you into my puppet.
I'll make you serve me faithfully.
And I'll blow up the earth right in front of you.
A very good plan. But have you heard a term?
What?
Battle mage.
For Yang Chang, dropping the power sword actually released his own strength.
Just as Quintessa was stunned, a supersonic punch sent her flying. Looks like you don't know. But it's okay, I'll show you what it means.
Terrifying psychic energy began to gather around Yang Chang, and in the blink of an eye he charged right in front of Quintessa.
What? That's impossible. Quintessa exclaimed at Yang Chang's speed.
In the brief moment of a blink he had teleported from dozens of meters away right before her.
Before Quintessa could react, Yang Chang lifted her with one hand and threw her away again. Looks like you still haven't realized the gap between us.
His psychic power surged toward Quintessa like a violent storm.
Boom. A flash of blue light and then thousands of Quintessas appeared before Yang Chang. Illusion. Or hallucination. These things could not hinder Yang Chang's mind.
Quintessa's combat power was nearly zero, but she excelled at creating illusions and altering her own form.
The game of hide and seek ends here, Quintessa. Yang Chang's psychic energy gathered in his hands. Unlike before, this time it appeared as a dazzling gold, but to Quintessa it was still just as cold. Damn. What are you? Are you like Unicron? Are you a god?
Quintessa quickly began to deduce from this power. There had always been an extraordinary energy within his body, and this energy constituted the human before her.
You are not human at all. You are just an energy being. Tell me. What are you?
Thousands of Quintessas rushed toward Yang Chang almost simultaneously, but he still did not reply. Instead, the psychic energy emanating from him spoke on his behalf.
Boom.
The light radiating from this power illuminated all of Cybertron like a giant sun.
For Amrade and the others, this light was like an injection, restoring their battle-depleted energy in an instant. This is the Emperor's light.
Sad, the librarian of the chapter said slowly as he felt the Emperor's radiance.
Has the Emperor fallen into a hard battle?
No, on the contrary, the Emperor is shielding us with his power.
Sad spread his arms to embrace the Emperor's light, and even the wounded soldier gradually recovered under its glow. Unlike the Space Marines, this power held absolute destruction for aliens and heretics, and Quintessa keenly felt that. Damn.
The light enveloped Quintessa, and an intense freezing sensation continuously registered through her sensors.
You should be grateful that I am the one ending you, not Megatron. Yang Chang didn't understand why Quintessa orchestrated Megatron to destroy Earth in the movies, euphemistically calling it eliminating Unicron, but it felt more like feeding Unicron. Giving Cybertron to Unicron, the relationship between them was complex, but Yang Chang couldn't be bothered with it. Just fight to the end.
In an instant, Quintessa's illusions turned to dust under the Emperor's light, and the fleeing Quintessa, now without cover, was exposed before Yang Chang. Your combat power is lower than I ever imagined. Yang Chang had expected a hard battle, but he never thought Quintessa's strength would be so pathetic. It seems that in this world only Unicron and Primus are the real threats.
Yang Chang thought silently. Quintessa's power was almost negligible. Crack!
After a few seconds of thought, Yang Chang decisively began his attack.
Terrifying psychic energy enveloped Quintessa, then tightly wrapped around her like a blanket. Seconds later, Quintessa was corroded by Yang Chang's psychic energy, then swallowed up and assimilated into his psychic power. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing specific characters in the Transformers world: Megatron and Quintessa.
Captured characters: Soundwave, Optimus Prime, Shockwave. Ding! Congratulations host for acquiring the full production line of B-1 combat droids. The B-1 series battle droids, also known as B-1 combat droids or standard battle droids.
They were widely produced and deployed, yet the B-1 series combat droids were fragile in design and easily destroyed, achieving true success only when overwhelming numbers were brought to bear. Early iterations of this model also required a central control computer, yet despite these deficiencies they served extensively as frontline soldiers for the Trade Federation and the Confederacy of Independent Systems.
Throughout the history of droids, it is evident that the B-1 was intellectually deficient. Programming glitches manifested as idiosyncratic personalities among B-1 combat droids, and they were known to comment on events unfolding around them. B-1s were defeated by clone troopers, but vast quantities of B-1s could overwhelm more experienced clone troopers and even members of the Jedi Order. B-1 combat droids along with other separatist droids were mass-produced for the separatists, but officers like General Grievous, the supreme commander of the droid army, grew incensed at the B-1s failures. After the Confederacy's defeat, B-1 combat droids were deactivated by the Galactic Empire along with the rest of the droid army.
During the Imperial era, B-1 combat droids continued to see use through separatist holdouts and the black market. B-1 combat droids were typically equipped with E5 blaster rifles and their ranks exhibited distinctive characteristics.
These included standard B-1 combat droids, flight combat droids, security droids, droid commanders, Geonosian B-1 combat droids, Geonosian B-1 combat droid commanders, and BX tactical assault droids.
None of these B-1 combat droids were the early computer-controlled type. Instead, they relied on the later model of centralized control devices installed aboard starships. Given that the host has yet to acquire Confederate technology, the system specially approves the issuance of the Providence-class Star Dreadnought production line.
Providence-class Star Dreadnought model, Providence-class Dreadnought type, battleship destroyer and Dreadnought length 1088 meters and hyperdrive system, equip and shielding, equipped thermal shields and sensor system, long-range sensors, navigation system, navigation computer and armament, heavy quad laser cannons 14 and heavy twin laser cannons 34 and twin point defense ion cannons 12 and heavy ion cannons 2
and heavy anti-aircraft cannons 12 and proton torpedo launchers 102 and 5 proton torpedoes and heavy tractor beam projectors 10 and Starfighter complement Vulture-class droid starfighters 120 Android trifighters 120 and Coyote-class droid bombers 10 NHMP droid gunships and hundreds of armored vehicles and armored assault tanks and multiple troop transports and landing craft and shuttles and boats and ships and escape craft, escape pods and crew 900 officers, droids and soldiers and passengers 48247 and 5 million dormant battle droids and cargo capacity 18000 tons retained and consumables 4 years life support, equip and other systems tensor field insist.
Cannon fodder is ready.
The manufacturing cost of a single B-1 combat droid was even less than the blaster it carried, making it the cheapest cannon fodder available.
However, whenever B-1 combat droids were deployed into battle, they would overwhelm the opposition through sheer numerical superiority. You have hundreds of thousands of defenders. You'll commit tens of millions of B-1s along with countless war machines. The tactic of overwhelming numbers always proves useful at certain times. And during meat grinder campaigns, the morale of mortal soldiers inevitably crumbles. What can replace them on the front line? Naturally, B-1 combat droids are the answer.
As long as the production rate exceeds the casualty rate, any meat grinder or orbital drop campaign becomes manageable.
Absolute quantity can always compensate for certain deficiencies in quality. First, let the B-1s sweep through the area, then deploy the Astra Militarum and Space Marines for the assault. Let's go. We can withdraw now. The battle on Cybertron had ended.
In this engagement, the host had eliminated Quintessa, the so-called creator of the Transformers, who had posed the greatest threat thus far.
Immediately commence mass production of B-1 combat droids. Conduct field tests across various battlefronts, then dispatch operatives across the cosmos to locate a bounty hunter named Lockdown. By any means necessary, procure his seed bomb.
Yang Cheng mused that if Lockdown were willing to join him, he might employ some subtle tactics to induct him into the ranks of the rogue traders. Speaking of rogue traders, the number of rogue trader organizations within the Imperium had also grown, conducting interstellar commerce and trade across various star systems steadily under Imperial regulation. Of course, when necessary, these rogue traders were authorized to expand the Imperium's territory and coordinate military operations. Currently, most rogue traders within the Imperium were family businesses possessing trading charters sanctioned by both the Inquisition and the Imperium. There was also a category represented by the RDA Corporation from the world of Avatar. After being cleansed and legitimized, they became one of the first 3 rogue trader fleets within the Imperium. Led by Colonel Quaritch, their daily mission was to report to the Imperium any newly discovered civilizations or uninhabited planets. If an alien civilization had already achieved spacefaring capability, they would mark its location, and then the Imperial Navy would assume responsibility. They would swiftly neutralize all military capacity on that planet, and the entire race would become captives of the Imperium. Some would be sent to Imperial containment facilities scattered across the galaxy, while others would be deployed as cannon fodder on various battlefields.
Chief, what's wrong?
At the airbase, Ironhide sensed something amiss with Optimus Prime. His consciousness was fading, a new awareness had taken over Optimus Spark.
Ironhide, the era of the Autobots and Decepticons must end. Optimus Prime tore off the Autobot insignia from his chassis as he spoke. Chief. What nonsense are you talking in? Megatron is dead. There is no hope of reviving Cybertron. Isn't our only path to join the Imperium of Man? But. And you ratchet bumblebee sideswipe Dino, the RC triplets and all the others, you are my comrades. But the war is over. The Autobots no longer exist. Optimus Prime's blue optics turned golden, signaling that he had been completely overtaken by the virus planted earlier by Ongran. The Autobots and Decepticons, the 2 long conflicting Transformers factions, finally became history completely and irrevocably on this day. The Decepticons and Autobots are like 2 children constantly brawling and polluting the entire galaxy, said a towering Cybertronian aboard a massive warship gazing at the dark expanse of the Milky Way. Indeed, he was the renowned bounty hunter of the cosmos, Lockdown. A neutral party, he aligned with no faction, merely traversing the galaxy as a solitary hunter. Lockdown was once an Autobot, a renegade who slew his master and stole his equipment.
The ship he used was once piloted by a Cybertronian expeditionary knight now serving as Lockdown's personal collection chamber.
Lockdown was a man of his word. Once a contract was signed and the advance payment secured, nothing could stop him from fulfilling the agreement, which usually meant dismembering the target into pieces.
For this reason, Lockdown's hunting list never ran short of names, whether it be arrogant warlords who commanded armies or seasoned veterans like the Autobot Chief Medical Officer Ratchet or the female Cybertronian Elder RC whose resilience was legendary. The number of unfortunate souls who had fallen or were destined to fall to his hands only grew, even if Lockdown himself were to die one day. Everything Lockdown possessed served the sole purpose of fulfilling contracts. In stealth mode, Lockdown could utilize the internal high-speed charger to store thermal kinetic energy accumulated in vehicle form, granting his alt mode a short burst of instantaneous acceleration. Also, due to the demands of contract fulfillment, the integrated high-speed charger became his favorite piece of equipment. The surplus energy saved through this device was diverted to maintaining his beloved weapon, the electrified hunting hook, enabling him to deliver a fatal close-range strike to the waist of unsuspecting prey. At this moment, Lockdown had yet to receive a mission from the creator Quintessa. Perhaps he would never receive it, but a better employer was about to find him.
What is that? Lockdown spotted a silver warship in the distance. His bounty hunter's sixth sense warned him that this object was no ordinary vessel. Accelerate. Get us out of here. Lockdown immediately ordered a retreat, but a pursuing Star Destroyer cut off his escape route. Lockdown, I believe we have a deal to discuss.
Just as Lockdown was stunned, he realized his ship's control system had been hacked and a message appeared on the control panel.
Seems our new boss has some attitude. Tell them what I need and let them decide if they can deliver.
Move closer and see what they want.
Whoa whoa whoa, I didn't expect humans. Human technology has advanced this far. Lockdown said with a tone of half surprise as he saw the Stormtroopers. I am the Supreme Commander of the Human Empire's Second Fleet. You may call me Governor Tarkin. Very well, Tarkin. What do you need me for?
To serve the Empire's merchant fleet and hand over your seed bombs.
Seed bombs. Do you know what seed bombs are? A weapon that transforms all organic life into transformation metal via a powerful shockwave. Since you know, that makes things easier. I have 10 of them here. You can take them all. I might even pledge my allegiance to you, but... What do you need? Energy cubes, enough energy cubes. That's the premise of this deal. We can't provide that, but he can. Governor Tarkin turned to the side and Shockwave stepped out facing Lockdown. Whoa, Shockwave, you defected. That's rare. I'm not defecting. The future of the Transformers lies with humanity. I merely work for them. The war between Decepticons and Autobots is over. We all now serve under the human empire, fighting or contributing as required. Shockwave's cold voice echoed. Well, I never expected this. Lockdown felt that with the end of the Decepticon-Autobot war, business might become tough. But these humans seemed like a flock of fat sheep and he could still fleece them. Deal done. They're all here. Lockdown's subordinates brought forth the 10 seed bombs. By the way, would like to take something else. What do you need? Weapons. Other collectibles. We need the Dinobots from your collection room, Tarkin said, looking at Lockdown. So why was he beaten into this state? Yang Chang looked at Grimlock, who was nearly pounded into a pulp, and then turned to Governor Tarkin.
Well, Your Imperial Majesty, our warship has that arena built for the Space Marines.
Yes, it does. What happened?
When we brought Grimlock aboard, a few World Eaters and Space Wolves wanted to spar with him.
And then?
They first fought among themselves over who would duel him, then unanimously decided to gang up on him because he looked tough.
And then this happened. They hadn't expected Grimlock to be this fragile.
Over a dozen Space Marines and one dreadnought that joined for fun later.
Grimlock was beaten beyond recognition and the other Dinobots fared no better. Slag's horns were bent and he was still curled up in his berth.
Sludge's body was damaged with structural fragments scattered everywhere. Snarl's metallic armor plating had been torn off, he barely survived the Space Marine's iron fists.
Only Swoop fared better. As a pterodactyl-formed Dinobot, he stayed airborne during the duel, refusing to land.
The Space Marines nearly jumped up to grab him in frustration.
Alright, so how were the Space Marines disciplined?
They are ordered to charge only at the rear during the next assault and are not allowed to carry the banner in the vanguard.
That's quite a punishment.
For Space Marines, especially those of the World Eaters Legion, such a restriction was torture. Though their butcher's nails had been removed, they still clung to the tradition of charging at the forefront.
And Grimlock? What's to be done with him? Yang Chen looked at the pitiful Dinobot, then glanced at the others who were nearly beaten into idiots. First, take them back to Terra for repairs by the Mechanicus.
Then send Grimlock to me. Yang Cheng had always dreamed of riding Grimlock into battle. Once repaired he might finally get the chance. So why the hell am I fighting alongside clones and B1 battle droids at the same time? Several stormtroopers grumbled as they watched the assembly line produce B1 units.
Of course none reacted more strongly than the clone army.
I swear absolutely I will never fight alongside those yellow shell can things, a clone trooper from the 41st Legion complained as he watched B1 units being mass-produced.
Wow, I think I've spotted something interesting.
Unlike the clones, these tech priests were quite enthusiastic about the machine.
By the Omnisia, I love these things.
They pleased the machine god while serving the Empire.
Just as a tech priest was fiddling with a B1 unit, the droid suddenly shouted, "Pervert!"
The scene fell into dead silence, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard.
By the Omnisia. Still cannon fodder with intelligence.
After brief deliberation, the tech priests decided to perform a most sacred task, stamping the sacred gear symbol of the Mechanicus on every B1 produced and blessing each component with holy incense before assembly. The proposal was promptly rejected by the officer in charge of the B1 factory. He knew the habits of these redrobed eccentrics all too well. Previously producing a single attach should have taken only a few days, but these redrobed weirdos dragged the schedule out by nearly a month.
A month. A month.
Do you have any idea what that means? A piece of equipment that could be mass-produced, and these Mechanicus guys took a whole month.
From then on, the officers and engineers of the Star Wars galaxy concluded that under no circumstances should these redrobed eccentrics ever interfere with their factories.
If they got involved, how could so many military orders ever be completed on time? The Department of Military Affairs kept pressing, but the tech priests continued their slow production, euphemistically calling it the blessing of the machine god. When Governor Tarkin saw this efficiency, he nearly rolled his eyes back and passed out. Fortunately, under the Emperor's orders, the tech priests simplified some steps, for example integrating the stamping process directly into the assembly line to reduce time. Soon the first batch of B1 battle droids rolled off the production line 3 days later. With sufficient resources, 1 million standard B1 units were produced, along with nearly 100,000 command droids, over 200,000 heavy B2 super battle droids, and less than 100,000 BX commando droids.
These battle droids would be sent to the most brutal battlefields in the universe.
They would not betray fear or worry, they only knew how to kill the enemy. That was the best part. In truth, most of these B1 battle droids only understood linear tactics, but the absolute numerical advantage would compensate for this tactical shortcoming. During the Battle of Naboo in 32 BBY, B1 battle droids marched in orderly formation toward the Gungan army, suffering heavy losses under Gungan fire, yet these losses did not halt the droids' advance. The B1s soon broke through the Gungan shields and defeated the Gungan army with sheer numerical superiority.
With an overwhelming advantage in numbers, even some Jedi could be killed by B1 units.
In the arena battle of the First Battle of Geonosis, B1 battle droids and B2 super battle droids with their absolute numerical advantage killed over 200 out of 215 Jedi in the strike team. Had it not been for the last-minute emergency assault by the Grand Army of the Republic, all the Jedi would have perished there. However, these were just the tip of the iceberg of the wars waged by the Confederacy.
Though B1s were adept at using numbers to achieve overwhelming victory, it didn't mean they knew no tactics beyond linear formations.
The Battle of Dathomir in 20 BBY was a typical example. The Confederacy launched a ground assault instead of orbital bombardment. Facing the army of the Night Sisters and a frenzied horde of the undead, the battle droids still pressed the attack. Although the Night Sisters' individual combat ability far surpassed that of the battle droids, the Confederacy, with the support of hyena bombers, AATs, and armored assault tanks, still suppressed the Night Sisters. Moreover, the Trade Federation Confederacy also produced B2 super battle droids with superior armor and firepower, as well as more agile BX commando droids. So do not underestimate these battle droids, they were the force that later gave the Galactic Empire a droid phobia.
All units. The Imperial forces are coming. Tens of thousands of alien soldiers filed into the trenches, their various weapons ready for the Empire's assault. Boom. 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 The Confederacy's Vulture droids began their assault on the ground enemies, their energy torpedo launchers delivering precise strikes onto the enemy positions. All units. Tactical evasive action. Anti-air cruise. Prepare. These alien soldiers fighting the Imperium had almost learned the Imperial landing patterns.
Simply put, they would use overwhelming air superiority to create a breach and then pour troops onto the ground. Dozens of anti-aircraft guns aimed at the sky, and volley after volley of fire lit up the heavens. While they were engaged in combat, the terrifyingly numerous battle droid army began to land. As the transports descended, hundreds of MTTs launched their landing operations. An MTT can carry a company of 112 battle droids, including 100 infantry, 10 security droids, and 2 command droids, all equipped with standard blaster rifles. The folded droids are suspended on a hydraulically powered deployment rack that extends from the MTT's surface, allowing the droids to be deployed directly into combat when needed. Supporting their landing were C-9979 landing craft along with hundreds of AATs which would assist the landing forces together. Alright, the most absurd thing I've ever done in my life is helping these damned battle droids get to the ground, several clone pilots grumbled as they watched the droids already deployed.
Wow, you're really a person, thanks for the help. What do you mean you're really a person?
Perhaps my language control system has malfunctioned. In my lexicon, person represents the highest compliment.
Anyway, thank you. Alright, I admit that last thing wasn't absurd enough. What could be more absurd than a battle droid thanking me?
That clone muttered quietly on the side.
Open fire. Free fire. Hold nothing back.
The alien soldiers on the ground resisted with ferocious intensity, but these battle droids knew no fear. Their minds were consumed by nothing but the imperative to complete their mission. Controlling an entire legion of battle droids typically required installing the controller aboard the ship, but Archbishop Carbo disagreed with this approach as it made the rear vulnerable to a surprise attack that could annihilate the entire droid army. With the support of Archbishop Carbo, the military chaplains began to install the terminals for controlling the battle droids on themselves, with each chaplain commanding a legion of battle droids. In this battle, the human empire deployed a total of 1 million B-1 battle droids along with various other types of battle droids, altogether nearly
1.2 million units. Let's see if your bullets are more numerous than our battle droids.
In truth, the number of droids deployed this time was relatively small. In the Star Wars universe, a single deployment could involve tens of millions of battle droids.
Begin the assault. The B-1 droids already arrayed in formation advanced in unison with hyena bombers and AAT tanks toward the enemy ranks. Bang. 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 Bang.
The alien soldiers' firepower was successfully drawn to the frontal battlefield and various weapons began to open fire on the advancing B-1 battle droids.
Take cover behind the tanks and start bombarding the enemy's firing points.
The incinerator tanks began to prepare for fire in the rear, armed with an incinerator cannon, a light laser cannon on each side, mount 2 laser rangefinders, an anti-personnel laser cannon, and 6 energy projectile launchers on the chassis capable of firing various munitions.
The crew consisted of 1 driver and 2 loaders. Boo. Boo. Boo.
An interstellar war had devolved into a confrontation reminiscent of 19th century volley fire and trench warfare, but the military chaplains had no intention of squandering troops here senselessly.
Dozens of BX commando droid squads exploited the enemy's weak points, penetrating while the two sides were engaged in combat. BX commando droids possessed the advantages of independent operation, advanced tactical knowledge, and environmental awareness.
Their chassis were also more durable than those of B-1 and B-2 droids, capable of withstanding dozens of shots from DC-15 series blasters, though their head armor was relatively fragile. But that was sufficient against these aliens, given that some of these Outer Rim soldiers were still armed with kinetic weapons.
Since when have humans become so easy to kill? An alien watching the battle droids fall under the hail of bullets asked his comrade, "Are you stupid? These are human droids.
We're only fighting human droids."
Since when did humans have this capability? When did they learn to manufacture so many droids? Who knows?
But these battle droids look like nothing more than cannon fodder.
Maybe they're just a probing force sent by the human empire.
Waves of B-1 battle droids fell, but more B-1s continuously filled the gaps in the formation, making the aliens feel as if the droids were endless.
What's happening? How many enemies are there? I don't know.
The artillery units are suppressed. We're relying solely on our own firepower to hold them back.
As his words faded, the AAT tanks opened fire and a single shot destroyed one of the aliens' firing points. What the hell is going on? What's so sinister about these things? How many are there?
By then the enemy trench had entered the range of the AAT tanks. They began free fire, their terrifying firepower easily obliterating one firing point after another.
I've killed at least 20. But they don't seem to have changed at all. I'm out of ammo.
What the hell is the artillery doing?
The AAT tanks halted.
The B-1 battle droids advanced their E-5 blasters, firing freely. Their accuracy was abysmal, but arrayed in a line formation, their concentrated firepower easily turned any exposed enemy into a sieve. An alien soldier who just popped his head out was instantly targeted by dozens of blasters and collapsed into the trench.
Don't panic. Everyone stay in the trench. Don't show your heads.
As long as we don't expose ourselves, we'll have a chance once the artillery recovers.
Just as everyone was calming down, thousands of BX commando droids launched their assault-wielding vibroblades and blaster carbines.
A terrifying vibroblade cleanly decapitated a large alien.
Bang 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 bang. The sound of blaster carbines echoed through the enemy trench, accompanied by the hum of vibroblades. Retreat! Retreat! Countless alien soldiers scrambled out of the trench to escape the BX droids, but that was exactly what the droids wanted.
The B-1 droids on the ground spotted the fleeing aliens, and at the command of the military chaplains hundreds of thousands of blaster bolts blanketed the enemy's trail.
When quality is lacking, make up for it with quantity. Those hundreds of thousands of blaster bolts completely surrounded the enemy, annihilating them with ease. Return to the vehicles and advance to the enemy's next stronghold on this planet.
The Command B-1 battle droid relayed the orders of the military chaplain, and the B-1s reboard the assault ships or containerized troop transports. Supporting them were NRN-99 Persuader-class droid enforcer tanks and STAP single-trooper aerial platforms. Where did the human empire get such equipment? Even the human Federation never fought with such lavish tactics. The remaining alien soldiers had lost any will to resist. They fled, dragging their dying bodies backward. But for the battle droids it was merely a matter of a few extra steps.
Enemy sighted. Open fire. The battle droids unhesitatingly finished off the survivors regardless of their pleas or attempts to flee. Their programming had no room for prisoners. Their only task was to eliminate the enemy cleanly. The battle is over. Proceed to the next battlefield.
At that moment all the battle droids appeared to the alien soldiers as grim reapers, cold and merciless.
Ah. 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 My hand is cut off. Idiot. You're a droid.
A B-1 battle droid was clutching its missing hand, howling in pain. The B-1 commander beside it walked over and slapped it.
We're droids. We don't feel pain. Oh right. 5 days later. Report.
The city shield has been raised and all 1 million city defense troops have assumed their positions. This planet was a militarized world in the outer rim sectors, boasting numerous fortresses and a variety of weaponry across its surface. Ordinarily an exterminatus order would have been issued for this planet, but the tech priests had detected signs of human Federation-era technology, possibly even a factory for large-scale war machines from that era. After persistent pleading from Archbishop Kerbo, Yang Cheng finally agreed to deploy combat droids on this planet for testing while conducting reconnaissance.
Although the human Federation's technology was primitive by Yang Cheng's standards, it was considered an antique.
Over these 5 days more than 3 million B-1 battle droids were produced, half of which were redeployed to this battlefield.
Open fire on the enemy's city shield, then send in airborne troops.
In reality, countering the energy shields of outer rim nations was quite simple. Their shields would overload after sustaining attacks for a period. Once overloaded, the shield would drop, allowing airborne forces to swiftly seize the shield generator's location, permanently deactivate the shield and let the ground forces pour in.
Free fire, free fire. Upon receiving the order, the battle droids converged all their firepower on the enemy shield. Beams of various colors detonated against the blue barrier, sending ripples cascading across its surface. How much longer can we hold? An alien soldier asked, his gaze filled with worry. Don't worry, 3 days is enough.
Staring at the faintly glowing energy shield above, the veteran alien beside him explained. But the droid army outside clearly had no intention of waiting 3 days. More and more battle droids and terrifying war machines converged around the city, opening fire in unison. Hundreds of Angbala hover tanks assembled nearby, unleashing a relentless barrage against the shield. Each side of its cockpit housed a pair of guide vanes, behind which was mounted an electromagnetic plasma cannon, a single shot from which could annihilate an entire squad of enemy soldiers. Accompanying them were the Tridroid robots, massive spherical-headed giants that walked on tripod legs equipped with continuous feed shell launchers capable of penetrating enemy armored personnel carriers. The Tridroid was essentially a colossal version of the smaller anti-infantry Octoptera combat droid. More and more armored forces gathered around the shield, unleashing a torrent of firepower several times greater than before. J-1 proton cannons began to concentrate on weak points in the shield. Though slow and with poor mobility, these heavy artillery pieces possessed immense power, capable of piercing the shields of Rejoicer-class cruisers, making them a feared weapon. Wave after wave of devastating artillery struck. By now the shield's glow had significantly dimmed, prompting the battle droids to accelerate their assault. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the shield generator supporting the barrier overloaded and exploded. The blast destroyed several generators, leaving the entire city exposed before the battle droid army. Begin the assault. The cold, merciless command reached the controller of every B-1 battle droid. Transports began to lift off. The first wave had commenced. Hyena-class droid bombers, together with countless airborne troops, launched an aerial assault on the city. One bizarre droid after another was dropped from the sky. What the hell is this? While the alien soldiers were still stunned, the strange contraptions suddenly transformed and opened fire on them. Hundreds of destroyer droids were deployed, tasked with disrupting the city's defensive deployment, creating favorable space for the advancing forces. Unlike the versatile slender humanoid battle droids, the destroyer droid was designed with a single purpose in mind: the complete annihilation of its target. Encased in bronzestone armor, this autonomous combat droid bore a fearsome appearance, a grotesque fusion of curves and sharp angles resembling an insect. Suspended from the ends of its massive arms were powerful twin laser cannons unleashing devastating energy with every step. Using its small deflector shield generator, the destroyer droid could encase itself entirely within an energy barrier. Damn it! We can't penetrate its shield. Requesting backup. These destroyer droids were indiscriminately attacking any living being in sight. Even an alien child would be precisely struck down with a single shot. The sheer destructive power soon drew the attention of forward armored units. Forced gaps appeared in defensive lines that had been well established, pushing the entire battle toward collapse. Call the armored units back. The enemy is breaking through. The trenches built by alien soldiers were no match for the battle droids. Thousands of dwarf spider droids alongside hundreds of thousands of battle droids launched their assault. At the forefront were AAT tanks and Persuader tank droids easily crossing the enemy's crude trenches and tearing apart the defensive positions they had constructed. Retreat! Retreat! Before the words faded, volley after volley of blaster bolts struck down countless fleeing alien soldiers, leaving them in pools of blood. The pursuing battle droids trampled their corpses into a bloody paste, merging them with the earth. Prepare the siege engines. A massive mechanical behemoth emerged among the droid ranks, the OG-9 Spider droid, a large quadruped robot standing 7.32 meters tall, manufactured by the Bactoid Armor Workshop. The Spider droid was a heavy armored walker with its spherical reactor core and 4 legs protected by heavy armor. Mounted on its top and underside were dish-shaped laser cannons capable of sustained fire, draining an enemy's shield protection. Bang! The OG-9 effortlessly scaled a tall building and began serving as a target designator. More and more battle droids flooded into the city, igniting a bloody urban battle, though the bloodshed was entirely one-sided for the aliens. The battle droids were endless. For every one destroyed, 10 more appeared. Even if a soldier sacrificed himself to destroy hundreds, it was a drop in the bucket against the tide. Tens of thousands of battle droid losses were but a tiny fraction to them. We can't hold. We can't hold. Alien soldiers fell one after another, every moment marking another death. Countless battle droids marched over their remains, advancing steadily toward the planet's governor's mansion. Boom! Countless battle droids surged through the streets. The alien civilians fleeing in all directions inevitably fell under the E5 blaster fire from the battle droids. Please. Spare my child. I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Various horrific events unfolded in this city, and miserable wails echoed through every street and alley. Everywhere lay the corpses of alien Xenos. Some were executed directly by battle droids, others tripped accidentally while fleeing and were trampled to death by tens of thousands of battle droids. An alien woman clutched her child, but this did not earn mercy from the battle droids. Massacre after massacre was taking place in this city. Meanwhile, a BX battle droid commando had already reached the gate of the governor's mansion. Open fire! Open fire! Watching the encroaching battle droids, the governor's guard mounted a final resistance. There are too many. Before the words faded, a blaster bolt precisely struck the captain of the guard and a bloody hole was burned through his head. BX Special Operations droids stormed into the governor's mansion. These so-called governor's guards were nothing but targets before the BX units. They effortlessly decapitated the soldiers. The remaining ones were cut down before they could even surrender. Don't shoot. We surrender. The governor of this planet was hit in the head mid-sentence and collapsed straight to the ground. Within the BX programming there was one rule: accept no surrender from any heretic or Xenos. Once discovered, they must be completely eradicated. These BX Special Operations droids began clearing the governor's mansion room by room. If they found humans, they would forcibly take them away, but rooms filled with Xenos were met with a massacre. The human empire had never signed any war agreements with any nation. As the saying goes, an unsigned treaty is just toilet paper in the latrine. The most terrifying side of humanity blossoms when facing Xenos. All anti-Xenos moral atrocities occur within their territory. Yang Cheng could fully understand this. After all, humanity had been oppressed for decades. These aliens had betrayed humanity when the Human Federation was at its most prosperous. Now the entire empire harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xenos. For the Emperor. Space Marines had become regulars on the front lines. In every battle they served as the spearhead, charging into enemy planets alongside countless mortal auxiliary forces. Sir, this planet has been occupied. But what about those people? The officer in charge of this battle pointed at the Xenos being herded by stormtroopers in the distance. Don't we not need prisoners? Why are there prisoners? Sir, those are slaves of other alien races. They were liberated along with the human slaves. How many of them? Conservative estimate, hundreds of millions. The officer nodded and then began to contemplate their disposal. Finally. We've finally been rescued.
Thank the human empire. Thank the human empire. We will surely become law-abiding imperial citizens.
Tens of thousands of stormtroopers armed with riot shields stared coldly at them. But the aliens cared nothing for such gazes. They thought they were about to gain freedom, forgetting that they too were Xenos.
The Emperor's order has come down.
The officer who had been deep in thought hurried over upon hearing his subordinate's words.
Kill them all, leave none alive. Seeing the simple and clear order, the officer passed it down. Bring the Death Star here. This planet cannot be kept.
Using the Death Star was currently the simplest weapon for planet destruction. Enacting the exterminatus was too wasteful and could easily invite scrutiny from the Inquisitors, risking one's head.
But the Death Star was not under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. It belonged exclusively to the Imperial Navy.
But the Death Star was not under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. It was a unit exclusively belonging to the Imperial Navy. Upon receiving the order, all human forces immediately boarded transports with the human slaves they had rescued, leaving only these bewildered alien slaves behind.
Are the humans giving this planet to us? Just as these alien slaves were rejoicing over their rescue, something resembling a white satellite appeared in the planet's sky. Death Star charging complete. Open fire. Countless alien slaves and other alien soldiers perished together in the Death Star's fire.
The Wasteland Star Group, the largest arms conglomerate in the mid-ring and even the inner ring, had thousands of subsidiary companies in the mid-ring sector and was the preferred destination for countless mercenary bands and wandering fleets.
Kabru has already paid the price. We will never forget the tragedy of Sekharin. Humanity will pay for their deeds, Tai Kor said slowly. So this is the reason you hired us.
The mid-ring anti-human military alliance urgently needed a powerful army, and as luck would have it, the Wasteland Star Group had many such racial units under its command. The one speaking with Tai Kor was a leader of a Wasteland Star Group branch. Although he was only a branch manager, he had considerable influence throughout the mid-ring. Any branch manager had under their command hundreds of millions of slave armies as well as formidable technological strength.
Tai Kor, of course I'm willing to help you wipe out humanity, but as for the price, I must bring profit to the group, right?
Milaka said, crossing his legs and deliberately drawing out his words, looking at the deferential Tai Kor before him. We are willing to share the human empire's technology with you, and including the human slaves we propose a 40-60 split, 40 for us, 60 for you.
Hearing Tai Kor's proposal, Milaka nodded with satisfaction.
This was exactly what they wanted: billions of human slaves, which could greatly boost productivity in his jurisdiction and even earn him a seat on the board of directors in the future.
Conquering the universe doesn't necessarily rely on force. Money is also very important. Milaka stood up and then activated a holographic projection beside him. I know your needs. You want to annihilate the human empire's fleet using the tactic of besieging a point and attacking reinforcements. I can provide you with bait, but the price. We'll pay whatever it takes. Tai Kor gritted his teeth.
Money could be squeezed out again, but lives were different. He did not want to wake up one day to see human empire warships crashing heavily onto the ground.
Very good, very good. In the Kalesa system we have a human contract factory. We can provide you with equipment capable of broadcasting across an entire star system. Of course, all of this comes at a price. Milaku was a merchant.
What he valued were the profits created by the human empire. War was both the most profitable and the most costly thing.